Chapter 1. Logging into the game ahead of time. The Empress had just finished her bath, yet at this moment, she was still the second princess. In the 53rd year of Dexian, on the 3rd day of March, at a secluded courtyard of the Duke of the eastern town in the capital. Early spring enveloped the capital. The heavy snow that had shrouded the city throughout winter had only recently begun to melt, while the sky remained bitterly cold. Xia Chun, clad in light attire, sweat poured from him as he practiced with his sword amidst the chilling wind. His handsome visage was flushed, vitality surging within him, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Grasping a long crimson blade, he sliced through the air, creating ripples as if attempting to sever the biting wind. With each swing, lines of text appeared within his field of vision. Successful swing. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Successful swing. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Successful swing. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Basic swordsmanship perfected. You have comprehended the advanced sword technique Shouyang, Demon Breaking Blade. Your vitality has reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Do you wish to break through immediately? As these lines of text emerged, a joyful expression graced Xia Chen's handsome face. In that moment, the crimson blade in his hand transformed, and the vitality within him surged violently, strands of energy manifesting through his body, coalescing behind him into a resplendent crimson sun. This sun resembled the primordial dawn, cleaving through chaos and darkness, teeming with life and fervor. Under the influence of this radiant orb, Xia Chun trembled violently, his entire being resembling molten lava, the power of his vitality reaching its zenith, as if ready to boil rivers and seas. This exhilarating process did not last long. Xia Chen's gaze sharpened, and his youthful features conveyed a gravity as he swung his blade, transforming the courtyard from the chill of winter to the warmth of early summer. One strike, and the heavens and earth were altered. Simultaneously, a cracking sound resonated from within Xia Chun, as if an invisible shackle had shattered, and the surging vitality found its outlet, flowing forth like the Yangtze River rushing to the sea. At this moment, Xia Chen's aura peaked. He had successfully entered the 8th rank of refining essence. Slowly, Xia Chen opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliance, as if two eyes merged into one, resembling a double pupil. Yet this phenomenon faded swiftly, and Xia Chun returned to calm, his imposing presence retracting, morphing back into an ordinary youth. I have been in this world for 2 months, and I have finally broken through to the 8th rank. A smile tugged at the corners of Xia Chen's mouth. 2 months prior, he had discovered that he had entered an early version of that mysterious game ahead of time. In his previous life, it had suddenly appeared on Earth, with no one aware of its origins, only that a fortunate few were chosen to immerse themselves in this seemingly real world. At this moment, it was the era of the Great Wus Cultural Emperor, a period Xia Chun was not well acquainted with, as he had entered the game early. While the official server testing would occur during the Empress reign, in the era of the Second Dragon's contest for the throne during the reign of Emperor 1, 5 years hence, the 3rd prince instigated a coup, leading troops into the capital, breaching the White Tiger Gate, and storming the palace, resulting in the demise of the crown prince. The 3rd prince, driven to madness, slaughtered nearly all the royal bloodlines. However, the ultimate victor was not he. Summer Chun, piecing together the chronology, recalled the events of this tumultuous period. Regrettably, in his previous life, Summer Chun had only entered this realm during the first public beta, by which time the Empress had already ascended the throne for 6 years. Thus, his understanding of this past was superficial at best, limited to a general outline. This era, characterized by the apparent contest between the 2 dragons, concealed a hidden dragon lurking in the shadows. 5 years later, in the coup at the gate, the 2nd princess descended unexpectedly, wielding the sword of the ancestor, leading cavalry into the White Tiger Gate. That fateful night, the palace reverberated with cries of battle, and blood stained the pure white snow. Ultimately, the 2nd princess quelled all rebellious forces. Yet, Emperor 1, the crown prince, the 3rd prince, and all male direct descendants of the royal family perished in this coup, meeting their demise on the spot. Thus, the Great Wu welcomed its first empress, heralding the dawn of a glorious new era. Is it due to this jade seal that I am able to enter this realm 11 years ahead of time? Summer Chun opened his palm, revealing a jade seal imprinted within, resembling a totem visible only to him. The jade seal was intricately carved with 9 dragons, exhaling chaotic energy, surrounded by primordial purple air. Faintly, Summer Chun perceived the sun, moon, and stars orbiting this jade seal, with the sun, moon, and the purple microstar at its heart. He yearned to gaze further, yet the jade seal dimmed entirely, becoming inscrutable. Summer Chun averted his gaze, exhaling a heavy breath to calm his heart regardless of the seal's mysterious nature. Enhancing his strength and influence remained paramount. At present, during Emperor Wen's reign, the court was in disarray, with banditry rampant. Although the overall situation appeared relatively stable, the realm had devolved into a state of regional fragmentation. This was his opportunity. Heroes are forged in times of chaos, and only amidst turmoil can one rise to prominence. I must seize the moment. Once the Empress ascends, resolves the 8 Kings' rebellion, and consolidates the power of the Great Wu, we will inevitably enter an era of unification. Summer Chun realized he needed to strategize in advance. For although the era of unification promised safety, economic prosperity, and cultural flourishing, it also diminished opportunities significantly. By that time, the Great Wu would stand as the sole sovereign, exerting its dominance over the seas and commanding the vast lands, compelling all, be they Buddhists, Taoists, or so-called players, to submit beneath the Empress. Only after the revival of spiritual energy, the convergence of realms, and the transformation of this world into reality, would new opportunities arise amid the ascendance of martial prowess and the disappearance of the Empress. The Great Wu would then fragment, ushering in a new era of celestial and martial competition. As Summer Chun contemplated these matters, he fetched water, taking up a towel to wipe the sweat-soaked body. In this life, his circumstances were relatively favorable. Having been born into the residence of the Eastern Town Marquis, 8 centuries have passed since the founding of the Great Wu Dynasty. 637 years ago, during the reign of Emperor Ling, the court was beset by the influence of eunuchs and the favoring of powerful clans, leading to a rebellion among the lords and the fall of the capital. Emperor Wuzong, the 8th son of Lingdi, undertook the noble task of restoring the kingdom, embarking on a northern expedition to reclaim the former capital and re-establish order across the realm, thus giving rise to the present-day 19 provinces of Great Wu and renewing its fortunes for 600 years. The first Duke of the East, Xia Xuanjin, followed Emperor Wuzong throughout his campaigns at the frontier, rising from a mere foot soldier to a renowned general celebrated across the land. The northern campaign was divided into 3 armies, with Xia Xuanjin commanding the eastern contingent. When the other 2 armies faced insurmountable obstacles and the northern expedition seemed doomed, Xia Xuanjin led 5,000 cavalry on a swift march, covering 1,000 miles to reach the capital. Like a dagger piercing the enemy's heart, he breached the city, beheaded the enemy's leader, and turned the tides of war, aiding Emperor Wuzong in securing the realm. During the grand ceremony of rewards, Emperor Wu, in the presence of his ministers, proclaimed with a smile, "Outwardly fierce yet inwardly wise, his sharpness is unrivaled in the world." Thus, Xia Xuanjin's accomplishments surpassed those of his peers, earning him the title of Duke of the East. Rumor has it that, due to his remarkable achievements, he could have been granted the title of king. However, adhering to the ancestral decree that forbids non-surnamed individuals from receiving such honors, he was only bestowed the title of Duke of the East, for otherwise, he would have been a Duke of the East. Now, the title of Duke of the East has passed down to the 17th generation, flourishing continuously without decline. Though still referred to as the Duke of the East, the family has indeed realized the status of 3 dukes within a single household. Though not highly regarded in the duke's household, it is still a commendable start compared to others. Xia Chun mused, satisfied with his beginnings. He was aware that many players who entered the game in the past were mere nameless individuals, with some even starting as beggars on the street, facing a hellish beginning. According to the game's balance principle, the earlier one enters the game, the poorer their initial status. Yet, Xia Chun had defied this norm, being born into a family of nobility and power. Third young master, there is a letter from the second master. At that moment, a hurried figure rushed in, a young servant in a green tunic, panting and flushed, whether from the cold wind or the exertion of running was unclear. The emperor possesses unparalleled insight, and from a young age, he has demonstrated an unwavering spirit, diligently practicing and honing his skills, striking the blade 10,000 times in the courtyard, refining his martial arts, ultimately achieving greatness. One day, he created a technique in the courtyard, naming it the Shoyang Demon Breaking Blade. History of Xia, Volume 1, Biographies of the Founding Emperor. P.S. This book's worldview is vast. After the 10th chapter, the plot will take flight. I assure you that it will become increasingly captivating as you delve deeper, dear readers, so please savor it patiently. Chapter 2. Princess Shang. I must clarify that the protagonist possesses a sacred body of cultivation, merely awaiting the revival of spiritual energy for the next phase to commence. Furthermore, the protagonist is endowed with a system that facilitates the accumulation of experience and proficiency, allowing the player to bypass conventional cultivation methods to enhance their prowess. In the courtyard, the grand locust tree unfurled its tender buds, shimmering under the embrace of spring sunlight, radiating vitality. Master, there is a letter for you from the second master. A hint of joy graced Xia Qian's face. Finally, the second master had remembered the young master. If memory serves, the previous letter had arrived 3 years prior. Xia Qian calmly accepted the letter from Xia Qian's hands, devoid of elation or sorrow. However, a flicker of surprise crossed his features as he inquired, "Has something occurred in the outside world?" The absence of correspondence for 3 long years made this sudden communication seem far from straightforward. Indeed, the young master possesses remarkable foresight. A momentous event has transpired. Second master has slain an unparalleled third-rank demon in the Eastern Wasteland, a veritable tyrant of the Eastern Wasteland Mountains. Following this victory, a multitude of demons has retreated 100 miles, and the calamity that plagued the East has been eradicated, greatly enhancing our nation's prestige. Xia Qian, still youthful at just 16, brimming with exuberance, spoke as if he himself had vanquished the formidable demon. It is said that within a year or two, the Eastern Wasteland may be entirely pacified, allowing the second master and second madam to return home. The young Xia Qian, eyes alight with excitement, mused that after 14 years, the young master would finally reunite with his family. Yet, upon hearing this, Xia Qian's gaze revealed no joy. He had fully inherited the memories of the previous Xia Qian, a stark contrast to a mere game login lacking the original owner's recollections. It felt as though he had been born anew, imbued with all the emotions of the former Xia Qian, as if he were truly that individual, merely awakening to his past memories 2 months prior. Images of the second master, Xia Yuan, the Marquis of Dongan and Xia Qian's biological father, surfaced in Xia Qian's mind as Xia Qian spoke. In Xia Qian's early memories, his father had showered him with affection until the age of 3, when a martial arts assessment revealed him to be a waste. Xia Yuan had fallen into a profound silence, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Though my son is deemed a waste as my eldest, I shall seek great fortune to defy fate on his behalf." The day after uttering these words, the demon tide in the Eastern Wasteland erupted, and Xia Yuan was appointed as the Demon Suppression Marshal, commanding an army of 100,000 in the eastern region. Xia Qian's mother, Su Xiaoxue, a formidable sorceress, accompanied him on this expedition. Young Xia Qian, oblivious to the significance of these events, merely wished to stay by his parents' side and accompany them to the Eastern Wasteland. However, he was met with stern refusal, being told that the Eastern Wasteland was far too perilous. Left alone at the Marquis residence at the tender age of 3, he remained there for 14 years. In the first 3 months, letters frequently arrived at the Dongzhou Marquis residence, often accompanied by the blood of demon creatures to aid in Xia Qian's physical refinement. After 5 months, the frequency of letters dwindled. The young Xia Qian assumed that the disturbances caused by the great demons of the Eastern Wasteland rendered communication difficult, as the battlefield was ever-changing, demanding both time and focus. A year later, Xia Qian learned from the servants of the Eastern Duke's residence that the family was to welcome another legitimate heir. Upon inquiry, he discovered he had a younger brother. His mother, Su Xiaoxue, had accompanied Xia Yuan on a military expedition and became pregnant again just a month after their departure. Following the birth of his brother, correspondence from the Eastern Wilderness dwindled from monthly letters to merely biannually, and by the time Xia Qian turned 6, there was scarcely a single letter. Even the supplies of medicinal essences ceased. Xia Qian remained steadfast in his belief that the battlefield in the Eastern Wilderness was fraught with peril, teeming with formidable demons, leaving his father, a commanding general, little time to attend to him. It was not until later that he learned from the household servants that his brother, born amidst the tumult of war, had been recognized for possessing extraordinary talent and was hailed as a prodigy. In that moment, Xia Chen realized the bitter truth. He had been forsaken. Now accustomed to a life of unrestrained freedom, Xia Chen had settled into his role as a somewhat inconspicuous figure within the duke's residence. His existence was devoid of the melodramatic tropes often depicted in television dramas, such as cruel servants and condescension. His uncle and aunt treated him with great kindness, regarding him as their own son. However, with the return of his parents and the arrival of his yet-to-be-seen, exceptionally gifted brother, Xia Hao, who bore within him a rare and remarkable bone, Xia Chen pondered whether his days of unencumbered liberty could persist. Particularly unsettling was the knowledge that this bone was the fabled supreme bone. Though it paled in comparison to his own innate dual pupils, it still held the potential to radiate extraordinary brilliance in the forthcoming era of spiritual revival. Moreover, after 14 years of separation, even the household servants seemed to possess more information about the eastern wilderness than he did. Thus, despite their blood ties, Xia Chen felt as if he were a stranger among them. Please go ahead and inform the kitchen to double the meal portions for today's lunch. Xia Chen instructed with a smile, nodding at Xia Qian, who had been by his side since the tender age of 4. The two had shared 12 springs and autumns together. In truth, Xia Qian could be considered family, albeit from a collateral branch that had diverged over 200 years ago, leading to a somewhat diluted bloodline. Nevertheless, he still bore the surname Xia, which afforded him the privilege of being raised in the duke's residence alongside the legitimate heir. Xia Qian nodded, aware that his young master had recently been diligent in his studies and martial training, resulting in an increased appetite. Still, he was taken aback at the notion of doubling the portions. Would that not mean a single person consuming more than 20 servings? As Xia Qian departed, Xia Chen slowly lowered his gaze to the weathered envelope in his hand, adorned with a Qilin motif. After a moment of silence, he extended a finger and gently drew the edge of his crimson blade across his fingertip, allowing a single drop of warm, red blood to fall. Instantly, the Qilin pattern on the envelope seemed to respond, radiating with a brilliant light, almost echoing a Qilin's roar. This phenomenon persisted for a breath or two before the luminescence receded, restoring tranquility. Xia Chen understood that this was the influence of his mother, Su Xiaoxue. Although the world had yet to experience a revival of spiritual energy, a high level of martial prowess still prevailed. One individual can rival an army of 100,000. A single blade capable of severing great rivers. Yet, those who reach such extraordinary prowess are few and far between across the realm. The vast majority, despite their formidable strength, remain within the realm of the ordinary. The hierarchy is rather rudimentary, divided into warriors and sorcerers. In his previous life, Xia Chen merely regarded this as an intriguing and mysterious game, simplistically categorizing these two types as fighters and mages. Furthermore, this world is inhabited by demons, among which Su Xiaoxue stands as a powerful sorceress. This letter, specifically addressed to Xia Chen, can only be unsealed with his blood, a magical safeguard against unauthorized inquiries. Such a spell is beyond the grasp of the coarse warriors. As Xia Chen opened the envelope, he felt the exquisite texture of the high-quality rice paper, smooth and delicate. Yet it bore only a few terse words. Your father shall return home in no less than 6 months, nor more than 2 years. Additionally, the emperor has arranged a marriage. As my son, you are to wed the second princess. Conduct yourself well, and do not tarnish the dignity of our noble house. Words are as precious as gold. This was Xia Chen's immediate impression upon reading the letter. He was not surprised by the first half. After the great victory in the East Wilderness, all beings, whether warriors, sorcerers, or demons, are classified within the 9 ranks. The existence of third-rank demons is exceedingly rare. Having slain such a formidable demon, the prolonged conflict in the East Wilderness, which has endured for 14 years, ought to reach its conclusion. Moreover, Xia Qian had just informed him of this. What caused Xia Chen's pupils to contract was the latter part of the message. Was he to wed the princess? Or rather the second princess, the future empress? Chapter 3. Dear younger brother. In the courtyard, the spring breeze carried a hint of chill, leaving Xia Chen's heart in turmoil. The empress, a formidable presence in the realm of the great unification, held dominion over the world, with the 8 desolations succumbing to her might. She gathered the fortunes of the realm, establishing eternal laws, and with the power of the great unification, erected a temple to the heavens, boldly proclaiming her grand aspirations. She transformed the great Wu dynasty into a dynasty of fortune, where within its borders, destiny suppressed all. Thus, those not of great Wu were deemed heretics. their progress and cultivation stymied. However, those holding positions within the dynasty could harness varying degrees of royal fortune to expedite their cultivation based on their rank. The elite of the world were ensnared in this web. This state of affairs persisted until the phase of spiritual energy revival and celestial integration, during which the empress vanished. The fortunes of the martial dynasty crumbled, and the great unification fractured. Only then did the heroes of the realm break free from the oppression of Great Wu's national fortune. Yet, once Pandora's box was opened, there was no turning back. Henceforth, every ruler of a dynasty emulated the empress, wielding fortune to suppress their domains. The fortunes of dynasties became the elixir for cultivation. Higher positions afforded greater speeds in advancement, with the rulers reaping the most benefits. Upon reflecting on the unfolding narrative, Xiaqin realized that in his previous life, he had treated this world as a mere game, lacking earnestness during the early stages, merely skimming the surface. However, as the celestial integration version commenced, this world transformed into the principal realm, rendering everything palpably real. The players were no longer immortal. It dawned on him that something was amiss. He had never heard of the empress having a betrothed. Shaking his head, Xiaqin endeavored to recall the intricate details of the story, attempting to deduce the current situation from subsequent events. Alas, he had entered this world during the early stages of the Great Unification, and no one knew what the empress, then a second princess during the era of the literary emperor, had truly endured. It was inconceivable. During the Great Unification, the East Town Marquisate still flourished, radiating resplendence, with extraordinary talents emerging. His younger brother, Xia Hao, possessed the legendary Supreme Bone, a prodigious talent who, during the empress's reign, became a pillar of the empire and the sharpest spear in expanding the Great Wu's territory, achieving remarkable military feats. The empress, with her grand vision, broke tradition, bestowing upon his younger brother the title of King of East Town. Yet, whispers in the streets suggested that Xia Hao's elevation to kingship was rooted in a betrothal made during the empress's time of tribulation with an ordinary scion from the East Town Marquisate. Tragically, this young noble perished during the coup of the door. After ascending to the throne, the matter of the betrothal was left unresolved. But it was this very incident that prompted the empress to compensate the Xia family, granting Xia Hao his exceptional title. Xiaqin had long believed these tales to be mere rumors, concocted by those with ill intent to tarnish the reputations of the empress and the king of East Town. However, it now seemed that perhaps the truth lay in these whispers. The empress indeed shared a past with the East Town Marquisate, and that nameless noble, whose identity had faded into obscurity within the annals of history, was none other than him, Xiaqin. Was his existence merely a dark chapter, a past unworthy of remembrance, destined to cast a shadow upon the empress's illustrious image, so much so that even his name could not be preserved? Xiaqin chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet deep within his gaze. The dual pupils manifested once more, resembling a fusion of the sun and moon, seamlessly intertwining. A wisp of chaotic energy pervaded, and a chilling light flickered within his eyes. It dawned on him that his narrative would culminate with the doorway incident, which explained why in his past life he had never heard of a legitimate son named Xiaqin from the Eastern Town Marquisate, despite the illustrious Xia Hao, the pillar of the empire, having an elder brother. Xiaqin's expression regained its tranquility, akin to the still waters of an abyss, devoid of any ripples. He stepped into the chamber and donned a splendid outfit. Previously, the courtyard had been frequented by a number of maidservants, yet after his 12th year, the Marquisate had dismissed them all. This was not due to any bullying of the young boy, but rather a customary practice among the noble offspring. Before reaching the 8th rank, martial practitioners were advised to avoid any entanglements that could disrupt their focus. However, as one trained in martial arts with vigorous blood, the constant presence of alluring maidens could easily tempt one to indulge in forbidden pleasures, jeopardizing future prospects. As Xiaqin stepped out of the courtyard, a stunning young woman clad in a flowing green silk dress approached him gracefully. It was Bai Zhu, a familiar figure to Xiaqin. "Third young master. The master and madam request your presence," Bai Zhu said, halting before him and bowing respectfully, her demeanor far from the conceited arrogance often depicted in dramas. As she did not belittle this somewhat inconspicuous young master within the Marquisate. "I understand," Xiaqin replied with a nod, following Bai Zhu closely, his gaze momentarily drawn to her graceful form, which elicited a rush of blood, causing him to avert his eyes hastily. Having just experienced a breakthrough, his vitality surged. Bai Zhu, a maidservant to the matriarch of the Xia family, Cui Mengru, was intended to be assigned to Xia Chen's quarters to tend to his daily needs once he reached the 8th rank. Diverting his thoughts, he began to map out the intricate web of relationships within the Marquis, which had been established for 6 centuries, now possessing only 3 direct lines of descent. The venerable Marquis, Xia Chutian, despite being 86 years old, remained vigorous, yet had withdrawn from managing family and state affairs, focusing instead on his seclusion to attain a higher realm. The old Marquis had 3 sons. The eldest, Xia Qian, referred to as the master by Baizhu. The second, Xia Yuan, Xia Chen's biological father, known within the estate as the second master, and the youngest, Xia Han. Currently, the affairs of the Marquis were overseen by the eldest. In Wuhou Xia Qian, Xia Chen followed by Zhu through the winding outer courtyard, arriving at a grand hall. Upon entering, he beheld a stern-looking middle-aged man seated in the main position, alongside a gracefully maintained woman in her 30s, exuding an air of noble refinement. "Uncle, Aunt," Xia Chen greeted respectfully upon entering the hall. "Chener, we are all family. There is no need for such formality." Xia Qian smiled, urging Xia Chen to rise, while the beautiful lady beside him echoed the sentiment. "Chener, it has been quite a while since you dined in my quarters. Have you perhaps grown distant from your aunt upon hearing that your sister-in-law is returning?" Cui Mingru reproached Xia Chen playfully, her eyes sparkling with myriad emotions, showcasing the grace of a mature woman. Cui Mingru, the matriarch of the Xia family, had nurtured Xia Chen since his childhood, considering him as her own child. "Aunt, recently Chener has been diligently practicing martial arts, hence his neglect," Xia Chen said with a smile as he approached and sat beside Cui Mingru, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Despite his biological mother's indifference over the years, pouring all her affection into her second son, his uncle and aunt treated him with kindness, never looking down upon him due to his innate deficiencies. From the tender age of 3, he had grown up in the sheltered from grievances, thanks to the care of Xia Qian and Cui Mingru. Upon hearing Xia Chen mention his rigorous training, both Xia Qian and Cui Mingru's expressions darkened, each sighing inwardly. Although a person born with innate deficiencies could engage in martial arts, achieving great success in this life would be exceedingly difficult. Even with 100-fold effort compared to others, the rewards remained scant. Xia Qian and Cui Mingru inquired what Xia Chen currently lacked, and the 3 of them engaged in cheerful banter, resembling a close-knit family. "Your father has made significant contributions in the Eastern Wilderness, and the Emperor has bestowed a marriage contract, promising the second princess to you. Are you aware of this? What are your thoughts?" After their pleasantries, Xia Qian transitioned to a more serious topic. "I just learned of this." Xia Chen nodded, his expression shifting to one of earnestness. "Is there any leeway in this matter?" He hesitated at the prospect of marrying a princess. To outsiders, such an alliance would be a tremendous honor, yet for both he and himself, it might be more of a burden than a blessing. Especially since she would be the future empress, such a union could be perilous. Who could tell how he had met his demise in his past life? In his youth, the emperor's martial talent was lackluster, resulting in a cold relationship with his parents. They had departed for the battlefield, not returning for 14 years, with scarce correspondence, leaving the emperor feeling somewhat estranged. At the tender age of 3, he lived alone within the clan, fortunate that his uncle and aunt treated him as their own, nurturing him with great care until he matured. History of Xia, Volume 1, Annals of the Great Ancestor Emperor. Chapter 4, The Imperial Edict. The has withstood the test of time for 6 centuries, owing its resilience to the continuous emergence of exceptional talents and formidable generals capable of commanding vast armies. In the present day, the realm is divided into 3 parts. To the north lies the great kingdom of Defeng, to the west the kingdom of Deqing, and in the east, the wild demons roam freely across the unending mountains. To the south, the southern barbarians thrive, with their witchcraft flourishing unabated. The world cannot be deemed peaceful. With these external threats, the need not solely curry favor with the emperor for imperial grace. Rather, it is the imperial family that often seeks to win over the bestowing rewards during festivals each year. This time, the betrothal of a princess serves as the most conspicuous signal. As for Xia Chen, he has never been one to dwell in the shadows of others for long. If he were truly to forge a marriage pact with the future empress, the impending coup 5 years hence would leave him quite constrained. "Do you not wish to marry the princess?" Cui Mingru inquired softly, gazing at Xia Chen with a fluid gaze, exuding the natural charm of a mature woman. "I do not wish to," Xia Chen replied with unwavering determination, showing no hesitation whatsoever. There was no room for retreat in this matter. By now, the imperial edict should have already departed the palace and be en route to our. Xia Qian sighed and shook his head. This matter had long been deliberated and settled, and now it was merely a formality to announce the outcome. Xia Qian remained silent, fully aware that many aspects had already been predetermined, and with his current status, he held no qualifications to partake in the decision-making. Yet, astonishingly, he was one of the protagonists of this marriage arrangement, only to discover the truth once all was settled. Was this not absurdly laughable? Originally, this marriage was not intended for him. The emperor had his eye on his younger brother. The emissary bearing the decree had reached the eastern wilderness, but was courteously declined by his younger brother. Thus, the protagonist of this marriage was shifted to him. Observing the silent Xia Qian, Cui Mingru pondered for a moment before revealing the underlying rivalry behind this marriage. Xia Qian probed further and learned that the betrothal was initially meant for his younger brother, Xia Hao, but their parents had resolutely declined, citing that Xia Hao was still too young and should focus on martial studies, not to be distracted by matrimonial matters too early. Subsequently, they proactively submitted a petition, arguing that as the legitimate eldest son, Xia Qian, being of similar age to the second princess, was more suitable for this union. Upon receiving this letter, Emperor Wen remained silent for 3 days before finally issuing an edict this morning, granting approval to Xia Yuan's petition and confirming the marriage. Cui Mingru, seeing Xia Qian's calm demeanor, felt a twinge of sympathy. Becoming a prince consort is naturally a pathway to success for an ordinary person. Yet for those of their esteemed lineage, it represents a kind of constraint. 600 years ago, Emperor Ling favored eunuchs and relied heavily on powerful relatives, leading to turmoil among the lords and nearly toppling the dynasty. Had it not been for Emperor Wuzong's resurgence, the empire would have long since changed its name. After securing his rule, Emperor Wuzong reflected on the lessons learned and decreed that from then on, powerful relatives were forbidden from interfering in politics or holding significant positions. Although he did not entirely eradicate their influence, they were no longer granted prominence. A century ago, Emperor Suzong began to reinstate powerful relatives to restore balance within the court. As it stands today, although the situation faced by the maternal relatives has markedly improved compared to the past, they remain constrained in many aspects. The prince consort, being a form of maternal relative, illustrates this point. This is the fundamental reason why Xia Yuan, when confronted with the emperor's decree to betroth the princess to his younger son, would rather offend the emperor than accept this union. Marrying the princess would lead to a future devoid of hope. Xia Qian's eyes reflected a sigh. His nephew, already burdened with a troubled fate, could not resist the emperor's will, necessitating a union. If Xia Yuan and his wife were unwilling to see their younger son take this path, then their elder son must step forward. Although this was profoundly unfair to Qin'er, who was inherently frail, he had devoted years to studying military strategy, yet his martial prospects remained limited. Becoming a prince consort, especially with the support of the Hou family, might well secure him a life of opulence and ease, which could be considered a blessing. Xia Qian mused, though emotionally, having watched this nephew grow up. He felt a deeper connection to him than to the yet unseen Xia Hao. However, as the head of the family, he had to prioritize the interests of the clan. His younger brother's son, Xia Hao, was exceptionally gifted, perhaps destined to achieve the remarkable heights of their ancestor, Xia Xuanjin, and would likely emerge as a leader of the family. It was indeed unwise to bind him with the identity of a prince consort. Though Xia Qian felt indignation within, his gaze remained calm, a smile gracing his lips as he accepted the circumstances with poise. He was acutely aware of the complexities involved. His own parents, unwilling to jeopardize their younger son's future, had ultimately reminded him of his elder brother in the capital, who had effectively distanced himself, diffusing the emperor's apparent attempts at allegiance, which were, in truth, a strategy of dissension and suppression. This marriage was merely a product of compromise within the power struggle. His own thoughts and opinions held little significance. Even the empress, who commanded the world and instilled fear across the realms, had once been used as a political pawn before assuming power. Thus, what was there for him to reject? With resilience and an optimistic spirit, Xia Qian contemplated this, realizing that the individual originally selected did not desire to marry her and had been sent back. It was no wonder this chapter of history during Emperor Wen's reign was shrouded in secrecy. The inability to wield one's own fate was indeed disheartening. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he sighed internally, the last words escaping him, whether directed at the empress or himself, remained uncertain. At this moment, his resolve to seize power solidified even further. In the front hall, LV Zhu entered with an air of urgency, yet maintained her composure and elegance. Master, madam, there are visitors from the palace, led personally by Eunuch Yi, and their entourage is quite grand. Xia Qian and Cui Mingru exchanged glances, both understanding the purpose of the visit. Qin'er, let us go greet our fate together. Xia Qian silently rose, following closely behind them, ready to embrace his destiny. Outside the grand gates of the Marquis's residence, Xia Qian encountered the esteemed Eunuch Yi, as described by Green Pearl. Despite his hair being silvered with age, Yi appeared remarkably youthful, his complexion vibrant. Though a eunuch, he exuded an undeniable charisma, commanding respect and caution from all who crossed his path. Known as Yi Wuxing, this venerable figure had served 3 generations of monarchs and had navigated the treacherous events of the door seizure with remarkable poise. Even during the reign of the Empress, he remained a steadfast guardian of the imperial palace, his power and influence unfathomable, a true loyal servant of the royal lineage. Xia Qian instinctively absorbed this information, noting that this was indeed the legitimate son of the Marquis of Anong, an exceptional figure in his own right. Eunuch Yi regarded Xia Qian with a warm smile, offering his congratulations. In return, Xia Qian, recognizing the future significance of this illustrious man during the door seizure, respectfully bowed his head. This gesture surprised Eunuch Yi momentarily, but he soon regained his composure, nodding back at Xia Qian with a favorable impression of the young man. Although Xia Qian was the protagonist, many subsequent events would not directly involve him. His role was merely to make an appearance. After welcoming Eunuch Yi into the Marquis's residence, a series of formalities ensued, including bathing and changing attire. Eunuch Yi then proclaimed the imperial edict, and Xia Qian received it, thereby officially securing the marriage arrangement. The intricate process left Xia Qian feeling dazed, overwhelmed by the numerous rituals and regulations that accompanied such a formal decree. Typically, imperial edicts were conveyed in simple spoken language, devoid of such elaborate protocols. However, the marriage to a princess warranted a grand display, reflecting the significance placed by both the Marquis's household and the palace. The entire affair consumed the afternoon, leaving Xia Qian with the scroll of the edict, adorned with dragon motifs and crafted from unknown materials. Feeling as though he were in a dream, he had truly become the betrothed of the Empress. Yet an unsettling thought lingered in his mind. Would he survive the door seizure and ultimately fulfill the role of Emperor Consort? In that fateful event, he had met his demise. Was it merely a coincidence? Contemplating these matters, he observed his uncle and Anne ahead, casting aside his doubts as he quickened his pace to join them. Uncle, I have advanced to the 8th rank of refining essence, and I wish to seek a position to serve our nation, Xia Qian declared emphatically, taking a deep breath. In his youth, the great ancestor was known for his composure and restraint, concealing his brilliance among his kin. Yet, the Empress of the Wu dynasty recognized his extraordinary talent at a glance, believing he would achieve greatness in the future. At that time, the Empress, Yao Guang, was still a princess, and the emperor sought a suitor for her. Yao Guang thus proactively submitted a request, resulting in the engagement of the great ancestor to the Empress of the Wu dynasty. History of Xia, Volume 1. Chronicles of the Great Ancestor Emperor, Chapter 5. The shattering blade of Shouyang within the confines of the Marquis's residence, a winding path of azure stones meanders gracefully, resembling a vibrant ribbon weaving through a flourishing landscape. Spring has barely begun, yet certain exquisite flowers can no longer contain their desire to bloom, vying for attention with their splendor. A gentle breeze wafts through, carrying with it a rich, intoxicating fragrance that refreshes the soul. Xia Qian and Cui Minglu abruptly halted their steps, turning to gaze at Xia Qian, their astonishment palpable. Have you truly broken through to the 8th rank? Under ordinary circumstances, the ascent to this level would hardly raise an eyebrow from them. While the 8th rank is commendable, especially considering Xia Qian's tender age of 17, it is not particularly remarkable within the Marquis's household, where prodigies abound. Excluding a few exceptional talents among the direct lineage, even within the collateral branches, there are several young individuals of extraordinary aptitude emerging in Xia Qian's generation. Thus, achieving the 8th rank is hardly astonishing. However, the fact that Xia Qian is the one who has broken through to this rank is indeed remarkable, particularly for Xia Qian and his wife, who are intimately aware of Xia Qian's innate abilities. Over the years, although Xia Qian's biological parents have not provided him with rare treasures from the East Wilderness, Xia Qian has nonetheless bestowed upon him numerous valuable resources to refine his body and enhance his physique. Yet, Despite the considerable resources expended by the Marquis' household, Xia Chun had only managed to ascend from being unranked to the 9th rank of body refinement, a feat that left Xia Qian pondering the notorious reputation of his son's innate shortcomings. Now, however, to hear that Xia Chun has attained the 8th rank, in recent days, he had felt a stirring within him, and through diligent practice, he experienced a moment of epiphany, deriving insights from the foundational sword techniques that led to an unanticipated breakthrough in his realm. Xia Chun conveyed this truth, albeit omitting certain pivotal details. At this juncture, he recognized the necessity of swiftly securing the Marquis' support to rise to prominence. Demonstrate it to me. Xia Qian's expression turned grave, his heart filled with uncertainty. You attained enlightenment through the foundational sword techniques? The foundational techniques of their household are no ordinary methods. They are the culmination of 6 centuries of refinement, even drawing inspiration from the royal family's most formidable 9th-rank sword techniques, ultimately evolving into this style best suited for the 9th-rank body refinement. It offers the most effective means of honing one's physique, which is why it bears the name foundational sword techniques. This foundational method has reached a point of perfection, with no further improvements possible, even in his youth. Xia Qian had harbored ambitions to enhance it for the family's benefit, yet he had never succeeded in doing so, nor had Xia Qian's biological father, Xia Yuan, or their patriarch, the true master of the Marquis' household, Duke Xia Chutian. Draw your sword. Xia Qian instructed his attendant. Use this one. Without hesitation, Xia Qian unsheathed a long blade, emanating a chilling brilliance and adorned in an obsidian hue. At the moment the long blade emerged, Xia Qian seemed to witness a dark serpent leaping from the abyss, its chilling scales capable of devouring the very essence of the heart. This extraordinary vision was but a fleeting glimpse. The obsidian blade swiftly returned to tranquility. Xia Qian understood that the scene was not a mere illusion. This was a divine weapon, and the serpent, at the very least, was a 3rd-grade great demon. The Dark Blade, birthed from the blood of an entity beyond the 3rd grade, even contained the suppressed soul of a great demon within its form. This was one of the profound legacies of the Marquis house. Xia Chun gripped the long blade tightly, yet even so, he felt a weight bearing down upon his hands. Despite the weapon's extraordinary manifestations having receded, its sheer mass remained immensely burdensome. Had he still been at the 9th-grade realm, he would have barely managed to lift it, let alone wield it effectively. This long blade itself was a test, a trial of his cultivation level. Observing Xia Qian's steady reception of the weapon, Xia Qian nodded approvingly. The young man had truly broken through to the 8th-grade realm. Contemplating this, Xia Qian found himself harboring a sense of anticipation regarding Xia Qian's newfound enlightenment. With the obsidian blade in hand, a fervent light ignited in Xia Qian's eyes. His very flesh and blood seemed to seethe with intensity, strands of vital energy coursing through his body, as a radiant sunlit phantom rose behind him. The energy in the heavens subtly shifted. At that moment, Cui Mingru's gaze also sparkled with brilliance. Coming from the prestigious Cui family and trained within the sorceress arts, she was acutely sensitive to the energies of the world. A surge of extreme solar energy was absorbed by Xia Qian, ultimately channeling into the palm of the Dark Blade. First Son's demon-breaking blade, he exclaimed with fervor. Standing in the garden, yet seemingly facing a legion of warriors and myriad demons, his back turned to the onlookers as he brandished the blade toward the abyss. This was the apex of his momentum. His essence, blood, and spirit surged to their zenith, and with a single stroke, the heavens altered their hue. Xia Qian observed a radiant sun flicker within Xia Qian's palm, the dazzling light of the blade being met by his hand. Although it did not even break the surface of his skin, Xia Qian could not conceal his joy, unable to maintain his composure. Have you truly refined your foundational sword technique? Though phrased as a question, Xia Qian was already convinced, having witnessed firsthand that this technique, while entirely distinct from the foundational forms, shared the same essence. It undeniably represented an advanced version of the basic swordsmanship, summoning the essence of the sun, coalescing the aura of slaughter, banishing all evils. It served not only as a means of combat, but also as a method for refining one's flesh and blood. Cui Mingru astutely articulated the essence of the First Son's demon-breaking blade. In her eyes, while its capacity to fell foes was secondary, the more critical aspect lay in its ability to commune with the cosmos, drawing upon solar essence to temper the flesh. Could such a technique be wielded by a mere brute? This swordsmanship bore a striking resemblance to a fusion of martial prowess and sorcery, a wondrous technique existing in this world. Cui Mingru found herself deeply unsettled. Though not a sorcerer, Xia Qian swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. The 9th grade body refinement realm, the 8th grade essence refinement realm, and even the 7th grade spirit refinement realm, all fundamentally focused on the enhancement of the physical form and the tempering of flesh. The martial artist, unable to communicate with the energies of heaven and earth, must either toil diligently, relying on the accumulation of time, or consume rare treasures of nature. However, this particular sword technique allows one to actively connect with the energies of the cosmos, refining flesh and blood, undoubtedly accelerating the cultivation speed from the 9th to the 7th rank significantly. Xia Qian soon realized the precious nature of this sword technique. Keep your comprehension of this technique confidential, and do not disseminate it, Xia Qian stated with a serious expression, glancing at the trusted attendants and maids behind him. Fortunately, these attendants and maids were trustworthy family members. Otherwise, today might have ended in further bloodshed. This sword technique is dedicated to the family. It is entirely at uncle's discretion. Xia Qian did not hesitate in the slightest. The reason for exposing the technique was to exchange it for the resources needed for advancement. Moreover, the family had indeed invested considerable resources in him over the years. Even if he were to offer it freely to the family, he would have no objections. Very well. Qin'er, your improvement of the sword technique is a tremendous contribution to the family. I will report your merit to the merit hall and inform the clan elders. Furthermore, you may visit the technique hall to select another technique. Additionally, you mentioned your desire to seek employment outside. I shall assist you in arranging that, Xia Qian declared emphatically. The family's enduring strength over 6 centuries is due to a well-established merit system that ensures no individual who has significantly contributed to the family is overlooked. Chapter 6. Who says a woman cannot be an emperor? Note: the empress maintains her integrity, possesses lofty aspirations, and is discerning in her affections. She is pure both in spirit and body, devoid of any male favorites, and will not entertain them in the future. Within the duke's residence, the flowers bloom in vibrant splendor, and Xia Qian reveals a brilliant smile. He remains indifferent to the rest. His sole desire is to venture forth, for only by doing so can he forge his own path. Though the duke's residence is splendid, it ultimately does not grant him authority over his own fate. He can only wield its influence, not wholly rely upon it. Xia Qian is acutely aware of this. The duke's residence belongs to all, not just to him. His interests do not align with those of the duke's household. Nevertheless, he can presently leverage the resources and prestige of the duke's estate to secure a favorable official position. Why toil from the ground up when a shortcut is available? Xia Qian has never been one to endure hardships without purpose. Accompanying Xia Qian, he heads towards the meritorious building to meet with the clan elders, to receive accolades and engrave the true essence of the Shouyang breaking demon blade. To the east of the palace, a grand yet subtly understated residence stands beside the main thoroughfare. The vermilion gates tower majestically, their brass studs glimmering with the light of bygone years, flanked by imposing stone lions. This is the Princess Yao Wang's residence, belonging to the second princess, who is currently in the prime of her youth. However, long ago, she petitioned for the liberty to enter and exit the palace at will. Just after this past spring festival, she took it upon herself to vacate the palace, an action that naturally contravenes etiquette. According to protocol, even upon reaching adulthood, a princess is expected to reside within the palace until her marriage to a prince, at which point she may transfer to her own residence. The court was unaware of the conversation between this second princess and the emperor that led to his unexpected consent. Soon, however, the ministers learned that she had been betrothed to the son of the Duke of Dongan. At this moment, within the main hall of the princess's residence, 3 women and 2 men sit quietly, yet all eyes are irresistibly drawn to the dragon-patterned imperial edict carelessly placed aside. Seated at the head is a woman whose skin resembles creamy jade, her brows arching like distant mountains, and her eyes twinkling like stars, exuding a profound tranquility. Her nose is delicately sculpted, and her flowing black hair cascades like a waterfall, appearing even more lustrous against her exquisite garments. Her beauty is striking, rendering those around her, regardless of gender, dull by comparison. The imperial edict lies beside her. The second princess, titled Princess Yao Guang, within the Duke of Jindong's estate. Xia Qian is all but invisible, clearly not held in high regard. As a woman of noble birth, how could Xia Qian ever be deemed worthy of her? Below, one woman, filled with indignation, breaks the silence. What can be done about this? The second princess's gaze remains calm and unperturbed, betraying no emotion. The woman clad in green and yellow is momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the emperor has conferred the marriage, and it has been proclaimed to the world. There is no remedy for this situation. Shall we send someone to assassinate him? I hear that he is not favored in the Duke's residence, and the Duke of Annong has been absent at the Eastern Wilds battlefield for 14 years, sending only one letter in 3 years. Clearly, he is not overly concerned about this legitimate son. A man on the left side of the assembly states in a hushed tone, "Such folly. The despicable act of assassination should not be employed recklessly. If it were indeed a guaranteed solution, it might be justifiable. However, whether an assassination succeeds or fails, it invariably leads to significant turmoil that cannot be easily resolved." The young man at the forefront on the left shook his head and admonished. His name was Hua Qiming, a scholar from the Imperial Academy. Though he was a learned individual, he was not a fool. If assassination could truly resolve matters, it would be acceptable. Yet, regardless of success or failure, it would incite great calamity. Xia Chun may be perceived as a mere waste, overlooked by the Duke of Annong and his household. Yet he is ultimately the legitimate son of the Duke. Furthermore, this betrothal was bestowed by His Majesty, intended to win over the Duke's house and demonstrate imperial favor. The identity of the second princess's husband is of little consequence, provided he belongs to the Duke's lineage. Thus, even if Xia Chun were to perish, it is highly likely the second princess would still be promised to another. Su Jun, upon hearing Hua Qiming's rebuke, felt a surge of anger. However, he suppressed it upon noticing the presence of the princess. Yao Guang quietly listened to their exchange without interruption, yet deep within her eyes lay disappointment towards Su Jun. Both Su Jun and Hua Qiming had been recruited by her from the Imperial Academy this month, and it was now evident that Hua Qiming possessed superior intellect compared to Su Jun. Assassination is not to be dismissed entirely, but to employ it against the legitimate son of the Duke is rather frivolous. If all matters in this world were to be resolved by murder, would not chaos have already engulfed our realm? The Duke of Zhendong, though not the highest in military rank, has produced numerous talents. Duke Xia Chutian is celebrated as the great military deity of the previous generation. 36 years ago, during the Huaiyang campaign between Dao Wu and Dafeng, a fierce battle raged for 3 years. Ultimately, as commander, Xia Chutian led an army of 200,000 to defeat the renowned general of Dafeng, Xiao Yu. Penetrating deep into Dafeng's territory and advancing within 30 miles of its capital. Had it not been for the incursions from the west by Deqing and the eastern demons taking advantage of the situation, that battle could have resulted in the near annihilation of Dafeng, or at least the acquisition of half its territory. This victory brought the Duke of Zhendong great renown. Following this, he voluntarily relinquished his military powers, retreating into seclusion to devote himself to martial arts. It is precisely due to this action that Emperor Wen placed immense trust in the Duke of Zhendong, showering him with rewards. The second princess understood well that this voluntary retreat alleviated her father's suspicions and provided the second generation of the Xia family with an opportunity to shine. The brothers Xia Qian and Xia Yuan began to emerge in the military, achieving remarkable accomplishments and becoming leaders among the martial descendants. 21 years ago, Xia Qian, the eldest son who inherited one of the 2 marquisates of the Duke's house, shone brilliantly in battle against the southern barbarians. Following in his father's footsteps, he practiced restraint and voluntarily surrendered his military authority, returning to the capital to manage the Duke's household. Though he had remained out of the limelight for many years, who could dare to underestimate his capabilities? Xia Yuan, the second son who inherited the Marquisate of Annong, was appointed as commander on the Eastern Wilderness battlefield 14 years ago in a time of crisis. For the preceding 13 years, he steadily maintained his position without achieving great feats, yet he also committed no errors, ensuring that the eastern borders remained as stable as a mountain. The court officials rejoiced and breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Yuan's ability to stabilize the eastern front was indeed a significant achievement. However, when compared to his father and elder brother, he was no longer perceived as an exceptional talent. Little did they know that a month prior, after 13 years of lurking and luring the enemy, Xia Yuan had erupted in an astonishing display of power, eliminating a formidable third-rank demon and shocking the entire realm. The emergence of 3 commanding figures from one family was bound to astound the world and instill trepidation within the imperial court. Yet, in this tumultuous era, the Great Wu was not the sole power, and it was imperative to cultivate alliances rather than suppress the Marquisate. In such circumstances, an assassination attempt on the Marquis's legitimate heir was unthinkable. Xia Qin, deemed a mere invalid, posed little threat. It was merely a matter of marriage, which had already been settled and required no further discussion. The Eastern Marquisate was loyal to the throne and had made significant contributions to the state. Alleviating the emperor's burdens was indeed a commendable act. The second princess smiled radiantly, instantly brightening the hall, though her gaze remained extraordinarily calm. Deep within her heart lay a grand ambition that she had never shared with anyone. Her peculiar behavior and refusal to confine herself like other princesses within the palace walls were all for the sake of this ambition. Who said that women could not ascend to the throne? She, Yao Guang, was determined to become the first of her kind in history. Chapter 7. The Golden Generation. Deep within the esteemed residence of the Zhao Dong Marquis, there stands an imposing 7-story ancient tower that exudes a unique aura. The foundational sword technique has indeed been enhanced. 7 distinguished elders, their hair gray with age, reacted with astonishment. Some rose abruptly from their seats. Others inadvertently tugged at their own white beards. And some spilled tea from their cups, their hearts in turmoil. The foundational sword technique, as its name suggests, serves as the bedrock of martial arts, a fundamental method. An individual's combat prowess and potential are profoundly linked to this foundational technique. Thus, the Marquis's foundational sword technique is a closely guarded secret, accessible only to the direct descendants of the family and exceptionally gifted disciples who have proven themselves worthy. This technique has been the cornerstone of the Xia family's enduring legacy for 6 centuries. Each martial arts family possesses its own unique foundational method, all shrouded in secrecy to maintain a monopoly on knowledge and ensure their continued prosperity. The Xia family's foundational technique, originated by their ancestor Xia Xuanjin, has been refined over generations by family heads and elders who believed it had attained perfection, rivaling even the royal foundational techniques. Yet now, an improvement has emerged, achieved by a younger generation. How could they not be astonished? However, as they gazed at the crack in the ground, radiating a fierce energy, they recalled that Xia Qin had just demonstrated it before their eyes. Although they verbally questioned it, their hearts had already come to believe. Their immense reaction stemmed from the sheer incredibility of the situation. Well, while your martial talent may be lacking, your comprehension is truly extraordinary. In terms of contributions to the family, you surpassed that rascal Xia Yuan, remarked the eldest among them, his hair speckled with gray, laughing heartily. Yet within, he felt a pang of sorrow. How unfair it seemed that heaven granted this child exceptional insight, but denied him martial talent. Otherwise, the Xia family would have produced another unparalleled prodigy. His name was Xia Yu, the elder brother of Zhao Dong Marquis Xia Chutian, and the paternal uncle of Xia Qian and Xia Yuan, making him Xia Qin's great uncle. Among the 8 brothers of Xia Chutian's generation, he ranked 3rd. Yet due to his extraordinary talent and intellect, he was chosen as the head of the Xia family, inheriting the title of Marquis of Zhao Dong. The other 7 brothers also served in the military during their youth. 36 years ago, during the Huayang War between the Great Wu and Great Feng, Xia Chutian achieved legendary status in battle and eventually voluntarily relinquished his military command, stepping away from the army. The other 7 brothers followed suit, returning their military powers and taking on elder roles within the Marquis's residence, dedicating themselves to mentoring the younger generation and enhancing the family's heritage. Even with all the military achievements, none can compare to your creation. Another elder chimed in, who was Xia Qin's 5th grandfather, Xia Xian. The Marquis's residence has flourished for 600 years, producing generation after generation of talent. Over 300 years ago, their ancestors were once again honored with the title of Marquis Anwu. And 173 years ago, they received the title of Marquis Anong. Thus, the Xia family boasts 3 marquises, and for them, military accomplishments are hardly in short supply. Xia Chun improved the foundational techniques, which will undoubtedly lead to future generations of his family becoming increasingly exceptional, with their cultivation speed accelerating remarkably. This carries profound significance. Upon departing from the Merit Tower, Xia Qin found himself stepping into this esteemed structure for the very first time. It was also the first occasion in 17 years that he had encountered the elders of his family. Judging by their reactions, it was evident that they were aware of Xia Qin's notorious reputation as a failed genius. This moment served to enhance his presence significantly, greatly benefiting his standing within the Marquis's residence. The impressions of the 7 clan elders towards him were quite favorable. Exchanging the Shouyang demon-breaking blade for such recognition was indeed a worthwhile trade. In his contemplation, Xia Chun considered the possibility of having his name inscribed in the clan's history to be honored posthumously alongside many great talents of the family in the ancestral shrine, sharing in the blessings of future generations. However, he was indifferent to such notions. He sought only fame during his lifetime. The legacy of his name after death was not a concern for him at present. As he navigated the winding paths of the backyard and crossed the martial arts arena, he observed the lively scene. Young children, around 5 or 6 years old, were diligently practicing foundational punches under the guidance of martial instructors, while 11 or 12-year-olds were mastering the spear, wielding it with remarkable finesse. Some youths were lifting enormous stones, sweat pouring down their faces. Yet their gazes radiated determination and perseverance. At that moment, a boy of about 13 or 14, with a physique reminiscent of a monkey, quickly approached Xia Chen after casting aside the heavy stone he had been lifting. "Brother Chen, have you come to see me?" he exclaimed, his round face beaming with a delightful innocence. This boy was named Xia Wen, the son of Xia Chen's third uncle, Xia Han. Although Xia Han hailed from a martial family, he favored the scholarly path over martial pursuits, hoping his son would excel in academics. However, Xia Wen had always preferred martial arts, displaying extraordinary talent in the field, while his academic performance was less than commendable. Due to Xia Chen's lack of aptitude in martial arts, his uncle Xia Han took him under his wing, guiding him in the study of literature to cultivate a righteous spirit, adhering to Confucian principles. Thus, prior to the age of 10, Xia Chen frequently dined at his uncle's estate, developing a close bond with his cousin. "I'm heading to the Concealed Merit Pavilion to select a technique, and I thought I would stop by to see you," Xia Chen replied with a smile. In the Marquis' residence, children, regardless of gender, were required to attend the martial arts arena from the age of 5, enduring the elements with unwavering dedication. However, due to Xia Chun's subpar martial talent, his uncle Xia Qian allowed him to forego this daily obligation to preserve his dignity. In his youth, Xia Chun, driven by a sense of pride, pushed himself to attend the arena, but as he witnessed his peers making rapid advancements while he struggled to even grasp the basics, he gradually ceased his visits. A glance around the arena revealed only youthful faces. Most of those who had been his contemporaries, or even slightly younger, were no longer present. Xia Chun understood that many had already progressed to the 8th rank of refinement, beginning their training in the military, a tradition within the Marquis' household that prioritized cultivation level over age. Upon breaking through to the 8th rank of refinement, one may emerge into the world and unfold grand ambitions. "Brother Chun," a voice echoed, and Xia Chun turned towards it, spotting a delicate little girl, seemingly no more than 10 years old, timidly approaching him. Her cheeks were flushed, having just completed a set of martial forms. This was Xia Qian and Cui Mengru's youngest daughter, named Xia Yushi. "Brother Chun, Brother Chun." Several others approached, all descendants of the 7 esteemed elders' lineages, along with a few talented youths from collateral branches. Hesitating for a moment upon seeing everyone greet him, they too joined the assembly. Listening to the hushed conversations around him, Xia Chun discerned that he was regarded as a direct descendant. Although he had been somewhat inconspicuous within the Marquis over the years, his reputation was considerable. After all, the Marquis had established itself through martial prowess, and it was indeed the first time in many years that a talentless individual had emerged. Some greeted Xia Chun with smiles, while others maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement, neither affable nor adversarial. Yet no one cast derogatory remarks. They were all still youthful, yet most were precocious, exhibiting high emotional intelligence. No one would dare to offend a direct descendant, even one lacking martial talent. Moreover, it was widely known that Xia Chun had become a prince consort, which further diminished any motive to deride him simply due to his lack of martial aptitude. Furthermore, in terms of seniority, Xia Chun was the elder brother to all present. The Marquis had thrived for 600 years, placing great emphasis on fraternal respect. Xia Chun greeted each person with a warm smile and a gentle tone, creating an atmosphere akin to a refreshing spring breeze. His gaze settled on a few of the youths in attendance, a serious expression crossing his face. These individuals were destined to shine brilliantly in the future. Xia Wen, styled Xuanba, is also the brother of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor nurtured him from a young age. Hence Xia Wen holds both affection and respect for the Emperor. In his youth, the Emperor was like a hidden dragon in the depths, concealing his brilliance and waiting for the opportune moment. Therefore, he did not stand out among his peers. Within the imperial clan, only one remains unaffected by external influences, maintaining a close bond with the heavenly emperor. Characterized by profound friendship and brotherly love. Xia History, Volume 1, Families of the Third Generation, Chapter 8, The Concealed Skill Pavilion in the Arena. It was currently a period of respite, and the martial artists observed the gathering of individuals exchanging pleasantries without interruption. Among them, a somewhat aloof youth of around 12 or 13 years caught Xiachen's attention. This young man, named Xia Yichen, had previously exchanged greetings with Xiachun. Thus he was familiar with him. He was a scion of the Xia family's collateral line, destined to command the formidable cavalry of the Great Unified Era, striking fear across the realm. Yet, at this moment, this divine general still bore a youthful visage. Xiachen's gaze shifted to another young lad, Xia Haoyu, the direct grandson of his sixth grandfather, who was also poised for remarkable achievements in the future. Brother Chen, are you setting out to train? Inquired Xiaowen, his face alight with excitement. Xiachen candidly expressed his intention to visit the concealed skill pavilion and conveyed his plans to Xiaowen. I too am on the verge of a breakthrough to the 8th rank. I shall come to seek you out then. Xiaowen, with innocent enthusiasm and straightforwardness typical of youth, harbored no ulterior motives. Xiachen was taken aback. Xiaowen was still a few months shy of 12, yet was close to breaking through to the 8th rank. Evidently, the prodigious talent of the Xia family shone brightly, as expected, both within the Xia family and the Dawu dynasty. The younger generation of prodigies were emerging like bamboo shoots after the rain, heralding the arrival of a golden era. Xiachen mused internally, stirred by the thought that the golden generation had yet to fully mature. The accumulated fortunes of the Xia family over 6 centuries were on the brink of being unleashed, promising to elevate the family to new heights. He realized he must seize this opportunity without delay. The concealed skill pavilion stood tall with 7 stories. Xiachun had only visited once before, during his studies of basic sword techniques. This time, due to his significant accomplishments, he was granted access to all levels below the 6th floor. Rather than hastening directly to the 5th floor, he first entered the 1st floor, approached the right-hand bookshelf, and picked up a volume to peruse. The Storm Sword Technique. Xiachun scanned through the text, yet his thoughts were far removed from the sword techniques themselves. Skill acquisition in progress. Xiachun calmly noted within. Skill acquisition, 1. Skill acquisition, 25. Skill acquisition, 100. Before his eyes, a virtual interface materialized. Although he had entered this world ahead of time and no longer held the identity of a player, this auxiliary system remained intact, granting him full access. For instance, it aided in the comprehension of advanced sword techniques, and now it facilitated the acquisition function. Initial players possessed only the most rudimentary proficiency enhancement functions, basic and crude, whereas his auxiliary system had evolved to the Aura Revival version. Thus, even when players from the Empress era arrived, Xiachun could effortlessly surpass them, armed with functionalities that were several versions ahead. As Xiachun wandered through the pavilion, he was swiftly cataloging the entirety of the 1st floor's techniques. However, the collection of over 6 centuries worth of practices, despite having undergone rigorous filtering to exclude ordinary techniques, remained as vast as an ocean of smoke on this floor. Xiachun selectively cataloged only the most significant martial techniques before abandoning the 1st floor and ascending to the 2nd. The 2nd floor primarily housed techniques suitable for practitioners at the 8th grade refinement stage, encompassing various forms of swordsmanship, saber techniques, spear skills, and halberd methods, along with methods for body refinement and energy cultivation. It also contained a plethora of military formations, and, intriguingly, Xiachun even encountered some esoteric practices of sorcerers. The Xia family had established its legacy through martial prowess, but after 6 centuries of accumulation, their history included quelling rebellions by sorcerer factions, thereby absorbing their inherited techniques. Xiachun focused on the military formations, aware that while martial artists and sorcerers were indeed formidable, a well-coordinated military formation could harness the lethal essence needed to vanquish them. However, upon inspection, he found that these formations were predominantly basic ones, mostly comprising 3-man or 5-man units, with only a select few capable of forming 7-man formations. Xiachun felt no significant disappointment. Such military formations were closely guarded secrets, the very foundation of aristocratic martial families. The Grand Formations, consisting of thousands or even tens of thousands of soldiers, allowed commanders to consolidate the strength of the entire army, enhancing their own capabilities to engage in battles against superior foes, and even within the Xia family, such techniques were exceedingly precious, not accessible to all. Xia Chun surmised that techniques of this caliber were likely stored on the 5th floor or higher of the repository. Throughout the vast realm of martial arts, the number of aristocratic families possessing techniques for armies of over 10,000 was undoubtedly fewer than 10. In the depths of the repository, Xia Huang and Xia Hong exchanged glances, having already noticed Xia Chen's peculiar behavior on the 2nd floor. They were, respectively, Xia Chen's great-uncle and 6th uncle. The Xia Haoyu whom Xia Chun had seen in the training grounds was the grandson of Xia Hong. Their usual duty was to guard the repository. And having recently been summoned to the Merit Building, they learned of Xia Chen's improvements to the foundational saber techniques, thus forming a strong impression of him. What is he doing? Just skimming through? Xia Hong questioned, perplexed, as even his 70 years of experience could not decipher Xia Chen's actions. You ask me? Who should I ask? Xia Huang retorted, equally baffled. This boy has great potential, but he is still too young. His resolve is not yet steadfast. His martial talent is somewhat lacking and requires careful guidance. If he becomes restless, it may limit his achievements for a lifetime. After observing for a while, Xia Hong shook his head, offering his critique of Xia Chun. A martial artist must be resolute in their goals, advancing without hesitation, yet Xia Chen's mind seemed unsteady. He picked up a technique only to hastily set it down again. Such temperament was not conducive to great accomplishments. Alas, it is a pity. No wonder Xia Yuan neglects this child, pouring all his energy into his younger son, Xia Hao. Xia Hong sighed, withdrawing his gaze to refrain from further scrutiny. Xia Chen remained blissfully unaware that his every action was under observation and critique. Even if he had known, he would have paid them no mind. He appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart brimmed with immense joy. As he gazed at each 100 displayed on the system panel, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. This time, he intended to empty the entire grand repository of them. After sensing that an hour had elapsed, Xia Chen swiftly cataloged some unique techniques on the 2nd floor before ascending to the 3rd. The collection of techniques on the 3rd floor was considerably fewer than those on the 1st and 2nd floors, yet their quality was evidently of a superior caliber. Xia Chun even discovered some practices from Taoism and Buddhism, with the sacred texts of the Buddhist and the true essence of Taoism specially designated in a particular area. He was astonished to find such profound teachings within them. As the Buddhist and Taoist traditions shone brightly in the awakening of spiritual energy era, their techniques were undoubtedly remarkable. Some seemingly ordinary scriptures, in the future, would unveil the resplendent truths of the ultimate laws. Individuals had derived the Arhat breathing method from the Arhat Sutra, while others envisioned the celestial palace of peace from the Taiping Sutra, thereby transcending into the extraordinary. Xia Chun held these scriptures from both traditions in high regard and prioritized their cataloging. Chapter 9. The Crimson Sun Body Refinement Technique. Having thoroughly examined the 3rd and 4th levels, Xia Chen proceeded to the 5th level. This level was expansive, yet it housed merely 100 tomes of martial arts. Unfazed, Xia Chun continued his methodical approach, noting that the time required to assimilate the techniques varied across different tiers. For instance, on the 1st level, he could absorb most techniques in merely 2 to 3 seconds, while on the 5th level, it took at least 1 to 2 minutes. Patiently, he awaited the absorption process, discovering a collection of techniques pertaining to the 1,000-man formation, capable of harnessing the full might of an army to empower oneself. There were 10 volumes, uniquely situated in a designated area. Another section contained Buddhist and Taoist spells, while another corner showcased Confucian calligraphy and paintings, each piece imbued with a distinct Taoist essence. Rich in profound vitality, immensely beneficial for scholars pursuing the Confucian path. Engrossed, Xia Chen approached these artworks and began to engrave them. A smile blossomed on his face as he observed the progress bar on the interface. Upon completing the inscription of all techniques on the 5th floor, he picked up a tome titled Crimson Sun Body Refinement Technique and pretended to read it, all the while internally declaring the commencement of his simulation and infusion. System simulation in progress. 5 minutes later, new text appeared on the panel. Infusing true meaning of Crimson Sun Body Refinement Technique. Progress, 5. Progress, 35. Progress, 78. The entire transmission lasted 3 minutes, during which Xia Chun felt his skin grow heated. As if his flesh and bones were being tempered in molten lava, each cell akin to being sculpted by a divine craftsman, expelling impurities. In his eyes, a great sun rose, merging the insights of the Shouyang demon-slaying blade with the profound essence of the Crimson Sun body refinement. Each drop of blood thickened, suffused with the energy of the utmost yang. The entire fifth-floor space radiated warmth, reminiscent of the peak of summer. Xia Chun resembled fresh steel emerging from a blazing forge. In an instant, the elders, Xia Hong and Xia Huang, materialized in the fifth-level space, their expressions grave as they beheld the transformation of Xia Chun. Has he comprehended the Crimson Sun body refinement technique? Has he grasped its true essence so swiftly? They exclaimed in unison, disbelief flickering in their eyes. They were well aware of the immense benefits this technique offered to martial practitioners, even proving effective for those at the fourth tier, which justified its placement in the fifth level of the Hidden Techniques Pavilion. Initially, they had paid little heed to Xia Chen's cursory examination of the techniques. But how could he suddenly comprehend the Crimson Sun body refinement technique? Their minds were filled with questions. As Xia Chen slowly opened his eyes, the radiant sun within gradually receded, the vigorous energy surging from his pores subsiding, and his skin returned to its normal hue. Fourth grandfather, sixth grandfather, what brings you here? Xia Chen feigned curiosity as he inquired, fully aware that such an essential treasure as the hidden merit pavilion of the entire Marquis' residence would undoubtedly be guarded. How did you comprehend the Qiyang body refinement technique so swiftly? Xia Hong, characterized by his impatient nature, posed the question first. I am not entirely certain. I was merely observing, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon me. Xia Chen scratched his head, appearing endearingly naive, his expression reminiscent of a more evolved version of Xiaowen. Xia Hong, filled with questions, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Not sure? A sudden realization? Is it really that simple? Xia Huang remained silent, stepping forward to grasp Xia Chen's hand, a surge of true energy flooding into Xia Chen's body for examination. He harbored suspicions regarding his grandson's unusual behavior. However, as he traversed Xia Chen's meridians, he discovered no abnormalities. Instead, he noted that Xia Chen's physique was extraordinarily robust, with an exceptionally solid foundation. Indeed, his innate talent was rather ordinary, ill-suited for martial practice, yet his depth was profound. Xia Huang, perplexed, found the situation rather uncanny. With so many techniques available, why did you choose this one? Furthermore, what were you engaged in previously? Xia Hong voiced his concerns, bewildered by Xia Chen's earlier actions. I have heard that the ancient sages perused countless texts, merging the essence of myriad schools to create astonishing methods. Thus, feeling somewhat audacious, I wish to emulate the ancients. Xia Chen rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Regarding his choice, he added, I sensed a certain similarity between this technique and the Shouyang Break Magic Blade I previously comprehended, which inspired me to select this path. Xia Huang chuckled heartily, soon erupting into laughter. You wish to emulate the sages? He said with a smile, relishing the delightful absurdity of the statement. However, he quickly realized that such a boisterous laugh might discourage the young lad, prompting him to offer a more measured admonition. You are still quite young and possess limited experience. Moreover, your current level is too low. It is premature for you to delve into multiple texts. What you need now is singular focus, to tread a singular path. Even if your talent is exceptional, you should at most choose a supplementary route. One cannot study too broadly, otherwise it may prove detrimental to your realm and mindset. Xia Chen nodded earnestly. Though your martial talent may be lacking, your comprehension is remarkable. Perhaps you may still achieve great accomplishments in the future, Xia Hong encouraged. Indeed, Xia Chen engaged in further conversation with his elders, who patiently imparted various essential cultivation insights before he took his leave. As he departed from the Hidden Merit Pavilion, Xia Hong sighed. What a pity for this child. His comprehension is nothing short of extraordinary, yet he is burdened with a wasted physique. How unjust fate is. He pondered why this child had not been guided towards the Confucian path, recalling that he had once followed the third son, Xia Han, in his youth. Why was he not allowed to continue down that road? With such remarkable comprehension, nurturing a righteous spirit through the Confucian way, our Xia family might have produced a great scholar. Xia Huang lamented, sharing in the anguish, genuinely pained that such a promising future had been squandered. For 6 centuries, the Xia family has predominantly been composed of unsophisticated warriors, often looked down upon and suppressed by the literati within the court. Should Xia Chun ascend to become a great scholar, it may well herald the emergence of a literary lineage within the Xia family, achieving a harmonious balance between the yin and yang. Xia Hong remained silent for a time, before finally speaking in a measured tone. It is said that in the past, it was the second son who returned from the eastern wilderness battlefield with a letter addressed to the third son, asserting that his child ought to practice martial arts. Even if deemed physically inept, he should still wield a sword on the battlefield rather than a pin. The pavilion of concealed mastery fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable pause, a voice broke the stillness. Alas, the second son, Xia Yuan, was indeed a commendable man and an exceptional general. Distinguished by his intellect and innate talent, bringing no disgrace to our noble house. However, in the realm of fatherhood, he fell short. Xia Huang shook his head, recalling the sentiments he had once heard regarding Xia Yuan's attitude towards Xia Chen, and he sighed deeply. In his youth, the heavenly emperor was scarcely familiar with the warmth of parental affection, growing up in solitude within his clan. The elders of the family had little faith in his martial talent. Nevertheless, the heavenly emperor possessed an indomitable spirit, displaying relentless perseverance and diligence in his studies, perusing countless texts and achieving extraordinary comprehension. One day, while in the scripture vault, he suddenly grasped the essence of the martial arts. Upon hearing this, the clan elders were left astounded. Records of the Xia, Volume 1, Annals of the Founding Emperor. Chapter 10, the official position. Xia Chen returned to his courtyard, where the night had already enveloped the earth. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting delicate beams of moonlight upon Xia Chen's fingertips, dancing like fairies. Having ventured out in the morning and remained occupied until evening, this day proved to be more vibrant than the past 2 months combined. Young master, Xia Qian exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the commotion, rushing out to greet him. I have heard that His Majesty has betrothed the second princess to you. The news has spread throughout the estate, and gifts have been sent from every courtyard. Yes, just help me keep them safe, Xia Chen replied with a nod, choosing not to expend excessive energy on such matters. For the next 2 days, Xia Chen remained diligently in his courtyard, devoted to his studies and training. With each increase in proficiency displayed on the system panel, he felt himself advancing rapidly. The pure young energy within him had thickened, and his combat prowess was now incomparable to before. He employed the Shouyang demon-slaying blade to draw upon the extreme yang energy of heaven and earth, purposefully refining his flesh and blood. Simultaneously, he practiced the Qiyang body forging technique to cultivate his inner energy and strengthen his bones. Although the two methods bore some similarities, they complemented each other, resulting in a profound transformation of Xia Chen's physique. This tranquility was disrupted on the 3rd day when a longtime attendant of the family head, Xia Qian, knocked on the door of Xia Chen's small courtyard. Third young master, the master requests your presence. Xia Chen, being the third in line among the legitimate heirs, was referred to as the third young master within the estate. Uncle Dong, why have you come in person? You could have simply sent someone to summon me. Xia Chen, who was training with his upper body bear, quickly ushered the middle-aged man inside. Xia Dong, a trusted aide of Xia Qian, also bore the Xia family bloodline, being a branch that split off 156 years ago, rendering their blood ties relatively close. Having followed Xia Qian since childhood, he was akin to a companion, accompanying him in martial training, studying military strategies, and even later joining him in the military camps. 21 years ago, he had distinguished himself alongside Xia Qian on the southern border, earning a commendation from the court as a general. However, after Xia Qian retired from the military, he too relinquished his official position, remaining by Xia Qian's side as an ordinary attendant. It is better that I come in person regarding matters concerning the young master, Xia Dong said with a smile, standing in the courtyard and observing Xia Chen's skin, which glistened like tempered iron, the crimson hue gradually fading. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. We are family. There is no need for such formality. Please, Uncle Dong, have a seat while I freshen up. I shall be ready shortly, Xia Chen said with a smile, taking Xia Dong's hand and guiding him to sit in the courtyard. Despite Xia Dong's humble demeanor, no one genuinely regarded him as a servant. Xia Dong, his face beaming with a smile, did not exert too much formality, holding a favorable view of this somewhat unassuming third young master. Compared to other young masters, Xia Chen showed him much more respect. Xia Chen quickly washed up and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Though a sense of joy lingered within him, his steps remained steady, exuding an aura of calmness. He had already surmised that Xia Qian's summons was likely related to the official position matter, indicating that there had been progress. The Marquis's residence sprawled over a vast expanse, and due to the inability to gallop at great speed, Xia Chen could only amble leisurely. After over 20 minutes, he finally arrived at Xia Qian's abode. Uncle. No need for excessive formalities. The understated and reserved front hall housed several chairs. Once seated, Xia Qian was promptly served tea by a maid, who then discreetly withdrew. Chinner. Your desire to venture out for experience has been addressed. There are currently 3 positions available, all quite respectable, Xia Qian stated, sipping his tea with a calm demeanor. A smile graced Xia Qian's features. Indeed, being backed by the Marquis's household made matters much easier. In his previous life, he had spent over 6 months in a game before attaining an official rank, and that was merely the lowest, a 9th-grade official. Now, with 3 official positions to choose from, although the ranks of these positions remained unknown, the Marquis's influence assuredly meant they would not be lowly. The first position was that of the Imperial Guard, the Yulin Wei, the second was the military governor of Qingzhou, and the last was the Southern Border Army, all of which were 7th-grade official ranks. Xia Qian's gaze sharpened, as a scion of a prestigious family. The Xia clan's offspring were entitled to be favored and enter court as officials, often of considerable rank. This was precisely why Xia Qian had sought Xia Qian's assistance. There was no need to start from the bottom. Why toil as a mere soldier merely to prove one's worth? It was utterly absurd. By directly ascending to a higher position, was it not possible to demonstrate one's capabilities from such a vantage point? I shall choose the Imperial Guard, the Yulin Wei. Xia Qian inhaled deeply and made his decision swiftly. The Imperial Guard served as the personal army of the emperor, tasked with safeguarding the palace and ensuring the security of the capital. They were responsible for day and night patrols, maintaining public order in the capital, managing access controls, and wielding the authority to enforce laws against criminal activities within the city. What intrigued Xia Qian most was the enforcement power, although the capital was rife with powerful figures. A single stone cast could potentially strike a royal or noble. If leveraged wisely, this responsibility could unlock immense power. Moreover, crucially, in 5 years, during the coup known as the Door Change, the Imperial Guard would play a significant role. Perhaps I could lay the groundwork in advance. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Xia Qian's eyes. He immediately dismissed the idea of the household troops. While the Southern Border Army could hone his skills and quickly accumulate military achievements, they held no value for Xia Qian at this moment. His cultivation speed was aided by a system, thus he had no cause for concern. Although military achievements were beneficial for rapid promotion, Xia Qian believed that remaining at the heart of power in the capital would present even greater opportunities. Are you certain? Xia Qian inquired earnestly. Uncle, I am certain. I choose the Imperial Guard, the Yulin Wei. Xia Qian affirmed without the slightest hesitation. Very well, await my word. Xia Qian replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. Xia Qian, filled with joy, turned to take his leave, his spirits soaring. After 2 months, was he finally poised to emerge from the novice village? The capital. Here I come. In his previous life, although he had begun as an ordinary commoner in this game, he quickly experienced the splendor of the capital. However, this time, despite his exalted initial status, the Marquis's household imposed numerous restrictions. He could not leave the estate without attaining at least an 8th-grade rank. Why do I still retain memories of the various schools of thought, Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, and the poetic compositions from my past life? Xia Qian suddenly recalled a crucial point. Although players from the previous world have descended into this realm, they can only remember their friends and family from their daily lives. All cultural elements, philosophies, classical texts, and scriptures from the other world have been effectively obscured. Upon entering this realm, it is as if one is utterly incapable of recollecting them. It is as though this world forbids such things from existing. It was not until the advent of the Convergence of All Heavens version that this restriction was lifted. Xia Qian speculated that this might pertain to the supreme principles of Tao and reason, wherein certain esoteric meanings and thoughts were not allowed to manifest prematurely. Am I the one who has been overlooked? Taking a deep breath, Xia Qian glanced once more at his hand, where only he could perceive the ethereal image of the 9 dragons' jade seal. What is your origin, that you could bring me into this world ahead of time, retain my auxiliary system, and lift the veil of obscurity from me? Xia Qian murmured to himself, and as he posed this inquiry, the jade seal emitted a hazy, radiant light, as if on the brink of awakening, or perhaps seeking to respond. Chapter 11. The Celestial Realm. Upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Xia Qian's pupils constricted. For the past 2 months, he had endeavored to awaken the jade seal, but had received naught but silence. Today, however, faint strands of light began to emanate from it. Hastening his steps, he traversed the expansive Marquis's estate and entered his own chamber, firmly closing the door behind him. A sensation of searing heat enveloped his palm, as if something was striving to emerge from within his flesh. Xia Chun could distinctly perceive a connection to the Jade Seal, as though they existed in a state of mutual symbiosis, sharing a common origin. A wisp of chaotic energy wafted from the seal, and in a moment of reverie, Xia Chun beheld the intertwining of truth and principle, while divine chains of order shot forth. Mysterious runes manifested upon the surface of the Jade Seal, revealing countless beings prostrating in reverence, engulfed in celestial flames. At the heart of this vast expanse lay a towering altar constructed of 5-colored chaotic stones, a site of an ancient and enigmatic rite. Xia Chun heard the resounding echoes of this ritual, as if they were destined to pierce through the heavens. Were they calling for him? Dizziness enveloped him, and a cacophony reverberated through his being, sending shivers down his spine. In that instant, the once ethereal Jade Seal gradually transformed into a tangible entity, poised to materialize in this world, seemingly descending from an unknown realm. Unable to resist, Xia Chun approached the Jade Seal, which floated in the room, exuding wisps of violet energy. In the next moment, he vanished from the chamber, drawn into the seal. Outside, the surroundings remained eerily tranquil. Not a single soul within the illustrious Dongjing Marquis estate, renowned for its multitude of formidable beings, sensed a thing amiss. Xia Chun swiftly steadied his mind and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had arrived in an unfamiliar world. This realm was enshrouded in ice, steeped in a profound silence. Only in his immediate vicinity was there a flicker of vitality, a semblance of normalcy. He discovered himself standing atop a majestic altar, adorned in hues of 5 colors, upon which lay an array of items. Among them, the carcass of an ancient ferocious beast loomed larger than mountains, still oozing fresh blood, as if it had just been slain. There was also a piece of chaotic jade, emanating chaotic energy, and the divine golden essence of a phoenix. Was that a phoenix egg? As Xia Chun examined these items, he recognized them as unfamiliar, yet felt a sudden surge of knowledge flooding his mind. In the distance, he glimpsed a vibrant egg suspended in the void, seemingly on the verge of rebirth. His heart trembled. Nearby, he noticed another egg, resonating in harmony with the phoenix egg. A dragon egg. Xia Chun struggled to maintain his composure. The phoenix and true dragon had long been extinct. The pure-blood phoenix and pure-blood true dragon, being the apex divine beasts of the realm, would incite a tempest of bloodshed should they ever be discovered. In the era of spiritual revival, there have been instances of individuals rising rapidly after acquiring mere drops of phoenix essence or dragon blood. Yet here, now, lay a phoenix egg and a dragon egg, both seemingly brimming with life. This was truly astonishing, offering ancient ferocious beasts and rare treasures, even pure-blood dragon and phoenix as tributes. Who were they venerating? The heavens? No, it could not be. A tumult surged within Xia Chun. Who could possibly be worthy of such magnificent offerings? He instinctively felt as if he were offering a sacrifice to the heavens. Yet upon surveying his surroundings, he promptly dismissed the notion, for he stood atop the celestial realm, elevated amidst the vast expanse of the 9 heavens. Before him lay a grand array of palatial structures, constructed from the very essence of stars, stretching across billions of miles, as if to suppress all of existence beneath them. In that moment, Xia Chun seemed to embody the deity of this realm, with the entirety of the world within his sight, grasping the nuances of his surroundings. He had attained a certain privilege, desiring to approach the offerings. He found an invisible barrier thwarting his advance. Despite numerous attempts, he ultimately surrendered, for it appeared that the full extent of this authority remained closed to him. Was it that he had not garnered the approval of this place? Or perhaps the conditions necessary for unlocking its secrets were insufficient? Xia Chun pondered to himself, but soon ceased his ruminations, continuing to scrutinize this enigmatic world. Was this the heavenly court, abounding in power, ruling over the myriad realms? Yet, for some reason, it seemed to have succumbed to defeat, its splendor encased in ice. In the distance, he beheld the frozen celestial soldiers and generals, as well as the names etched upon the palaces: Lingshao Hall, Ministry of War, Medicine Palace, Hanlin Academy, the schools of the 100 schools of thought, Demon-slaying platform, God-sealing platform, Pavilion of concealed achievements, Pool of transcendence. A myriad of departments were present, each housing individuals exuding a terrifying aura, yet all were ensnared in ice. Their lives appeared dim, yet within each lay a crystal pulsating with a unique Tao rhythm, brimming with the principles of the Great Path. As Xia Chun was lost in contemplation, a resonant dragon's roar echoed beside him. His pupils constricted sharply as he witnessed a golden divine dragon, spanning unknown territories. erupting forth from the Zixiao Palace. The dragon's head was visible, yet its tail remained elusive. However, this divine dragon seemed to be in a dire state, exceedingly frail, its golden light dimming, as if it were about to vanish entirely from this realm. The Dragon of Fortune. Suddenly, Xia Chun recalled the origin of this dragon. Its eyes, filled with intelligence, sparkled with joy upon seeing Xia Chen's figure. In the blink of an eye, it hovered above Xia Chen's head, and before he could react, it plunged directly into his forehead, merging with him. Xia Chen felt as if his body were on the verge of exploding. A vast energy surged into him, causing his meridians to shatter instantaneously. Yet soon, this energy, imbued with an immense vitality, catalyzed a rapid rebirth of his previously fading corporeal form. Destruction and vitality intertwined. A cyclical dance of opposites united. Xia Chen's physical being transformed into a vessel, achieving a peculiar equilibrium. Simultaneously, his eyes seemed to experience acute stimulation. The once faint presence of his dual pupils now fully manifesting. His black and gold irises appeared to undergo a mutation. Within the luminous whites of his eyes, two pupils emerged. One yin and one yang, as if embodying the fusion of sun and moon, radiating with purple-gold energy, while the Dragon of Fortune flashed by, seemingly melding with his gaze. The phenomenon of dual pupils, an ancient anomaly, is said to be exclusive to the revered sages and emperors of antiquity. It is whispered that those who possess dual pupils are endowed with a supreme destiny. As long as they do not perish prematurely, they ascend to become sovereigns over the heavens. Now, the dual pupils within Xia Chun have begun to awaken. The duration of this transformation remains unknown. Upon regaining consciousness, Xia Chen discovered that his physique had been forged as if from indestructible adamantine, and he began to feel a distinct change from within. The golden divine dragon, a manifestation of the fortune and power of this fractured celestial court, has now entered my being? Xia Chen's expression grew solemn. The Fortune dynasty is capable of consolidating the world's fortune, appointing divine officials who can cultivate using the dynasty's auspicious energy. This is also the fundamental reason behind the later conflicts of the celestial dynasty. In this chaotic world, what is contested is, indeed, a force of fortune. Only the sovereign of the dynasty can bear the golden dragon of the nation's fortune, yet it seems that I have absorbed that very golden dragon. Chapter 12. The Supremacy of the Imperial Path. Xia Chen meticulously examined his body, yet the auspicious golden dragon had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. During his exploration, he sensed that his vitality had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. He had never felt so invigorated. It seemed as though his innate bone structure had been reshaped, leading to a remarkable breakthrough to the seventh tier of the refining spirit realm. Xia Chen murmured to himself. Although he possessed an auxiliary system that allowed him to enhance his strength merely by improving his proficiency, the reshaping of his innate bone structure, no longer being a waste body, was evidently of great significance. Xia Chen felt only a modicum of surprise at his own enhancement. An immense surge of energy had coursed through him, overwhelming his body to the point of annihilation. Yet, unexpectedly, that very energy harbored a rich vitality that enabled his body to undergo a rebirth. Calming himself at the center of the altar, Xia Chun began to advance. With the Lingxiao Hall ahead of him, he was unaware of how long he had walked, as time seemed to stand still in this place. A day, a month, a year. It felt akin to traversing a span of 10 years or even a century. The distance ahead appeared deceptively short, yet it felt as though he had crossed boundless space. Eventually, he entered the Zixiao Hall. Before him stood towering deities, their forms grander than mountains, their gazes capable of piercing the depths of the underworld. Their presence could shatter mountains and rivers. Yet, in that moment, they were all still, bowing their heads in reverence, as if exhausting all their life force. Within their chests, mysterious crystals pulsed with energy. Xia Chun was profoundly moved by the scene before him. The in his palm bore a significance far beyond his comprehension, as if it contained a dilapidated ancient heavenly court. Unable to resist, Xia Chun gazed towards the multitude of deities bowing. In the midst of them stood a majestic figure, surrounded by celestial bodies, with 9 true dragons suspended like ornaments above his arms. This figure stood silently, yet an imperial aura emanated from him. The supremacy of the imperial path. All myriad paths bowing in submission. Suddenly, Xia Chen's heart trembled as he beheld the countenance of the emperor. The endless chaotic energy that had obscured his face dissipating gradually. At first glance, he was captivated by the emperor's eyes, which possessed a rare dual pupil. At that moment, Xia Qin's own dual pupil seemed to awaken, resonating with the Emperor's, as if they were calling out to one another. Sensing a kinship, a beam of purple-gold light emanated from the Emperor's dual pupils. Again, Xia Qin instinctively wanted to retreat, recalling the earlier auspicious golden dragon that had suddenly surged into his body. However, he found himself utterly unable to move. The entire world appeared to awaken. Myriad paths roared as the purple-gold light pierced directly into his mind. A torrent of information exploded within his consciousness. Xia Qin let out a groan. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he fainted on the spot. As Xia Qin awoke, a gentle light began to emerge on the distant horizon, gradually dispelling the enveloping darkness that had shrouded the capital. With the dawn of light, he cast a glance at the clock crafted by the sorcerers of the Heavenly Master's residence. Had merely a night passed? Upon inspecting his body, he discovered that, aside from a slight depletion of his spirit, his vitality and blood had reached their zenith. My realm has ascended to the 7th rank of spirit refinement. What I experienced was indeed not a dream. Opening his palm, he noticed the Jade Seal's totem slowly manifesting before his eyes, emanating delicate streams of luminous energy, as if rejoicing that the precious gem was finally free from dust. Xia Qin could distinctly feel a profound connection with this Jade Seal. He meticulously recalled the events of the previous night in the shattered celestial court, when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his mind, akin to being pricked by needles. The Tai Chu Emperor's Tao of Ascendance? A new scripture had taken root in his consciousness. But as he attempted to peruse this cultivation technique, he found it shrouded in a veil of chaotic mist. It seemed this scripture had yet to emerge into the world. This is an imperial technique, bestowed upon me by the sovereign of the celestial court? Yet why can I not comprehend it? Is it because the revival of spiritual energy has not yet occurred? Or perhaps I have yet to establish a dynasty of fortune, thus rendering me incapable of accessing its wisdom? Xia Qin pondered various hypotheses, but ultimately relinquished his speculations, deciding that when the time was ripe, the secrets of this scripture would reveal themselves. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to restore his vigor. Although his power had surged tremendously, it seemed that the acceptance of the technique's inheritance had drained a considerable amount of his energy, causing him to faint. Xia Qin believed that his weakness was the root of the matter. Neither his physical form nor his spirit could bear such immense power, let alone cultivate it. He practiced diligently until the afternoon before finally opening his eyes, his complexion rosy, with both his spirit and physical vitality restored to their peak. Venturing into the courtyard, he commenced his martial practice. The wind from his punches swirled fiercely, creating a series of explosive sounds in the air. The difference between the 7th and 8th ranks was indeed substantial. At this stage, a 7th rank cultivator could be deemed quite formidable, even within the military. One could serve as a 1,000-man commander, leading 1,000 soldiers. In the realm of martial arts, such strength could easily classify one as a master. Master, your official documents have arrived, along with your armor. The Imperial Guard has also sent their regards, announced Xia Qin. Rushing into the courtyard with the documents and a suit of armor in hand, Xia Qin halted his training and accepted the papers, delving into their contents. This was an appointment letter issued directly by the Ministry of War, marking his official entry into the realm of governance. Starting as a 7th rank captain, the privilege of being a legitimate heir of the Marquis truly proved advantageous. Xia Qin chuckled. In his previous life, he had expended countless hours and efforts to attain such a rank, yet now he found himself achieving it with remarkable ease. The illustrious legacy of the Ho family spans 6 centuries, marked by countless military achievements and the sacrifices of valiant ancestors, all of which have culminated in this moment. Xia Qin gazed at the document in his hands, murmuring to himself, acutely aware of the reasons that had afforded him this opportunity. Young master, when do you plan to assume your position? Tomorrow, Xia Qin replied calmly, having awaited this moment for 2 months. Such urgency. I wish to accompany you. Xia Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having spent his childhood within the confines of the Ho residence, he yearned to explore the world beyond. His talent was notable. Just a month prior, he had achieved the 8th rank in the refinement realm. Very well, pack your belongings and join me tomorrow, Xia Qin nodded. As a scion of a family renowned for its military prowess, he was permitted to bring his own troops, a practice that has become customary in the current era of the Great Wu dynasty. This arrangement serves a dual purpose. It enables the offspring of military families to swiftly gain control over their respective camps, thereby preventing any potential insubordination, while also ensuring their safety. In this world, The descendants of military families often find themselves not merely gilding their reputations, but facing the realities of the battlefield, engaging in genuine combat. This understanding is precisely why the civil officials of the Great Wu dynasty harbor no objections, should anyone dare to voice dissent. The military representatives would retort, if you oppose the inclusion of our troops, might it not be wiser to send your own kin to the front lines to confront the barbaric creatures and demons? Such words invariably rendered the court silent, leaving no room for further discussion. The following day, as dawn broke, Xia Chun rose early. Today marked the beginning of his official duties. Chapter 13. The Imperial Guards. Xia Chun donned his official military attire and stepped out of the small courtyard. Xia Qian awaited him at the entrance, accompanied by 3 robust men radiating vitality. At a glance, Xia Chun discerned that these 3 were no ordinary individuals. An aura of ferocity enveloped them, exuding a palpable bravado simply by their presence. "Young master," the 4 exclaimed in unison. Xia Chun was unsurprised by their presence, recognizing them as the household guards of the Marquis' estate. Every scion of the Marquis family was assigned several personal guards, serving both as protectors and foundational support, facilitating the young lords in swiftly mastering military affairs. "Let us proceed." Xia Chun nodded, refraining from further conversation. The 5 moved quietly through the Marquis' estate and exited through a side gate. The Marquis' residence stood prominently in the heart of the capital, in close proximity to the imperial palace. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves on the central avenue, a thoroughfare established 800 years ago at the founding of the nation. Though termed a street, it resembled more of a grand plaza, capable of accommodating 12 horse-drawn carriages simultaneously. Vast in its expanse. Despite the early hour, the thoroughfare bustled with life, with various vendors lining the sides, each striving to make a living. Pedestrians flowed like a river, and horse-drawn carriages traversed the path, as the dawn heralded the awakening of the sprawling metropolis, which began to operate like a well-oiled machine. Xia Chun and Xia Qian, along with their companions, casually enjoyed a light breakfast by the roadside before making their way directly to the headquarters of the Imperial Guards. Given that the Imperial Guards were responsible for the safety of the capital and occasionally served as royal escorts, their headquarters was established within the inner city rather than outside its walls. "Halt! Who approaches?" As Xia Chun arrived at an imposing building near the palace, he was promptly intercepted. Fully armored soldiers advanced towards him, yet their demeanor remained courteous. "Xia Chun, here to assume my post today?" Xia Chun offered no further elaboration nor concealed his identity, eschewing any pretense of humility. He was there to attend to serious matters. "Lieutenant Xia." The soldiers at the entrance immediately stood at attention, saluting with respect. They had already been informed of the arrival of a new lieutenant in the Imperial Guards. This lieutenant hailed from a prestigious lineage, the direct descendant of the Marquis of the Eastern Town. Xia Chun nodded, maintaining a serious expression that conveyed an air of aloofness. "Lieutenant, please allow me to escort you inside." A subordinate, standing at the forefront, swiftly approached Xia Chun, bowing humbly with a beaming smile, personally guiding him into the building. As Xia Chun's figure vanished through the entrance, the remaining soldiers exhaled deeply and began to whisper amongst themselves. "My goodness, when has our superior ever been so amiable?" Smiling to the point of forming wrinkles? The selection standards for the Imperial Guards were exceedingly stringent, predominantly comprising hereditary members, merit-based descendants, and exceptionally formidable individuals from various military camps. Moreover, they were the Emperor's personal troops. Thus, everyone possesses a certain confidence. On ordinary days, one would not only encounter the likes of a lieutenant, but even generals are often seen. While new lieutenants may display politeness, they would never adopt such a subservient demeanor. However, this particular situation is undeniably different. It is needless to say, one must consider the identity of the person involved. Although he is known as a mere wastrel in the capital, his status cannot be overlooked. His sudden arrival in our Imperial Guards raises questions as to whether this is a boon or a bane. Aha, within our ranks lie many hidden talents, and it is well known that numerous scions of noble families are among us. This new addition is simply another scion of a Marquis' house. We shall merely observe the spectacle. A soldier chuckled, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Lieutenant, this is the barracks." Li Shi led Xia Chun into the rear courtyard. Despite being a backyard, it was surprisingly expansive, resembling a vast military encampment. At that moment, a regiment was engaged in drills on the plaza. "Where are my men?" Xia Chun inquired calmly, feeling somewhat disoriented in this unfamiliar environment. The orderly who had guided him thus far seemed quite astute. "Lieutenant, over there," but at this moment Li Shi hesitated, his face betraying uncertainty. Xiachen furrowed his brows, seeking clarification, yet Li Shi remained tight-lipped. "Lieutenant, you shall discover for yourself." Xiachen said nothing further and chose not to press the matter. He lifted his leg and ventured deeper into the barracks. As he approached the right rear of the camp, he was met with raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha, I've won again. This noon, I shall treat the brothers to drinks at Deshun Tower." Standing outside a tent, Xiachen heard the sounds of cards being slapped and boisterous laughter, indicating a gathering for a game. In that instant, Xiachen comprehended that this world employed playing cards, a rare form of leisure. However, such activities were strictly forbidden in the military, especially those involving gambling. Yet, his countenance revealed no emotion, which caused Li Shi, who observed silently beside him, to feel a shiver of apprehension. The newly arrived lieutenant was somewhat inscrutable. Li Shi was well aware of the circumstances here and understood the reasons behind them. Initially, he had intended to merely enjoy the spectacle, yet he was unable to discern any rage upon the face of the new lieutenant. It appeared that this officer possessed little vigor, merely having been born into a fortunate situation. Li Shi shook his head inwardly. "I will go and confront them," exclaimed Xiachen, standing behind Xiachen, unable to contain his anger. It was early morning, and while other regiments engaged in their morning exercises, this group brazenly played cards. "Allow me," Xiachen interjected, his gaze piercing through the thick fabric of the tent, revealing the scene within. Upon waking that morning, he had discovered a peculiar change in his eyes, granting him the ability to perceive certain extraordinary details. Such sight, capable of penetrating the mundane, was indeed effortless. Xiachen raised his leg and pushed aside the tent flap, immediately allowing a gust of cold wind to awaken the two soldiers stationed at the entrance. They shivered, their faces contorted with anger. Upon seeing a stranger enter, they shouted, "Who are you to dare intrude upon the military camp?" Having just been dozing off, their minds were still clouded, yet they recognized the figures of the Imperial Guard, which emboldened them to speak so boldly. Their outburst quickly drew the attention of others within the camp, causing those gathered around several card games to rise abruptly. "Xiachen," he called out, maintaining an air of calm. "Who among you is in charge here?" An immediate silence enveloped the camp as realization dawned upon some of the onlookers. A hint of anxiety flickered across their faces as one hastily concealed the playing cards within his armor. Yet, others remained unfazed, grinning without a trace of reverence. "So it is young Master Xiao," one voiced with a sardonic tone from within the tent, unperturbed by Xiachen's presence. "How eager you are. The appointment was only confirmed yesterday, and here you are today, ready to assume your duties." Chapter 14. The first day in office within the military tent. A robust young man rose to his feet, shaking the wooden plaque in his hand. A smile graced his face as he regarded Xiachen, his expression not one of fear but rather tinged with provocation. This was Zhao Yu, the commander of the Feathered Forest Army and the third son of Duke Jinwu, a direct subordinate of Xiachen. Xiachen had already familiarized himself with the backgrounds of several officers under his command, having received their profiles from the Duke's residence the previous day, with particular emphasis on Zhao Yu. Xiachen understood the source of Zhao Yu's animosity towards him. It stemmed from Xiachen's usurpation of his position. Had Xiachen not been parachuted in as a lieutenant, Zhao Yu would have undoubtedly secured the role by virtue of his lineage as the son of Duke Jinwu. Just days ago, Zhao Yu had boasted to those under him that he would treat everyone to a feast once the military appointments were finalized. However, in a mere 3 days, the situation had drastically shifted with Xiachen's unexpected arrival, leaving Zhao Yu feeling aggrieved. Since yesterday, he had taken the lead in provoking trouble, shirking rehearsals in favor of leisure within the barracks, aiming to assert his dominance over Xiachen. Zhao Yu's gaze burned with resentment as he observed Xiachen, who now donned the uniform that Zhao believed rightfully belonged to him, a uniform now worn by this infamous waste. He scoffed internally, questioning the gravity of playing cards in the military. Xiachen, however, paid no heed to Zhao Yu's disdainful glare and directly challenged him. True, he was an airborne soldier. But how could Zhao Yu claim superiority? After all, Zhao Yu had also been parachuted into his position within the Imperial Guard. Everyone resented privilege, lamenting their lack thereof. Xiachen's privileges were earned through generations of sacrifice and bloodshed. For 6 centuries, his family had served their country with valor. This was merely a matter of the Zhao family being overshadowed by the Xia family, leading to Zhao Yu's indignation at Xiachen's ascension. At present, there are no tasks at hand. We are merely engaging in leisure activities. Does young Master Xiao have any objections? Zhao Yu retorted, still unperturbed. During work, one should adhere to their duties. Xia Chen's eyes narrowed as he focused intently on Zhao Yu. Moreover, I am addressing you. His tone was calm, yet it exuded an unexplainable pressure that Zhao Yu had only felt from his father or prominent figures within the court. This sensation ignited a flush of embarrassment on Zhao Yu's face, realizing he had been unsettled by this so-called waste from the Xia family. What? Is the newly appointed lieutenant attempting to establish his authority over me today? Zhao Yu's eyes glinted with hostility. His family had already cautioned him to keep a low profile and avoid trouble for the next few days, yet he remained defiant. They were all offspring of noble families. Although Xia Chun was the eldest legitimate son, Zhao Yu had two elder brothers. He was well aware that Xia Chun held little significance within the Duke of East Town's household. The indifference of Duke Anong towards his legitimate son was common knowledge throughout the capital. Moreover, Xia Chun was notoriously regarded as a waste, which was utterly disgraceful for the esteemed martial descendants. Thus, he did not believe his standing would be inferior to Xia Chen's and, disregarding his family's admonitions, resolutely decided to confront him. I shall not grant him any face in public, diminishing his prestige. Once this breach is opened, others will have an example to follow. And how will he maintain his position in the Imperial Guard thereafter? Zhao Yu's intentions were straightforward. He aimed to trample Xia Chen's dignity into the ground on the very first day of his appointment. Outside the military tents, numerous soldiers were crouched by the flaps, eavesdropping. The moment Xia Chen entered the camp, they were filled with curiosity and anticipation. The crowd outside grew larger, as nearly everyone not engaged in training rushed to witness the unfolding drama. In the heart of the camp, two middle-aged men were seated, sipping tea. Should we intervene? We could simply pretend to be oblivious and continue our tea, one remarked. It's unnecessary for us to meddle in the conflict between the young lords. Yet, Xia Chun is the legitimate son of the Duke of the East and also a prince consort. As the emperor's personal guard, if we allow Zhao Yu's antics to escalate, it could lead to dire consequences. A square-faced general took a sip of tea, his expression tinged with concern. There's no rush. Precisely because of his unique status, we should refrain from intervening. Today marks his first day in office. If he cannot even manage his subordinates, it may lead to disappointment among certain factions. The general, donned in the attire of a civil official yet exuding a fierce demeanor, spoke with a grave tone. General, are you suggesting that someone is keeping an eye on Xia Chen? Is it the emperor? The square-faced man, named Qin Mu, appeared startled, suddenly realizing something. As he was about to utter the words, the general stationed nearby cast an abrupt glance in his direction, prompting him to hastily restrain his tongue. We are the emperor's personal guard. While it is customary for the martial descendants to enter our ranks, the means by which they do so is of utmost importance. Without the emperor's approval, even the Duke of the East would find it challenging to place someone here. Li Wenzhong's gaze was distant, as if he sought to penetrate the military camp and witness the distant turmoil. Qin Mu nodded in understanding. Disrespecting superiors, inciting unrest, and gambling within the camp, do you know how these three offenses should be punished? Xia Chen's voice resonated within the tent, penetrating far and wide, ensuring that all those eavesdropping outside could hear. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow. Xia Chun maintained an air of tranquility throughout, and his tone was deeply unsettling for Zhao Yu, making him feel as though he were being scrutinized by someone of lofty stature. Has he truly deluded himself into believing he is a figure of importance? Zhao Yu scoffed internally, becoming increasingly dismissive. After all this time, what could Xia Chen possibly do to him? Sir, you wouldn't dare to punish me, would you? Not with your standing. Zhao Yu laughed heartily, and as he did, some soldiers gradually gravitated toward him, standing behind him and creating an invisible aura of intimidation. In an instant, Xia Qian and his companions unleashed their formidable presence, no longer suppressing their vital energy. By military decree, they were to endure 100 strikes from military rods as punishment for their transgressions, and subsequently expelled from the barracks. Those who obstructed this decree would share in their fate. Xia Chen remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the shift in atmosphere. Yet, as he uttered these words, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. His blood thickened, radiating heat, and the boiling energy coalesced behind him into a resplendent sun. He drew forth a crimson blade from behind, striking directly at Zhao Yu. This blow sliced through the air like a blazing sun, causing every hair on Zhao Yu's body to stand on end. He felt a profound sense of impending doom. With a swift motion, Zhao Yu unsheathed his military knife, channeling his internal energy into the blade, determined to counter Xia Chen's assault. He was taken aback that this infamous wastrel from the capital dared to draw his weapon in such a public setting. The sheer terror emanating from that strike was palpable. Intense sparks ignited where their blades met. At the moment of collision, Zhao Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an overwhelming force surging through his weapon, and the next instant, he let out a cold snort. His face flushing crimson before he violently coughed up a torrent of blood. His body was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a tent before being propelled outside, colliding with a soldier who had been eavesdropping nearby. Both men tumbled to the ground outside. Suddenly, the entire military camp fell into silence, with everyone frozen in place. Chapter 15. Expulsion from the barracks. The scene unfolded with astonishing rapidity, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Such unrestrained action. Only when they beheld Zhao Yu, his arms hanging limply and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, did they snap out of their stupor. "Brigadier!" A voice cried out from within the tent. Hastily rushing towards Zhao Yu to offer support. Unexpectedly, this seemingly genteel officer possessed a fierce temper. Was he reputed to be a notorious weakling? How could he display such formidable strength? Zhao Yu was already at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Quite domineering indeed. In the barracks, whispers spread among those standing at a distance, their expressions filled with astonishment. Some had noticed Xia Chen's prowess. He had defeated Zhao Yu with but a single stroke. It was well known that Zhao Yu hailed from a noble family and practiced an extraordinary martial art, often able to exchange blows with several 7th-rank experts in the army. Although Zhao Yu had been caught off guard, the defeat was still remarkably decisive. Li Shi, who had accompanied Xia Chen, wore a look of surprise. He had anticipated a confrontation, but never expected the local bully Zhao Yu to suffer such a significant setback right from the outset. His gaze towards Xia Chen began to shift. This once notorious waste from the noble house seemed to possess some genuine skill. Not only was Li Shi astonished, but even those accompanying Xia Chen, including Xia Qian, displayed signs of turbulence in their expressions. Xia Qian sensed that his master had undergone considerable changes recently. Not only was his mind inscrutable, but his strength appeared to have advanced by leaps and bounds. After effortlessly defeating Zhao Yu, Xia Chen remained unperturbed. He slowly sheathed his crimson blade and lifted the tent flap. Sunlight cascaded upon him, enveloping him as if he were bathed in a sea of golden light, exuding a sanctified majesty that was beyond reproach. What a striking visage! This was the immediate reaction of all who beheld Xia Chen's countenance. Though clad in armor and devoid of the trappings of a wealthy young master, his appearance and demeanor were exceptionally distinguished. Xia Chen strolled over to Zhao Yu's side. "What do you intend to do to my master?" Zhao Yu's pallor deepened, his demeanor listless. As Xia Chen approached, he attempted to raise his arms, but they had just been shattered by Xia Chen's blade. The 3 soldiers behind him quickly rose to shield Zhao Yu. "These are the Zhao family guards." Zhao Yu scorned his superior. "I have subdued him. Where is the Jiazi camp?" Xia Chen offered no response to the guards' inquiries. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, his soft voice resonating like ripples, echoing throughout the entire barracks. The soldiers exchanged glances, but soon, some reacted swiftly, assembling quickly in the open space. The initially hesitant soldiers, upon witnessing their comrades gather and casting a glance at the bloody Zhao Yu still lying on the ground, gritted their teeth and joined the ranks. In mere moments, the 98 members of the Jiazi camp were aligned and ready. "Where's the supervisory team?" As Xia Chen's voice faded, 5 individuals emerged from the Jiazi camp with swift and precise movements. This newly appointed lieutenant, who disregarded even the Zhao family, was unflinching in his demeanor towards the scions of the Hou family, asserting dominance without hesitation. "Drag him away, 100 military strikes. Then let the Jinwu Hou family come to claim him. From this day forth, he is expelled from the Imperial Guard." Xia Chen cast a glance at the fallen Zhao Yu and then at the disciplinary team, his voice devoid of any emotion resonating throughout the military camp, sending chills down the spines of many. "Expelled from the Imperial Guard?" The captain of the disciplinary team, Li Zhong, stammered in disbelief. "Is the meaning unclear? Shall I elucidate once more?" Xia Chen's gaze bore into Li Zhang, who felt as though he was being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. For reasons unknown, he sensed that this new lieutenant exuded a pressure far more formidable than that of the ministers in the court. I understand." Li Zhang nodded fervently. "What authority do you possess to expel me from the Imperial Guard?" Zhao Yu, though weakened, had regained some composure. Hearing Xia Chen's words, he was seized with fury, spitting blood in response to his indignation. If he were indeed expelled from the Imperial Guard, it would not only strip him of his dignity, but also render him incapable of maintaining his standing in the capital circles. The Jinwu Ho family would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule, a laughingstock among the city's elite. Xia Chen paid no heed to Zhao Yu. The man was utterly foolish. Brazenly leading a card game within the military camp and daring to provoke him so openly. The military upheld the virtue of humility above all. Was he not offering the knife directly into Xia Chen's hands, a means to establish authority through this act? How could the esteemed Jinwu Ho family have produced such a simpleton? Xia Chen found himself questioning whether Zhao Yu was truly of their bloodline, as he seemed to have inherited none of their qualities. What are you still hesitating for? Proceed with the punishment. Xia Chen glared at Li Zhong, who shivered and, without further ado, directed his 4 subordinates towards Zhao Yu. As they approached, the Zhao family's guards attempted to intervene, but Xia Chen's companions swiftly disarmed several of them. They had been idly accompanying Xia Chen to the military camp to bolster his presence, yet had not been afforded the opportunity to act. As Xia Chen single-handedly commanded the situation. Within the camp, as onlookers witnessed Zhao Yu being dragged away, distant cries of anguish echoed moments later, causing the spectators' scalps to prickle. Zhao Yu was the scion of the Jinwu Ho family, yet the heir from the Jindong Ho family showed no sign of restraint, treating him with utter disdain. In terms of position and background, none could rival Zhao Yu, and in this moment, they dared not underestimate Xia Chen any longer. Xia Chen had decisively seized control of the situation, executing his actions with the efficiency of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, with the advantage firmly in his grasp. He struck quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly, thereby establishing his authority and solidifying his position in an instant. At the heart of the camp, the square-jawed Qin Mu nodded slowly, a hint of admiration evident in his expression. Although Zhao Yu's methods were somewhat crude, he relied on his lineage from the Jinwu Ho residence, believing that Xia Chen would harbor some reservations. However, he was taken aback by Xia Chen's audacity, as he directly shattered all conventions through sheer force, instilling fear within the ranks. It seems this young man has indeed studied military strategy at the Zhendong Ho residence. Li Wenzhong, the lieutenant general of the Yulin army, sipped his tea with a calm demeanor. He is your subordinate. Once he establishes his authority and fully grasps the situation, you shall bring him to meet me. To enter the Yulin Guard without first paying me a visit, and instead heading straight to the military camp, such a lack of decorum, Li Wenzhong remarked, irritation creeping into his voice. Upon noticing Qin Mu's grave expression, he quickly added, maintain a more respectful attitude. Yes, Qin Mu replied respectfully. Li Wenzhong let out a sigh. Alas, our Yulin army is modest in stature. This newly appointed officer is not only the legitimate son of the Zhendong Ho residents, but also a royal son-in-law, making his status exceptionally unique. He cannot be treated as an ordinary subordinate. Who knows how the increasingly inscrutable emperor, as he grows older, perceives this Xia Chen. If he were to be placed within the imperial guards, it could signify other intentions, for the saint's gaze may very well be upon this matter. Chapter 16. The benefits of being a son-in-law. Xia Chen followed closely behind Qin Mu, gradually traversing the military camp towards the tent of the lieutenant general. The Imperial Guard, comprising a contingent of 3,000 men, was under the supreme command of the lieutenant general, a 4th-rank official. Beneath the lieutenant general, there were 3 captains, each overseeing 1,000 guards, with Qin Mu serving as one of the captains and Xia Chen's immediate superior. Below the captains were the lieutenants, who managed 2 battalions, totaling 200 men. The rank below that was the battalion commander, who oversaw a single battalion. The previous battalion, known as the Armor Battalion, was under the command of Zhao Yu, who was currently engaged in a game of cards within the military tent. Xia Chen was already acquainted with Qin Mu, and to his surprise, despite being his superior, Qin Mu displayed a remarkably courteous demeanor towards him. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chen discerned the reason behind it. Captain, may I inquire why the lieutenant general has summoned me? Xia Chen approached Qin Mu and spoke softly. I am uncertain. You shall find out upon entering. Qin Mu replied with a smile and a shake of his head. However, I presume it is not a matter of great significance. Today marks your first day in office, and according to protocol, you should have reported to the lieutenant general first. Qin Mu observed Xia Chen, whose gentle and composed demeanor was a stark contrast to the fierce attitude he had previously displayed towards Zhao Yu, prompting him to elaborate further. Xia Chen pondered this. Indeed, he had overlooked the proper protocol. Initially, he had been escorted by the gatekeeper, believing he was to meet the lieutenant general, only to be directly guided to the tent's vicinity. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing that everything had been meticulously orchestrated. As he contemplated this, a soldier emerged from the expansive military tent. "Captain, the general requests your presence." Xia Chen nodded, maintaining a dignified composure as he entered the tent. Upon entering, he immediately beheld a middle-aged general seated within. "Salutations, General." Xia Chen promptly cupped his fists, respectfully executing a military salute. In the military, hierarchy dictated all interactions. Even if backgrounds were to be discussed, it would be done discreetly. Subordinates were required to show deference to their superiors, a fundamental principle. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, any offense by a subordinate towards a superior was deemed a grave transgression within the military, which explains Xia Chen's audacity in expelling Zhao Yu from the Imperial Guard. Even if the matter escalated, Zhao Yu would be at fault. "There's no need for excessive formalities," Li Wenzhong said with a genial smile, inviting Xia Chen to take a seat and personally pouring him a cup of tea. "I summoned you primarily to meet and get acquainted, haha." Li Wenzhong exhibited none of the airs typically associated with a superior as he continued, "We are both descendants of martial merit, akin to family. Moreover, I share a significant connection with the Duke of Zhendong's household. 200 years ago, my ancestors accompanied that generation's Duke of Zhendong on a campaign, achieving remarkable military feats and becoming vanguards in the army, ultimately earning my family a marquisate. Though this title is not hereditary, it has integrated us into the annals of martial glory, which is why I now occupy this position as Lieutenant General. So, if you do not mind, you may refer to me as Uncle." Li Wenzhong gazed at Xia Chen, taking the initiative to foster a closer relationship between them. "Uncle." Xia Chen did not hesitate and replied with a smile. Yet, simultaneously, his mind was at ease as he swiftly analyzed the information that his uncle, Xia Qian, had sent him the previous day regarding Li Wenzhong. Although the Li family was a member of the military merit group, throughout the 8 centuries of the nation's destiny, countless illustrious martial families had emerged. Over the course of 800 years, the tides of time had transformed the landscape, and only 3 families have endured since the founding of the nation. The martial sovereign emperor, who reclaimed the territories, could indeed be regarded as the founding monarch. During his reign, countless meritorious subjects were rewarded. However, as time has passed, only 6 families have continued their lineage, while others have long since fallen into decline. Presently, the backbone of the military merit group consists predominantly of families who have attained nobility due to military accomplishments over the past 1 or 2 centuries, with the Li family being one of them. However, the marquisate of the Li family had long vanished since the generation of Li Wenzhong's father. The Li family began its decline. Originally, the fate of the Li family was destined to follow the path of many martial families, gradually waning until disappearing from the annals of history. Yet, just as the Li family seemed poised for oblivion, it experienced an unexpected resurgence with Li Wenzhong's rapid rise, swiftly ascending from the Imperial Guards to the position of Zhonglong General, commanding the Yulin Guard. This revitalization allowed the Li family to regain some vitality in recent years, granting them a degree of influence within the military merit group. He is favored by the emperor. Although the information from Xia Qian's report did not explicitly state this, Xia Chen quickly deduced the conclusion. The only plausible explanation for such rapid advancement within the Imperial Guards is that he has garnered the emperor's favor. Otherwise, such a pivotal position as the commander of the Yulin Guard would not be casually bestowed upon anyone, given the favorable treatment directed towards him. It appears that his status as a royal consort is not as disadvantageous as he had initially presumed, particularly within the Imperial Guards where this identity proves exceptionally advantageous. Through various pieces of information, Xia Chen soon understood why both Qin Mu and Li Wenzhong held him in such high regard. His lineage from the Zhendong Marquisate was one factor, yet the underlying reason likely still resided in his identity as a royal consort. If one were to liken the royal family to a household, then the Imperial Guards clearly represent the royal family's personal soldiers, and as a royal consort, he could be considered a semi-master. Until the upper echelons clarify their stance towards him, the individuals beneath them would naturally refrain from treating him with anything less than respect. Reflecting on these thoughts, Xia Chen's demeanor grew increasingly composed. Before Li Wenzhong, he neither appeared disrespectful nor overly subservient. As they sipped tea and conversed, their relationship deepened, and they soon addressed each other as uncle and nephew. Upon exiting Li Wenzhong's military tent, a smile graced Xia Chen's face. This beginning exceeded his expectations. The influence he could potentially wield within the Imperial Guards might surpass his initial assumptions. Returning to his own camp, Xia Qian hurried over. "Young master, General Li did not give you any trouble, did he? In the military camp, we still refer to titles. Do not call me young master anymore. Xiaqin waved his hand and continued, no, my conversation with General Li was quite pleasant. Xiaqin succinctly conveyed certain circumstances to Xia Qian and the 3 family soldiers accompanying him, namely Xia Hui, Xia Xiao, and Xia Kong. All were seasoned warriors who had truly experienced the battlefield, with Xia Hui achieving the remarkable cultivation level of the 7th tier in the refining spirit realm. In a military setting, he could undoubtedly hold the position of a school lieutenant or even that of a captain. As Xiaqin engaged in conversation with the 4, a voice resonated from outside the tent. Subordinate Qian Nan requests an audience with the esteemed lieutenant. Xiaqin welcomed his fellow commander, Qian Nan, into the tent. Upon entering, Qian Nan saluted respectfully and promptly pledged his loyalty, evidently having already heard of Zhao Yu's fate. Truth be told, a cold sweat had begun to form on his back. Zhao Yu had approached him the previous day, proposing that they join forces to give the newly arrived lieutenant a stern warning. Fortunately, he had taken his troops out on patrol that morning and had avoided an encounter. Otherwise, he feared he too would have been expelled from the Imperial Guards. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 17, Duke Jin Wuho. In the military tent, Xiaqin scrutinized Qian Nan, remaining silent for a considerable time, causing beads of cold sweat to appear on Qian Nan's forehead. Just as Qian Nan's heart raced with trepidation, a calm voice broke the silence. Rise, Sir Xie. Qian Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the oppressive aura that had enveloped him dissipated. What had seemed like an eternity was merely a fleeting moment. He sensed that the newly appointed captain bore a formidable presence, far more intimidating than that of the military's middle-ranking officials. Could this be the demeanor of a direct descendant from the Duke of Eastern Town? Such poise is truly extraordinary, he mused inwardly. How goes the patrol? Xiaqin inquired. All is well. We encountered a theft incident along the way, and the thief has been apprehended and taken to the Department of Punishments. Qian Nan responded with utmost respect. Xiaqin proceeded to ask several questions, primarily regarding the operational scope of the Yulin Guard and certain precautions, most of which Qian Nan was already familiar with. He sought clarification on specific details. Recently, the capital has been somewhat unsettled, with spies from the Great Qing beginning to surface. Our Yulin Guard has been commanded to assist the lantern bearers in swiftly identifying these infiltrators. Qian Nan mentioned a matter that piqued Xiaqin's interest. The lantern bearers were an organization distinct from the cabinet and the 6 ministries, operating independently of both civil and military officials, solely accountable to the emperor. They bore a resemblance to the Jinyui of the Ming dynasty, as Xiaqin recalled. Xiaqin nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiry. Although the Imperial Guard wielded considerable power, during peacetime, their influence within the capital was not as formidable as one might presume. In fact, when incidents or enemy spies arose, the emperor's first consideration would be the lantern bearers, followed by the Department of Punishments and the Supreme Court. The Yulin Guard often played a supportive role, assisting only when the dust settled, such as in apprehending culprits or conducting raids. At noon, Xiaqin invited his colleagues and subordinates to dine at the Tongfu building in the capital. His peers showed great deference, as all those without military duties attended the gathering. In the end, even Li Wanzhong and Qin Mu arrived, leaving Xiaqin's colleagues in awe. They were all astute individuals, fully aware of the significance of this scene. Consequently, their respect for Xiaqin deepened, and they frequently raised their glasses in enthusiastic toasts. Meanwhile, back at the Duke Jin Wuho's residence, chaos erupted. "Young master, what has happened?" cried out a guard, spotting Zhao Yu being escorted back by the family soldiers. At that moment, Zhao Yu appeared in a pitiable state, his arms hung limply. His back a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. He had lost consciousness, completely unresponsive. The guards who rushed over were taken aback by the severity of his injuries. Had Zhao Yu not possessed martial prowess, he likely would have succumbed to such wounds long ago. The once tranquil Duke Jin Wuho's residence became a flurry of activity, with various servants and maids scurrying about. A hurried individual made their way to the eastern city to summon the finest physician from the Xianyuan Medical Pavilion. "My dear son." Zhao Yu's biological mother, Lady Jin Wuho, rushed into the room only to find her son sprawled upon the bed, unconscious. Who could have committed such a heinous act? Displaying such cruelty without any regard for the esteemed Jin Wuho family? Lady Zhao turned to the loyal guards who had accompanied Zhao Yu, her voice rising in fury. Yet as she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Just this morning, he had been perfectly well. How could he return to her in such a state? Could it be the work of enemy spies? "My lady," Several guards hastily knelt in apology and recounted the events in detail. This young man displayed such ruthlessness towards his peers. How could the Jin Wuho family, known for its martial prowess, be treated with such disregard? Justice must be sought for my husband. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhao's gaze turned fierce. Her son had not only suffered broken arms but had also endured 100 strikes with the military cane. And he was even expelled from the Imperial Guard. Where is the justice in this? It is truly an affront. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the room, observing the enraged lady with evident displeasure. My dear, you must stand up for Yu. That scoundrel seems intent on ruining him. Lady Zhao, seeing Jin Wuho Zhao Yu enter, quickly seized his arm, leading him to Zhao Yu's bedside while pointing at her son, her voice choked with grief. Zhao Yu's heart tightened at the sight of his son in such a state, yet he maintained his composure. He brought this upon himself. Just yesterday, I specifically summoned him to the study to elucidate the stakes involved, advising him against provoking that young man from the Xia family, who is now his direct superior. It would be child's play for him to manipulate Zhao Yu. I even promised to assist him in securing a position as a school lieutenant in due time. But this fool still chose to challenge him. Not only did he engage in conflict, but he did so with such clumsiness. It is utterly mindless. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes as he compared his youngest son unfavorably to his two elder brothers, lamenting his lack of intellect and capability. He hardly resembled a member of the Zhao family. Otherwise, with the privilege of being a direct descendant of the Marquis and at over 20 years of age, how could he still be mired in such a minor position? Lady Zhao turned pale at her husband's wrathful tirade, but retorted, "It is true that Yu instigated the conflict. Yet we are both part of a martial lineage, allies in the same cause. It is not an exaggeration to call us family. Even if there are disagreements, must they be resolved with such brutality? Had Yu not reached the 8th rank, those 100 strikes could have killed him." Upon hearing his wife's words, a flash of ferocity crossed Zhao Yu's gaze, but soon rationality regained its hold over him. Military affairs are not to be taken lightly. The moment one assumes office, making a show of authority is imperative. If he does not establish his dominance now, how will he navigate the intricacies of the Imperial Guard in the future? From the instant this foolish individual decided to instigate trouble, the matter could no longer be resolved amicably. Duke Jinwu spoke calmly, although this marquis was an heir. He had experience in military command and understood the stakes involved. He felt a profound disappointment in his son, whose methods were excessively crude. Had he been in his son's position, he would never have made a public display of authority on the very first day of his rival's tenure. The lad from the Xia family was already his superior and thus held the moral high ground. If one sought to undermine him, it would be more prudent to do so discreetly, orchestrating a situation that would lead to the Xia youth's downfall. Will this matter simply be swept under the rug? He has expelled you from the Imperial Guard. Does a mere lieutenant possess such authority? Madame Zhao exclaimed with indignation. Enough. I have my own plans. While he lacks the power to act as he has, your son is unfortunately too foolish, allowing himself to be implicated in various charges. Should this matter be reported to higher authorities, the outcome will be no different. For now, let us maintain a low profile and refrain from targeting him. His situation is rather unique. It is possible that the Emperor's attention is upon him. Do you understand? Duke Jinwu warned his wife with a serious gaze. Why, yes. I understand, she replied, though still visibly reluctant. With a sigh, Duke Jinwu reflected on the intelligence of his elder and younger sons, lamenting that his youngest seemed to have inherited none of his wisdom, but rather all the folly of his mother. Chapter 18. The Astonished Second Princess. The Princess Yaowan's Residence. In the rear garden, a beautiful figure gazes intently at the pond. The central pond ripples gently, adorned with verdant lotus leaves and delicate pink and white lotus flowers standing gracefully, resembling bashful maidens dancing upon jade-green waters. Goldfish frolic beneath the surface, occasionally splashing crystalline droplets, adding a touch of vitality to this tranquil scene. All of it is as enchanting as a painted scroll. Until a woman clad in yellow hurriedly approached, disrupting the poetic tableau. Your Highness, news regarding Xia Qin has just arrived. Would you care to hear it? Has he taken office? The second princess did not turn, continuing to quietly admire the lotus flowers. How did the princess know? The woman in yellow, Li Wei, was taken aback. She had yet to utter a word, yet the princess seemed already aware. Li Wei, a striking beauty, relished candied hawthorn and was a prodigy in swordsmanship. At the age of 25, during the reign of the Empress, she journeyed alone to the Sword City to challenge the Sword Saint, and was defeated thrice, astonishing the world. He had always remained at the residence of the Lord of East Town, and apart from the news of his disability, there had been little stirring in the capital. Recently, the Lord of East Town's residence had been strategizing for his position. It was rumored to be within the Imperial Guards, and this must be the matter at hand. The second princess's voice was cool and composed. It was not difficult to deduce the situation with a little contemplation. Your Highness is truly remarkable, Li Wei exclaimed sincerely, marveling at her own inability to arrive at such conclusions. You should learn more from Ziyue. Reading enriches the mind with profound wisdom. The second princess shook her head, acknowledging her maid's merits, yet lamenting her lack of acumen. Reading makes me drowsy. Ziyue enjoys it, but I prefer delicious food. How delightful it is. Li Wei chuckled and scampered to the second princess's side. Having grown up alongside Ziyue and the princess, their camaraderie allowed for a certain informality. Your Highness, do you not wish to hear about him? After all, he is your future consort. Li Wei approached Yao Guang, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Both she and Ziyue, as the princess's close attendants, would be required to serve in the marital bed after the princess weds the prince. I have no desire to listen. The second princess, observing Li Wei's demeanor, shook her head, though a hint of amusement danced in her eyes. She wished to tease Li Wei, yet her curiosity regarding the man destined to be her husband was minimal. Your Highness, how can you be like this? I shall tell you anyway. Li Wei pouted adorably, intertwining her arm with the princess's as she hurriedly recounted everything about Xia Chen's encounters within the Imperial Guards. After Li Wei finished, the previously tranquil expression of the second princess shifted, revealing a flicker of emotion in her gaze. He incapacitated Zhao Yu with a single strike? Indeed. They say Xia Chen was incredibly fierce at that moment, facing an entire battalion while the others dared not move, all paralyzed by his presence. Li Wei nodded earnestly, her affirmation unwavering. Did he act with his family soldiers? Not at all. The second princess nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to inquire further. What is troubling the princess? Li Wei, though sharp-minded, was not foolish. Upon observing her usually astute princess in such a contemplative state, she promptly asked, for 6 centuries, the Duke of Zhendong's estate has upheld a regulation. Only those of the noble house who achieve the 8th rank of the refinement stage may leave the estate to join the military. The fact that Xia Chen has been permitted to do so indicates he has indeed reached this 8th realm. Yet, is he not a martial arts waste? Initially, I presumed his breakthrough to the 8th rank was due to the Duke's considerable investment in elixirs to elevate his status. However, it now appears my earlier assessment may have been flawed. His combat prowess must have attained the 7th rank of the spirit refinement stage. While realms can be artificially elevated through potions, true strength is determined by a multitude of factors. The second princess spoke slowly, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Could it be that he has consumed some miraculous elixir? Li Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Surely such wondrous potions do not exist in this world. Xia family, have you been concealing something? The second princess furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling that the rumors surrounding Xia Chen's frail constitution had always emanated from the Xia family, with no one from the outside having ever interacted with him. This implies that the information might have been deliberately disseminated by the Xia family. But to what end? To conceal a seemingly ordinary talent? The Xia family has a history of producing prodigies, and this generation has already revealed several outstanding individuals. Thus, does it warrant such secrecy over one Xia Chen? The ever-perceptive second princess found herself perplexed, struggling to comprehend the rationale. Continue to monitor Xia Chen and report any developments to me, she instructed, directing her gaze towards Li Wei, only to find her, unbeknownst to Wen, savoring a candied hawthorn on a stick. The princess couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. Very well, I shall keep a watchful eye, Li Wei replied, then produced another candied hawthorn from her sleeve. Princess, would you care for one? There are so many delightful treats outside. Life beyond the palace is far more exhilarating. Li Wei beamed, quickly licking the candied hawthorn, the sweet and sour flavors erupting on her palate, causing her eyes to sparkle with joy. I shall not partake. Do have one. I purchased plenty. With that, Li Wei thrust a skewer of candied hawthorns into the second princess's hands. A quarter of an hour later, the second princess held a skewer of candied hawthorns, savoring the flowers while indulging in the treat. To her surprise, the candied hawthorn was indeed quite sweet. A subtle smile crept onto the lips of the typically aloof second princess. Afternoon arrived. With no pressing matters at hand, Xia Chen, feeling rather bored, summoned all personnel from his 2 camps to familiarize himself with them. By the end of the afternoon, he had acquainted himself with nearly 200 individuals. While this task seemed trivial, it held significant importance. Among them, he appointed his family soldier, Xia Hui, to temporarily lead the armored camp, assuming the role of commander. Xia Hui possesses the 7th rank of the refining spirit realm. Upon learning this, Xiaqin discovered that he had previously held the title of Du Wei in the frontier army, commanding over 1,000 troops. Thus, overseeing a mere 100 individuals now seemed exceedingly effortless. Appointing him as a minor brigade commander felt like an unjust diminishment of his capabilities. Although Xiaqin's appointment was somewhat irregular and procedurally flawed, upon reporting the matter, the Lieutenant General Li Wenzhong did not hesitate to facilitate the necessary paperwork. In principle, such actions were undoubtedly improper, yet they remained merely a matter of principle. Li Wenzhong was more than willing to grant this favor. Moreover, Xia Hui's role was only temporary. Should Xiaqin depart from the Forbidden Army or venture elsewhere, Xia Hui would undoubtedly follow suit. He had harbored no lingering attachment to his former position as Du Wei, so it was inconceivable that he would now yearn for the modest role of a brigade commander. Chapter 19. Case Analysis. It was evening when Xiaqin returned home. Initially, he was supposed to patrol the streets during curfew, but upon inquiry, he learned that the curfew assignment for the 2 battalions under his command had been completed 2 days prior. Thus, with nothing to occupy his evening and unable to indulge in the pleasures of the brothel, he opted to return home. Young master. Not long after Xiaqin entered his room, the voice of Xiaqin echoed from outside. Come in, young master. The materials regarding the undercover agents of the Great Qing are on their way. Xiaqin entered, holding a stack of documents. These materials were internal documents from the Yulin Guard, and as a school officer, Xiaqin was authorized to access them. In the past month, the situation in the capital had become somewhat tumultuous. It was said that the news had reached the emperor, inciting his wrath. The lantern bearers had been dispatched, and many individuals had been apprehended in the capital, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. The military defense map of the Northwest has been stolen? Xiaqin opened the documents and began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The northwest border of the Great Wu Kingdom bordered the Great Qing and the Great Feng, housing an army of 200,000 border troops. The theft of the military defense map was a serious matter indeed. No wonder the emperor was furious enough to mobilize the lantern bearers to apprehend individuals en masse in the capital. Such a vital military map had been illicitly obtained from the Ministry of War without alerting anyone. It was evident that there was a mole within the ministry. Xiaqin muttered to himself as he examined the documents. For decades, the Great Wu and Great Qing had been embroiled in conflict. But aside from the large-scale battle of Huaiyang against the Great Feng 36 years ago, there had been no significant warfare, only minor skirmishes along the borders. Now, with the military defense map stolen, it was evident that a major upheaval could ensue. 36 years have passed since the Great Feng regained its strength. And following the Battle of Huaiyang, the 2 nations of Great Qing and Great Feng had grown increasingly close, seemingly forming an alliance against the Great Wu. As Xiaqin pondered these matters, he continued to read. The documents indicated that the military defense map had been pilfered by a minor official from the Ministry of War and subsequently handed over to a blacksmith in the western city of the capital. When the lantern bearers, upon receiving this information, visited the homes of the official and the blacksmith, they discovered that both had already taken their own lives. The trail of information ended there. Days passed, and it was certain that the military defense map had been disseminated. It seemed that the situation in the Northwest would undergo significant changes. Xiaqin contemplated the implications, regardless of whether they could apprehend the undercover agents of the Great Qing. The military defense map was undoubtedly lost. It might have already reached the capital of Great Qing. There must have been at least one intermediary between the minor official and the blacksmith, yet this intermediary was not mentioned in the documents. Was it an oversight? Or was it deliberately concealed? Xiaqin soon perceived an anomaly within the documents. The minor official was able to enter and exit the Ministry of War and had the capability to steal the military defense map from its core. Such a feat could not have been accomplished by him alone. Moreover, Xiaqin noted that the minor official resided in the northern city near the inner city, while the blacksmith lived on the outskirts of the western city. The straight-line distance between the two was over 20 miles, making it impossible for the minor official to have personally delivered the military defense map to the blacksmith. Regardless of whether it is the inner city or the outer city, a curfew is enforced at night. Unless one possesses a special pass, no one is permitted to wander the streets. And the military defense map is precisely what has led to the disappearance during the night. Lying in bed, Xiaqin contemplated these matters. The only individuals allowed to roam freely at night are the Imperial Guards and the Lantern Bearers, which raises suspicions against both parties. It is even possible that both have been infiltrated. Xiachen meticulously peeled back the layers of his thoughts, arriving at numerous conclusions. However, the information at his disposal was woefully inadequate. He could only derive these insights from the case files, and he harbored doubts regarding their completeness. The Lantern Bearers must possess far more intelligence, as they are professionals in both investigation and case handling. Regrettably, I lack the authority to access their files. Even if I were to request them in person, the Yulin Guards would merely assist, likely treating us as enforcers in their eyes. It is a well-acknowledged fact that the Yulin Guards are not adept at handling cases. They typically do not concern themselves with such matters. When a party requires assistance, they merely wait for the influential figures to uncover the truth before accompanying them to apprehend suspects or conduct raids. Consequently, whether it be the Lantern Bearers or the Criminal Division, the Dali Temple seldom shares extensive information with the Yulin Guards. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiachen gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, Xiachen arrived early at the Yulin Guard's office. "Good morning, Chief." Upon entering the military camp's courtyard, he spotted Li Shi, the energetic individual who had escorted him the day before. Li Shi approached with a broad smile, practically bouncing with enthusiasm, and lifted a bag in his hand. "Chief, would you like a steamed bun? I specially purchased these from the renowned Quanbuli Bun Shop. Their buns are the finest in the entire capital. Do try them." Xiachen observed Li Shi's face, a tapestry of wrinkles that belied his youthful age of merely 20. It was yet uncertain whether this young man intended to deceive him or simply sought to entertain himself. "Chief, they are truly delicious and unparalleled taste. The buns from Quanbuli are hard to come by. One must reserve them in advance." Li Shi, seemingly oblivious to Xiachen's shifting emotions, continued to beam with delight, nearly thrusting the bun into Xiachen's hands with the fervor of an eager hound. Xiachen cast a sidelong glance at him, and then at the bun in his hand, which indeed exuded a tantalizing aroma. The name of this bun shop, Quanbuli, struck him as peculiar. It had an unappealing ring to it. Dogs are considered our loyal companions and would not betray us. If they did, one might as well end up with dog meat filling in the buns. Xiachen examined the bun in his palm and found it to be generously filled with meat yet delicately wrapped. No wonder it was favored by some of the capital's esteemed officials. As he munched on it, he remarked nonchalantly, while Li Shi's expression subtly shifted, indicating that he realized his little ruse had been discerned by this esteemed officer. Yesterday, as soon as the esteemed military officer arrived, he mercilessly struck the son of Duke Jinwu, clearly indicating he is not a person of amiable temperament. If he were to bear a grudge and make things difficult for me in the future, how would I endure such days? The buns are delightful. Henceforth, please bring me one each day. Just as Li Shi was engulfed in his anxious thoughts, he heard Xiachen's voice. Upon looking up, he realized that Xiachen had already walked some distance away. Suddenly, Li Shi's face brightened, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Excellent. I shall bring you breakfast every day from now on," Li Shi exclaimed excitedly. Originally, Xiachen was about to step into the military tent, but he halted abruptly, wearing a perplexed expression. What does he mean by bringing breakfast every day? An outsider might mistakenly think he is trying to court me. Glancing at the delectable bun he was savoring, Xiachen couldn't help but think that the name dog-ignoring bun was indeed rather unappealing. Chapter 20. Entertainment and Leisure Activities. At noon, Li Shi hurried over once again, his smile radiant, though his face was marked with wrinkles that lent him a certain charm. "Chief, after the evening assembly, I invite you to an amusing place," Li Shi whispered conspiratorially to Xiachen, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Despite being merely a small officer, he displayed remarkable audacity by directly addressing Xiachen, a captain, in such a familiar manner. Xiachen regarded him with a perplexed expression, wondering if this lad intended to lead him to some brothel or an establishment of entertainment. In this world, recreational activities were scarce, particularly at night, which primarily revolved around drinking, listening to music, and engaging in intimate conversations with women. Consequently, the industry of personal encounters thrived in this realm. However, brothels were considered high-end venues, akin to upscale clubs, with the women therein possessing extraordinary beauty. Yet, the expenses were exorbitant. A single night could cost an average family half a year's earnings, and that was for the lower-tier services. If one wished to spend time with a courtesan, mere money would not suffice. In such circumstances, establishments for casual entertainment flourished. Although they were of a lower standard compared to brothels, they were more affordable and thus favored by the common folk, who could manage to indulge with a little effort. To be candid, Xia Chun harbored a considerable yearning for such places. Although he prided himself on being a virtuous gentleman, he believed in partaking in joy with others. Embracing this philosophy, he readily agreed to accompany Li Shi. With a light-hearted pat on Li Shi's shoulder, he declared, "Tonight, I shall join you on this adventure." Li Shi, brimming with excitement, departed to arrange the evening's activities. The perks of leadership. Entertainment and relaxation were effortlessly organized, devoid of the need to count coins or bear the burden of planning. Yet, one might ponder whether this could be deemed a form of unconventional indulgence. Xia Chun mused, with a scholarly curiosity, about the intensity of cultural collision that awaited them that evening. As night fell, Xia Chun had encountered no significant events throughout the day. In the afternoon, he accompanied his subordinates on a leisurely stroll through the vibrant streets of the capital, leaving Xia Qian, who followed closely behind, utterly mesmerized. Along their path, they passed the Princess Yaoguang's residence, casting a glance at the imposing lions that stood guard at the entrance, weathered by time. After a brief inspection, he diverted his gaze, choosing not to linger. Moreover, Xia Chun familiarized himself with the locations of several brothels, not out of personal indulgence, but as the virtuous gentleman he aspired to be. That evening, the gentleman accompanied Li Shi and, stealthily, Xia Qian slipped away from the Yulin Wei's gates, venturing into a narrow alleyway. Xia Chun felt increasingly uneasy as he realized that the route he was taking diverged significantly from the brothels and entertainment venues he had studied during the day. Chief. It's delightful, enjoying music and admiring dance. At this moment, Li Shi no longer concealed his exuberance, his face brimming with smiles. He was aware that the chief hailed from the esteemed Dongzhou Marquis family, which maintained a strict regimen prior to breaking through the 8th rank. One was not permitted to venture outside freely, let alone spend the night away from the estate. It seemed that the chief had never visited such establishments before, and tonight, he would treat him, allowing him to experience the nocturnal culture of the capital. Before Xia Chun could respond, Xia Qian, who was trailing behind, flushed crimson and remarked on why the young master was not returning to the Marquis's residence tonight, implying it was to visit such a place. Interestingly, he too had never been to one, though he had heard whispers from the kitchen servants about these venues, described as extraordinary realms that once visited would leave one enchanted. Surely, we are not headed towards Siyu Street, are we? Aren't the brothels concentrated along that thoroughfare? Xia Chun inquired calmly, all the while feeling a sense of unease, contemplating whether this was a trap. Could it be that the Zhao family intended to take revenge, luring him into this dark alley under the cover of night for retribution? Li Shi seemed to sense Xia Chun's apprehension and quickly interjected. The music houses are rather lowbrow and unworthy of the young master's status. The brothels, while decent, are crowded and chaotic. If news were to spread and tarnish your reputation, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, I have specifically chosen a place called Qingya Courtyard. This venue offers music and dance and even overnight accommodations, where all patrons wear masks, ensuring confidentiality. In a tone reminiscent of seeking praise, he continued. Knowing full well that the engagement between Xia Chun and the second princess was common knowledge in the capital, Xia Chun regarded him with an odd expression. This young man indeed had a thoughtful disposition. Could he truly be a talent? In the Dawu dynasty, frequenting such establishments was not uncommon. In fact, over the years, it had been romanticized by scholars, transforming visits into a matter of refinement. Among intellectuals, to have never entered such venues by one's youth was considered a disgrace. Xia Chun reflected on this with a sense of melancholy, recognizing that the shamelessness of scholars allowed them to take pride in their patronage of courtesans. It was no wonder that during the reign of the Empress of the Great Unification, a decree was issued to suppress and regulate such industries. Consequently, when Xia Chun and other players entered this world, they lamented the loss of the splendid days they had yet to experience. Some players, frustrated by this prohibition, even contemplated opposing the Empress and overthrowing the Dawu dynasty to restore the vigor of manhood. Of course, that individual was swiftly dealt with by the Empress. I had thought you were taking me to the Imperial Music Office. The chief jested, suggesting that I should venture into the brothel. But I can hardly afford the 5 taels of silver simply for entry. The cost of drinking and enjoying the music would be additional. And as for spending the night with a woman, one would need no less than 10 taels. Such indulgences are mere fantasy. Li Shi shook his head, his gaze filled with yearning for the brothel, having heard tales of the women within, whose beauty was said to be so radiant that one could almost extract water from their skin. More importantly, many of these women were the wives and daughters of officials. One might even find oneself entangled with the spouse or daughter of a former superior or colleague. The thrill derived from such a connection is something money cannot procure. The brothel stands as the pinnacle of leisure and entertainment in this world, wherein most of the women are the relatives of errant officials, a resource unmatched by any other establishment. Throughout the journey, Xiachen remained silent, opting to listen rather than speak, absorbing Li Shi's introductions regarding certain etiquette. In his mind, he began to form a clear understanding of such establishments. These venues are not solely about physical pleasures. That would be too mundane. Instead, they have evolved to include music appreciation, poetry, and other cultural pursuits favored by literati. The more refined the activities, the greater the demand. The elegant retreat that Li Shi intended to escort them to today resembled such a locale. Of course, the primary offering of overnight stays was also available. Otherwise, would one truly believe that people would wander there at night merely for music and poetry? Before long, the trio ventured into a secluded alley, arriving at a courtyard that seamlessly blended with the surrounding residential buildings. The entrance bore a simple inscription, "Elegant Retreat." To the unknowing observer, it might appear to be nothing more than a modest dwelling. In his youth, the founding emperor was singularly devoted to the martial path and served in the imperial guard. When colleagues invited him to indulge in the pleasures of brothels at night, he resolutely declared, "In my youth, I must dedicate myself to martial endeavors. I cannot squander my time in such frivolity or be ensnared by feminine allure." Thus, he firmly declined their invitations. Consequently, his martial prowess advanced significantly, far surpassing that of his peers. History of Xia, Volume 1. Biography of the Founding Emperor, Chapter 21. The Elegant Abode. The name Elegant Abode is indeed melodious, Xiachen exclaimed, marveling at such an exquisite title. Yet who could have anticipated that it served as a sanctuary for soulful exchanges? Li Shi, displaying keen perceptiveness, approached the door to rap gently, while simultaneously elucidating the essence of this place to Xiachen. The lady of the manor, known as the Elegant Miss, has garnered a measure of renown in the capital, attracting the admiration of literati. It is said that even some officials from the court occasionally grace this establishment with their presence. Upon entering the courtyard, patrons are required to pay an entrance fee and cover their drinks. However, whether one can remain for the night hinges upon whether the Elegant Miss deems their talents worthy. Even if one fails to capture her interest, there remains the option to select from a bevy of charming maidservants. The Elegant Miss enjoys considerable fame in the capital, celebrated for her beauty. Xiachen found himself somewhat astonished, realizing that the Elegant Miss possesses a shrewd business acumen. This elegant abode is essentially a high-end private club, where her personal allure is leveraged to cultivate notoriety. By embracing a model defined by mutual desire, it distinguishes itself from other brothels and establishments, enhancing its competitive edge. The allure of this model, cloaked in the guise of mutual consent, is bound to captivate the curiosity of scholars and literati, who are known for their discerning tastes and seldom regard themselves as inferior to others. Moreover, the more elusive something is, the more fervently people seek it. A single visit that does not culminate in an overnight stay only fuels the desire for subsequent visits. The tantalizing sensation of something seen yet unattainable stirs a longing in the heart, thus enhancing the likelihood of return patronage. Truly brilliant, Xiachen nodded, feeling a sense of intrigue towards the Elegant Miss, though he remained uncertain whether the true proprietor of this abode was indeed her or another. Just then, a head peeked out from behind the grand door, round-cheeked and fair of face, exuding an air of innocence. Li Shi promptly presented the invitation, and soon the door swung open. Xiachen had already donned the mask that Li Shi had prepared in advance, and upon entering, he was greeted by a fragrant waft of cosmetics. The round-faced maid led the trio into the courtyard, which was already bustling with a gathering of approximately 20 to 30 individuals, all adorned in scholarly attire. Upon their arrival, the guests merely glanced up before returning their focus to their own conversations. Xiachen settled into a seat at the end of the table and began to scrutinize his surroundings earnestly. The courtyard was alive with the sound of laughter and merriment, as maidservants danced gracefully, while others engaged in games of wine and poetry. Xiachen's gaze shifted to the center of the courtyard, fixating on a dancer whose attire was somewhat revealing, yet her poise was remarkable and devoid of vulgarity, reminiscent of a refined young lady. It is no wonder that this seemingly ordinary elegant abode has garnered such acclaim. Indeed, it exudes an air of elegance and refinement, leaving Xiachen to ponder the true appearance of the Elegant Miss herself. Surely, her beauty must surpass the ordinary, or else her reputation would not be so illustrious. As he contemplated this, a melodious tune from a nearby qin filled the air, causing a subtle stir among the guests. The elegant maiden is about to make her appearance. Xiaqin quietly listened to the enchanting sound of the guqin until the music gradually faded, and only then did he hear Li Shi's voice. The elegant maiden is well-versed in poetry, song, and the art of music, particularly excelling in the guqin, which is renowned as her singular talent. Some have praised that her skills with the guqin rival those of the women from the music bureau. Xiaqin nodded and glanced into the room. Catching sight of a graceful silhouette, faintly illuminated by the lantern light, casting a delicate shadow on the screen. "Esteemed gentlemen, I apologize for the wait." A clear and melodious voice resonated as a beautiful lady stepped out from behind the screen, a smile adorning her face. Instantly, all present, even those masked, felt their eyes brighten. What a distinguished young lady. Upon witnessing the true visage of the elegant maiden, Xiaqin could not help but smile. Was this a play on contrasts? How intriguing. "You jest, dear maiden. We are merely here to partake in libations. The night has only just begun. So it is hardly a long wait." A man seated in the front row exclaimed loudly, his lavish attire and fervent gaze directed at the elegant maiden. "Indeed, a beautiful lady is always worth the wait," chimed in another rotund gentleman. The elegant maiden, upon hearing this, chuckled softly, partially concealing her face with a handkerchief, exuding an air of shy allure that made one wish to embrace and cherish her. As the elegant maiden made her entrance, she eclipsed the charm of all the maidens in the courtyard, rendering them somewhat overshadowed and drawing the attention of all guests solely to her. The atmosphere in the courtyard reached a new zenith. The guests, no longer silent, began to vie for her smile, eager to capture her attention and become the stars of the evening. The elegant maiden surveyed the gathering, her gaze sweeping over each masked face. And when her eyes lingered momentarily on Xiaqin, it seemed as though she wished to see through the mask and discern his true identity. The crowd, noticing this detail, began to scrutinize Xiaqin closely. This thorough examination tightened the hearts of many, despite Xiaqin wearing a mask. His nonchalant demeanor as he sipped his drink marked him as exceptionally distinguished. Some individuals are simply destined to be the focal point of attention. Could this be a scion of nobility? Speculations arose, yet none felt alarmed. They were all patrons of the evening, masked and thus engaging in fair competition, with little to concern themselves about. "Esteemed gentlemen, shall we begin with a round of the flying flower game?" The elegant maiden proposed with a smile. This game, favored by literati, involves participants taking turns reciting verses containing a designated keyword, with the loser facing a drinking penalty, requiring a certain poetic knowledge from the players. All nodded in agreement, clearly confident in their abilities. Xiaqin played a few rounds, contributing several verses, yet refrained from drawing too much attention to himself, thus remaining relatively inconspicuous amidst the crowd. Although the Marquis's residence is a family of military nobility, the young scions are nonetheless encouraged to pursue their studies from an early age. While they are not expected to attain mastery, a foundational education is undoubtedly essential. As time gracefully meanders, various games unfold, floating wine cups along the winding stream, passing the drum, and even a poetic competition ensues. The courtyard, neither too spacious nor too confined, buzzes with an exuberant atmosphere. Xiaqin cannot help but nod in approval. Qingya possesses a remarkable talent, deftly orchestrating the entire affair to perfection, elevating the ambience to a crescendo. During the proceedings, several scholars indeed distinguish themselves, presenting verses of such caliber that even Xiaqin acknowledges their merit. "Esteemed guests, I find myself a bit fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. May you all revel in your merriment." Lady Qingya rises, offering a graceful bow to the assembly, her demeanor exuding a gentle elegance, reminiscent of a refined lady of high standing. The attendees nod in agreement, yet their expressions betray a hint of tension, aware that the pivotal moment is approaching. One wonders who among them will be fortunate enough to capture Lady Qingya's favor this evening, becoming a favorite subject beneath her skirt. Among them, the scholars who have excelled today stand with an air of confidence, each believing that they shall be chosen to remain. Chapter 22, A Night to Remember. In the courtyard, the majority of individuals were no longer preoccupied with the game. However, a small faction recognized their lack of hope in being chosen by Qingya, and their gaze began to linger on the maidens present. "Shall we select a maid, or should we return tonight?" Li Shi inquired softly, as the hour approached the late-night curfew. The trio's demeanor was rather unremarkable, and Qingya did not pay them much attention, prompting Li Shi's question. "Xiaqin, Blushing profusely from behind, felt utterly out of sorts. It was his first time in such an establishment, and he was decidedly awkward. Let us wait a little longer, Xiachen said calmly. Li Shi pondered, refraining from further commentary. Logically, his superior should have been a novice in such settings, yet he exhibited an air of confidence, as if well-versed in the ways of this world, displaying an unruffled composure that belied his inexperience. Inside the room, behind the screen, warmth enveloped the air, and mist swirled about. A graceful silhouette entered the wooden tub, the hot water embracing her delicate, porcelain skin, while flower petals floated upon the surface, releasing a fragrant aroma. Qingya's exquisite shoulders and collarbone, akin to jade, were exposed to the air, her damp hair cascading down, and her stunningly beautiful visage bore a hint of melancholy. In this moment, she appeared far removed from the radiant smile she had worn earlier, instead embodying a purity reminiscent of a celestial being from the heavens. Should Xiachen have been present to witness Qingya in this state, he would surely have marveled at her multifaceted charm. Fit for the art of role-playing, how exhilarating it would be. At that moment, a maid, adorned in a servant's attire, approached Qingya, pouring more water while asking, "Miss, shall we entertain guests tonight?" While Qingya's abode did indeed offer overnight services, she did not entertain guests every night, at most, once or twice a week. This exclusivity only heightened her allure, garnering attention from affluent suitors. There had even been an instance where a wealthy man offered 1,000 taels of silver for a single night, only to be declined, thereby amplifying her reputation. Upon hearing this, Qingya furrowed her brow, a sudden realization illuminating her eyes. Invite that gentleman in the white mask, the one with an extraordinary presence, to stay the night. The maid paused, perplexed. He appeared quite ordinary this evening, while others shone more brightly. Retaining him might provoke discontent among the others, tarnishing the reputation of our establishment. Let him stay tonight. Perhaps he holds the key to resolving the troubles we have encountered in recent days. A faint smile graced Qingya's lips, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful expression. Is this individual of special significance? The maid's spirits lifted at her words. She herself was quite striking, capable of turning heads in any crowd. Yet in the presence of Qingya, she felt overshadowed. He is none other than Xiachen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Zhendong, who recently became engaged to the second princess of Dao. Currently, he serves as a lieutenant in the Imperial Guards. It is rumored that he expelled the son of the Marquis of Jinwu from the guards yesterday, suggesting he has firmly established his position within the ranks. Qingya displayed a smile that exuded an unexpected sweetness, her demeanor shifting with remarkable versatility. The maid, Xiao Lian, was taken aback, aware that her mistress possessed unique dual pupils capable of piercing through any fade. Very well, I shall summon him. Without further hesitation, Xiao Lian gracefully exited the room. Qingya sighed softly, rising from the bath, her flawless form reminiscent of a magnificent artwork, fully exposed to the air. Pristine droplets glided down her delicate skin, shimmering under the light, a sight that would undoubtedly quicken one's pulse, though alas, no one was there to appreciate it. Outside the courtyard, as Xiachen and his companions quietly enjoyed their wine and the dance, a young man adorned in a white mask suddenly approached them. This esteemed young master, he began, observing Xiachen's exceptional demeanor from a distance. My father, Li Gang, serves as a minister in the Ministry of Revenue. I noticed your remarkable presence, but it appears this is your first visit to this charming abode. The young man smiled and quickly added, I am Li Kuei, courtesy named Deshan. Dressed in the attire of a scholar, he bowed respectfully to Xiachen, then confidently unfurled his folding fan, saying, It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Upon hearing the name Li Kuei, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Xiachen's mouth. He could not help but wonder if behind that mask stood a burly man with a bushy beard who would greet him as brother upon speaking. Do you have an elder brother? Xiachen could not resist asking. Why do you say such a thing? I am the sole son in my family, Li Kuei replied while fanning himself, seemingly believing this would convey his distinguished nature. Oh, merely a moment of curiosity. My name is Yang Shi, without a courtesy name. Just call me by my given name. Xiachen jested, but when he noticed no one grasped the humor, he felt a sense of disinterest and spoke earnestly instead. When one ventures out, especially for leisure, it is only natural to adopt an alias. How could one possibly use their true name? Ah, so you are young Master Yang. Li Kuei bowed again, but his mind raced as he pondered which Yang family in the capital he might belong to, though he had no prior acquaintance with any. Yet, despite his contemplation, he could not pinpoint the connection. Could he be a descendant of the esteemed Minister Yang? Suddenly, Li Kuei recalled Yang Yin and the esteemed Minister Yang from the cabinet. A flicker of realization struck him, but he dismissed the thought, knowing the Yang family was known for their strict upbringing, and he had never heard of their offspring frequenting such establishments. Unbeknownst to Xia Chun, Li Kuei was speculating about his origins, yet even if he were aware, it would not concern him in the slightest. After all, a mere minister of the Ministry of Revenue held little significance in the grand scheme of things, particularly one of the fifth rank. Thus, there was no need for him to pay it much mind. Observing Xia Chin's somewhat aloof demeanor, Li Kuei felt uncertain about his background but was convinced that the young man's presence indicated a family of considerable standing, for such an aura could not be feigned. He once more took the initiative to engage in conversation. "Brother Yang, it seems unlikely that Miss Qingya will stay the night. Instead, let us divert our course to Suyu Street, where the atmosphere is lively. I am aware of an exquisite establishment there, renowned for its stunning ladies. Why not indulge ourselves with a drink there and spend the night? My treat," Li Kuei exclaimed, thumping his chest with a boisterous and carefree demeanor. As the saying goes, the bonds of brotherhood among men are forged through shared experiences, studying together, facing battles side by side, dividing spoils, and even partaking in indulgences. Li Kuei prided himself on his discerning eye, rarely misjudging character. Perhaps this Yang Shi hails from a prestigious family in the capital. After all, there are several notable families with the surname Yang. If he were to hit the jackpot, it would be quite the windfall. Behind Xia Chun, Li Shi listened attentively, casting a wary glance at Li Kuei. Could it be that this man seeks to usurp his position? He had invited the leader to Qingya Cottage. Yet this rascal proposed leading him to another establishment, insinuating that his arrangements were inadequate and that the leader's enjoyment would be compromised. In an instant, Li Shi's perception of Li Kuei shifted dramatically. Chapter 23. The favor of the second princess. Li Kuei remained blissfully unaware of having inadvertently offended someone. Just as he felt a surge of confidence, a young woman emerged from within. It was Miss Xiaolian. The group, initially prepared to retreat, suddenly brightened at the prospect. Although there was no chance for Miss Qingya to stay, the opportunity to spend the night with Miss Xiaolian was indeed splendid. Li Kuei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Xiaolian, for her beauty rivaled that of the most celebrated courtesans. If he could manage to have her company tonight, it would render his visit worthwhile. As he pondered this, he noticed Xiaolian greeting the others before making her way directly toward him. His heart raced. Had he been chosen? Did this enchanting young lady perceive his exceptional charm and, having learned of his father's position in the Ministry of Revenue, intend to keep him by her side for a night of indulgence? Lost in his daydreams, he caught the glimpse of Xiaolian gliding past him, approaching a certain Yang Shi, whom he had intended to befriend. "Young master, my lady requests your presence," she called out cheerfully, bowing to Xia Chun. Instantly, her pristine white attire clung to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette, her rounded figure on full display. The onlookers collectively held their breath, their gazes aflame with desire. Yet, amidst the fervor, confusion reigned. What was this? Miss Qingya was indeed retaining someone. And it was him? A few among the crowd recalled that she had lingered on this individual for a fleeting moment earlier, but her attention had since wandered, and Xia Chen's performance had been unremarkable, leading them to dismiss him entirely. Several talented gentlemen who had previously distinguished themselves rose in protest, their expressions a mix of disbelief and indignation. Why should a newcomer eclipse them? Was it merely because they had refrained from competing? Surely, this was just concerning matters of the heart, or perhaps the opportunity for a deeper connection with Miss Qingya. No one was willing to concede such a precious chance. Miss Xiaolian, this seems rather unjust. This individual has been notably unremarkable tonight. One voice rang out boldly. Meanwhile, Li Kuei, standing beside Xia Chun, was rendered speechless. Just moments ago, he had asserted that Miss Qingya would not allow them to stay overnight, even suggesting they seek out a brothel, only to find this Yang Shi chosen instead. How could this be? They all wore masks, rendering it impossible to discern beauty from ugliness. Was it simply due to the other's slightly superior demeanor? Observing the rising tide of indignation among the crowd, Xiaolian took a deep breath and once again donned a radiant smile. Gentlemen, whether one may remain at Qingya's abode for the night ultimately rests upon my lady's inclination. This evening, she has made her decision. I invite you to return another day. With that, she turned to Xia Chen. Young master, please, you may proceed. The rest of you may take your leave. Xia Chen rose and addressed Xia Qian and Li Shi behind him. Just as Xia Qian was about to speak, Li Shi, with a beaming smile, interjected, All right, chief. But we must rise early tomorrow. The camp has tasks lined up. It appears the lantern bearers require our assistance. Li Shi whispered in Xia Chen's ear, casting him a knowing glance that only Min would understand. Xia Chen paid little heed to Li Shi and followed behind Xiao Lian. However, as he passed by the somewhat dazed Li Kuei, the latter seized Xia Chen's arm, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Brother Yang, is there a secret to your success? How is it that you have captured the attention of the graceful maiden? Li Kuei paused slightly, ultimately refraining from uttering the words about taking shortcuts. He too wished to know how to access such advantages. The thought of winning favor with the graceful maiden was tantalizing. Xia Chen pondered briefly before patting Li Kuei on the shoulder and softly replied, "Perhaps it's simply that I am more handsome than the rest." With that statement, Xia Chen hesitated no longer, leaving the crowd with an enigmatic silhouette. The others, especially the previously well-behaved individuals, appeared anxious, fearful that Xia Chen might truly gain an advantage with the graceful maiden. They too felt the urge to follow, but at that moment, two burly figures emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. The scholars glanced at the imposing men and silently retreated, resuming their previous positions as if nothing had transpired. For a scholar, the ability to endure and adapt is paramount. Upon entering the room, Xia Chen discovered a hidden marvel. The courtyard was remarkably spacious. Quietly, he trailed behind Xiao Lian, absorbing all that he encountered along the way. "Young master, we have arrived," Xiao Lian announced as she reached a room in the inner courtyard, halting her steps and beckoning Xia Chen to enter on his own. Standing at the threshold, Xia Chen hesitated momentarily, gazing at the exquisite silhouette on the door, and then, without further hesitation, he pushed the door open. As he stepped inside, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, peculiar yet enchanting, reminiscent of blooming flowers intertwined with the alluring scent of a woman. Within the room, Qinya sat at her vanity, seemingly indifferent to Xia Chen's presence as she quietly attended to her grooming. The copper mirror reflected her delicate visage, with droplets of water glistening at the tips of her hair, resembling scattered fragments of jade. She gently picked up a silk handkerchief, delicately wiping away the water, her movements as tender as caressing the petals of spring blossoms. Subsequently, she took a wooden comb and meticulously groomed her flowing ebony locks from root to tip, each stroke releasing a hint of elusive fragrance. Her 3,000 strands gradually smoothed, shimmering like black jade in the candlelight, though she was clad only in undergarments. Not an ounce of excess skin was exposed. Her cheeks glowed with a rosy sheen, embodying the grace of a refined lady, evoking thoughts of what might unfold next, rendering the scene irresistibly alluring. Xia Chen quietly observed this moment, refraining from interruption, savoring the sight in tranquil admiration. Young master possesses remarkable composure. Suddenly, a cool, ethereal voice resonated within the room, prompting Qinya to turn her head and reveal her exquisitely beautiful visage, a sight that could captivate any heart. Such beauty, if marred, would indeed render me devoid of sensibility. Xia Chen chuckled lightly, exuding a rather frivolous demeanor, embodying the image of a young master. The young master is already within my abode, yet remains masked? Qingya's gaze bore a hint of melancholic allure, stirring emotions within. She gracefully approached Xia Chen, contemplating that perhaps donning a mask added an element of intrigue. Xia Chen smiled, while Qingya paused, momentarily perplexed by the suggestion that wearing a mask might heighten interest. Yet, being astute, she surmised that Xia Chen alluded to deeper engagement. This elicited a cold huff within her. Men, it seems, are merely enticed by a woman's form. Xia Chen took the initiative to sit at the table, casting a glance at Qingya's graceful figure, particularly her prominent bosom, which could undoubtedly invoke a tempest of passion. The moonlight was exquisite, and the long night stretched before them. If one wished to behold the spectacle, it was indeed prudent to be forthright. With a smile, Xia Chen removed his mask. His handsome face, with its deep, luminous gaze, a nose that arched elegantly, and lips that curved slightly upward with an almost imperceptible smile, radiated charm. His complexion, as fair as jade, shimmered captivatingly in the interplay of light and shadow. Although Qingya had previously glimpsed Xia Chen's face through a unique ocular technique, it had been a fleeting glance. Now, in close proximity, her gaze momentarily lingered, unable to feign nonchalance as she beheld his countenance. Chapter 24. The Four Great Beauties of the Capital. What a handsome face. Qingya could not help but marvel inwardly. It was her first encounter with a young man possessing such unparalleled beauty. She instinctively recalled the second princess of the Great Wu, How fortunate she was that her future husband bore such a visage. One could hardly imagine her feeling weary of it within the confines of her chamber. Upon this thought, Qingya felt a flush rise to her cheeks, wondering why such notions had crossed her mind. She quickly averted her gaze, perplexed by the chaotic thoughts that had surfaced. Regaining her composure, she remarked, "Young master, your looks are truly exceptional. You could easily vie for the title of the most handsome man in the capital." With a smile, Qingya noted that there were those in the city who had taken it upon themselves to compile a list of the most attractive men and women, dubbing them the 4 great beauties and the 4 great handsome men of the capital. While such titles may seem somewhat cliché, the 8 individuals who made the list, regardless of gender, possessed appearances and demeanor that were anything but ordinary. Thus, it could be said that Qingya had indeed encountered the so-called 4 great handsome men of the capital. Xia Chun poured himself a cup of tea, displaying a casual confidence that suggested he was quite at ease in this setting. He had been fortunate enough to meet one of them. Yet he felt that compared to the young master, that individual fell somewhat short. Qingya, enveloped in a fragrant aura, took the initiative to sit beside Xia Chun. Her comment was not mere flattery, but a sincere observation. According to her intelligence from the imperial city, Xia Chun was merely 17 years old. It was reasonable to surmise that in a year or two, as he reached maturity, his beauty would ascend to even greater heights, reaching its zenith. Upon hearing her words, Xia Chun could not help but smile, pondering whether he had unwittingly become a male version of Yang Guifei, with innate beauty that could not be concealed. Had he emerged from obscurity to astonish the world? A line of poetry abruptly surfaced in his mind. For the past 17 years, he had rarely ventured beyond the confines of the Marquisate, and few were those who recognized him. He then thought of his future fiancée, destined to become an empress. Perhaps he truly had the chance to become an otherworldly incarnation of Yang Guifei. How amusing it was that he had recently adopted the alias Yang, as if fate had woven a thread through his existence. What is the young master contemplating? Qingya inquired, observing Xia Chun's distant gaze with curiosity. Had she not merely offered genuine praise for his appearance? Why had he become so lost in thought? "Oh, nothing," Xia Chun replied, regaining his composure and sitting up straight, prompting a smile from Qingya, who wondered if this young man was indeed visiting such a place for the first time. "My lord, the night is long, and sipping tea can be rather dull. Here, we have fine wine." Qingya's bright eyes sparkled with amusement as she lifted a jug of exquisite wine from the table and poured a cup for Xia Chun. "I wonder how beautiful the 4 great beauties truly are," Xia Chun ventured, seeking a topic of conversation, for he was quite unfamiliar with the gossip of the capital. "You don't know this?" Qingya replied, somewhat astonished. Aren't men typically most intrigued by such matters? However, soon her professional demeanor overshadowed the questions swirling in her mind. She began to speak slowly. These 4 renowned beauties, each of noble birth, were undeniably more convincing than the so-called 4 handsome men. One was a direct disciple of the current celestial master from the celestial master's house, and another was the contemporary Buddhist nun from the Dragon Temple. The other 2 belonged to the secular world. One was the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Lin Hanpu, and the other was the second daughter of the current emperor, Princess Yao Wang. By the way, I heard recently that Princess Yao Wang has been betrothed to someone, apparently a legitimate son from the Marquis of the East. When Qingya mentioned the second princess, she deliberately elaborated, carefully observing Xia Chun's expression. Yet, to her disappointment, Xia Chun's face revealed no emotion, as if the Marquis's son was of no concern to him. Were the Celestial Master's house and the Dragon Temple also participating in the selection? Xia Chun pondered, curious about how these 2 esteemed establishments, the sanctuaries of Taoism and Buddhism in the Great Wu Dynasty, were considered the pinnacle of their respective traditions. Although their leaders were regarded as the pinnacle of the contemporary world, both establishments refrained from engaging in worldly matters, positioned on opposite sides of the capital. As if in a silent standoff, they had not entered the contest, yet some meddlesome individuals had elevated them in public discourse. Qingya spoke softly, her words imbued with the charm of Jiangnan. "How does Miss Qingya's beauty compare to these 4? How could I possibly measure up to them?" Qingya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook her head and chuckled. "Young master, do not jest. In terms of status, appearance, and temperament, I am worlds apart from them and unworthy of comparison." She spoke with gentle self-deprecation before slowly rising. "Young master, it is getting late. Do you truly wish to engage in a lengthy conversation with me at this hour?" Qingya seemed reluctant to delve further into this topic. She gracefully approached the bedside, lifted her delicate foot, and stepped onto the bed. In an instant, her demeanor transformed from that of an elegant lady to the most enchanting temptress in the world. Her alluring gaze seemed to radiate a captivating glow, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned sultry. Xia Chen smiled and walked lightly towards the bed. It appeared that Miss Qingya could no longer contain herself. How impatient she was! Xia Chen teased, sitting on the bed and gazing at the beauty before him. It is not that the young master is heartless, engrossed in conversation with others, yet fails to actively engage with me for some playful amusement. Qingya's eyes reflected a sense of longing, the contrast palpable. Xia Chen chuckled, feeling an urge to embrace this enchanting lady with such a stark contrast. However, just as he made a move, he suddenly felt drained, collapsing onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Bah! Indeed, all men are no good, barely engaged. They rush to such places. Xiaolian entered from outside, scoffing like a little lioness. She remained stationed outside the door, fully aware of Xia Chen's identity. Previously, she had overheard Xingya take the initiative to discuss the matter of the second princess's marriage with him. I had not anticipated his visit. Yet it has providentially afforded us an opportunity. Perhaps we can leverage his influence to provide the Lantern Bearer with crucial information. The Lantern Bearer's recent investigations have been excessively thorough, causing significant losses to our underground network in the capital. If this continues, we may encounter grave troubles. Qingya sighed, casting a glance at the now slumbering Xia Chen, and gracefully descended from the bed, having regained her dignified elegance. The previous allure that surrounded her had entirely vanished, leaving her exuding an air of cool detachment. Beside her, Xiaolian exclaimed with indignation, "Curse those people from the Great Feng. Had it not been for our intervention back in the day, they would have long since been annihilated by the Great Wu. Yet now, having regained their strength, they dare to deceive us, stealing military defense maps and framing us for it." Xiaolian, filled with resentment, lamented the recent arrests of many of their members. Although they were mostly peripheral figures, this situation could eventually lead to their exposure. More critically, the covert operatives of the Feng National Inspection Institute had leaked intelligence regarding their Royal City Division to the Lantern Bearer, resulting in severe repercussions for them. Chapter 25, The Imperial City Division. Within our Imperial City Division, there must be an undercover agent from the Inspection Bureau. Otherwise, we would not have faced such a dismal defeat. Our identities have become perilous. After this, we must adopt new ones. Qingya spoke coldly, and Xiaolian, her expression grave, nodded in agreement. After exchanging glances at the unconscious Xia Chen on the bed, Xiaolian could not restrain herself from asking, "Miss, what shall we do next? Should we directly employ illusionary arts to inform him of certain clues? Yet, even if he becomes aware of the clues, will he truly pursue the investigation?" Xiaolian was apprehensive. The espionage tasks were primarily managed by the Lantern Bearers, while Xia Chen was merely a lieutenant in the Imperial Guard. Would he truly prove useful? Individuals like him, born into merit, surely aspired to achieve great deeds in the official realm. According to the records, his enlistment in the Imperial Guard was not merely to bide time. Regardless of the outcome, we must give it a try. We must take the initiative and not allow the agents of the Inspection Bureau to lead us by the nose. As Qingya spoke, she approached the bedside, her eyes shimmering like rippling waters, imbued with a peculiar energy. I will first draw him into a dream, subtly influencing him within that realm, compelling him to visit the Chunhua Pavilion tomorrow, where he shall uncover certain clues. He will perceive these discoveries as the result of his own keen intellect, unaware that he has become a tool in our hands. A faint smile graced Qingya's lips. Were it not for the necessity of gathering intelligence, she would never permit that loathsome man to enter her chamber, let alone allow him to touch her. Regardless of who it was, anyone entering her room would find themselves ensnared in her dream, a realm so vividly crafted that it could easily deceive the senses, even influencing one's thoughts and perceptions. A radiant glow enveloped Qingya, particularly her eyes, which sparkled with an ethereal light. Two illusory butterflies emerged from her gaze, fluttering towards Xia Chen's body. However, as they entered, Qingya's expression shifted. Within her line of sight, she suddenly beheld a pair of eyes gazing down upon her. High and aloof, devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a deity. This pair of eyes bore 4 pupils, seemingly encapsulating the principles of existence and the ultimate mysteries of the world. Transforming into butterflies, Qingya felt her soul tremble, frozen in place. In the next instant, the 2 azure butterflies that had invaded Xia Chen's consciousness shattered, rendering all illusions null and void. Qingya opened her eyes, her face pale, and a flicker of terror lingered in the depths of her gaze. She instinctively attempted to retreat, but her slender, jade-like arm was firmly grasped by a large hand. A tremendous force surged through her arm, causing her to stumble and fall onto the bed. By the time Qingya regained her composure, she found herself nestled in Xia Qin's embrace, who regarded her with a knowing smile. Vaguely, Qingya perceived that within Xia Qin's eyes, two pupils had merged into one. Their depths as profound as a black hole, capable of consuming one's very soul. Release, my lady. The sudden turn of events unfolded too swiftly. By the time Xiaoyan reacted, she discovered that her mistress's neck was already being gripped by another. Yet, deep within, there lingered a profound confusion. Had not Xia Qin already succumbed to the illusion, drifting into a slumber? With a beauty nestled in his embrace, the warm and jade-like sensation should have been exceedingly flirtatious. However, neither of the two on the bed exhibited any inclination to delve further into their exchange. To his surprise, the renowned and graceful maiden turned out to be a formidable sorceress, forcefully drawing him into her enchanted realm. Could she perhaps possess the ability to enact lethal dreams? Xia Qin, intrigued, gently grasped Qingya's smooth and pristine jaw, akin to a wealthy young gentleman teasing a virtuous lady, lifting her exquisitely perfect visage to behold her eyes, which still radiated a haunting azure glow reminiscent of sapphires. Their bodies were intimately close, their breaths mingling and brushing against each other's cheeks. In that instant, Qingya's skin bristled, her body responding with goosebumps, and her cheeks flushed as if intoxicated. In the room, Xiaoyan observed with growing alarm as Xia Qin disregarded her presence entirely, instead laying hands upon her mistress. Her own energy surged, blood coursing like a torrent. Her body taut, resembling a small female beast poised to pounce at any moment. A sorceress, a seventh-tier warrior, in the Imperial City's command. Who would have thought that this seemingly modest Qingya residence concealed such depth? Xia Qin remained unperturbed, brazenly tracing his fingers across Qingya's flawless visage. His touch, gliding over her jade-like skin, rendered her cheeks aflame, as if his fingers wielded an enchanting power. This sensation was unlike anything she had ever experienced. You have not been asleep throughout. You have heard every word of our conversation. Impossible. You clearly consumed the tea and wine, within which I had infused a soporific. Qingya, nestled in Xia Qin's embrace, began to force herself to regain composure, realizing the situation had slipped from her control. Fear gripped her as she worried that this man might indeed compromise her virtue. Urgently, she sought to divert Xia Qin's attention. That night, in a bid for absolute caution, she had added an additional layer of precaution, incorporating an odorless sedative developed by their Imperial City Command into the tea and wine, coupled with her eye techniques. Yet, astonishingly, it had proven ineffective against this man. Perhaps I am simply more robust. Your dosage was insufficient, Xia Qin remarked nonchalantly. He possessed a system that scanned any foreign substance entering his body. If deemed harmful, it would be neutralized. His physique was, one could say, impervious to toxins. Qingya was momentarily taken aback, pondering the absurdity of his statement regarding the insufficient dosage. Our courtyard is filled with our people. You cannot escape. Be wise and release our mistress, or else, you intend to make a move against me? Do you truly believe you can subdue me in an instant under such circumstances? With your seventh-tier prowess? Xia Qin raised his gaze, scrutinizing the young maid, Xiaoyan, who appeared youthful, yet possessed the formidable skill of a seventh-grade spirit mirror. It seemed that the refined aura she exuded was far greater than he had initially anticipated. Even in the event of her disappearance in the Imperial City, she was unlikely to be an inconspicuous individual. This evening, he might very well have caught a great fish. He continued, you may attempt to strike at me, or perhaps summon those individuals in the courtyard. It is possible that among them are masters of the 6th or even 5th rank who could subdue me. However, I must caution you on 2 points. First, those individuals are likely affiliated with the Imperial City Guard, not mere household servants. Should word spread of your young mistress in such a compromising position with me, the blame would not rest on my shoulders. Second, we are currently under curfew, and there are lantern bearers and Imperial Guards patrolling nearby. Should a conflict erupt here, do you believe that the skilled members among the lantern bearers and guards would not be able to detect it at once? Xia Qin smiled, his demeanor somewhat audacious, as he gently caressed the smooth, delicate cheek of Qingya in his embrace. His confidence in leaving Xia Qin and Li Shi to return alone stemmed from his own prowess and faith in the security of the capital. Chapter 26 Miss. He didn't do anything to you last night, did he? A profound silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the laughter of Xia Qin. Cradling a beautiful woman in his arms, a scene reminiscent of a villain tormenting an unsuspecting maiden. Xiao Lian gritted her teeth, her face flushed with indignation. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Just as Xia Chun had asserted, should a conflict erupt here, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable figures from the capital, leaving them with no means of escape. Young master, now that you are aware of our identities, perhaps you could release me, and we might sit down to engage in a sincere discussion. At this juncture, Qingya had regained her composure, her bright eyes fixed intently on Xia Chun. She sensed that this seemingly inconsequential scion of the Zhendong Marquis had secrets that rendered him far more intriguing than the mundane character depicted in the records of the Royal City Inspectorate. Is it impossible to converse while on the bed? Xia Chen's fingers delicately traced the smooth, alluring curve of Qingya's back, sending shivers coursing through her body. Her skin flushing crimson as if electrified, a strange sensation flooding her heart. Xia Chun was issuing a warning, making it painfully clear that she had become a prisoner. Yet she still sought to manipulate the situation and seize control of the narrative. You have already overheard our conversation, so I shall speak candidly. That military defense map was not stolen by us. Rather, it was a trap devised by the Defeng Inspectorate, using us as a scapegoat. Why should I believe you? I know not who pilfered the military defense map, but it is irrefutable that you belong to the Royal City Inspectorate. Moreover, it seems you hold a respectable position within their ranks. Capturing you and dismantling your stronghold would indeed be a significant achievement. Xia Chun smiled. Unfazed by the identity of the thief, as long as he could deliver someone to justice, it would be a noteworthy triumph. Why seek distant solutions when the answer lay close at hand? Both Qingya and Xiao Lian fell silent, unable to counter his assertions. To Xia Chun, whether he apprehended individuals from the Royal City Inspectorate or the Inspectorate itself, it would still constitute a remarkable feat. There is another proposition. If the Defeng Inspectorate can infiltrate your Royal City Inspectorate, it stands to reason that you may have similar arrangements. Why not provide me with information regarding the distribution of Inspectorate members within the capital? Should you furnish evidence proving that the military defense map was not pilfered by your faction, I shall release you. Suddenly, Xia Chen's voice resonated once more, igniting a spark of hope in Qingya and Xiao Lian, who had been momentarily engulfed in despair. Their emotions surged like a roller coaster. Qingya cast a deep glance at the youth before her, so close that she could sense his breath. This young man possessed not only extraordinary looks, but also ambitions that far surpassed those of his peers. Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with resolve. Capturing members of the Royal City Inspectorate was indeed a commendable feat, yet it was insufficient. If the military defense map was, in truth, not stolen by the Inspectorate, the truth would eventually surface as the lantern bearers continued their investigation, thereby diminishing the value of his achievements in apprehending Royal City spies. However, if he could be the first to uncover this issue, and not only dismantle the secret network of the Great Inspection Bureau in the capital, but at least cause them significant losses, it should draw Emperor Wen's attention towards him. Xia Chun pondered. He was certainly not content with merely annihilating a stronghold of the Imperial City Department. He aspired to leverage this victory for a swift promotion. If he succeeded, although it would mean trampling on the pride of the lantern bearer and exposing himself to scrutiny, the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks. With only 5 years remaining, he was still merely a lowly 7th-rank captain. Thus, he needed to rise quickly. Why should I trust you? If I divulge the intelligence of the Bureau to you, and you turn around and capture us, would I not be utterly defeated? I cannot provide you with proof. The only thing you can rely on is my character. You may choose not to gamble. Xia Chun tightened his grip on Qingya's delicate chin, compelling her autumn-like eyes to meet his gaze, his nonchalant words imbued with an air of dominance. A mysterious ripple seemed to emanate from his eyes, subtly influencing Qingya's cognitive judgment. It was as though she glimpsed the immense, celestial-like gaze she had encountered when she had intruded upon Xia Chun's consciousness. For a brief moment, her thoughts appeared to pause. The room fell into silence for an extended period, before a voice slowly emerged from Qingya's alluring red lips. All right, I will provide you with the information on the Bureau's secret agents. As dawn broke, sunlight poured into the room, bathing it in a golden glow. On the bed, Qingya gradually opened her eyes, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. Her waist ached, her legs felt numb, particularly her knees, which were bruised as if she had knelt for too long. Her awareness returned to her mind, recalling the events of the previous night. She turned abruptly to her side, only to discover a man sleeping beside her, his hand resting on her waist. Sensing her movement, his warm hand tightened possessively, drawing her gently into his embrace. Feeling the man's broad and heated chest, her cheeks flushed crimson. She looked down at her attire, her heart easing as she realized she was still clothed, albeit somewhat disheveled, in the same outfit from the previous night. Good morning. Xia Chen's eyes remained closed, seemingly still lost in slumber, yet his voice floated through the air. Could you let me go now? Qingya urged herself to remain calm. Although she had utilized her unique identity to gather information, she had never allowed any man to touch her body. She had always maintained her purity. Last night, although this man had not forced himself upon her, the fact that they had spent the night together, sharing the same bed, and had physical contact, was significant. Upon contemplating this, Qingya gently pressed her lips together, casting a look of intricate emotions towards Xia Chen. Although the final act had not transpired, her innocence was evidently tarnished by the grasp of this formidable prince. Yet, she pondered, this courtyard is filled with your people. Should I release you? What if you all unite to rend me into pieces? What then? Xia Chen remained with his eyes closed, yet it seemed as though he could perceive everything around him. He was exceedingly cautious, even at this crucial juncture. He did not lower his guard. The night had already descended deeply, and with the curfew in effect, he naturally stayed overnight. Have the materials I requested been prepared? Xiaolian. Qingya felt the warmth of a large hand resting upon her waist beneath the covers, her gaze becoming intricate, her cheeks flushed. Taking a deep breath, she sought to regain her composure before calling out to the door. The entrance swung open immediately, revealing Xiaolian, her eyes aflame with fury, wielding a long knife as she stormed in. Miss, that scoundrel did not lay a hand on you last night, did he? Chapter 27. The Test of Obedience. Xiaolian had not slept a wink last night, remaining standing in the courtyard. Initially, she had intended to stay in her room, but alas, Xia Chen had expelled her. I'm fine. Qingya shook her head, yet her expression betrayed her unease. Indeed, Xia Chen had not been overly aggressive with her. But in the latter half of the night, believing him to be asleep, she attempted to break free from his hold. Just as she was about to unleash her inner energy, Xia Chen, who seemed to possess a godly awareness, awakened just in time and restrained her once more. As a punishment for this disobedient beauty, Xia Chen made her kneel in a position of utmost shame, resulting in bruises on her porcelain-like knees. It was only when she was utterly exhausted that he permitted her to lie down and sleep again. After that incident, she never dared to play tricks again. This young man is quite extraordinary. Xiaolian, observing her mistress's somewhat unnatural demeanor, grew increasingly anxious, though she had not heard any significant commotion from the room last night. The mere fact that her mistress had spent the night in the company of this man raised countless questions about what transpired. Hand over the documents. It's getting late. And I must go to work. Xia Chen beckoned to Xiaolian, his demeanor reminiscent of a master summoning a servant, which only fueled her indignation. Glancing at the sky, Xia Chen realized that if he delayed any longer, Xia Qian and Li Shi might genuinely believe his vigorous exploits from the previous night had left him weak and weary this morning. He certainly did not wish for them to think less of him over such trivial matters. Hand them over. Although Qingya was uncertain of what Xia Chen meant by work, she truly did not wish to engage further with him. After all, the previous night's struggles had yielded her no advantage. Reluctantly, Xiaolian retreated, and shortly thereafter, she returned with a stack of documents, begrudgingly handing them to Xia Chen. Xia Chen lounged lazily on the bed, receiving the documents with one hand while releasing Qingya with the other. Feeling the warmth of his hand that had been resting on her shoulder, Qingya let out a sigh of relief. After a night of turmoil, her attire was already disheveled, exposing one of her delicate shoulders, thus leaving no fabric to separate them. Though Xia Chen had released her and his attention was now entirely on the documents, Qingya dared not move an inch. She had witnessed the young man's extraordinary capabilities the previous night. She was certain he had been asleep. Yet he had anticipated her every move and seized her before she could act. Such prowess was terrifying. No wonder, despite their prior confrontations, he had the audacity to allow her to sleep beside him. He was evidently unafraid of any lethal intentions in the midst of slumber. How intriguing. It appears your Imperial City Inspectorate has stationed quite a few personnel within the Judicial Institute. Xia Chen remarked with a smile as he perused the detailed stack of documents in his hands. As one of the three most formidable dark organizations in this world, the Emperor's Blade, the Lantern Bearers of Das, the Imperial City Department of Daqing, and the Inspection Institute of Dafeng are all intricately intertwined. The most intense battleground lies within the capitals of these three nations, while the capital of Da serves as the stronghold of the Lantern Bearers. It is also clandestinely inhabited by agents from the Imperial City Department and the Inspection Institute, a well-known secret among officials and even the common populace. This circumstance arises not from the lantern-bearers nurturing their own adversaries, but from their acute awareness that even if they were to eradicate all personnel from the Imperial City Department and the Inspection Institute within the capital, new operatives would inevitably infiltrate the city. Neither Daqing nor Dafeng would relinquish their hold over the political epicenter. Similarly, the capitals of Daqing and Dafeng are rife with hidden spies. This is the domain of the lantern-bearers. Ideally, they should align with the Inspection Institute, not necessarily aiding one another, but at least refraining from betrayal. However, in this instance, the Inspection Institute has chosen to employ them as tools, leaving no room for surprise when the lantern-bearers retaliate. Qingya spoke with a cold elegance. After perusing the documents in his hand, Xiaqin fell into silence for a moment. He then raised his palm, slicing his fingertip, crimson blood exuding a peculiar energy. Xiaqin spoke with a calm demeanor. "Open your mouth." Qingya hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Yet as a sorceress, she instinctively sensed the strangeness of his blood. As she understood, some sorcerers could wield strange spells using their own blood as a conduit. Noting her lack of response, Xiaqin wasted no more words. He grasped her face firmly and rudely pried her mouth open, thrusting his bloodied fingertip inside. Coughing, Qingya struggled to breathe, covering her mouth in shock. "What have you done?" "This is a technique from my. Even martial artists can utilize it. Your body now integrates my essence. From this moment forth, regardless of where you go, I shall sense your presence. Therefore, I trust that this information is accurate. Additionally, you may need to change your identity. If you comply, there may be further opportunities for collaboration." Xiaqin revealed a smile, gently pinching Qingya's smooth, rosy cheek, akin to a devil, as he stood up from the bed. "It's getting late. Attend to my washing and dressing." Xiaqin treated this place as his own domain, exuding an air of authority, his gentle tone laced with undeniable dominance. Lying on the bed, Qingya bit her lip, her expression complex, yet ultimately, she rose slowly to groom and arrange Xiaqin's hair. It was her first time serving someone, and the unfamiliarity made the process rather clumsy. However, Xiaqin displayed remarkable patience, never contemplating a change in attendance. The entire experience resembled a form of taming. Were a player to arrive at this moment, witnessing the scene, they would recognize Xiaqin's actions as a practice known in their world as a compliance test. Xiaqin strode into the government office, feeling invigorated. "Young master." Xiaqin had been awaiting in the yamen when she noticed Xiaqin hastily approaching. "Boss, how was last night?" On the other side, Li Shi also spotted Xiaqin, his eyes flickering before he quickly approached with a smile that only men could understand. What else could it be but delightful? Xiaqin clapped Li Shi on the shoulder, a grin spreading across his face. "As long as the boss is comfortable." Li Shi chuckled foolishly in response. "Have all the brothers gathered at the yamen?" Xiaqin refrained from elaborating on the previous night's events, instead surveying the surroundings before turning to inquire. "Almost everyone is here." "Good. Assemble the A and B companies." Xiaqin's smile faded, and he spoke with a grave expression. Xiaqin was taken aback, uncertain why the sudden call for assembly. Yet she refrained from asking. Li Shi, however, remained composed. Soon, the 200 men under Xiaqin's command swiftly gathered in the camp. Chapter 28. Should there be resistance? Execute without hesitation. In the camp, the faces of the soldiers from the other divisions were etched with confusion, unable to comprehend why the two battalions, A and B, appeared to be on the brink of a significant upheaval so early in the day. Xiaqin summoned Xia Hui to a secluded corner and whispered a series of matters into his ear. With each word, Xia Hui's expression grew increasingly grave, culminating in Xiaqin's directive. "We shall split into two groups, and speed is of the essence. Should anyone dare to resist, eliminate them on the spot. However, ensure that the key individuals are apprehended and brought back." "Understood, sir." In the military encampment, Xia Hui addressed Xiaqin by his title, omitting the term of endearment. Xiaqin stepped before all the soldiers and proclaimed, "Division A will accompany Commander Xia, while Division B will follow me." Beyond this, Xiaqin offered no further explanation. The 200 elite troops exchanged bewildered glances, yet none dared to inquire about the objective. Their sole task was to follow orders, presumably to engage the Imperial Palace. Fully armored, Xiaqin's battalion swiftly surged out of the Yulin Guard's gates, heading directly towards East Street. "Sir, what exactly are we here for?" At that moment, Xia Qian stealthily approached Xia Chen and whispered his question. No need for further inquiries. You shall soon find out. Xia Qian shrank back, understanding that his master's demeanor signaled the impending occurrence of momentous events. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at East Jung Street. This thoroughfare was a hub for tea houses and theaters, serving as the cultural heart of the capital. Various popular operas and storytelling performances first flourished here before spreading across the entire realm. Baiulu, Xia Chen halted before the renowned theater of the capital. Surround this establishment. Allow not a single fly to escape. Should anyone disregard our warning and attempt to break through, execute them on the spot. His tone was stern and unyielding, sending a chill through the ranks of the elite troops. The capital was home to numerous dignitaries, especially at Baiulu, which boasted immense popularity. It was rumored that even members of the royal family frequented this venue to enjoy the performances. The prospect of inadvertently harming someone of significant status posed a considerable risk. Yet, recalling their leader's formidable background, the soldiers hesitated not for a moment, swiftly encircling the entire theater. Inside Baiulu, a grand and opulent stage showcased a variety of performers. Recently, a play titled The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks had emerged, capturing the admiration of the capital's elite. This production, originating from Baiulu, was in such high demand that it was performed at least 3 times daily to satisfy the unceasing influx of nobility. The Tale of the Mandarin Duck conveys a poignant love story, featuring a young nobleman from a prestigious family and a princess from the Eastern Wilderness Fox clan. Initially, their union is deemed unworthy by societal standards. However, against all odds, the protagonists secretly vow to spend their lives together. What should have unfolded as a blissful romance takes a tragic turn when the fox princess meets her untimely demise, leaving the audience in a state of shock. This unexpected twist marks the first encounter for many with such a narrative. The male lead, consumed by grief, embarks on a path of vengeance. This unique premise captivates the audience, resulting in an overwhelming demand for tickets to the performance of the Mandarin Duck play at Baiwei Tower. Suddenly, chaos erupts as officials surround the venue. As the plot reaches its climax, attendants from various houses rush into the auditorium, some hastily entering private boxes, their faces betraying a sense of urgency. The entrance of the armed guards, brandishing swords, intensifies the pandemonium within Baiwei Tower, leaving the patrons bewildered. Stand still, do not move, or face immediate execution. The atmosphere grows tense as a commanding voice reverberates through the hall, momentarily disorienting all present. Xia Chen stands at the forefront, flanked by over 10 guards who, upon his command, draw their blades. Meanwhile, crossbows and firearms are aimed at the audience, ready to unleash their fury at the slightest provocation. The formidable weaponry poses a significant threat, making escape nearly impossible for even the most skilled individuals. The dignitaries, previously agitated by the interruption, suddenly grow solemn, their inquiries swallowed by the gravity of the situation. They obediently take their seats. Xia Chen's gaze sweeps across the crowd, quickly locking onto the striking young performer at the center of the stage, portraying the male lead in the Mandarin Duck play. At that moment, the performer, also observing Xia Chen, feels the intensity of their exchanged glances. Such striking beauty, yet nothing extraordinary, is the unspoken thought of the performer, who has garnered acclaim in the capital, while Xia Chen, armed with insights from Qingya, regards him as merely handsome. His recent fame having attracted the admiration of many noble women. Seize him, Xia Chen commands coldly, pointing at the actor. Instantly, 5 guards spring into action, drawing their swords with the precision of a predator among prey, advancing toward the performer. The actor, sensing the impending danger upon the guard's entrance, realizes that this confrontation is no mere coincidence. Their aggressive intent is unmistakably directed at him. Behind the performer, a martial character stood resolutely, gazing at the approaching imperial guards without a trace of hesitation. Positioned in front of the performer, they unleashed concealed weapons from their palms. The 5 imperial guards hastily raised their long blades in defense, but behind the performer, 3 more assailants sprang into action. Instantly, the stage transformed into a chaotic battleground. The audience below was rendered speechless, some startled as the sharp projectiles narrowly missed them, sending chills down their spines. They had not anticipated that these actors possessed such formidable martial prowess and dared to confront the imperial guards. The realization that they had been watching a troop of fierce combatants made their hearts tremble. Attack, commanded Xia Chen, his expression calm, unperturbed by the unfolding chaos. In an instant, 10 more skilled fighters surged forth from behind him. Meanwhile, An increasing number of Imperial guards flooded through the entrance. The performer, standing at the center of the stage, felt a deepening sense of despair. His identity had been compromised, and it seemed likely that he would meet his demise here. Even if he managed to escape the Moonlight Pavilion, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of patrolling guards and the hidden lantern bearers lurking in the shadows. There was no retreat for him. Regardless, the performer was not prepared to surrender. His sleeves concealed an array of paper figures, some wielding great swords, others brandishing long blades. These paper figures rapidly expanded in the air, as though animated by some unseen force. Soon, they demonstrated remarkable offensive capabilities, clashing with the Imperial guards in a fierce confrontation. Chapter 29, The Azura Officer. Within the Baiwa Tower, gasps of terror echoed intermittently. The expanding arcs of blades rendered the audience in the hall pale with fright. Fortunately, the venue was filled with the Imperial guards, which provided some solace to their anxious hearts. Xia Chen's eyes narrowed. The situation was dragging on longer than he desired. He craved a blitzkrieg, catching the dark agents of the inspection department off guard. Yet, he found himself ensnared instead. Together, swiftly subdue them. With that command, Xia Chen was the first to unsheath the crimson long sword from his back. As his vital energy surged, the sword radiated an intense heat. In an instant, Xia Chen's aura exploded, embodying an unwavering and dominant force. He struck at a paper figure with a single slash, igniting it in a conflagration. This paper figure, capable of withstanding the assault of 2 or 3 Imperial guards, was utterly obliterated in an instant. Leading the charge, Xia Chen moved like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, dispatching paper figures one after another, while behind him, Xia Chen rallied the Imperial guards to join the fray. Amidst the destruction of paper figures, Xia Chen's focus remained fixed on the actor. The information provided by Qingya indicated that this actor was a mid to high-ranking official within the inspection department, orchestrating many of their operations in the capital. This theft of military defense plans was closely linked to him. The actor's expression was grave. Even in such dire circumstances, he remained composed, swiftly scanning the surroundings for an escape route. Break through, he commanded coldly, unleashing more paper figures. Yet, maintaining these figures seemed to drain his energy, leaving him pale. You go ahead. I will hold them off. The first to attack, a martial performer wielding a large blade, positioned himself before the actor just as Xia Chen approached. With a mighty shout, the performer swung his sword down with the force of a mountain, aiming to cleave Xia Chen in two. As if foreseeing the blow, Xia Chen had already struck with his sword at the moment the performer raised his weapon. In a moment of bewilderment, all present witnessed a radiant sun emerge from the arc of Xia Chen's blade, illuminating the ground below. When they opened their eyes, they saw a gash appear at the center of the performer's body, and amid the horrified gazes of the crowd, his form was divided in two, blood staining the stage crimson. The scene was exceedingly gruesome. In the boxes on the second and third floors, young ladies and noblewomen turned pale, their gazes towards the strikingly handsome youth now filled with fear and dread rather than infatuation. A living being had been dismembered before their eyes. Regardless of the identity of those captured by the Imperial guards, any sane individual witnessing this spectacle would be gripped by terror. Some blood splattered across Xia Chen's face, rendering him a veritable demon from the depths of hell. Without a moment's pause after dispatching the foe before him, Xia Chen charged directly at the actor. You are Xia Chen, the so-called worthless scion of the Zhendong Marquis' residence. It seems everyone has been deceived, their eyes clouded. To slay an 8th-tier peak warrior with a single stroke reveals the depths of your concealment. The performer, retreating while casting a cold gaze at Xia Chen, held the records of him from the Inspection Institute, yet it now appeared those records were erroneous. At merely 17, a 7th-tier warrior, even within the Zhendong Marquis' household, he could undoubtedly be deemed a prodigy. Xia Chen had no intention of engaging in dialogue with the performer. His focus was solely on the leader before him. He was determined to seize the pivotal position, indifferent to the others surrounding him, who sought to protect the performer. As Xia Chen led the charge, he activated the Qiyang body tempering technique. The vitality within him surged forth, enveloping his form like armor. His speed was akin to lightning, and as his dual pupils manifested once more, the world around him appeared to decelerate, as if the flow of time itself had been altered. The performer, eyeing the nearby window, prepared to leap forth, but suddenly, a figure resembling a malevolent deity materialized behind him. A hand extended, and the performer felt the very air around him being siphoned away. In the next instant, pain surged through his neck, and he was effortlessly hoisted by Xia Chen as if he were a mere chick. As a sorcerer, though equipped with various skills, he found himself in peril when confronted at close range by a warrior, especially one as formidable as Xia Qin. With the capture of the performer, order swiftly returned to the White Moon Tower. Several actors attacking the Imperial Guard were shot dead by military crossbows, while the remaining assailants were taken captive. The entire process, though intricate, unfolded rapidly, accomplishing its objective in less than 10 minutes. All individuals from the White Moon Tower were to be escorted back to the Yamen, and Xia Qian instructed Xia Qian to personally lead 30 men to ensure their safe return, cautioning that no one should allow any rescue attempts before his return. Boss, I shall accompany Brother Xia Qian. With so many from the White Moon Tower, my presence will ensure their safe escort. Li Shi eagerly interjected, wishing to alleviate the burden on Xia Qian. Xia Qian regarded him briefly before nodding in agreement. Within the White Moon Tower, the Imperial Guards meticulously combed the battlefield, administering blood-sealing needles to the crouching inspectors who had surrendered. These needles, a disposable artifact developed by the Tianchi Manor, imposed significant restrictions on warriors, making it exceedingly difficult for them to mobilize their vital energy once implanted. Xia Qian cast a glance at the performer in his grasp, who was fixating on him with a chilling stare, as if he desired to consume him alive. With such a singular focus directed at me, it appears you have acquired our intelligence. You aim to usurp the accolades from the Lantern Bearer. Your years of deep concealment suggest your ambitions are far from trivial. The performer glared fiercely at Xia Qian, having anticipated an encounter with the Lantern Bearer, yet he had never envisioned being ensnared by the Imperial Guard, and particularly by this Xia Qian, whom he had deemed insignificant. Xia Qian remained silent, delivering a powerful blow to the back of the performer's head, rendering him unconscious. His methods were brutally direct, yet remarkably effective. He held the performer in his palm, opting not to hand him over to Xia Qing. Instead, Li Shi instructed them to take him back. He insisted on overseeing the matter personally. Gather some individuals and accompany me to another location. With a swift departure from Baiwei Tower, Xia Qian led a contingent of dozens, heading towards a different destination. In the art of warfare, speed is of the essence. This time, he aimed to catch the Inspection Institute off guard with a blitzkrieg approach. Where is the chief headed now? Is there still an undercover agent? Li Shi inquired with intrigue, patting Xia Qian's arm. I do not know. Xia Qian shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to address the subsequent affairs of Baiwei Tower. The audience that had come to witness the performance at Baiwei Tower breathed a collective sigh of relief. As they observed the capture of all undercover agents, hushed discussions ensued. Are these individuals from the Imperial City Guard or the Inspection Institute? Who would have thought Baiwei Tower was their stronghold? Someone remarked, filled with trepidation. In his youth, the founding emperor served within the Imperial Guard, exhibiting exceptional wit and intelligence. When a military defense map was stolen in the capital, the founding emperor discerned the enemy's cunning scheme. He led the Imperial Guard with decisive and swift action, successfully capturing the enemy's undercover agents, thereby unraveling the case of the stolen military defense map. Due to this victory, he was henceforth known as the Jade-Faced Lord. Xia Shu Volume 3, Chronicles of the Founding Emperor, Chapter 30, The Third Prince. Who is that leading figure? So ruthlessly fierce. Although Xia Qian swiftly concluded the battle, he left an indelible impression on all present. He remained utterly silent throughout, focused solely on the task at hand. Such dominance and coldness. The young commander is truly handsome. It is remarkable to find such a striking figure in the capital. In the loft, several elegant ladies gazed with sparkling eyes. Despite the earlier bloodshed, the matter had now concluded. Xia Qian's appearance rekindled their infatuation. They inquired about his lineage and marital status. Some young ladies gazed dreamily, their cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. On the third floor of Baiwei Building, in the most central and visually optimal private room, a remarkably poised young man sat drinking tea with a captivatingly charming woman. Even during the chaos, these two exhibited no signs of alarm, observing the spectacle from their elevated vantage as if it were merely a grand performance. While everyone below was but actors in the play. Su Buliu, the young commander from earlier, what extraordinary skills he possesses. The young man chuckled lightly, not turning his head. He inquired of a swordsman standing silently in the shadowy corner. This individual, both in his aura and mastery of internal energy, was nothing short of perfection. With a single stroke, all his strength coalesced at the blade's tip, and he had already comprehended the essence of the sword. With an unyielding and vibrant sword intent, it is likely that few at the 7th rank could rival him. Beyond this, little else could be discerned, it remained uncertain whether he harbored further hidden prowess. Su Buliu, standing in the shadows, appeared to be around 27 or 28, his gaze flickering as he offered his assessment of Xiaqin. If you were of the same realm, perhaps you could emerge victorious. The poised young man, intrigued by Su Buliu's words, asked, one must engage in battle to truly know. Oh, you are indeed a renowned genius swordsman in the capital, and yet you lack absolute confidence in victory, the young man remarked with a hint of surprise. I am currently at the peak of the 5th rank, poised to advance to the 4th. If I were to suppress my power to the 7th rank, defeating him would not be difficult. However, should I revert to my past self at the 7th rank, I would still need to engage in a duel to ascertain the outcome. Su Buliu, though succinct in speech, patiently elucidated his thoughts upon the young man's inquiry. Upon hearing Su Buliu's words, the young man's curiosity regarding Xiaqin intensified. How intriguing. Investigate who that individual is and bring him before me. I wish to make his acquaintance. I did not anticipate there to be such promising talent within the Imperial Guards. The young man smiled, addressing some attendants behind him. Su Buliu is a celebrated swordsmanship prodigy in the capital, heralded as one who may reach the 3rd rank within the next decade or two. Yet, now emerges another who could rival his past self. To take such a talent under my wing would certainly be rather amusing. No need to probe further. If I am not mistaken, this individual should indeed be related to us. At this moment, the alluring woman, who had remained silent, turned her head. A seductive smile gracing her lips, as she quietly sat there, exuding an enchanting charm. She appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in an exceedingly simple manner, yet exuding an air of nobility. Ah, my aunt is aware of this person's identity. The young man was astonished, but recalling that his aunt, unwilling to fade into obscurity and imbued with great ambition, had intervened in political affairs under the guise of a woman. Gathering quite a few loyal followers and possessing an extensive network of information, it was no surprise. He must be the legitimate eldest son of the Marquis of Anong, Xiaqin, who recently became engaged to Yao Guang. My sources have reported that he possesses extraordinary beauty, rivaling the so-called for great handsome men of the capital. Upon seeing him today, he appeared even more striking than those four. The elegant woman smiled softly, reminiscing about Xiaqin's visage, her eyes shimmering with the warmth of spring. Princess Pingong, mature and beautiful, exuded a captivating allure, fervently passionate about power, remaining unwed throughout her life, yet yearning for love. How fortunate my niece is. The princess of Pingong sighed, as she was the youngest sister of Emperor Wen, raised not by blood but by the emperor's mother. Having ascended the throne for over 50 years, Emperor Wen treated this sister as a daughter. Upon growing up, Princess Pingong developed a keen interest in politics, and notably, Emperor Wen did not hinder her, but rather tacitly permitted her involvement in state affairs. Thus, she held a unique position within the royal family. The third prince was even more astonished, as he did not anticipate that the lowly military officer he had intended to dismiss would have such a connection to him. Surely, my aunt's information is accurate, yet if memory serves, wasn't Xiaqin infamous for being a waste? The Marquis of Anong had disregarded him for years. So why did he seem so formidable now? Just a few days prior, the Xia family had secured him a position as a commander of the Imperial Guard, and his status and appearance matched. Indeed, it was him. As for his cultivation, it was undeniably impressive. Princess Pingong, in contemplation, rested her delicate chin on her hand. Lost in thought, Xiaqin remained oblivious that in the Baiwei Tower, Princess Pingong and the third prince had closely observed his capture. He was currently en route to another location, a certain inn. This inn served as an intelligence relay station for the Inspection Institute in the capital, and the military defense map was likely transmitted from here, though there was resistance during this capture. The fully armed Imperial Guards swiftly apprehended the innkeeper under the barrage of crossbow fire. Conduct a meticulous search, leave no document behind, take everything, Xiaqin commanded. He then promptly led his men to the next destination, a place known as the Shanyang Hall, akin to a modern orphanage or nursing home. However, upon his arrival, he discovered the premises deserted, with only a few children and some incapacitated elderly residents remaining. Sir, there is no one inside, and we found no documents. Xiaqin fell into silence, seriously gazing at the dilapidated sign, which bore the 3 characters of Shanyang Hall. Upon exiting the Yulin Guards Gate and making my way to Baiyu Tower, then to the inn, and finally to this very location, the entire journey took no more than an hour. Yet, to my astonishment, the place was already deserted. It seems that the personnel at the subsequent locations had long since retreated. News travels swiftly, indeed. Xia Chen's gaze flickered. Sir, where shall we head next? Someone whispered. Throughout the entire ordeal, Xia Chen had not divulged much to them. To this moment, they remained oblivious to which faction they had captured. Back to the yamen. Xia Chen waved his hand. The element of surprise had been compromised, and further searches would yield little value. Upon returning to the Yulin Guard's yamen, Xia Chen immediately spotted Qin Mu standing at the entrance. Seeing Xia Chen arrive, Qin Mu hurriedly approached. I heard upon my arrival this morning that you led 200 men out. What is the matter? Have you captured so many individuals? Qin Mu was perplexed. While the Imperial Guards indeed held the authority to apprehend, the scale of this operation was unknown even to him. It was evident that this news had spread throughout the capital. They are all from the Inspection Bureau. The situation was urgent this morning, and there was no time to consult you first. I will personally explain to the general shortly. Xia Chen recognized he had tread upon delicate ground. Having taken such a number without prior consultation, had he been an ordinary person, Qin Mu might have summoned others to detain him the moment he stepped through the door. Chapter 31. Dividing the Cake. Qin Mu's expression hardened, and the reprimand he intended to voice remained unspoken. Xia Chen pulled Qin Mu aside and whispered, My lord, I realize the process may have been somewhat flawed, but rest assured, once the general learns of this matter, you will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Not only will he not blame you, but perhaps this accomplishment will even elevate your position. A smile adorned Xia Chen's face. A stark contrast to the cold demeanor he had exhibited at work earlier. Although Qin Mu held the rank of a deputy, he was still Xia Chen's superior. Xia Chen had studied the wisdom of the elders, and their insights were etched in his heart. In the realm of politics, one must always strive to gather many friends and minimize enemies, uniting all who can be united, so that when the pivotal moment arises, support will naturally come forth to elevate one to the highest echelons. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's eyes brightened, and he was about to speak when Xia Chen's voice interrupted once more. The individuals have already been apprehended, and time is no longer of the essence. Why don't we proceed together to the general? Xia Chen beamed with brilliance. What? Are you suggesting that the military defense map was actually stolen by spies from the Intelligence Bureau? General Li Wenzhong sprang from his seat, spilling tea all over himself. Stunned by Xia Chen's revelation, Qin Mu, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He was well aware of the recent significant events in the capital, including the theft of the military defense map. Their Feather Forest Guard had been tasked with assisting the Lantern Bearers in investigating the matter. It was common knowledge that the map had been stolen by the Royal City Division. Even the Lantern Bearers were of this belief. Yet now, Xia Chen was presenting an entirely different narrative. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the military defense map was orchestrated and commanded by the very individuals I apprehended today. They've been returned, and all will be revealed through interrogation. Furthermore, even if the military defense map is not connected to these individuals, it is indisputable that they are spies from the Intelligence Bureau. Regardless, we have accomplished a significant feat, Xia Chen respectfully reported. Li Wenzhong settled back into his seat, calming his emotions, yet the more he pondered, the more he could not suppress his smile. If the military defense map was indeed stolen by agents of the Intelligence Bureau, it would be a monumental achievement. Even if Xia Chen was mistaken, as long as the apprehended individuals were confirmed to be spies, it would still count as a great success. In any case, there would be no loss. However, they might have incurred the displeasure of the Lantern Bearers. It remained uncertain whether the general could withstand the ensuing pressure. Before Li Wenzhong could express his thoughts, Xia Chen spoke up again. Li Wenzhong's gaze flickered. The Lantern Bearer organization operated independently of the court and wielded immense power. The loss of the military defense map could already be seen as a failure on the part of the Lantern Bearers. If it were indeed stolen by the Intelligence Bureau, it would be a significant dereliction of duty on their part. The achievement they had secured would be built upon the missteps of the Lantern Bearers. Fear not, Xia Chen asserted. Our Feather Forest Guard serves as the Emperor's close military force. The Lantern Bearers cannot extend their influence here. Moreover, we possess the authority to intervene in this matter, which renders our actions both legitimate and justified. Li Wenzhong hesitated for but a brief moment before his gaze solidified with determination. This tremendous credit had already been bestowed upon him. If he were to shy away from it, would that not be exceedingly cowardly? The Lantern Bearer wielded immense power. Did Li Wenzhong not possess a formidable background of his own? This matter should not be publicized just yet. First, let us pry open the mouths of those individuals and gather all the evidence. When the time comes, I shall enter the palace to request an audience with His Majesty and seek recognition for us all. As Li Wenzhong uttered these final words, His gaze fell upon Xia Chun. This young noble from the exhibited a level of maturity far beyond his initial impression, devoid of the arrogance that once disregarded the world. His approach was exceedingly pragmatic. Xia Chun had already laid the accolades before him, and naturally, he must reciprocate. A smile graced Xia Chun's lips at this juncture, and he respectfully clasped his fists. I shall abide by the general's decisions. A seasoned politician must understand the art of sharing the spoils, providing for those beneath while appeasing those above. One must never partake in the feast alone. History serves as a cautionary tale throughout the ages. Those who sought to hoard all for themselves have faced grim fates. Xia Chun would certainly not commit such a blunder. Moreover, he currently lacked the strength to confront the lantern-bearer directly, for such a confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. It would be wiser to allocate part of the credit, allowing Li Wenzhong to bear the banner and charge into battle while he himself remained in the shadows, developing in seclusion. The ensuing struggle against the lantern-bearer was beyond the scope of his current capabilities. Qin Mu stood to the side, observing Xia Chun engage in earnest discussion with Li Wenzhong regarding subsequent matters with an air of tranquility, and suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. He couldn't help but recall his saying, "In those days at 35, I stood as a mere pawn." Was he not the superior of Xia Chun? Why were his subordinate and superior fervently deliberating while he found himself unable to interject a single word? Yet, upon reflection, Qin Mu realized that he bore no burdens. He could simply lie back and reap the rewards, which was undeniably delightful. It was best to content himself with a supportive role. Qin Mu resigned himself to this fate. As Xia Chun emerged from Li Wenzhong's tent, he encountered Xia Hui entering with his men. "How fares the situation on your end, my lord?" "I have dismantled 3 strongholds and apprehended all key figures. However, upon reaching the 4th stronghold, it was already deserted." Upon hearing Xia Hui's words, Xia Chun fell into contemplation. He had only secured 2 strongholds, while Xia Hui's associates from the Inspection Bureau had evidently received the news too late. "Bring them in," Xia Chun said with little elaboration. The most crucial puppeteer had already been captured. This endeavor could hardly be deemed a failure. Noon. The atmosphere among the soldiers of the Yulin army felt somewhat amiss, as if tension had permeated from the top down. The colonel, who had previously remained within his camp sipping tea, had made several appearances, personally visiting the small prisons at the far end of the Yulin Guard's headquarters, emerging with an unmistakable smile that he could hardly contain. This was likely related to the individuals apprehended by Xia Yu earlier that morning. Many began to surmise the connection. Xia Chun remained dutifully within the military tent, venturing only to accompany Li Wenzhong to interrogate the actors in the prison. Although referred to as a prison, it consisted merely of a few suffocating rooms. In the entire court, only the Ministry of Justice and the lantern-bearers possessed their own independent cells to swiftly extract valuable information. Xia Chun imparted several advanced memory recovery techniques, aiding the actors in rapidly recalling the sequence of events surrounding the theft of the military defense map. He refrained from further involvement in these proceedings, aware that after teaching the advanced memory recovery techniques, the small prison was filled with incessant cries of anguish, sending chills down the spines of those who overheard. The individuals employing the advanced techniques began to regard Xia Chun with a sense of reverence. This newly appointed captain was undoubtedly formidable. The perverse methods of interrogation he devised were such that even specially trained spies would likely struggle to endure them. Chapter 32. The Importance of Swift Action. Afternoon. The lantern-bearers have arrived. Neither Xia Chun nor Li Wenzhong found this unexpected. This morning, the Yulin Guards had mobilized extensively, capturing numerous individuals. Such news could hardly be concealed and had already spread throughout the capital. As an intelligence organization, how could the lantern-bearers have failed to receive this information? Initially, they had paid little heed, but as further intelligence trickled in, their expression shifted to one of grave concern, realizing that significant events were unfolding. Captain Kai Ming of the lantern-bearers, acting under the orders of my commanding officer, has come to make an arrest. Kai Ming, accompanied by a dozen associates, presented his badge with a courteous tone, yet his demeanor was resolute, immediately demanding the apprehension of individuals. Captain Kai must be mistaken. This is the Yulin Guards. Who are you here to apprehend? Qin Mu, personally leading a contingent, intercepted Kai Ming at the entrance, regarding him with a perplexed expression. Do not feign ignorance, Captain Qin. This morning, I heard that the Yulin Guards had mobilized to capture a batch of undercover agents. The matter of these agents has always been under the jurisdiction of the lantern-bearers. The Imperial Guards oversee the safety of the city. Now that the individuals have been apprehended, they should naturally be handed over to us for detention. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu laughed, displaying no trepidation. Indeed, we did capture a number of individuals this morning, but none of them are undercover agents. We received reports from the citizenry indicating that these were lawbreakers plotting to engage in activities endangering the capital's safety. It is our duty as the Yulin Guards to protect the city, and we are currently conducting an investigation to prevent any accomplices from escaping. Once our examination is complete, we shall certainly hand them over to you. Kai Ming's lips twitched in irritation. Did they truly believe the lantern bearers could be deceived so easily? Captain Qin, I have no desire to prolong this discussion. Whether those apprehended this morning were undercover agents or mere ordinary criminals, simply surrender them to the lantern bearers. We shall handle the subsequent matters, and any merits will not be overlooked by the Imperial Guards. Kai Ming's tone was unwavering, and he made to push forward with his men. Qin Mu's expression darkened, and he stepped forward resolutely. This is the stronghold of the Imperial Guards, even as lantern bearers. You do not possess the authority to trespass at will. With that, soldiers behind him advanced, forming a barrier to keep all others at bay. Kai Ming's face turned ashen. He scrutinized the unyielding Qin Mu, his expression fluctuating until, after several breaths, he regained his composure and coldly replied, "Very well, I shall report this to the commanding officer. You Imperial Guards have no right to detain criminals. This matter will be documented by the lantern bearers." With that final threat, Kai Ming turned on his heel and departed, fully aware that he could not force his way through. Moreover, it was evident that there were unseen beneficiaries behind this incident. Otherwise, how could a mere captain exhibit such unyielding bravado? "Captain, what shall we do next? What else can we do?" "Return and report to the commanding officer. As a mere 1,000 household, how could I possibly overturn the world on someone else's territory?" Kai Ming scolded angrily, his emotions flaring as he kicked a few times at the subordinate who had inquired, yet his gaze remained composed. "The Yulin Guards would rather offend us, the lantern bearers, than hand over those individuals. Is it because those individuals hold great merit, and they fear we would seize that credit? Or is there another reason?" Kai Ming's mind raced, swiftly landing on the military defense map. The only matter that could provoke such rigidity from the Yulin Guards must be this. A sense of foreboding lingered in Kai Ming's heart. They had already received concrete news that the individuals captured by the Yulin Guards this morning were from the Great Feng Inspection Institute. However, the exact reasons remained unknown, as Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong had long since sealed the information. Few knew the full story, and those interrogating were strictly forbidden from leaving the prison to prevent any leaks. Despite the Lantern Bearers being an intelligence organization, the Imperial Guards were exceedingly unique, unless by the Emperor's directive. Casually inserting undercover agents within the Yulin Guards could lead to grave consequences. Thus, even up to this point, the Lantern Bearers remained unaware of the specific occurrences. Once Kai Ming presented his conjectures, they were met with immediate attention. The Lantern Bearers, when fully mobilized, could be quite formidable, especially when driven by a particular purpose. That evening, the Lantern Bearers, acting on the information from Xia Chen's morning operations, captured a group from the Inspection Institute who had received advance notice and evacuated their stronghold. Under severe interrogation, they finally gleaned the intricate details. In the dead of night, what? The military defense map was stolen by someone from the Inspection Institute? Commander Lu Li of the Lantern Bearers spoke in a deep voice, his gaze fixed intently on the reporting subordinate. The subordinate, trembling, replied, "The examination results indicate as such." Lu Li sat back down in his chair, taking a deep breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Lantern Bearers had committed such a blunder. After several days of investigation, they had misidentified their target. What would the Emperor think if he were to find out? Would he question Lu Li's competence? No wonder they had been probing for days without any pivotal results. They had veered off course, making success improbable. "Summon Xin Fang to me." How could he mismanage such a matter? Lu Li seethed, yet he quickly regained his composure. "Bring me my clothes. I must go out." It was already late at night, and he had been resting in his home, his beautiful concubine in his arms, yet he had been abruptly roused. Now he was wide awake, knowing he had to rush to the Yulin Guards, retrieve those crucial individuals, and confer with Li Wenzhong. This matter must be reframed from their negligence into a narrative where the Lantern Bearers and the Yulin Guards jointly uncovered the clues, conducted thorough investigations, and ultimately captured the individuals from the Inspection Institute. In doing so, not only would they evade blame, but they might also garner merit. As he donned his attire and stepped into the front hall, he observed his butler hastily entering. "Master, someone from the palace has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that it was too late. The Imperial Guards had already made their move. Meanwhile, Xia Chen awoke refreshed. Having enjoyed a restful slumber the previous night, he had stayed late at the Yulinwei headquarters, diligently preparing all the necessary evidence that confirmed the theft of military defense maps by individuals from the Inspection Bureau before finally leaving. He understood that the subsequent developments would no longer concern him. The intricate power struggle among those involved was beyond his current grasp. In the courtyard, Xia Chen practiced a set of martial arts, just as he was preparing to depart for work at the headquarters. Third young master. A household soldier appeared outside Xia Chen's courtyard. "The master requests your presence. He wishes to discuss something with you." "Very well." Xia Chen nodded, altering his intended course from west to east, heading toward the inner courtyard. He surmised that the inquiry would pertain to the military defense maps. Both Xia Chen and Li Wenjing believed that this matter required prompt action, aiming to solidify the situation before any parties could react. Thus, last night, Li Wenjing had urgently entered the Imperial Palace to finalize the affair. Chapter 33. The Emperor. Mingda Courtyard. This courtyard, where Xia Chen resides, is bathed in the splendor of spring, adorned with vibrant blossoms. With a history spanning 4 centuries, each generation of the family has made this courtyard their home, leaving indelible marks of time throughout Mingda Courtyard. Elder brother. As Xia Chen arrived, he spotted a young man emerging from the courtyard, strikingly handsome and in his early 20s. Xiao Chen. The young man, named Xia Xian, is the second son of Xia Qian. Presently, he serves in the Imperial Guard's Dragon Martial Guard, having ascended to the rank of Duwei in just a few years, thus establishing himself as one of the prominent young leaders among the current generation of the Imperial Guard. Xia Xian nodded at Xia Chen, reminiscing about their father Xia Qian's recent words, which altered his gaze towards his younger brother. It was the first time such a situation had arisen in the Imperial Guard, where credit for achievements was seized, and the pivotal figure was none other than his third brother standing before him. "You may enter first. Father is waiting for you." Their exchange was brief, and Xia Xian turned to depart. Xia Chen was not surprised. Xia Xian had always maintained a distant demeanor, devoid of malice. In their youth, Xia Chen frequently visited the courtyard, and their relationship was relatively amicable. However, as time passed and pride took root, Xia Xian moved to a different wing, leading to a gradual estrangement. "Chenner." Xia Chen walked directly into the courtyard and found Xia Qian seated in the garden, seemingly awaiting his arrival. After offering a respectful greeting, Xia Chen sat down without hesitation. A nearby maidservant poured tea for him before discreetly retreating. Xia Chen picked up a pastry from the table and began to eat. It was surprisingly delectable, serving well as a breakfast option. He was quite familiar with this courtyard, recognizing every blade of grass and every maidservant, having spent most of his time here until the age of 12. However, as he grew older and developed a sense of pride, he chose to move out of Mingda Courtyard, preferring to remain in his own quarters except during festive occasions. Xia Qian observed Xia Chen with a contemplative gaze before finally speaking. "The military defense plan was your design." There were no outsiders present, allowing Xia Qian to speak candidly. This morning, just before dawn, he received news of a significant event that transpired in the palace last night. "Indeed, but I allocated the credit," allowing Li Wenjing to take the forefront. Xia Chen swallowed a piece of pastry and took a sip of tea, responding calmly. "You handled this matter well. After all, you were still merely a school officer, newly entering the political arena. Being overly conspicuous is unwise." Xia Qian nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Xia Chen now infused with a measure of approval. "Are you aware of what transpired last night?" Xia Qian's tone shifted, becoming serious and earnest. "After General Li entered the palace late last night, I returned and did not involve myself in subsequent matters." Xia Chen shook his head, realizing that he could no longer interfere with the unfolding events, rendering further involvement unnecessary. "Lu Li has fallen." Xia Qian's calm words concealed a bombshell of information. Lu Li had presided over the Lantern Bearers for 26 years, having been promoted by Emperor Wen himself, a veritable sovereign of darkness. He controlled all of Dawu's nefarious activities. However, now this formidable figure had unexpectedly been toppled. One could only imagine the impending upheaval in the Dawu political arena. During the reshuffling, many so-called prominent figures in the eyes of ordinary folk would face dire consequences. Was it due to the military defense map incident? Perhaps. For the theft of the map had been attributed to Lu Li's dereliction of duty. Furthermore, he had erred in targeting the wrong individuals, committing grave mistakes consecutively, leading to his dismissal as commander just last night. Xia Qian let out a long sigh, his spirits not particularly elevated, seemingly lost in thought. Xia Qian fell into silence, truthfully not having anticipated that he had directly orchestrated the downfall of Lu Li, a figure wielding immense power within Dawu's bureaucratic hierarchy. This incident was likely merely a catalyst. Lu Li had held sway for 26 years, acting as a blade for his master, having engaged in countless unsavory deeds that had offended many. His downfall, while ostensibly due to professional missteps, was, in reality, a concerted effort from various factions seeking to strike him down. Xia Qian surveyed his surroundings, took a sip of tea, and then spoke with tranquility. Xia Qian's gaze shifted, his eyes sharpening as the entire process lasted 2 or 3 breaths before he bellowed, "Silence. Tread carefully." Although he reprimanded Xia Qian, a gleam of brilliance ignited in his eyes, altering his gaze towards Xia Qian entirely. He had not anticipated that Xia Qian, who had spent his childhood within the estate, shielded from the outside world, could analyze the court's dynamics with such depth, perceiving the essence beneath the surface. Though the Xia family was rife with prodigies, few possessed such political acumen, aside from his third brother. Even his 2 sons showed little sensitivity towards political matters. Yet, Xia Qian exhibited such insight. Was it true that when one door closes, another opens? Upon this realization, Xia Qian's gaze softened as he regarded Xia Qian. The Xia household had never lacked for brilliance or talent. Rather, it lacked individuals with strategic foresight and political awareness. Without such intellectuals guiding the clan, the more resplendent and flourishing they became, the closer they edged toward decline. Perhaps sending Qian'er to the military was a misjudgment. He should have been encouraged to pursue scholarly endeavors instead. This way, his third brother could have borne some of the burden, sighing inwardly, "Ah, my second brother." Xia Qian lamented, for he had initially intended for Xia Qian to study alongside his third brother, Xia Han, only to be deterred by a letter from his second brother, Xia Yuan. Had he known better, he would not have heeded his second brother's advice. Xia Qian felt a twinge of regret over his past decisions. Xia Qian remained blissfully unaware that his words had prompted such reflections in Xia Qian. He gazed at the somewhat distracted Xia Qian and continued to probe thoughtfully. Our sovereign is exceptionally astute yet profoundly self-serving. Throughout his lengthy reign, he has incessantly incited rivalry between the civil officials and our military meritocracy to maintain a delicate balance within the court. Furthermore, he has adeptly utilized Lu Li and Princess Pingyang to reclaim a portion of his authority, placing them in the public eye while he himself remains shrouded in the shadows, reigning from the heights, observing us from afar. Over the years, Lu Li has been stained with blood, yet every significant event has been orchestrated from behind the scenes by him. The benefits are all reaped by our sovereign, while Lu Li bears the burden of blame. Truly, our emperor has mastered the art of rulership to perfection. In recent days, Xia Qian has come to comprehend the political landscape of the court and finds that the current emperor bears a striking resemblance to the Jiajing emperor of his own world, self-centered yet endowed with extraordinary talent, reigning for over 50 years, with an unparalleled mastery over power. What further insights can be offered? To Xia Qian's surprise, upon hearing his irreverent remarks, Xia Qian displayed no change in expression, instead pressing on with further inquiries. Chapter 34. Significant Events in the Capital. In the courtyard, Xia Qian gazed at his uncle, a smile subtly gracing his lips. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The illustrious Hou residence, thriving for over 6 centuries, could not have sustained its brilliance solely on the principles of loyalty to the throne and patriotism. How could it possibly remain resplendent amidst the political upheavals of 600 years without ever declining? While the Hou residence's patriotism may not be unfounded, the matter of loyalty to the emperor remains a topic for deliberation. Whether it be the old lord of the eastern town or Xia Qian himself, they have spent years living quietly within the confines of the Hou residence, shunning the outside world. Was it not due to the emperor's suspicions? For the safety of the Hou residence and the future opportunities of the next generation, they had no choice but to act thus. Recently, his adoptive father, Xia Yuan, had achieved great merit in the eastern wilderness. Shortly, he might return to the capital, and the outcome was all too evident. He would relinquish his military command and refrain from political affairs, perhaps only to await another great conflict for a chance to emerge once more. This was a form of political acumen inherently laden with emotions. How could one remain untouched by such circumstances? The downfall of Lu Li surely delighted the civil officials' faction. Xia Qian spoke soberly, Indeed, this time, it was none other than Elder Li who took the initiative, and His Majesty's abandonment of Lu Li may have deeper implications. Xia Qian nodded. Although the Lantern Bearers were ostensibly established to balance civil and military factions, they primarily focused on suppressing the civil officials. Over these years, the influence of the civil officials had surged, evolving into a force capable of threatening imperial authority. To discern such nuances is commendable. You are the catalyst in this affair. Officially, it appeared that Li Wenzhong was leading the charge, yet he had remained neutral all these years and was not adept at handling cases. It was unlikely he would take such risks to seize credit from the Lantern Bearers. As I have learned, you took the initiative to lead a group out of camp yesterday to apprehend individuals before reporting to Li Wenzhong, did you not? Xia Qian spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the distant scenery. Xia Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xia Qian was privy to these matters. I can deduce this. And so can others. The capital is replete with astute minds. Xia Qian gazed deeply at Xia Chen. Maintain a low profile during this period. I shall assist you in navigating these challenges. Thank you, uncle. Xia Chen respectfully bowed, embodying the demeanor of a modest gentleman, which earned Xia Qian's approving nod. You may leave. Xia Qian waved his hand, allowing Xia Chen to depart on his own. Wise individuals require no further words. In the ensuing days, a tremor shook the political landscape of the capital. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards mobilized, and the downfall of a prominent figure elicited excitement among many. In positions of power, one man's fall paved the way for another's ascent. Meanwhile, in the unseen realm of ordinary citizens, the Lantern Bearers sprang into action, launching a relentless assault on the inspection agency of the Great Feng. Numerous undercover agents hidden within the capital were captured, with some even executed on the spot. In the distant northwestern frontier, the military began large-scale mobilization, imposing martial law and preparing for war. Bracing against the threat from the western kingdom of Qin and the northern Dafeng, they stood ready to confront the specter of conflict. Several prominent figures from the military meritocracy were summoned to the palace for strategic discussions, and even the cabinet deliberated on potential commanders should a major conflict erupt in the northwest. Amidst this atmosphere thick with the scent of gunpowder, the Marquis Anwu, Xia Qian, was repeatedly called to the palace. Xia Chen had heard through unofficial channels that His Majesty intended to employ Xia Qian, and there were even whispers about appointing the venerable Marquis of Zhendong, Xia Chutian, who was currently in seclusion. 36 years ago, Xia Chutian nearly annihilated the Dafeng in the Battle of Huaiyang, and his return to the field inspired considerable confidence across the political spectrum. It was unlikely that your grandfather would be called to action, as his military achievements in the Battle of Huaiyang were monumental. Should war indeed break out and he emerge victorious once more, it would undoubtedly lead to his elevation to nobility, a prospect deemed improbable. Therefore, neither His Majesty nor the cabinet would allow such a scenario to unfold. In the garden, Xia Chen and Xia Qian strolled and conversed. Since that day, Xia Qian had taken to summoning Xia Chen frequently to share tidings and solicit his opinions, which greatly surprised Xia Chen. Xia Qian regarded Xia Chen, who walked half a step behind him, with a complex expression. Who could have anticipated that the recent upheavals in the court would be linked to this modest captain of the Imperial Guard? Thus, if the kingdom of Qin were indeed to instigate war once more, the only viable commanders would be you, my uncle, and the Grand Marshal. Xia Chen smiled, noting that in the current era of Dawu, few possessed the capability to command large military formations, and among those, only the venerable Marquis of Zhendong, Xia Chutian, and the illustrious Xia Qian, who had shown in the Battle of Nanjing over 2 decades ago, along with the current Grand Marshal, Ouyang Jing, had a substantial chance of prevailing against Qing. Notably, 2 out of these 3 were from the Xia lineage, which perhaps explained the family's tradition of maintaining an exceptionally low profile, willingly relinquishing military authority after each conflict. Any emperor would likely harbor suspicions. His Majesty had issued an edict for the second prince to swiftly conclude operations in the eastern wilderness. The strain of a 2-front war was overwhelming. If prolonged, the kingdom of Qin would undoubtedly intervene, leading to perilous consequences. Furthermore, His Majesty would certainly not permit both me and the second prince to command troops simultaneously. Xia Yuan currently commanded over 100,000 troops in the eastern wilderness, and should war with Dafeng ignite, at least 300,000 soldiers would need to be mobilized. The Xia family controlled over 400,000 troops, equivalent to nearly half the military strength of Dawu. Given such circumstances, no one dared to gamble. Xiaqin fell silent, realizing that his adoptive parents would soon return from the eastern wilderness. Observing Xiaqin's impassive demeanor, Xiaqin sighed inwardly. The tense atmosphere escalated further as the lantern-bearers discovered confirmed troop movements within Dafeng, prompting the cabinet to convene several late-night meetings. Aside from this matter, another significant event unfolded in the capital, the appointment of a new commander for the lantern-bearers, named Ma Song. The ascension of this individual has taken everyone in the capital by surprise. Previously, Ma Song had remained a rather inconspicuous figure among the lantern-bearers, even holding the least influential position within the 8 divisions. However, rather than succumbing alongside Lu Li, he has instead surged forth, seizing the ultimate prize and emerging as a resounding victor, prompting deep contemplation among many. Xiaqin, having merely gleaned some information, did not delve further into the matter, as his ties to the lantern-bearers are currently minimal. He awaits his own promotion as the situation surrounding the military defense map gradually settles, and the time to relish the fruits of victory draws near. Calculating the days, he anticipates a potential elevation in position within the next day or two. A smile graces his face at this thought. Furthermore, Xiaqin has been attentive to another event. The Qingya cottage was engulfed in flames on the very night following his departure, reduced to ashes. There were no remains of those within. This tragedy has left many past visitors to Qingya cottage in profound sorrow for the goddess in their hearts. The graceful maiden of Qingya shall no longer be seen again. Chapter 35. The Shift of Power. It is a lamentable fate for the graceful young lady who, in the bloom of youth, has met her untimely demise. Xiaqin, trailing behind Xiaqin, held a fried dough stick in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other, expressing her sorrow. As one of the 3 who accompanied Xiaqin to the Qingya cottage that day, Xiaqin had met Qing Yin, and upon hearing the news of her death, she could not help but feel a sense of regret. Xiaqin, without turning back, took a bite of the bun in his hand, the fragrant oil bursting delightfully on his palate. The dog-ignored bun was indeed delicious. However, truth be told, Xiaqin had a preference for rice noodles for breakfast. The savory broth, paired with perfectly cooked rice noodles and a scattering of accompaniments, constituted an exquisite meal. Regrettably, such delicacies were scarce in the capital. Xiaqin had searched several places in recent days, but none had quite captured the flavor he sought. Shaking his head at this thought, he swallowed the bun before speaking. Everyone has their own destiny. Some may have perished yet still linger in spirit, while others may be alive but have already succumbed to death within. Xiaqin scratched her head, evidently perplexed by Xiaqin's philosophical musings. A smile danced on Xiaqin's lips as he chose not to elaborate. He harbored no belief that Qingya was truly dead. Despite suffering a significant setback at his hands, she was undeniably astute. With such a monumental event unfolding in the capital, resulting in the downfall of the powerful official Lu Li, who commanded the lantern-bearers, attention would inevitably gravitate towards Xiaqin. How did he come to uncover the concealed identities of the inspectors lurking in the capital? Although Xiaqin's group had maintained a low profile that day, the capital was teeming with those possessing formidable connections, and it was highly probable that Qingya's whereabouts would be discovered. She would not dare to take such a risk. Hence a great fire had obliterated her identity completely. What audacity she possessed, lingering in the capital. Xiaqin gazed silently at the system panel, where a small red dot was marked. This dot represented Qingya. On that day, Xiaqin had deceived her. His blood bore no tracking capabilities. He was, at present, merely a martial artist, devoid of any sorcerous skills or magical methods. Yet, simplicity lies at the heart of the grand path. Xiaqin possessed a system, which included a mapping feature. Over the past few days, he had traversed the vast expanse of the capital, having perfected 95 of the system's map, save for the Imperial Palace. That morning, he had marked Qingya within the system. As long as she remained within the confines of his mapped territory, she would find no refuge from his grasp. Currently, the map indicated that Qingya was situated in the western district of the capital. At this moment, Xiaqin had no intention of seeking her out. As long as she remained in the capital, he could locate her at any time. She could not escape his clutches. Thus, Xiaqin planned to surprise Qingya during the depths of the night on his next visit. At the Yulinwei Yamen, the moment Xiaqin entered his military tent, Qingyu approached him with an air of intrigue. "Why has the esteemed captain come in person?" Xiaqin inquired with a smile, though he did not rise from his seat. "Address me as Old Qin if you find it agreeable." Old Qin's face lit up with a multitude of smiles, entirely shedding the grave demeanor he bore when first encountering Xia Chun. Qin Mu took the initiative to sit beside Xia Chun, pouring himself a cup of tea. Clearly, their relationship had grown significantly closer in the wake of recent events. After this, you may very well ascend to the rank of captain. We would then be of equal standing. Qin Mu sipped his tea, exhaling a sigh of nostalgia. Reflecting on the prospect of a 17-year-old captain while he himself had already reached the age of 35. One could only imagine the boundless potential that lay ahead for Xia Chun. Has there been a resolution regarding the military defense map? Xia Chun instantly grasped the implications. It seemed the matter was nearing its conclusion, and they were on the verge of reaping the rewards. Otherwise, Qin Mu would not exhibit such fervor. Although the military situation in the northwest was of utmost importance these days, the officials in court had not forgotten the matter of the military defense map. The success of the Yulin Guard in resolving this case was indeed a significant achievement, and rewards for merit would soon be forthcoming. Qin Mu took another sip of tea, striving to suppress his excitement and restore his composure. Congratulations, sir. Xia Chun smiled, raising his cup of tea in a toast to Qin Mu. Haha, you are the primary contributor to this matter. The lieutenant general has already reported it, and after this, you will at least attain the rank of captain. Qin Mu lamented that if not for Xia Chun's youth, the accomplishments of uncovering the military defense map and dismantling the dark web of the Dafeng Inspection Bureau in the capital would undoubtedly have led to an elevation far beyond the rank of captain. In truth, a 17-year-old captain of the 5th rank was an extraordinary rarity in the illustrious 800 years of the Daowu dynasty. Xia Chun smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The lieutenant general may very likely be reassigned to the Longwu Guard as the Grand General. I might accompany him, providing you with an opportunity for a promotion. Qin Mu continued, his spirits soaring. Although the Yulin Guard and the Longwu Guard each operated as separate military entities, the actual power they wielded was vastly different. The Yulin Guard had a mere 3,000 personnel, solely responsible for maintaining order in the capital, while the Longwu Guard boasted 6,000 elite troops tasked with safeguarding the inner city of the Imperial Palace, directly responsible for the Emperor's security during his travels. Despite the Grand General of the Longwu Guard holding only a 3rd-rank official title, the influence wielded was monumental, with only one superior above him, the Emperor himself. Should Li Wenzheng indeed assume the role of Grand General, he would have firmly entrenched himself within the Emperor's inner circle, stepping into the very heart of power within the Daowu dynasty. Is the news reliable? Xia Chun inquired, noting that although the decree had yet to be issued, the lieutenant general had entered the palace twice in recent days, suggesting that no unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Upon hearing this, Xia Chun's mind raced with thoughts of the impending shifts in power dynamics that would accompany such a change in position. To be appointed as the Grand General of the Longwu Guard indicated that Li Wenzheng was undoubtedly a confidant of the Emperor, reaffirming Xia Chun's previous assessment that Li Wenzheng stood firmly backed by the Emperor himself. The former Grand General of the Dragon Guard had cultivated a rather close relationship with the Crown Prince, which raised certain concerns. Suddenly, Qin Mu glanced around and leaned closer to Xia Chun, whispering softly. His words trailed off, yet Xia Chun instantly grasped the underlying implication. The Grand General of the Dragon Guard effectively served as the Emperor's bodyguard, and now this protector had developed an unsettling proximity to the heir of the Empire, an intolerable signal for any sovereign. The relationship between the Emperor and the Crown Prince has always been intricate, characterized by both succession and rivalry. For the Crown Prince is the only one who can overtly pose a threat to the Emperor's authority. Xia Chun swiftly catalogued this information in his mind, discerning valuable insights. The Emperor harbored doubts about the Crown Prince, thus supporting the 3rd Prince to create a balance, inciting a rivalry between them. While this strategy was not flawed, it inadvertently sowed the seeds of turmoil for the impending coup by the 3rd Prince 5 years hence. A spark ignited in Xia Chun's eyes. The political arena was resplendent, and he too yearned to take the stage and perform. Chapter 36. The Art of War. In the afternoon, Xia Chun remained within the confines of the military camp, eschewing his usual practice of patrolling the streets. All signs indicated that a promotion was imminent. Holding a military treatise in his hands, he was engrossed in his studies. This particular work was authored by a renowned strategist of this realm, and it was a text that nearly every aspiring military tactician had perused. Although this was not his first encounter with the treatise, even Xia Chun had to concede that some of its philosophies were indeed profound. Sir, at that moment, a voice called from outside the door. Come in. Xia Chun replied without lifting his gaze, his attention still fixed on the pages before him. Li Shi entered, his eyes falling upon Xia Chun, who was seated at his desk. He couldn't help but be momentarily entranced. What an elegant young nobleman he was, with a visage that was unparalleled. At that moment, Xia Chun held a scroll of military strategy, having shed his armor in favor of simple attire. His long, dark hair was casually styled with a hairpin, exuding an effortless grace, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. "What is it?" Xia Chun inquired calmly, his expression betraying no turmoil. "The lieutenant general wishes to see you. It is likely a matter of good fortune." Li Shi lowered his head, hesitant to gaze further, feeling that the figure before him emanated an ethereal quality, as if he could ascend to the skies at any moment, detached from the mortal realm. "Understood. You may leave." Xia Chun waved his hand, maintaining a placid demeanor. As the critical moment approached, he found himself remarkably composed, free from distracting thoughts. Once Li Shi exited the military tent, Xia Chun rose to adjust his appearance and attire. He then made his way, unhurried yet purposeful, towards the tent of Li Wenzhong. Upon entering Li Wenzhong's tent, Xia Chun observed him seated at his desk, coincidentally holding the same military treatise, titled The Art of War, which Xia Chun had been studying. The treatise states, as a commander, one must clear the heart to devise strategies and steady the spirit to command the troops. Before Xia Chun could speak, Li Wenzhong initiated the conversation. A leader must cultivate a tranquil mind to formulate plans and uplift morale to govern the army. Without hesitation, Xia Chun replied, "This is indeed the opening line of the art of war. A commander, regardless of circumstances, be it joy or sorrow, must maintain absolute rationality, devoid of excessive emotional fluctuations. Your composure is commendable, truly befitting a descendant of the illustrious Xia family, known throughout history for producing great generals." Li Wenzhong set aside the treatise, a smile gracing his face, filled with admiration. In recent days, despite the tumultuous events unfolding in the capital, Xia Chun had never sought him out to inquire about the developments or what rewards he might receive. Such a demeanor was not typical of a 17-year-old youth. Rather, it resembled that of a seasoned statesman. "I trust in your judgment, sir. Since I have entrusted you with this matter, I shall await the outcome with patience." Xia Chun smiled, exuding an air of confidence and composure. "It has already been stated that in private, one may address me as Uncle Shi when no one else is present." Li Wenzhong gestured for Xia Chun to take a seat, curious about the nature of his impending reward. This morning, Captain Qin had informed him that a promotion to replace him in the position of captain was highly likely, while he would accompany the lord to the Longwu Guards. Xia Chun calmly responded, acknowledging that this was the traditional method of rewarding merit, yet circumstances had shifted unexpectedly. A furrow formed on his brow. Had something unforeseen occurred? As he pondered, Li Wenzhong's voice continued to resonate. "Both Qin Mu and I have confirmed your transfer to the Longwu Guards. It is primarily for your benefit." "Me?" Xia Chun looked at Li Wenzhong with mild astonishment. He had initially believed there was an issue with Li Wenzhong's appointment as general of the Longwu Guards, only to discover it was about himself. "It was indeed intended to promote you to captain, but the Emperor has intervened." Li Wenzhong cast a profound glance at Xia Chun. "The Emperor?" A flicker of light danced in Xia Chun's eyes. He had not anticipated the Emperor would personally involve himself in his appointment as captain. "Do not worry too much. His Majesty did not deny your promotion to captain. He merely suggested that you should not rush. Young men need to undergo more tempering." Li Wenzhong sipped his tea, smiling as he observed the young man's emotional shift. No longer did he appear as unperturbed as before. He seemed more mature than his years. "This is a fortunate circumstance. Among the countless officials in the court, few are able to enter the Emperor's line of sight." Li Wenzhong patted Xia Chun on the shoulder. "Prepare yourself. We shall enter the palace shortly." "To the palace?" Xia Chun inquired, astonished. "The Emperor wishes to see you personally." Li Wenzhong's expression turned serious. In recent years, the Emperor had seldom attended court. Many officials could only catch a glimpse of him during the annual court assembly. Most matters were deliberated by the Emperor with the cabinet elders, who then executed decisions directly. However, the fact that the Emperor desired a personal meeting with Xia Chun conveyed some significant message or hinted at a notable appointment. Li Wenzhong, at a loss, could not decipher the Emperor's intentions. "I understand." Xia Chun took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Entering the palace was inevitable. He had rendered significant contributions and held the title of son-in-law. After all, surely the Emperor would not treat him harshly. Half an hour later, Li Wenzhong and Xia Chun boarded a carriage that slowly made its way toward the heart of the inner city. The emperor had reigned for over 50 years, largely refraining from indulgences in women. The first 20 years were devoted to Buddhist practices, followed by a decade of Taoist pursuits, until his ministers advised that a dynasty could not thrive without heirs. Thus, the crown prince, the second princess, and the third prince came into being. After having heirs, the emperor became less cold and distant. However, in the past decade, his demeanor had grown increasingly enigmatic, leaving no one able to fathom his thoughts. Therefore, when facing the emperor, one should refrain from harboring excessive personal notions. Do you understand? In the carriage, Li Wenjun quietly advised, outlining various considerations for entering the palace. Xia Chen nodded, forming a slightly clearer image of the emperor in his mind. Success and failure both lie in the hands of the same person. Over the past 50 years, under the governance of Emperor Wan, the Dou kingdom has grown increasingly formidable, celebrating numerous victories in foreign wars. For instance, 36 years ago, during the Battle of Huaiyang, the kingdom nearly obliterated the Defeng. More than 20 years ago, in the conflict with the southern frontier, Dou triumphed, pushing its borders southward by several hundred miles. Presently, the war against the eastern wilderness and the demon tribes is also nearing its conclusion. Dou now exerts a formidable influence over the realm, instilling trepidation in the other two nations, the eastern demons and the southern barbarians. However, the relentless warfare has imposed a heavy toll on the citizens of Dou, exacerbating domestic strife that has long since reached a critical point. Although Dou stands as the preeminent nation in the world, it seems to teeter on the brink of collapse. Should a female emperor not emerge to restore stability, it is feared that the kingdom may disintegrate entirely within 5 years due to an impending coup, transitioning from prosperity to ruin. Within the carriage, Xia Chen diligently analyzes the current and future circumstances. Soon, the carriage comes to a halt before a grand and imposing city wall. Li Wenjun and Xia Chen simultaneously open their eyes. The royal palace has arrived. Chapter 37. The first audience in the palace. Outside the city walls, the city was guarded by formidable armored soldiers, and upon seeing Li Wenjun's carriage, 2 of them approached. Please disembark. The carriage cannot enter. Li Wenjun was the first to alight, followed closely by Xia Chen. Lordly, the soldiers saluted upon recognizing him. They were members of the Dragon Guard, and the news had already spread among them that their general might soon fall from grace, with the esteemed Li Wenjun poised to take his place. Very well. Conduct a search. I must enter the palace. Li Wenjun nodded, extending his arms for inspection. Even as the head of the cabinet, one must adhere to protocol before entering. The rules remain unchanged regardless of status. My lord, the emperor's decree has already been conveyed. You may proceed directly. One soldier casually conducted a brief search and then hastily informed him. Li Wenjun nodded, while Xia Chen remained silent behind him, observing intently. If he was not mistaken, the 3 characters White Tiger Gate inscribed on the city wall would soon witness the unfolding of a palace coup 5 years hence. The third prince would lead an army through the White Tiger Gate and storm into the palace, turning it into a river of blood. The city walls rose majestically, adorned with spells laid by sorcerers, and manned by crossbowmen in armor. Unless tens of thousands of soldiers were to sacrifice their lives, a forcible assault would be futile. Xia Chen absorbed the layout of the White Tiger Gate, noting that there were 3 major camps outside the capital, totaling 50,000 men, stationed alongside the imperial guards to defend the city. These camps were under the emperor's command and could not be mobilized by anyone else. Regardless of the circumstances, those 50,000 troops were forbidden from entering the capital, indicating that any attempt to breach the White Tiger Gate would necessitate an internal betrayal, allowing someone inside to open it. The third prince must have bribed the commander stationed at the White Tiger Gate, or perhaps this individual was already aligned with him. Xia Chen pondered, noting that some of the Dragon Guard had shifted their allegiance to the third prince. This was significant information. As Xia Chen contemplated, Li Wenjun followed a leading eunuch through the ornate palace corridors. Xia Chen ceased his musings, beginning to take in the grandeur of the palace. The glazed tiles shimmered under the sunlight, akin to stars adorning the palace rooftops. Intricate beams and painted rafters depicted the splendor and legends of bygone eras. Palace lanterns swayed gently, casting ethereal shadows that danced through the corridors, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Auspicious birds and mythical beasts perched upon the eaves, seemingly guarding this magnificent domain, embodying royal majesty and opulence. 8 centuries of history were enshrined in every brick and tile, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any thought of disrespect. General Li, you may take the prince in with you. The leading old eunuch smiled broadly, displaying none of the arrogance typical of outsiders, appearing instead as a humble servant. Very well. Li Wenzhong nodded, not feeling the need for excessive politeness. After all, he was soon to assume the role of general of the Dragon Guard. Unless it was one of the chief eunuchs overseeing the 12 supervisory departments, he had little need to concern himself with others. Thank you for your efforts, Eunuch Ma. Xiaqin retrieved a silver coin from his sleeve and pressed it into the hands of the eunuch, Master Ma. The eunuch's eyes sparkled momentarily. Yet he quickly regained his composure, hastily waving his hands in protest. This is merely the duty of a servant. How could I possibly accept the silver of the esteemed prince? He was well aware of the significance of this young gentleman, especially since he hailed from the Xia residence and, crucially, had been summoned personally by His Majesty. Over the years, aside from a handful of cabinet ministers and a few high-ranking officials, he had never witnessed the emperor summon anyone alone. Thus, he felt unworthy to accept the silver from Xiaqin, although he was merely running errands for the emperor. The fact that he had kept the eunuch waiting for so long rendered the silver trivial, merely enough to buy a jug of wine. Xiaqin smiled gently, saying nothing further. He deftly tucked the coin into Master Ma's belt and waved goodbye as he strode into the palace. Master Ma, feeling the weight of the coin nestled in his belt, gazed at Xiaqin's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Though he served the emperor, he held no real power, and none of the esteemed officials he interacted with had ever shown him such respect or cared about how long he had waited, let alone offered him silver personally. Sensing the lingering warmth of Xiaqin's presence on the coin, he took a deep breath and slipped it into his pocket, his expression returning to one of calmness. Your servant bows before your majesty. Upon entering the palace, Xiaqin traversed a long corridor and entered a grand hall. Before he could take in the surroundings, Li Wenzhong suddenly pulled him down to his knees. Rise. A voice, ethereal and enigmatic, resonated throughout the hall. It was only then that Xiaqin could fully grasp the palace's ambience. At the center, seated upon the ground, was an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, adorned with prayer beads around his neck. His hair was streaked with gray, and he faced away from the two, obscuring his true visage. This was none other than the ruler of the Great Wu Empire, Emperor Wen. This is the Dragon Wu Guard's token. Take it and assume your position tomorrow. The emperor, still turned away, seemed to be engaged in a form of meditation or enlightenment. An indescribable aura flowed around him, and in a fleeting moment, Xiaqin thought he glimpsed a golden dragon, several meters long, flickering past the emperor. The dragon appeared somewhat illusory, as if it had yet to fully manifest. Was this the auspicious dragon of fortune? Was it because the time was not yet ripe, or perhaps the current strength of the Great Wu nation was insufficient? Or could it be attributed to the emperor's own circumstances? As Xiaqin pondered these questions, Li Wenzhong suddenly knelt with a thud, his voice tinged with emotion. I humbly thank your majesty. I shall not disappoint your trust. Leave now. The emperor waved his hand, as if embodying a celestial being from the heavens. Li Wenzhong rose and, as he passed by Xiaqin, offered him an encouraging glance, as if to say, do not be anxious. Once Li Wenzhong departed, only Xiaqin and the emperor remained in the chamber. The tendrils of smoke languidly danced in the air, and the room was so still that one could hear the sound of their own breath. Xiaqin patiently awaited, refraining from being the first to speak. Please, take a seat. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Emperor Wen's voice resonated once more. Thank you, your majesty. Xiaqin promptly knelt, expressing his gratitude for the sovereign's grace, then found a seat beside him. Your demeanor is quite unlike that of the Marquis of Anong. The emperor remained turned away from Xiaqin, seemingly disinterested in turning around. Yet it was as if he could perceive everything behind him. I was separated from my father at a young age, thus my memories of him are scant. Throughout the years, our correspondence has been minimal, leaving me unaware of his true nature. Your Majesty's presence is as formidable as the mighty mountains and as revered as the deities in the heavens, imposing and unassailable. However, for reasons unknown, I sense an air of familiarity about your Majesty, which alleviates my tension and emboldens me. Xiaqin responded with utmost respect, though his words held a certain audacity. Upon hearing Xiaqin's reply, Emperor Wen fell into a moment of silence, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes, betraying the thoughts that occupied his mind. Chapter 38. The Frenzied Display of Acting. Within the resplendent yet chillingly imposing palace, the voice of Emperor Wen resonated like a thunderclap, devoid of any emotion. I have heard that Lord Anwu has neglected you over the years, even fathering a brother for you in the eastern wilderness. Do you harbor any grievances? Xiaqin's form trembled slightly, and in an instant, His countenance shifted like the tempestuous skies. Initially, a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes, akin to a small flame, only to be swiftly enveloped by a shadow of sorrow. Yet he exerted immense restraint, his lips quivering ever so slightly, ultimately transforming into a choked response. "Your Majesty, I indeed have grievances." The emperor's tone suddenly turned severe, resembling a cold wind sweeping across a frozen lake. "Do you not know that for 8 centuries, the great Wu dynasty has governed through filial piety? He is your father. As a son, how can you harbor grievances?" With a thud, Xia Chen knelt, his forehead striking the floor with gravity. His voice resolute and sincere. "In the great Wu dynasty, governance is founded on filial piety, where the sovereign is the sovereign, and ministers are ministers, fathers are fathers, and sons are sons. Your Majesty stands as the sovereign father. Thus, when you inquire, 'How dare I deceive you?' At that moment, the emperor's eyes glimmered with a sudden brilliance, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Xia Chen felt an overwhelming pressure surge forth, as if a slumbering behemoth were awakening after a millennium. He was inwardly astonished. Is the emperor still a sorcerer? His realm is indeed profound. This formidable aura seemed to transcend the mundane, undoubtedly placing him above the 3rd rank, perhaps even a peerless master of the 2nd rank. Xia Chen could not help but ponder how such a powerful emperor could be slain by the 3rd prince 5 years hence, even when besieged by a great army. The emperor should be able to retreat unscathed, unless during a coup, an adversary of equal or greater strength intervened. As thoughts raced through his mind, his expression remained one of earnest sincerity. At that moment, his acting prowess was truly unparalleled. What a profound understanding of the roles of sovereigns and subjects, fathers and sons. If our great Wu dynasty had more individuals like you, clarifying the distinctions between sovereigns and subjects, fathers and sons, I would be spared much vexation." The emperor turned, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the young man kneeling at his feet. "Lift your head, let me see you." At the command, Xia Chen raised his head and quietly noted the emperor's habitual use of I instead of the more regal I in reference to himself. "Indeed, you possess a fine visage, worthy of my daughter Yao Guang." The emperor nodded in approval upon seeing him. His eyes, profound and dark, belied a youthful countenance filled with vigor akin to the morning sun. At such a tender age, to articulate the principles of sovereigns and subjects, fathers and sons, it is evident that you have read extensively in the Duke's mansion. This knowledge surpasses that of many eminent scholars in the court, though the emperor often presented himself with the demeanor of a monk or sage. None could deny his remarkable intelligence as a ruler. Although he was hearing these words for the first time, he astutely perceived the extraordinary significance they held for the stability of political order. Such words, akin to a cornerstone, reinforced monarchical centralization, emphasizing order and hierarchy, compelling all to submit unconditionally to the sovereign. The emperor was, of course, exceedingly fond of this notion. "Did someone teach you these words?" the emperor inquired. "In response to your Majesty, these are my own thoughts." Xia Chen replied succinctly. "The esteemed Dongjin Marquisate is renowned for its martial prowess. Yet it is unexpected that in this generation there emerges a scholarly prodigy such as yourself, rivaling even the greatest Confucian scholars." The emperor, with rare delight, bestowed upon the room a fleeting smile, prompting astonishment from the attendants and eunuchs stationed in the palace corners. Having served the emperor for many years, they had never witnessed such an emotional display. Even during audiences with the cabinet ministers, the emperor remained composed. "Do you know why I have summoned you today?" the emperor inquired, shifting the conversation's tone. "Your Majesty, I remain unaware," replied Xia Chen with utmost respect, fully cognizant that he had garnered a modicum of the emperor's trust. This discourse of sovereign and subject, of father and son, was his strategic gambit, a most potent charm in the arsenal of feudal rulers to uphold their dominion. "I have heard of your unraveling of the military defense map case, along with the capture of numerous spies from the inspection bureau within the capital. By rights, such accomplishments would merit your promotion to the position of Duwei. However, I do not intend to grant you this title at present. Do you harbor any grievances?" "I bear no grievances. Both thunder and rain are graces of the sovereign. I firmly believe that your Majesty's decision to withhold the Duwei title is imbued with deeper significance, and thus, I shall abide by your will." Xia Chen articulated earnestly. "What a splendid sentiment, that thunder and rain are indeed the sovereign's graces. If all courtiers shared your enlightened perspective, what disputes could there be within the court?" Xia Chen's words seemed to resonate with a chord deep within the emperor's heart, transforming his gaze towards Xia Chen entirely. What was once a mere piece on a chessboard, idly placed, now brought forth such delightful surprises. If you had devoted your youth to study and pursued a career through the literary halls, you would surely possess the qualities of a prime minister. The emperor's tranquil words reverberated throughout the palace, leaving the attendants hidden behind the pillars in utter disbelief. Were it to be another who claimed such potential for the role of prime minister, it might merely be seen as flattery. Yet, when the emperor spoke, though it seemed casual, who could ascertain the true intentions behind his words? My lifelong aspiration is to protect the homeland. Should your majesty have need, I am willing to be your sharpest blade, even if it means my blood spills upon the battlefield and my body is wrapped in horsehide. Xia Chun proclaimed with fervor, his conviction nearly convincing himself of its truth. Wrapped in horsehide, you say? The emperor murmured, seemingly savoring the solemnity and grandeur of those words. It is indeed a pity that you pursue martial arts. At last, the emperor slowly articulated, you are correct. I do indeed have great plans for you. Such intellect as yours is wasted within the Imperial Guard. I wish for you to become a lantern bearer. The preceding dialogue had solidified the emperor's conviction that this son-in-law was unwaveringly loyal to him and held a grudge against the Dongzhen Marquis, particularly against his father, the Marquis of Anhong, aligning perfectly with the emperor's intentions. Lantern bearer? Xia Chun feigned confusion. Do you not wish to accept this? The emperor inquired. Your majesty, regardless of the destination, as long as it is your command, I yearn to comply. Xia Chun's face radiated excitement, embodying the spirited youth eager to prove himself and achieve great deeds in the presence of his sovereign. The emperor nodded with satisfaction. The Lantern Bearer's 9th Division is in need of a director. You shall temporarily assume the role. Your Majesty, regarding this position, I fear my qualifications are insufficient. Xia Chun's face revealed a hint of hesitation. The director of the Lantern Bearers is a 4th-rank official, while he is merely a 7th-rank officer. Ascending from the 7th to the 4th rank is indeed quite irregular. I command you to go, and none shall dare to voice objections. It is merely a temporary assignment, and I have entrusted you with a task. The emperor spoke with authority, yet his tone grew serious towards the end. Your Majesty, what task is it? Whether it be climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of flames, I vow to accomplish it. Xia Chun's voice was fervent, his complexion flushed. In this moment, his performance could surely earn him an Oscar. P.S. My dear friends, it is now December 13th, 2024, a little past 1 in the morning. I have just completed this chapter, and the book has reached 80,000 words. Entering the verification period. The range from 80,000 to 100,000 words is crucial, as it significantly impacts the book's performance. Therefore, during this time, if you find it satisfactory, please refrain from simply letting it sit. Read a bit each day. From 80,000 to 100,000 words, I will release 2 chapters daily, as the verification period lasts for 7 days, and I cannot post more. However, I will have manuscripts prepared, and once we reach 100,000 words and commence the debut, I will ensure a flurry of updates. Thank you all for your support. 5. Chapter 39. You and I are of the same kind. Within the palace, the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows that danced upon the walls, resembling silent phantoms. The gentle rustling sound produced by the burning wax was akin to the whisper of a dancer's gown, each flicker of flame stirring the tranquil air. Emperor Wen sat high above, gazing down upon the prostrate youth, Xia Chun, who lay before him, and he nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. I do not require you to leap into fire and water. I merely wish to ascertain your ability to unravel the schemes of the prosecutor's office, which will reveal your intellect. He commanded, Today, I appoint you as the lantern bearer, to assist Ma Song in rooting out the followers of Lu Li. The emperor's gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon Xia Chun, as if attempting to penetrate his skin and delve into the depths of his soul to discern his unwavering loyalty. After a prolonged silence, Xia Chun slowly lifted his head. Your Majesty, is this all? His voice was calm yet laced with inquiry. What else do you believe should be addressed? The emperor's voice was ethereal, as if emanating from a distant realm, imbued with a touch of amusement in his retort. Your Majesty has summoned me to the palace. It is only natural that you have other important matters to entrust. Xia Chun boldly replied, meeting the emperor's gaze with unwavering composure. You are indeed perceptive. I have another task for you. Rise. The emperor's tone softened slightly, and in that moment, he appeared as an ordinary elder, yet the aura of authority surrounding him commanded absolute respect. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xia Chun rose and gracefully took his seat before the emperor. Your primary duty as the lantern bearer is to unearth the hidden spies within the Imperial City's inspection department. The emperor's words were tranquil, yet they fell upon Xia Chen's heart like a boulder, stirring tumultuous waves within. Has the lantern-bearer already been infiltrated? Xia Chen could not help but exclaim. Though infiltrated may be too strong a term, there is undoubtedly a traitor, and their rank is likely not insignificant. Otherwise, how could Lu Li commit such a blunder as to misidentify the target of the military defense plans? The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, as if recalling the intricate situation. I shall certainly uncover the truth within 3 months. Xia Chen vowed earnestly, his fists clasped in determination. Oh, 3 months? You are remarkably confident. The emperor raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze sharp as it glided over Xia Chen. I shall not speak in jest before your majesty. Xia Chen responded resolutely, unwavering in his stance. A commendable assertion. After 3 months, I shall await good news. The emperor waved his right hand, and a platinum token gently floated before Xia Chen. Commence your duties tomorrow. The investigation is urgent. You are permitted to select several men from the imperial guards to accompany you as lantern bearers. With that, the emperor gestured for Xia Chen to withdraw. Your servant takes his leave. Xia Chen performed a deep bow, his movements impeccable, embodying the very essence of respect. The emperor could not help but steal another glance at him. Inside the carriage, Xia Chen sat across from Li Wenzhong. Does my uncle not wish to know what the emperor and I discussed? Xia Chen broke the silence first. Since the emperor has instructed me to avoid the matter, it is evident that he has private matters to convey to you alone. Why should I inquire further? Li Wenzhong did not lift his eyelids. Seemingly immersed in his own world, his eyes closed in contemplation. Your Majesty has entrusted me with a significant responsibility, appointing me as the director of the 9 great offices. Xia Chen's words resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in Li Wenzhong's ears. What? Li Wenzhong's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze sharp as a bolt of lightning, the brilliance gradually dimming over time. Following Lu Li's downfall, 2 directors from the 9 great offices departed as well. Yet, Lu Li had wielded power over the lantern bearers for more than 2 decades, and many had benefited from his favor. The number of those inclined toward him was incalculable. Your Majesty must have sent you to assist the new commander, Ma Song, in restoring order. A storm of bloodshed seems inevitable among the lantern bearers. Li Wenzhong's gaze deepened, his tone laden with sentiment. For over 20 years, he had witnessed Lu Li's boundless glory. Who could have foreseen that it would now collapse like a crumbling edifice, vanishing in an instant? How could this not evoke a sigh of lament? The lantern bearers wield excessive power, drifting beyond the confines of courtly propriety. They were once a sharp blade in your Majesty's hand. However, in recent years, Lu Li's brilliance had overshadowed, fostering a multitude of confidants among the lantern bearers, leading many to recognize only Lord Lu and forget the sovereign. His downfall stemmed not solely from the military defense map incident, but was truly a consequence of his own making. Xia Chen maintained a calm demeanor, his tone unperturbed. Although Lu Li's defeat was instigated by him, the root cause lay in Emperor Wen's intent. The military defense map was merely a spark. Li Wenzhong regarded Xia Chen with a profound gaze, inwardly lamenting that this young man was far more perceptive and wise than he had anticipated. Serving as a minister, accompanying the sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. While being favored by your Majesty presents a remarkable opportunity, it also harbors peril, where even a slight misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. In days of yore, there was Lu Li, now there is myself, Ma Song among the lantern bearers, and even you, all entangled in this vortex of power. Li Wenzhong's gaze drifted far, his head gently resting against the carriage wall, as if striving to pierce through the world's illusions and discern the course of fate. Xia Chen also gazed at Li Wenzhong, surprised that this traditionally cautious general, embodying the traits of a seasoned warrior, would divulge such heartfelt sentiments before him. The uncle is soon to assume the position of Grand General of the Dragon Guard, a trusted minister of your Majesty. Does he not fear my revelation of his words to the sovereign? Xia Chen's lips curved into a subtle smile, looking at the reclining Li Wenzhong with an expression that was both amused and contemplative. Though our acquaintance is brief, it cannot be said that I know you well. However, I have always been discerning in judging character. There is no trace of reverence in your eyes, whether when you look at me or when you speak of His Majesty. I am not as steadfastly loyal as I appear, nor are you. We are kindred spirits on a shared path. Li Wenzhong's gaze remained steady as he spoke, then turned to Xia Chen once more. I hold great hope for you, as long as you avoid grave mistakes and perform well. Perhaps you may shatter the centuries-old convention that the maternal relatives shall not wield power. In that case, I might find myself relying on you. as if I had made an early investment. A hint of amusement graced Li Wenzhong's face as he lifted his teacup, gesturing towards Xia Chen, and then drank it in one gulp. Xia Chen remained silent for a long while before finally raising his teacup in return, toasting Li Wenzhong. As the ancient said, "Great wisdom appears foolish, and this surely pertains to your uncle. It is said that the officials in the court are the most astute individuals in the world. I believe that had your uncle chosen the scholarly path to officialdom, he would have matched their achievements. Dedicating himself to the military seems a pity." Xia Chen remarked with a smile of admiration. "Wisdom often masquerades as folly, a notion I do not claim to embody. Yet I possess merely a modicum of insight into the ways of the world." Within the capital, the milieu resembles a chaotic mingling of dragons and serpents. The sovereign, perched high above the clouds, the powerful elites soaring through the skies, the sycophants wielding their influence with impudence, the seemingly brutish warriors, the treacherous politicians, the conspirators lurking in the shadows, and the leaders of the masses, are they not all individuals of exceptional acumen? In the face of such figures, how could one not tread carefully, as if walking upon thin ice? Li Wenzhong shook his head with a sigh, his gaze once again resting upon Xia Chen. "Indeed, you are the most astute among the younger generation I have encountered in these years." "Uncle, let us refrain from mutual flattery," Xia Chen hastily interjected, wishing to divert the conversation. As the carriage progressed slowly, the two leaned against their respective corners, each lost in contemplation. Suddenly, breaking the silence, Li Wenzhong's voice resounded once more. "Should there come a day when I fall from grace, would you be able to safeguard my family?" "Why do you speak thus, uncle?" Xia Chen's expression grew grave as he regarded the serene countenance of Li Wenzhong, a wave of profound melancholy surging within him. Chapter 40. Each to their own. The spring breeze rustled the curtains of the carriage, while silence enveloped the interior. "Why is uncle so pessimistic?" Xia Chen gazed at Li Wenzhong, sighing as he spoke. "Do you realize how many generals of the Longwu Guard have changed in the past 50 years? Li Wenzhong's voice remained remarkably calm, yet his gaze was profound. "A total of 8. Particularly in the last 2 decades, 5 have been replaced." Upon hearing this figure, Xia Chen fell silent. 5 replacements in less than 20 years clearly indicated that being the general of the Longwu Guard is indeed a perilous profession. In recent years, His Majesty has become increasingly inscrutable. His emotions are concealed, and suspicions abound. The best general of the Longwu Guard in the last 30 years was Zhao Chong, who gracefully retired to a quiet life, while the others met with ruin. Li Wenzhong's words were tranquil, yet they carried an air of foreboding. "This position, though seemingly glorious, is fraught with risk." "I understand, uncle." Xia Chen nodded solemnly, choosing not to elaborate further. The carriage continued to advance at a leisurely pace, the wind breezing through, causing the bells to chime sweetly. The winds in the capital had grown stronger. Xia Chen realized that Li Wenzhong was not merely placing all the stakes on him. He placed greater importance on the house of Zhendong behind him. Considering that 5 generals have been replaced over the course of 20 years, each held the position for an average of 4 years. Li Wenzhong's faith in Xia Chen was not misplaced. However, 4 years is a fleeting time, and he evidently does not believe that Xia Chen will be able to sway the court or His Majesty by then. His wager lies with the Xia family. Though Li Wenzhong appeared to be engaging in conversation with him, he was, in fact, addressing the Xia family standing behind him. By revealing so much and even exposing his vulnerabilities, he was essentially making a pledge of loyalty. As Xia Chen pondered these matters, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. "My lord, there is a carriage ahead blocking our way. Judging by its insignia, it belongs to the 3rd prince." "The Li family's old servant whispered. Li Wenzhong furrowed his brow. His predecessor had fallen from grace due to his close association with the crown prince. Now, with the 3rd prince approaching, it was evidently a perilous omen for him. "Make way for them. Let them pass first." Li Wenzhong spoke in a low voice. But it was clear that such a maneuver was impossible. Zhengde Street is a main thoroughfare, broad enough to accommodate 6 carriages side by side, and the other party was clearly targeting him. Indeed, the luxurious carriage came to a halt beside Li Wenzhong's. "I heard that General Li is about to be promoted." Upon learning this, I was quite pleased. "It is fortuitous to encounter you here. Just ahead is the Deshun building, where officials in the court typically host banquets for promotions. Why not join me now for a celebration?" The opulent carriage's curtain was drawn back, revealing the handsome face of a young man adorned with a smile, the 3rd prince, who had previously enjoyed an entertaining performance in a private box at Baiwei Building. Li Wenzhong understood that he could not evade this encounter and thus lifted the curtain, responding in a cold tone. "Your Highness, I have pressing matters at home. and thus cannot accompany you to Deshun Tower today. Should there be a banquet to celebrate promotions, I shall certainly extend an invitation to your highness. Li Wenzhong, ever the distant figure, is acutely aware of the fierce rivalry between the crown prince and the third prince. Given his current sensitive position, it would be imprudent for him to entangle himself with the third prince, unless he truly has no desire to serve as the general of the Dragon Guards any longer. At this juncture, he can only align himself with His Majesty. General Li exhibited a degree of caution, expressing his long-standing admiration for the general. Moreover, this encounter takes place in public rather than in private. My father is a man of great magnanimity and would never harbor suspicions against the general for such an affair. The third prince, with a smile, exuded a sense of carefree freedom and audacity. Your Highness, I truly have matters to attend to today. Li Wenzhong shook his head, sensing the third prince's ulterior motives. If the intention were to cultivate a relationship, discreet engagement would allow for more conversation, but in the presence of so many onlookers, who would dare to converse freely, let alone dine together? Oh, could it be that one of the general's concubines is about to give birth today? The third prince inquired with genuine curiosity and interest. Li Wenzhong's lips twitched slightly, yet he maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, My wife is virtuous, and the Li family has long struggled with progeny. Therefore, my wife has arranged a matchmaking event for me today to select a concubine. I anticipate that by this time next year, we shall indeed have a concubine giving birth, and I shall certainly invite your highness to celebrate. Li Wenzhong said this with utmost sincerity, clasping his hands in respect. Xia Chen listened quietly to their conversation, his expression one of disbelief. Once again, Li Wenzhong had surpassed his expectations. The third prince found himself momentarily stumped, having intended to challenge Li Wenzhong, only to discover that Li was more adept at repartee than he anticipated. The third prince's gaze shifted towards the carriage, landing on Xia Chen. To his surprise, he encountered an acquaintance, Master Xia of the Xia family. I have seen your highness. Xia Chen greeted respectfully, though he did not dismount from the carriage. You are my second royal sister's husband. We are all family, so there is no need for such formality. The third prince waved his hand with warmth. Master Xia, we are indeed family. General Li, being somewhat timid, refrains from joining me for a drink to avoid any misunderstandings. Instead, why don't we share a few cups together? The third prince extended his invitation to Xia Chen. Indeed, we are all family and need not be so formal. Just call me brother-in-law, and I shall refer to you as your highness. It is more fitting that way, Xia Chen responded with a smile, exuding warmth as he reached out towards the window, seemingly wishing to grasp the third prince's hand. The third prince's lips twitched slightly. Both Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen were decidedly unconventional today. Particularly, Xia Chen showed no reservations. To think he would suggest the third prince address him as brother-in-law. The third prince, at 20 years of age, found it inconceivable to call the 17-year-old Xia Chen by such a title. Yet, by familiar relations, Xia Chen indeed held that standing. What a perplexing situation. The third prince silently cursed his unreliable father, lamenting the disadvantage he faced in terms of seniority. As he gazed at Xia Chen, whose head protruded from the window, he couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment towards that handsome visage. Not only did this individual take advantage of him, but he was also far more attractive. The third prince admitted to a twinge of jealousy. However, he suppressed his discomfort, his face slightly stiff as he regarded the youthful countenance of Xia Chen. He managed to force a smile. Brother-in-law, your highness. Xia Chen responded with a radiant smile, clasping his fist in greeting. Today's visit to the palace proved fruitful. He had promptly acquired a rather advantageous younger brother-in-law. Yet, this young sibling harbored great ambitions, daring enough to instigate a coup, capable of fratricide and patricide, a truly ruthless character. Chapter 41. The Lonely Third Prince. On Zhangde Street, the gaze of passers-by, along with the merchants lining the street, converged upon two carriages stationed in the center of the road. One carriage, resplendent and grand yet exuding an aura of antiquity and restraint, rolled down Zhangde Street. The well-informed crowd recognized that these were undoubtedly the vehicles of two significant figures. The carriage on the left belonged to the third prince, from an adjacent tavern. Someone recognized the carriage of the third prince. Who could possibly elicit such a bold gesture from the third prince? Halting his carriage in the midst of the street for a conversation? A puzzled onlooker inquired. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the vehicle of the Li family. The Li family? That refers to General Li, who recently garnered considerable attention in the military defense map incident. It is rumored that he is on the verge of promotion, poised to become a prominent minister in the court. Some spoke with grave expressions, while others gleamed with excitement, eager to relay the news. A palpable undercurrent of tension swept through Zhangde Street. At the focal point of the crowd, Li Wenzhong wore a solemn expression, fully aware that he had been outmaneuvered. Regardless of the outcome, both the emperor and the crown prince would likely harbor suspicions about him, leading to a lack of trust. Before even assuming his position, he was already at a disadvantage. Your Highness, my brother-in-law, I have matters to attend to at home. Rest assured, I do not have a concubine expecting a child. Nor am I seeking one. My loyalty to your sister remains unwavering. You need not worry about that. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises. Xiaqin jested, clasping his hands in a mock salute before lowering the curtain. The carriage began to move slowly, leaving the third prince's carriage stranded in the heart of Zhangde Street. That Li Wenzhong and Xiaqin are truly audacious, showing such disregard for the prince. A beautiful woman within the spacious carriage exclaimed indignantly. One is a man of the emperor, the other the legitimate son of the Xia family. In terms of status, he is still my brother-in-law. I am not the crown prince. How could they possibly regard me with any respect? Inside the carriage, the third prince maintained a stoic expression, revealing no hint of emotion. Yet their insolence was astounding, particularly Xiaqin, who dared to take advantage of his highness. The yellow-clad maid, a person of close acquaintance to the third prince, expressed her discontent. I know they will not heed my invitation. I came today merely to annoy them. Li Wenzhong will never ally with me, so I might as well irritate my elder brother the crown prince and my father. As for Xiaqin, I do wish to win him over. I have heard rumors in the capital, but had not taken them seriously until I witnessed his prowess at Baiwei Tower. He is indeed a formidable warrior. And now even my father wishes to employ him. That is quite intriguing. Though he is 3 years my junior, calling him brother-in-law is somewhat embarrassing. However, with this connection, it could facilitate a closer relationship. He hails from the house of the Eastern Duke. If I can gain the support of the Eastern Duke's household through him, then possessing military power may render the title of crown prince less significant. The third prince reclined in the embrace of the yellow-clad maid, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke animatedly, while the maid listened quietly. As she gently cradled the third prince's head, at times she merely feigned ignorance, not truly lacking understanding. Though she appeared simple-minded, her ability to earn the third prince's trust was not solely reliant on her beauty. She recognized his loneliness and knew he sometimes required someone to converse with to alleviate his ennui. In that moment, the third prince seemed to have fully opened his heart, unleashing a torrent of words. My father, in his early years, was obsessed with the art of longevity, indulging in both Taoism and Buddhism. Having ascended the throne for over 50 years, he only fathered my elder brother 20 years ago, followed by my second sister and myself. Though captivated by the pursuit of immortality, he remains unable to relinquish power, viewing me merely as a pawn to balance the crown prince. I am acutely aware that he has never contemplated bequeathing that position to me. Regardless of my capabilities, I am but a tool in his hands. The third prince closed his eyes, his tone soft yet devoid of emotion, rendering the sorrow in his gaze invisible. The woman in yellow, observing the prince's handsome visage nestled in her embrace, tenderly caressed his forehead, her eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. If he wishes to utilize me as a tool, then so be it. If he seeks to sharpen me into a weapon against the crown prince, then I shall oblige. Huh, how laughable. He fancies himself the master of all, believing himself a deity of this realm. Ridiculous. Does he truly believe he is a god capable of controlling everything? I shall see if he truly embodies the divine. The third prince's tone grew increasingly indifferent, exuding an icy detachment. This third prince is remarkably well informed. We have scarcely stepped out of the palace when he pursued us, remarked Xiaqin, idly toying with a dagger, his interest piqued. He seems to be coming for me. Yet his true target is you, he added, casting a sidelong glance at Li Wenzhong. He merely covets the power of the Duke of Zhendong behind me, but alas, his calculations are flawed. I am not but an uncherished legitimate son within the Duke's house. Xiaqin spoke nonchalantly, leaving it unclear whether his words were directed at the third prince or Li Wenzhong. Indeed, the Duke of Anong does not regard you highly, yet your uncle, Xiaqin, treats you quite well. He is the current head of the Xia family, Li Wenzhong replied, his gaze still fixed ahead. Xiaqin smiled, choosing not to delve further into the topic. Upon escorting Xiaqin to Zhangde Street, where the Duke of Zhendong's residence lay at the heart of the thoroughfare, Li Wenzhong remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall report to the lantern bearers. What will become of my duties with the Imperial Guard? The Emperor has not specified otherwise. It seems he intends for you to concurrently assume your duties with the Imperial Guard." Li Wenzhong pondered before speaking. Xiaqin nodded, gracefully dismounting the carriage. He waved goodbye and turned to enter the duke's residence. Instead of returning to his own quarters, Xia Chen headed directly to his uncle Xia Qian's courtyard. The emperor's transfer of him to the lantern bearers was ostensibly to investigate cases and identify traitors, yet Xia Chen sensed a deeper significance behind this decree. Despite the rift between him and the Xia family, as well as his father, he ultimately bore the blood of the Xia lineage. Presently, the Xia family is flourishing, wielding significant military power. Is there not a fear of the Xia family infiltrating the Lantern Bearers organization, thereby controlling the intelligence network of the Great Wu? Xia Chen meticulously conveyed all the circumstances to Xia Qian. I understand this matter. You should return for now. If there are any developments, I will have someone inform you. Xia Qian's countenance was grave, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Xia Chen nodded and returned to his courtyard. As night descended, it enveloped the capital like a colossal beast of darkness. The nocturnal revelries of the affluent and powerful commenced in earnest. In the brothel district, the scions of nobility and numerous officials congregated. A piece of news began to circulate among various factions. Have you heard? His Majesty personally summoned the legitimate son of the Duke of Zhendong, Xia Chen, today. How could that be? Even a few secretaries from the 6 ministries rarely get called by His Majesty. It is true. Do you know what His Majesty said during the audience with Xia Chen? Li, do tell. Stop keeping us in suspense. It's killing me. His Majesty proclaimed. If Xia Chen pursues a scholarly path from a young age and enters the Hanlin Academy, he will undoubtedly become the Prime Minister in 30 years. Ali, I heard it would be 20 years until he achieves the position of Prime Minister. Nonsense. His Majesty clearly stated that this young man possesses the talent to govern the world and intends for Xia Chen to succeed the current Prime Minister, Lin Hanpu, in 10 years, becoming the pillar of our Great Wu. Throughout the social venues such as brothels and taverns, discussions abounded regarding Xia Chen's audience with His Majesty, with various interpretations proliferating. Ultimately, some even asserted that Xia Chen possessed extraordinary talents, and despite his youth, his intellect and scholarly prowess had already surpassed that of the current Prime Minister, Lin Hanpu. Chapter 42. Renowned in the capital. The Cuckoo Tower. This establishment is among the most illustrious brothels in the capital. At this moment, within a refined chamber, several young men are seated around a table, each accompanied by a lady. Lin, why don't we go and teach that Xia Chen a lesson? What a pretentious genius he claims to be. So arrogant, exclaimed a young man clad in a purple robe, gesturing with his fist towards the one seated at the head of the table. How dare he belittle Lin Xiang? He must have a lioness heart and a leopardess gall. This ignorant youth has no idea of his own insignificance. What culture can a mere brute possess? To seek fame in such a shameless manner is beyond comprehension. The atmosphere in the elegant chamber grew raucous, as these young men were all prominent scions of the capital, their fathers or grandfathers holding esteemed positions in the court. While it was likely that the matter concerning His Majesty was genuine, it was certain that the tales had been embellished through repeated gossip. The young man in the blue robe, seated at the head, slowly shook his head, maintaining a clear and rational mind. Moreover, he hails from the Duke of the Eastern Town. Among us scholars, it is uncertain who might prevail in a contest of strength. Lin Zihan set down his wine cup, his tone indifferent yet betraying a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Nevertheless, I am quite curious about what abilities this Xia Chen possesses to have been summoned by His Majesty and publicly praised. I would indeed like to experience his talents firsthand. The others glanced at one another, aware that while Lin Zihan remained composed, he was nonetheless deeply concerned about his father's reputation. Princess Yaoguang has recently been organizing a literary gathering, inviting the most celebrated scholars of the capital. Why don't we extend an invitation to this Xia Chen as well? We shall see if he is a true talent or merely a jester seeking notoriety, suggested Lu Bo, fanning himself with a folding fan, his demeanor calm as he spoke. He sat beside Lin Zihan, his father being the Minister of Works. This is the first literary gathering hosted by Princess Yaoguang. How could we allow a mere brute to attend? This is a celebration for us scholars. Someone retorted, shaking his head, feeling that the presence of such a coarse individual would tarnish the entire event. Over the years, tensions had escalated between the literati, represented by civil officials, and the martial group, with both sides holding disdain for one another. One deemed the other crude and brutish, while the latter saw the former as mere scribblers, lacking in practical deeds. What a splendid idea. After all, Princess Yaoguang has substantial ties with this Xia Chen, remarked another, his eyes lighting up as he envisioned the spectacle that would unfold. Upon hearing this, unease crept into the hearts of the others, akin to the sensation of swallowing a fly. The thought of the enchanting Princess Yaoguang being promised to a mere brute left many shaking their heads in tacit disapproval. Hearts heavy with melancholy. In matters of governance and familial duty, there exists a certain decorum. Not far from the Cuckoo Tower, in another brothel, a private room awaited. 5 middle-aged men sat together, sipping wine and savoring the steamed base that had recently gained popularity in the capital. Behind each of them stood a beautiful young woman. A bearded man with an imposing demeanor spoke in a deep voice. "Brother Liu, is that phrase truly as remarkable as you claim?" A middle-aged man seated beside Liu Yun expressed his confusion. He acknowledged the phrase's merit, but found it elusive in its significance. Brother Liu, being a disciple of the esteemed Confucian scholars and a second-place laureate in our examination, undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of scholarly pursuits than we do. Qin Zhizhen chimed in, smiling as he pulled the lovely girl beside him into his embrace, his hand naturally resting upon her graceful form. Earlier this evening, as I passed by the Guozijian, I overheard a few young scholars discussing this phrase, though I paid it little mind at the time. Now that I'm here and hear everyone deliberating on the matter, isn't it peculiar how swiftly the events from the palace this afternoon have spread throughout the capital? Liu Hao refrained from responding immediately, instead posing a question to the 4 men. Are you suggesting that someone is intentionally disseminating this information? Qin Zhizhong's eyes brightened as he grasped the crux of the issue. Recalling the phrase concerning the roles of sovereigns and subjects as well as fathers and sons, it suddenly dawned on him that the key to the matter lay therein. Who in the capital possessed the audacity and capability to circulate the emperor's summons to his ministers so swiftly that it became common knowledge? Liu Hao sighed, fully aware that this matter must have been commanded by the emperor. Otherwise, the lantern-bearer would not dare to act independently. All present were astute individuals who had passed the imperial examinations, and they shared this realization. A ruler must embody the qualities of a sovereign. A minister must fulfill the role of a servant. A father must exemplify paternal virtues, and a son must adhere to filial duties. Each member of society has their designated roles and responsibilities. This phrase is destined to endure through the ages. If this phrase indeed originated from that Xiachun, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Liu Hao sighed once more, understanding that with just this one phrase, Xiachun's name would be immortalized in history, recited by scholars for generations to come. Even if scholars initially dismissed it, future emperors would undoubtedly enshrine Xiachun's contributions in the annals of history. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Is it truly that extraordinary? Only Qin Zhizheng seemed to align with Liu Hao's line of thought. His curiosity piqued about Xiachun, who hailed from the distinguished Shandong marquis household. The following day, as the morning sun began to rise, Xiachun awoke with vigor. The blanket propped high like a pyramid, a perfect work of art. He threw off the covers and, with a swift motion, released the pent-up energy of the night. After refreshing himself, he picked up the lantern-bearer's token and stepped out of the Shandong marquis residence. Brother Chun, should we head directly to the lantern-bearer, or do something else? Xiachun inquired enthusiastically from behind, her expression brimming with excitement. Initially, she believed she would have the opportunity to showcase her talents within the Imperial Guards, but to her astonishment, she was swiftly reassigned to the exhilarating ranks of the lantern-bearers, those enigmatic figures cloaked in mystery, who in the capital hadn't grown up hearing tales of the lantern-bearers. From a young age, Xiachun had been told that these individuals were as elusive as phantoms, and now, she was to accompany her master and become one of them. How could she possibly contain her exhilaration? Yet, there was no rush. First, she would visit the Feather Forest Guards to ensure everything was in order. Xiachun strode steadily towards the east. While the lantern-bearers were indeed significant, he could not afford to neglect the affairs of the Imperial Guards. 5 years hence, during the pivotal doorway incident, the Imperial Guards had played a crucial role. His original plan had been to lay the groundwork within the Imperial Guards, planting seeds for future endeavors. However, as fate would have it, just as he was about to unleash his strategy, Emperor Wen had summoned him to join the lantern-bearers, disrupting his meticulous arrangements. Nevertheless, such matters were minor. Regardless of how circumstances shifted, the current situation remained firmly within his control. Moreover, he held a keen interest in the lantern-bearer's secretive prison, if memory served him correctly. Several remarkable talents who would later shine brightly during the reign of the Empress were currently incarcerated within the shadows of the lantern-bearer's dark cells. A smile crept across Xiachun's face. All his intricate schemes lay within his grasp. Chapter 43, The Lantern-Bearer's Office. Master, take me with you. The lantern-bearer is unruly, and you will certainly need some of your own to assist you. I wish to serve you. In the military tent, Li Shi knelt half-heartedly, his eyes brimming with determination. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Li Shi and spoke in a serious tone. We all serve His Majesty as loyal subjects. Alleviating his burdens. Rise, for the sake of the daily buns you have brought me, accompany me. With a wave of his hand, Xia Chen helped Li Shi to his feet. Thank you, my lord, Li Shi exclaimed, his expression filled with excitement. Prepare yourself and descend, Xia Chen instructed. Turning his gaze to the four behind him, Xia Qian, Xia Hui, Xia Xiao, and Xia Kong. Xia Qian and Xia Xiao will accompany me to the lantern bearer. Xia Hui, you shall develop the Imperial Guard with Xia Kong. You both have earned merit, recorded by the Ministry of War, and I have already requested your promotion. In time, you shall rise. My lord, this cannot be. The head of the family has assigned us to you. Wherever you go, we shall follow to ensure your safety. Xia Kong responded anxiously. Each noble's departure from the residence came with a few house guards, binding their fates to that of the young master. Listen to me. I have my plans for you here. Besides, in the capital, who would dare attempt my assassination? Whether I have two more or two less matters not. Xia Chen shook his head, then turned to Xia Hui, whom he valued greatly. He knew that Xia Hui had commanded troops in the past and possessed military talent. In recent years, he had retired from military service but had not idled away his time at the Xia residence. Instead, he had been studying military strategy. Upon learning of Xia Hui's endeavors, his uncle, Xia Qian, had even tested him and subsequently provided personal instruction in military tactics for a period. It was because of Xia Qian's departure that Xia Qian specifically sent Xia Hui to assist him. Xia Hui's capabilities displayed in recent days were impressive. Xia Qian felt that assigning him the role of a mere battalion commander, overseeing 100 men, was an underestimation of his potential. Rest assured, my lord, I will manage the situation here in the Imperial Guard. At the very least, the 200 men under your command will forever remain loyal to you. Xia Hui smiled, his expression grave as he addressed Xia Chen. The lantern bearer's office. An imposing and magnificent yet ancient building stood proudly along the central avenue, a mere 100 meters from the White Tiger Gate of the palace. The lantern bearers are a group that traverses the shadows, yet their stronghold resides in the light. Regardless of status, whether noble or commoner, all are aware of the precise location of the lantern bearer's office, yet none dare to approach within 100 paces without cause. Have you heard? In our Eagle Eye division, we are to welcome a new director today, who will be parachuting in. Parachuting? Is it akin to that new director from the Shadow Division? Damn, I find these parachute officers exceedingly irksome. Each one thinks they possess great wisdom, yet in truth, they are but pretenders. Ever since Commander Lu's downfall, our lantern bearers have been engulfed in turmoil, with a metaphorical sword hanging precariously above us, threatening to sever our heads at any moment. Hush, tread carefully. Before a desk, one individual tightly covered his companion's mouth, glancing around with a visage fraught with tension. Have you lost your mind, speaking such words? Are you unaware of the precarious situation within our ranks? Some of the higher-ups have already faced purges. We mere pawns should refrain from meddling. Anger flickered in his companion's eyes, yet reason triumphed over rage, leaving him slumped in his chair, devoid of spirit. Indeed. What concern do the power struggles of the elites hold for us small fry? We should simply focus on our own duties. Li Wei sighed, acknowledging that he had indeed spoken too freely moments ago. Do you have any inkling of the origins of our new director? Zhang Jing raised an eyebrow. Why should I care? I do not know him. You actually do know him. Do you recall the individual we were tasked with promoting in the capital yesterday afternoon? Zhang Jing whispered into Li Wei's ear. You mean the young lord from the Zhendong Marquisate? Xia Chen. Precisely. He is the one parachuting in as the director of our Eagle Eye division. Zhang Jing cast a questioning glance at Li Wei, seeking to gauge his astonishment. How could it be him? If memory serves, he is merely 17 years old. That is quite youthful. What can be done? Look at his background. Moreover, he is a prince consort, the emperor's own son-in-law. We lantern bearers are but the emperor's hounds. Whether the emperor grants this Xia Chen the directorship or even the position of commander, what can we possibly say? Zhang Jing sighed, feeling the weight of fate's inequity. As the two conversed, the door burst open, revealing a flustered individual. Brothers, quickly tidy up our desks and clean the area. Our new director will be arriving shortly. Xie Ping panted, seizing a broom to sweep the scattered paper remnants from the floor. The group exchanged hesitant glances, but ultimately, under his lead, they rose from their seats and began to comply. What does it matter if they harbor resentment or lament the unfairness of fate? They are but insignificant figures. The power struggles of the elites can obliterate them with just a ripple, even if they harbor discontent towards this new director. Many believe their own sons are older than him. Yet, the undeniable truth remains, he is the director now. They lack the audacity to challenge him. Such is the harsh reality. What is there to clean? A newcomer with golden hair has yet to arrive, yet he already acts so arrogantly, expecting us to tidy up for him and engage in this superficial display. I refuse to participate. A young man in his 20s, with a scar running from his forehead down to his chin, kicked a chair from beneath the table, creating a loud clatter. His visage was fearsome, and as he stood, the crowd instinctively recoiled and lowered their heads, their eyes gleaming with realization. How could they have forgotten about this troublemaker? They may be insignificant figures without connections or status, but this individual possesses considerable influence and pedigree. The current empress is his aunt, and the crown prince is his cousin. He is truly a member of the royal family. I share a similar disdain for him. Why does he not remain with the imperial guards? Instead, he seeks to stir chaos among us, the lantern bearers. I have heard whispers that our Commander Lu's downfall was orchestrated by this very individual, all meticulously plotted by him. Now, he dares to approach us. Does he seek his own demise? Another person rose, appearing to be around 30 years of age, his expression dark and foreboding. The crowd's eyes brightened once more. This man is none other than Lu Li's adopted son. It seems that a dramatic spectacle is about to unfold. Chapter 44. A single individual can penetrate millions of troops. Lu Chun, one of Lu Li's adopted sons, is also the most capable among them. Lu Li included him among the lantern bearers, perhaps harboring thoughts of making him his heir. However, the divine will is inscrutable. Lu Li has held the position of commander for over 20 years, and should he allow Lu Chun to succeed him, the lantern bearers might truly bear the surname Lu. One of the reasons for Lu Li's downfall lies in this very point. The Eagle Eye division comprises 5 factions, with Lu Chun and Duke Yunyang, Cui Hu, each commanding one. At this moment, their voices resonated with the crowd, yet some individuals shifted their gazes, retreating silently to the corners, hidden among the throng. The celestial duel of powers held no relevance for such insignificant figures. The atmosphere was quite lively, just as the crowd raised their arms in fervor. An external voice emerged, calm yet piercing, penetrating through several doors and causing a shift in the expressions of the gathering. Though unseen, the voice was unmistakable. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where the door was forcefully kicked open. Xia Qian, with a youthful yet fierce countenance, wielding a long knife, led the way in. Following closely were Xia Chun, accompanied by Xia Xiao and Li Shi. Xia Chun wore a smile, a folding fan in hand, exuding an air of ease as though he were merely out for a leisurely stroll amidst nature. His unparalleled beauty resembled that of a refined young gentleman of the world. This is the badge of the head of the Eagle Eye division. From this moment forth, I shall assume that role, Xia Chun proclaimed, a smile gracing his features. He retrieved a platinum-hued token from his belt and tossed it into the crowd with a nonchalant grace, akin to that of a dandy. The token was deftly caught by Li Wei, who suddenly felt a stiffening tension as the gaze of the crowd turned towards him, making the token feel almost scalding in his hand. So what do you think? Any issues? If not, kindly return it to me. This was granted directly by His Majesty. Xia Chen smiled, his presence so striking that it left the crowd somewhat dazed. In their roles as lantern bearers, they had encountered many prominent figures in the capital. Yet this degree of poise among the younger generation was a rare sight. Li Wei, feeling nervous, hastily offered the token back to Xia Chun with utmost respect. Initially indifferent to this new commander, even harboring animosity, he now found himself daunted by Xia Chen's presence. Despite being several years his junior, Xia Chen emanated an aura of nobility that rendered Li Wei hesitant to even breathe aloud. Was it possible that some individuals were simply born to be exalted, untouchable? Though Xia Chen said nothing, his smile imparted a refreshing breeze. Yet Li Wei felt an involuntary dread welling within him, prompting such thoughts to arise. Not only Li Wei, but all present sensed a similar unease. The very air around them seemed to have been siphoned away, making it difficult to breathe. The entire Eagle Eye division fell into silence. No one dared to raise their voices again. Even those who had previously shouted the loudest now averted their gazes, unable to meet Xia Chen's eyes. Xia Chen remained remarkably composed throughout the ordeal, yet those who beheld him were undeniably awed by his imposing presence. This was an intangible clash of wills, a contest where the eastern wind overpowers the western. While one may possess an admirable exterior, mere appearances do not suffice for sustenance. We, the bearers of lanterns, seek genuine skill. If you believe that your connections and background grant you the liberty to act as you please among us, I would advise you to retreat to the Imperial Guard post haste. Upon hearing Xia Chen's straightforward remark, the morale of the crowd was utterly shattered, prompting Earl Yuyang, Cui Hu, to furrow his brow, aware that if he did not intervene soon, the tide would irrevocably turn against him. What qualifications does a mere 17-year-old, with his youthful exuberance, possess? Lu Chun also rose, his voice low and grave, and in that instant, more than 10 lantern-bearers behind him stood in silent solidarity, their actions speaking volumes. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming palpably tense once again. Earl Yuyang and the young lord, if anyone else were to assert that they relied on their connections and status to ascend, I would harbor no objections, however. For the two of you to claim such is utterly ludicrous. Xia Chen stood at the entrance, folding his fan with a flourish, gesturing toward Cui Hu and Lu Chun, laughing heartily as if they were inconsequential. The lantern-bearers near him paled, sensing that their new superior exuded an unsettling aura. It was not merely a pressure of cultivation, but a profound intimidation that stirred fear and anxiety within those who dared harbor hostile thoughts. They felt as though they were in the presence of the current emperor, an enigma of immense authority, akin to celestial might. Both Lu Chun and Cui Hu perceived this oppressive ambience, their brows knitted in discomfort. Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with a peculiar duality, the depths of his gaze radiating an extraordinary light, though none noticed this transformation. Xia Chen was acutely aware of this anomaly within himself. Ever since that fateful night when he activated the Nine-Dragon Imperial Seal and entered the fragmented heavenly realm, he was uncertain whether it was due to the colossal fortune dragon merging with him or the awakening of his unique eyes. Whenever he focused his energy, an innate aura of dominance would envelop him, instilling dread in the hearts of others, as if he embodied the very essence of the Tao, representing the overwhelming tide of fate. Moreover, Xia Chen sensed that this formidable aura had yet to be fully explored. Among the lantern-bearers, there was no Earl Yuyang, only Master Cui. Under Xia Chen's penetrating gaze, Cui Hu felt a tremor of apprehension, yet upon hearing himself addressed as Earl Yuyang, he scowled and retorted, "What is there to laugh about? What have we done wrong? Why should we not speak of you?" Lu Chun, with a grim visage, resembled a serpent lurking in the shadows. "Is it not laughable? Surely our Earl Yuyang is not ignorant of his origins," Xia Chen remarked, surveying the room before his gaze lingered on Lu Chun, then returning to Cui Hu. "I have stated clearly, do not refer to me as Earl Yuyang." Cui Hu harbored a profound disdain for such an appellation, resembling an enraged lion, his gaze fixed intently upon Xia Chen, as if poised to pounce at any moment. "The title of Duke Yuyang is the glory of your ancestors. A person who cannot even confront his own lineage is unworthy of addressing me in such a manner." Xia Chen scoffed, continuing with a disdainful tone, "You are correct. My rapid ascension is indeed attributable to my heritage and background. From the moment I entered officialdom, I began my journey as a 7th-rank lieutenant, a starting point that remains unattainable for the average individual throughout a lifetime. I am acutely aware that my accomplishments are a result of my ancestors' blessings, and thus, I hold them in great esteem and readily acknowledge them. There is nothing amiss in this. My rise from the rank of a 7th-rank lieutenant is a testament to the countless sacrifices made by my forebears on the battlefield, shedding blood and laying down their lives in service to the nation, which afforded me this privilege. I have nothing to shy away from. On the contrary, I take immense pride in it. Yet you, who undoubtedly revel in the fortunes bestowed by your ancestry, are too ashamed to admit it. Instead, you proclaim loudly that all your achievements are solely the result of your own efforts. Do you not find this utterly ridiculous?" Xia Chen pointed at Cui Hu, his voice icy. Opposite him, Cui Hu's face flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze, fists clenched, his mouth opening and closing in a futile attempt to retort. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Chapter 45. The Dark Lord. The entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. At the entrance, someone cautiously pressed against the wall. It was a lantern-bearer from another division, drawn in by the spectacle. Xia Chen's words flowed unceasingly, as if he sought to shatter Cui Hu's resolve in one fell swoop. "You were born into the illustrious Cui family of Qinghe, destined from birth to inherit the title of Duke of Yunyang. With an aunt who is the current empress, you carry these indelible marks of privilege. Do you truly believe that your ascent to this point is solely a product of your own merit? In our vast Wu Empire, teeming with talents and exceptional individuals, countless souls languish in obscurity, were it not for the advantages conferred upon you by birth. Merely being in your 20s would hardly have sufficed for you to rise to the position of a lantern-bearer, let alone lead such a hall. One must harbor gratitude towards one's ancestors and possess an acute awareness of one's own limitations. Do not ascribe all your achievements merely to personal capability. Our journey to this moment, including the accomplishments of the court officials, is contingent upon a confluence of favorable circumstances. Some things cannot be achieved through effort or skill alone. The pivotal moments in life stem from the womb. Being born into a fortunate situation is paramount. Xiaqian's discourse resonated like a thunderous bell, reverberating through the minds of those present. Instinctively, the crowd perceived his words as sophistry, heretical and nonsensical, yet they found themselves momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Some even nodded in reluctant agreement, as if awakened to a new understanding. Indeed, the pivotal moments in life arise from one's birth. While postnatal effort and ability hold significance, the fortune of one's lineage is the most crucial factor. Do not presume that my words are directed solely at him. They are meant for all of you. Xiaqian gestured towards Cui Hu, slowly surveying everyone present. Though you may consider yourselves insignificant within the ranks of lantern bearers, to the ordinary populace, you are towering figures. Each one of you who enters this realm owes your position to your forebears. It is only upon the death or decline of your fathers that you are afforded the chance to ascend within the lantern bearers. Is this not also a matter of connections? The difference lies not in the essence of our existence, but in the magnitude of our relations. Thus, you must address me as your superior. In truth, you and I are scarcely different, each standing upon the platform of our ancestors' glory, elevated to a starting point that an ordinary person would scarcely dare to envision. Your indignation, your resentment towards me, stems solely from your discontent with lacking the background and identity that I possess. How laughable! Xiaqian pointed at the assembly, facing the gathering of over 100 from the Eagle Eye division. Yet, not a single person dared to meet his gaze. For every word Xiaqian spoke held a kernel of truth. Each individual present was indeed a beneficiary of connections. Entry into the lantern bearers could not be achieved through mere effort. The lineage of lantern bearers predominantly thrives on the inheritance of positions from father to son. Alternatively, one might become a peripheral member of the lantern bearers, only to ascend after generations of toil, eventually attaining the esteemed status of a lantern bearer. Cui Hu, dejected, resembled a drenched and despondent chicken, devoid of any fighting spirit. Xiaqian gazed at Xiaqian in admiration. Her master's eloquence was truly remarkable, rendering all present speechless. Meanwhile, Li Shi regarded Xiaqian with a peculiar expression, contemplating various strategies to break the stalemate, whether through forceful suppression or by summoning the commander Ma Song for support. However, he had not anticipated that Xiaqian could seize control of the situation merely through words. Indeed, my appointment as a captain is attributable to my family background, a fact I do not deny. Yet, the reason His Majesty favored me and transferred me from the Imperial Guards to lead you is rooted in my personal capability. Xiaqian persisted, shifting his tone to deliver another heavy blow. If I am not mistaken, the investigation into the military defense map was primarily conducted by the Eagle Eye Division, correct? Upon the conclusion of Xiaqian's words, the countenances of the assembly shifted dramatically. What are you implying? Lu Chun, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently upon Xiaqian. Lu Chun, if memory serves, you personally led the team to apprehend the individuals responsible for stealing the military defense map, yet it appears you even apprehended the wrong people. Xiaqian continued, your direction was completely misguided. Do you truly believe such a misstep could lead to a successful resolution? Lu Chun's expression darkened. What exactly are you trying to convey? He gritted through clenched teeth, Xiaqian's words piercing his heart like a dagger, inflicting profound pain upon his once proud demeanor. I merely sensed your lingering discontent, especially after you questioned my qualifications to be your superior. Forgive my pettiness and my inclination to educate, since you harbor doubts. Allow me to enlighten you. Xiaqian's demeanor remained calm, making it difficult to discern whether he was filled with joy or ire. Why am I here among the lantern bearers? Why am I your superior? Because I am more intelligent than you. Because I possess greater capability. Because I have solved cases that you could not. Hence, I am here. Therefore, I am the director, and you are merely a home master. Do you accept this now? Each assertion resonated like a resounding bell, striking the hearts of those present, causing their faces to pale. I do not accept. Lu Chen's eyes burned red. Recalling how his adoptive father, Lu Li, was purged because of the man before him, he clenched his fists, yearning to cleave Xiaqian in two. Xiaqian slowly approached Lu Chen, their distance a mere 10 paces. He locked eyes with Lu Chun's crimson gaze and spoke softly. If you refuse to accept, you may act upon it. The long blade rests by your side. Should you draw it swiftly, perhaps you could slice me in half. Xia Chen chuckled, exuding a sense of madness that unsettled the onlookers. It was evident that he seemed indifferent to his own mortality. They understood Lu Chen's temperament well. In such a furious state, he might genuinely strike out. In that moment, the atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense, with Lu Chen's gaze sharp as a knife, seemingly tracing the trajectory of his blade. Li Wei was filled with trepidation, fearing that in the next moment, Xia Chen might be split in two by a sudden strike. Ha! Do you take me for that fool Zhao Yu? On your very first day in the Imperial Guard, you deliberately provoked Zhao Yu into attacking you, thereby seizing the moral high ground and exerting pressure through authority. You not only gave him a severe beating but also made an example of him, killing the chicken to scare the monkey, ultimately expelling him from the Imperial Guard. Do you think I am so foolish as to follow in his footsteps? Suddenly, Lu Chen laughed, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze was as still as a stagnant pond, devoid of any emotion. He had come perilously close to allowing Xia Chen to completely provoke his feelings, risking a loss of reason, regardless of whether he could successfully slay Xia Chen. The mere act of rebelling against authority would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for him. Xia Chen's expression remained calm and unperturbed. It was merely a matter of adapting to the situation, a casual step taken. He was not surprised that the other party had not taken the bait. If losing one's reason were so easy, it would be disappointing for someone like this Empress, who wielded immense power during her reign, governing the Lantern Bearer and successfully dismantling the Dark King of the Inspection Institute in the Royal City. A satisfied smile graced Xia Chen's lips. Although he was a younger, less evolved version of the Dark King, the essence of gold could not be concealed. Such a person would indeed present a worthy challenge to subdue. Chapter 46. I am a kind-hearted person. The Eagle Eye Division once again fell into a profound silence, contrary to everyone's initial expectations of a fierce conflict. Only a war of words ensued. The newly appointed director, resembling a learned sage, engaged in a battle of wits against the assembled scholars, leaving them utterly speechless. Particularly the instigators, Cui Hu and Lu Chen. The eloquence of this new director was indeed formidable, a sentiment echoed by all present. At this moment, the future infamous Dark King, Lu Chen, had suppressed all expressions, revealing no trace of emotion. He regarded Xia Chen and spoke in a tone that was almost indifferent, devoid of sentiment. I have investigated you. Although you are young, your actions are remarkably seasoned, akin to a mature and skilled hunter, favoring strategy before action. From your initial appointment as a commander in the Imperial Guard to your endeavors in capturing spies from the Inspection Institute, this has been your approach. Since you left the manor, you have displayed your martial prowess on 2 occasions before the public, each time showcasing considerable strength. While the world deems you a fool, I perceive you as someone with profound concealment. Thus, should I strike, not only would I fail to eliminate you, but I would also unwittingly hand you the blame. Lu Chen's words resonated in the ears of those present, leaving some lantern bearers astonished. They had believed that Lu Chen refrained from acting out of fear of the consequences of slaying Xia Chen. They were taken aback to discover that the reason was his lack of confidence in delivering a fatal blow to Xia Chen. Could this reputed fool truly possess such exceptional capabilities? Lu Chen was renowned among them as a youthful genius, capable of contending with even 6th-rank warriors. Since you have studied me, yet still wish to confront me, that is not the mark of a wise individual. Xia Chen chuckled before continuing. Lu Chen remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Well then, let us discuss how this will conclude. With over 100 of you surrounding me, all of whom are the elite core of the Eagle Eye Division, one might mistakenly think you are plotting a rebellion against me. Xia Chen spoke nonchalantly, causing many to change their expressions. Such an accusation of rebellion was a heavy charge for anyone to bear. The director jests. We are here to welcome you on your first day in office. A middle-aged man in his 40s, his face adorned with a broad smile, emerged from the crowd and approached Xia Chen, bowing respectfully. Xia Chen's lips twitched. This old fellow had an audacity that was rather excessive. Had he not heard their earlier loud proclamations about uniting against his son, he might have almost believed him. The other lantern bearers, however, brightened at this display. As expected of old Zheng, there was a reason he had held the position of leader in the Eagle Eye Division for over 20 years. His words were indeed artful. So, you all have come to welcome me? I am truly honored, Xia Chen remarked, glancing at the middle-aged man sporting a goatee, whose face was all smiles and flattery. Information about him surfaced in Xia Chen's mind. Zheng Ping, one of the 5 leaders of the Eagle Eye Division, had held his position for over 20 years. A testament to both fortune and misfortune. Zheng Ping, a figure of profound experience among the lantern bearers, exhibited remarkable prowess in his youth. Standing on par with the former commander, Lu Li, rumors abound that in their younger days, the two engaged in fierce rivalry, striving against one another from the ranks of minor officials to the esteemed position of Hall Master. Ultimately, Lu Li ascended, his name resounding throughout the vast Wu dynasty, while Zheng Ping remained stationary in his role for over 2 decades. Some say that Zheng Ping had offended Lu Li in the past, leading to the rise of younger subordinates over him, leaving him merely as a hall master. Others argue that their contest was a noble one, with Zheng Ping steadfastly maintaining his position, a testament to his resilience. Xia Chen's mind drifted through these reflections before he refocused. You all seem to welcome me. Yet those two, I distinctly heard their intentions to instigate trouble. Xia Chun surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally resting on Cui Hu and Lu Chun. What are you two still lingering for? Have you not yet paid your respects to the esteemed director? Zheng Ping cast a knowing glance at Cui Hu before moving beside Lu Chun and giving him a light kick. Cui Hu's expression shifted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Yet it was then that Lu Chun's voice broke through. I pay my respects to the esteemed director. Cui Hu, realizing he was a beat behind, hastily echoed. I pay my respects to the esteemed director. The two bowed respectfully. Xia Chen observed this scene with a smile, knowing that his superior had firmly established himself among the lantern bearers. Truly impressive, my lord. With merely your words, you command respect more potent than any physical force. Xia Chen thought joyfully, his admiration for Xia Chen growing. Since you all acknowledge me as your director, that simplifies matters. Though I am known for my leniency and amiability, I am also a man of principle. Some transgressions cannot be so easily overlooked. Today, I shall not pursue the matter with others, but you too. Disregarding rank and attempting to incite subordinates against their superiors cannot simply escape unscathed. Xia Chen's tone remained calm, yet it resonated with an unsettling authority. My lord, it was all a misunderstanding. You have just assumed your position. I have prepared a feast. Shall we not move together and drink until we are merry? Zheng Ping interjected, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Spare me your words. Wrongdoings must be addressed. Do you understand? Xia Chen shot a glance at Zheng Ping, who felt as if struck by lightning. What a gaze it was. Emotionless, reminiscent of divine will, the essence of order enveloped him in profound darkness, yet seemingly containing the universe itself, beyond description. He stood frozen. For the first time encountering such an overwhelming presence, it was terrifying. Xia Chen's eyes turned cold as he pointed to Cui Hu, Lu Chen, and the 10 or so individuals behind them, his voice calm but laced with an undeniable dominance. Each of you shall receive 50 strokes of the rod, which will then be distributed among the other halls. Starting today, the 5 major halls will undergo a rotation affecting hundreds and thousands. Do any of you dissent? As these words escaped Xia Chen's lips, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, particularly those of Cui Hua and Lu Chen. While enduring 50 strokes might be bearable for hardened men, the true peril lay in the rotation. Such a maneuver would undermine their entire power structure, dismantling the influence they had painstakingly cultivated over the years within the lantern bearers. My lord, is this rotation not a tad hasty? It may very well incite unrest. Even Zheng Ping could not refrain from voicing his concern. Zheng Hall Master, I have already conveyed my benevolence and my compassion for life. Do you truly fail to grasp my intentions? I am here to save you. You, being a clever man, must surely deduce why His Majesty has placed me among the lantern bearers. You all have long engaged in factionalism, huddling together for warmth. To whom does the lantern bearers owe allegiance, yours or His Majesty's? Was Lu Li's downfall truly a consequence of my investigation into the military defense map? Surely, you do not lack the insight to comprehend this. As Xia Chen spoke, he patted Zheng Ping on the shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. I extend my goodwill to you, yet rather than gratitude, you fail to recognize my earnest intentions. This is deeply disappointing. If you are unwilling to rotate, so be it. Let today's suggestion be forgotten. I shall not impose my will upon you. You may decide your course as you wish. I harbor no objections. However, I cannot guarantee what may transpire thereafter. I am a man of kindness, but should we reach that juncture, I hope I will not be forced to wield the blade myself. Should that day arrive, reflecting on how warmly you all gathered here today to welcome me, I trust one shall show mercy. Xia Chen chuckled, while Zheng Ping, drenched in cold sweat, trembled uncontrollably, his complexion pale. Chapter 47. The Empress. Why don't you assist me in fulfilling my duties as a wife? Xia Chen departed, boldly entering the office belonging to the director. With all eyes upon him, his successful entry left no one daring to intervene, leaving behind a silent assembly. Old Zheng, you are the wisest among us. Please take the lead. Should we rotate or not? If we do, it will dismantle the foundation we've built over the years. The two other leaders, Li Yu and Chen Song, gravitated towards Zheng Ping. I am amenable to the rotation. Whether you choose to accept is your affair. Do not use me as your pawn. I am of advanced age and simply wish to live the rest of my life in peace. Old Zhang, recovering from Xia Chen's remarks, glanced at the pair before turning his gaze towards Cui Hu and Lu Chen, shaking his head before departing as well. Li Yu, Chen Song, Cui Hu, and Lu Chen exchanged glances. I too accept the rotation, Lu Chen declared solemnly. Upon finishing his statement, he led a group of over 10 individuals out of the hall. What? Li Yu and Chen Song looked at one another, ultimately placing their last hope on Cui Hu. Do you two not comprehend? Our internal alliance among the lantern bearers has already drawn the Emperor's attention, which led to Commander Lu's downfall, Cui Hu remarked coldly, meeting their gaze. As colleagues, I have been candid enough. However, to come in and disrupt our entire team is excessive. It is tyrannical. Historically, no newly appointed official has acted in such a manner. Li Yu furrowed his brow, realizing that this disruption could jeopardize his life. Even if he consented, could his supporters accept it? Having said that, weigh the pros and cons for yourselves and act accordingly, Cui Hu concluded, turning to leave. With his departure, only two factions remained in the hall. Each individual felt as if they were puppets, manipulated like courtesans, once proud and dismissive of others, now subdued without a shred of defiance. More compliant than the gentlest of women. Bah! Chen Song spat in anger, recalling how fiercely they had boasted earlier. Xia Chun had not even lifted a finger. Yet now they all cowered. By mere words alone, he had managed to subdue them entirely? In the garden of Princess Yaoguang's residence, vibrant flowers flourished wildly, competing for beauty as butterflies danced among the blossoms like playful sprites. Surrounding the area, pavilions and towers were artfully scattered, intricately carved railings winding around lotus ponds, where goldfish frolicked and raindrops glistened like dew upon the lotus leaves. Princess Yaoguang, with great interest, fed the fish within the pond when she suddenly turned in surprise at the announcement from a maid clad in purple behind her. Beside Princess Yaoguang stood a lady in yellow. Her beauty, though not rivaling that of the princess, would undoubtedly captivate in any other setting. This enchanting figure held a skewer of candied hawthorn, her demeanor endearing and innocent. She was none other than Li Wei, the woman in purple, named Ziyue. And Yaoguang had evidently become accustomed to Li Wei, as Ziyue was one of Yaoguang's two devoted handmaidens. Should Xia Chun be present, he would recognize Ziyue, for she was the renowned female chancellor during the reign of the empress, wielding power that at times surpassed that of the prime minister. Ziyue meticulously reported all that transpired today regarding the lantern bearers. Zhang Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chen had already agreed to rotate duties and were currently kneeling at the prince's office door, voluntarily reporting their plea for rotation. However, Li Yu and Chen Song could not endure such humiliation and had taken their subordinates to patrol the streets instead. In Ziyue's lively eyes, wisdom sparkled, her long, lustrous hair cascading like a waterfall, simply held up by a jade hairpin, with a few wisps framing her delicate face, adding to her gentle allure. Her figure was graceful, draped in a flowing purple gown that danced with the breeze, resembling a blooming Roland in the quiet of night. As she conversed with Yaoguang, her gaze remained focused, her intelligence vividly displayed in her features. She was an exceptionally captivating woman, yet standing beside Yaoguang, her brilliance seemed somewhat overshadowed. It appears I underestimated my fiancé. I was mistaken in my initial judgment. Yaoguang listened intently to Ziyue's report, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. Zhang Ping and the others were astute individuals, and Li Yu and Chen Song were clever as well, but they had the backing of the crown prince and the third prince, which lent them confidence. It seemed a significant reshuffle was imminent within the Eagle Eye division. Yaoguang's voice was cool, her lips slightly parted. Your Highness, have you not always desired to extend your influence among the lantern bearers? Now that the prince is in charge of the Eagle Eye division, this presents a splendid opportunity. Moreover, with the prince hailing from the Xia family, should we gain their support, we would secure military power. And perhaps you could become the first female emperor of our great Wu dynasty, turning dreams into reality. As Ziyue spoke, her eyes glimmered with fervor. while the crown prince and the third prince could only aspire to reach the level of the lantern-bearers' leaders if they could gain the prince's support. They would have their eyes and ears within that powerful faction. It was one of the 9 divisions with an immense capacity for mobilization, providing unparalleled assistance to them. Not yet married, and already calling him prince consort, Yao Guang turned her head away, offering the two only a refined profile. Her eyes flickered, lost in thought. If Xiachen were to meet your highness, he would surely be entranced by your beauty. I cannot believe any man could resist your allure. Li Wei chuckled, wrapping an arm around Yao Guang. The three had grown up together, and despite their master-servant relationship, their bond was extraordinary. Regardless, marriage is inevitable. He is destined to be the true prince consort. Ziyue joined in the laughter. I have heard that Xiachen possesses unparalleled beauty. Some even claim he surpasses the so-called 4 great beauties of the capital. You two are my closest handmaidens, and if I were to wed Xiachen, you might find yourselves as concubines in my service. I wonder, is it truly my eagerness, or are you two the ones enamored with Xiachen? As Yao Guang revealed a faint smile, the flowers in the entire garden seemed to pale in comparison. Unwilling to back down, she retorted against the two maidens. If she could not evade her fate of marrying him, she might as well have them fulfill the duties of a wife on her behalf. Yao Guang glanced at Ziyue and Li Wei, 2 girls who dared to mock her, their faces already flushed with embarrassment. We would never dare to compete with your highness for a man, Ziyue replied with a smile. In her quietude, she resembled an ancient painting, exuding an aura of serene elegance. Yet when she spoke, she transformed into a lively apparition, akin to the vibrant dawn, subtle but undeniably captivating. Ziyue, a concealed figure during the reign of the empress, had numerous admirers, yet she remained as unattainable as the bright moon in the sky, beyond anyone's reach. Around the pond in the garden, laughter and joy resonated. Even the goldfish in the water were drawn to this enchanting scene, immersing themselves in its beauty. After the merriment subsided, both Yao Guang and Ziyue fell silent, and Yao Guang's expression turned grave and serious. Please deliver an invitation to him, requesting his presence at the literary gathering 3 days hence. It is indeed time for me to meet my fiancée. The exquisite beauty of Yao Guang's face was captivating, making it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. She somewhat regretted her initial judgment, having hastily deemed her fiancé a talentless wastrel. Yet, how little time had passed, and he had already stirred the winds of change in the capital, even taking command of the entire Eagle Eye division, a matter she had no means to intervene in. She had indeed underestimated him. Chapter 48, The Invitation to the Literary Gathering. As the day drew to a close, Xiachen had just finished his first day of experience as a lantern-bearer when he was approached at the entrance of Jingde Street. The enchanting and future-renowned Ziyue, standing before him, inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, your highness, she began, my princess has been betrothed to you for some time, yet they have yet to meet. In 3 days, my princess will host a literary gathering, providing the perfect opportunity for you both to become acquainted and deepen your bond. Descending from her carriage without any pretense, Ziyue boldly entered Xiachen's carriage. Upon entering, she scrutinized Xiachen's appearance and was struck by his extraordinary looks. Unparalleled in the capital, this reminded her of her lady's earlier remarks, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Xiachen, somewhat perplexed, mused to himself about her sudden blush, wondering how he could have affected her when he had merely entered the carriage. Clearly, this future hidden minister was not as composed as he had anticipated. She was still a young girl. Amused by the thought, he decided to tease her. Deepening feelings, you say? Does your princess long for me? He asked, playfully raising an eyebrow as he toyed with a piece of jade. Your highness jest, Ziyue replied. My princess merely wishes to meet and understand each other to avoid any misunderstandings in the future which could affect their marital harmony. Oh, so it is not your princess who longs for me. Could it be you instead? Xiachen retorted, causing Ziyue's face to redden from her cheeks to her ears, igniting a warmth throughout her being. Your highness, please do not jest. Ziyue pressed her lips together, flustered. She felt disoriented upon entering the carriage, unable to maintain her composure. I assumed your eagerness to enter my carriage meant you were here to gauge the waters for your princess. As Yao Guang's personal maid, you will eventually serve her in the bridal chamber. If I am not mistaken, it is customary for the royal family to send a maid to assess the prince's suitability. I wonder if that maid will be you, Xiachen said with a playful tone. Ziyue's face was now a deep crimson, and Xiachen found her bashfulness amusing. The contrast between her future role as a steadfast minister, commanding respect in the court, and her current flustered demeanor was truly delightful. Please, your highness, let us remain serious. I entered your carriage due to the throngs of people outside. Though I am a woman, I am also the princess's maid, and thus, somewhat your maid as well. There is no need for excessive propriety. As for who will assess your capabilities, that is solely the princess's decision. Ziyue regained her composure and, with a smile, addressed him with an air of dignity that surpassed even the most refined ladies of the capital. I have come today to invite you, your highness, to the literary gathering. The blush gradually faded from the exquisite visage of Ziyue as she deftly redirected the conversation. The literary gathering is an event for scholars. It would be quite the jest for a mere brute to attend. If your esteemed princess truly wishes to meet me, she should select a secluded spot or come directly to the princess's residence. We could then discuss matters privately without the distraction of outsiders at such an event. Xia Chun gazed at Ziyue with a smile. Who in the capital does not know that the prince consort has received the emperor's commendation, praised for his exceptional talents? Comparable to that of Prime Minister Lin? Should he pursue the path of scholarship, a future appointment as a minister seems inevitable. At this remark, Xia Chun raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this matter earlier that morning and surmised that the lantern bearers, under the emperor's directive, were orchestrating this publicity. The emperor sought to elevate his status. And the more renowned Xia Chun became, the more his revolutionary theories on governance would resonate throughout the realm. Although the prince consort was currently basking in fame, many scholars in the capital held a deep-seated resentment towards him, even daring to declare their intentions to confront him physically. The princess, in her benevolence, believed that the prince consort could indeed engage in spirited debates with the learned men and triumph at the literary gathering. Ziyue presented Xia Chun with an elegantly crafted invitation, performing a graceful bow and flashing a smile before retreating from the carriage. Xia Qian and Xia Xiao climbed in, with Xia Qian wearing a mischievous grin. You aren't even married yet, and the princess is already so eager to send someone to connect with you. Could it be that she is in a hurry to wed? This princess is far from simple, Xia Chen mused. She arrives at this moment, neither too early nor too late, likely drawn to my current standing. Indeed, one must first elevate oneself to garner the attention of others. Otherwise, even one's anger may be dismissed as endearing. Xia Chun drew back a corner of the curtain, watching as Ziyue's carriage gradually disappeared from view. No matter how extraordinary Princess Yao Guang may be, she remains a woman, and the betrothal is a decree from the emperor that cannot be altered. In 2 or 3 years at most, marriage will surely ensue. Xia Qian chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Though the princess holds a prestigious position, she is, after all, just a princess. Xia Qian shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. In the capital, who would have predicted that this relatively inconspicuous Princess Yao Guang, overshadowed by the crown prince and the third prince, would ultimately emerge victorious? After years of obscurity, she would soar like a dragon, shocking the world one fateful night. Aware of the formidable nature of Princess Yao Guang, Xia Chen remained humble. Her outreach was not a testament to his worth, but rather a reflection of his control over the Eagle Eye Bureau. Intelligence systems are vital to any organization, and those who command them hold the advantage. Upon returning to the residence of the Duke of Zhendong, Xia Chen did not head to his quarters first, but instead proceeded to Xia Qian's abode. There, he recounted in detail all the events that transpired with the lantern bearers that day. Your control over the situation is commendable. It showcases your authority while embodying a blend of firmness and gentleness, thus avoiding the ire of all involved. You have firmly established your position. And now that the 3 main leaders have agreed to a rotation, you can seize this opportunity to fully dominate these 3 factions. What are your plans for the other 2 factions? Xia Qian pondered for a moment before raising his head to inquire of Xia Chun. It is clear that Li Yu and Qin Song are associated with the crown prince and the third prince, a fact we can ascertain. And the emperor is undoubtedly aware of it. The reason the emperor has assigned me to the Eagle Eye Division is likely to eliminate the influence of the crown prince and the third prince among the lantern bearers. The disobedience of these 2 leaders presents me with a perfect opportunity. As I have just arrived, I must promote some of my own people. For every position filled, another must be vacated. Let us target these 2 factions. It is time for a thorough cleansing among the lantern bearers. Xia Chen's words were imbued with an eerie calmness, evoking a chilling atmosphere. To be candid, he preferred direct action over mere words. When a problem could be resolved with force, conversing felt far too exhausting. Chapter 49. Separation. Xia Qian gazed upon his nephew before him, a young man he had always perceived as astute yet somewhat lacking in the robust spirit characteristic of their Xia family. Concerned that Xia Chun might stray down a treacherous path, employing underhanded schemes akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, Xia Qian found himself reassessing his initial judgment. It became evident that his nephew possessed a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, a balance of yin and yang, thoughtful, yet not devoid of decisive action. Among the third generation, while Qin'er may not be the most gifted in martial prowess, in terms of intellect, none in the younger cohort could rival him. As I age, perhaps it will be Qin'er who shoulders the family legacy, steering the Xia clan, thereby ensuring our lineage is not only fortified by martial strength but also by sagacity, potentially ushering in a prosperous century ahead. Lost in contemplation, Xia Qian reflected on Xia Chen's recent displays of courage and strategy, truly a born leader. The Xia family's enduring prosperity over 6 centuries stemmed from their open-mindedness. Those with capability and wisdom were entrusted with leadership. Xia Qian himself embodied this philosophy. Devoted to the family, recognizing that although his 2 sons were exemplary, they lacked the broader perspective that Xia Chen possessed. Uncle, I intend to move out of the Marquis's residence. As Xia Chen's sudden declaration broke the silence, Xia Qian was taken aback. Why would one wish to leave the Marquis's abode? Was it due to the remoteness of his quarters and the scarcity of servants? I shall arrange for assistance at once. Xia Qian furrowed his brow, his expression stern. For 6 centuries, it was rare for a direct descendant to vacate the Marquis's estate, and such a move typically signified a division of the family. Not for those reasons. Xia Chen shook his head, a smile illuminating his features. His demeanor as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. You wish to separate? Xia Qian's frown deepened. Just as he envisioned a future where Xia Chen would assume the mantle of leadership, he was now faced with the prospect of his nephew moving away. Separation is not quite so dire, but I no longer find it suitable to reside in the Marquis's residence. Xia Chen sipped his tea, attempting to calm Xia Qian's rising agitation before continuing. His Majesty holds our family in high regard, yet harbors reservations. The notion of a powerful figure overshadowing the sovereign is a historical concern. Our family's continued prosperity is contingent upon the current state of the realm, which remains fragmented and tumultuous. Thus, His Majesty still requires our support, albeit with considerable trepidation. My current status is rather peculiar, though a direct descendant of the Marquis. I am also a son-in-law, and His Majesty seeks to cultivate my allegiance. His decision to appoint me among the lantern-bearers indicates his intentions. It is possible he harbors ulterior motives, perhaps aiming to create a rift within the Xia family, ideally splitting us into factions. To the outside world, I am perceived as having been undervalued within the Marquis's household, neglected by my parents, and raised in relative isolation, leading them to believe my ties to the Marquis are tenuous, a sentiment even His Majesty seems to share. This is the very reason His Majesty has chosen me. Therefore, I must not display an excessive familiarity with the Duke's residence, nor should they extend undue kindness towards me. Xia Chen spoke slowly, while Xia Qian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He wished to refute, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words, finally uttering in a deep voice, "Is the situation truly as dire as you suggest? Over the years, both your grandfather and I have willingly relinquished military authority, and your father has remained steadfastly compliant. Does His Majesty truly harbor such distrust towards us? Even if our intentions are pure, the unified and illustrious Duke of the East poses a significant threat to the imperial power, a reality no sovereign wishes to confront." Xia Chen's gaze shimmered with the brilliance of celestial bodies, deep and enigmatic as a black hole, cloaked in a somber silence that evoked an involuntary tension. We should not gamble on whether a heartless emperor possesses any compassion. After more than 50 years on the throne, His Majesty has transformed into a political machine. Any threat to his reign or any entity beyond his control will be obliterated. Xia Chen regarded Xia Qian with utmost seriousness. Thus, if His Majesty wishes to witness the fragmentation of our Xia family, desires to see you at odds with us, and yearns for disunity among the 3 generations of our clan, then let us play our part, assuage his concerns, and secretly amass our strength. Do you wish to proceed in this manner? A glimmer of resolve danced in Xia Qian's eyes as he fixed his gaze on his nephew, his tone gravely earnest. Indeed, the worse our relationship appears to be, the more trust His Majesty will place in me, granting me greater authority and ensuring the safety of our Xia family. As Xia Chen and Xia Qian exchanged glances, he no longer concealed his brilliance, radiating an aura akin to a blade unsheathed. This confident demeanor left Xia Qian entranced. After a considerable pause, Xia Qian finally spoke. "I comprehend your intentions. Go forth and execute your plan as you see fit." The following day, at the lantern-bearer's office, The Eagle Eye Division, at this hour, why has the newly appointed chief not yet arrived? I am eager to see how he will act today. It was said that the rotation was to commence today. Although this official is young, his heart is undeniably ruthless. I heard that yesterday. Master Zheng and his colleagues voluntarily sought a rotation, yet this official made them kneel at the entrance for 3 hours before allowing them entry. This individual is extraordinary. Despite his request for a rotation, Master Zheng and his associates found themselves compelled to plead for it. He truly wields the knife, allowing this official to strike, a remarkable display of cunning. As the crowd chatted, the midday hour approached, yet Xia Chun had still not arrived at the lantern-bearer's office. Something must have happened. Do not wait any longer. It seems the new official will not be gracing our office today. Someone hurriedly dashed into the Eagle Eye Division. What has transpired? Is there yet another unforeseen complication? The crowd quickly inquired, and then they received astonishing news. A piece of information swept through the upper echelons of the capital, leaving many in utter disbelief. Recently, a prominent figure in the capital has emerged, one who has garnered the favor of His Majesty. Currently, he wields considerable influence as one of the overseers of the lantern bearers, specifically within the East Town Marquis estate, where a fire has erupted in the courtyard of the esteemed son-in-law, the young Lord Xia Chun. This shocking incident has left many bewildered. What? A fire at the East Town Marquis estate? We must extinguish it at once. However, what fire could possibly rage there? The estate is home to numerous skilled individuals. It is unlikely that a true fire has ignited. Rumor has it that this young lord has fallen out with the Marquis' household and has since moved out of the estate. A distant relative of mine. Through a convoluted family connection, witnessed Xia Chun personally selecting courtyards along with his subordinates, having already settled the payments. It appears he has indeed severed ties with the Marquis' household. What could have transpired to incite such a tumult? A division of the family is no trivial matter. It seems unprecedented for a legitimate heir to depart from the Marquis' lineage in all these years. I am unaware of the specifics, but I have heard that the situation escalated significantly. The head of the Xia family, the esteemed Anwu Marquis Xia Qian, has summoned the clan elders and personally enforced family discipline, reportedly going so far as to nearly expel Xia Chun from the family registry. Throughout the capital, from high-ranking officials to the common folk, everyone has heard of this affair. Discussions abound in wine houses and tea shops, and the entire city is abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, the focal point of this scandal, Xia Chun, is presently moving into his newly acquired spacious courtyard, accompanied by the enchanting maidservant, Bai Zhu. Young master, will you be attending the lantern bearers tomorrow? Xia Qian inquired softly, trailing behind him. Having only recently taken charge of the lantern bearers, it would be unwise to remain absent for too long lest unforeseen events arise. We shall rest tomorrow and attend the literary gathering the day after. As for the lantern bearers, let the situation develop for now. P.S. Dear readers, there is no need to support the book financially. Updates will continue throughout the day, ensuring you remain thoroughly entertained. The climax of the tale is approaching swiftly, with updates scheduled promptly at midnight each day. Chapter 50, Rebirth and the Essence of the Blade. Though the newly acquired residence of Xia Chun, a 3-courtyard estate, does not compare to the grandeur of the Marquis' mansion, it nonetheless stands as a symbol of affluence within the capital. Nestled in the heart of the inner city and in proximity to the central thoroughfare, its prime location is undeniable. The courtyard, adorned with exquisite scenery and well-appointed rooms, immediately captured Xia Chun's heart. Thus, the purchase of this estate cost him a staggering 3,000 taels of silver, a sum that would be considered astronomical for an ordinary family. In this era, silver possesses formidable purchasing power. Xia Chun's monthly stipend amounts to a mere 50 taels, totaling a mere 600 taels annually. The cost of rice in Chang'an is exorbitant, and living in the capital is no small feat. Standing beneath a peach blossom tree in the courtyard, Xia Chun sighed contemplatively. One cannot truly comprehend the value of sustenance until they manage their own household. Having lived in the Marquis' residence, he had never been burdened by financial concerns. Thus, he lacked the perspective of hardship. Now that he had moved out, he truly understood the challenges of daily life. Food, clothing, shelter, and the necessities of living all require expenditure. Over the past decade, the gifts from his elders during festivals had accumulated to just over 2,000 taels. Had it not been for Cui Mengru, who tearfully insisted on gifting him 3,000 taels upon learning of his departure from the Marquis' residence, he might have found himself unable to afford this estate. Young master, a soft, melodious voice called out as a gentle, graceful maid emerged from within the house. Indeed, Baizhu now belonged to Xia Chun. Previously, Baizhu had served as a maid to Cui Mingru, with the intent of transferring her to Xia Chun's care once he achieved the rank of an 8th grade official. However, Xia Chun had been preoccupied with official duties and was unaccustomed to sharing his space, which delayed the arrangement. Last night, upon learning of Xia Chun's imminent departure from the Marquis's residence, Cui Mingru tearfully insisted that he take Baizhu with him to provide for his needs. Observing his aunt's sorrowful countenance, Xia Chun could only accept Baizhu with gratitude. Reflecting on these thoughts warmed Xia Chun's heart. Although his biological parents were indifferent towards him, his uncle and aunt had treated him as their own, never regarding him as an outsider. "What do you think of this estate?" Xia Chun inquired, glancing at Baizhu, who exhibited a hint of shyness, unable to meet his gaze. While it was stated that she was to serve as a maid, it was understood that her true role was to warm the bed. In affluent households, young gentlemen of a certain age are typically assigned several maidens for this purpose, who will remain with them until marriage. Upon the young master's wedding, these maidens would be elevated to the status of concubines. Thus, from this moment forth, she was unequivocally Xia Chun's. "I still possess over 2,000 taels. Henceforth, you shall manage the household affairs," Xia Chun stated as he handed Baizhu a substantial stack of silver notes. However, Baizhu hesitated, fear evident in her demeanor, and refrained from accepting the money. "Young master, I am but a maid. How can I oversee the household matters? Such responsibilities should rest with the mistress, the princess," she replied. "The timing of marriage remains uncertain. Shall we continue to wait for her? We have just moved out, and everything needs to be arranged anew. By the time she arrives, the opportunity may have passed." Xia Chun grasped Baizhu's delicate and smooth hand, then pressed a stack of silver notes into her palm. "Presently, you are the sole lady of the house. Should you not oversee matters? Shall we entrust them to Xia Chun instead? It is settled then. You shall manage all affairs within the house henceforth, for I hardly possess the inclination to tend to domestic matters," Xia Chun remarked with a smile, while Baizhu lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. The warmth radiating from his hand sent her into a daze, akin to a budding flower awaiting the arrival of spring. Occasionally, she would glance up, her starry eyes shimmering with shyness, a faint blush creeping up her fair cheeks. Master is truly wonderful. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky. Xia Chun stood in the courtyard, practicing with his sword. His movements were remarkably simplistic, comprising only the most fundamental strikes and thrusts, repeated time and again. To the untrained eye, it appeared utterly ordinary, however. Those with discernment would be astounded. Each of Xia Chun's strikes was imbued with an extraordinary concentration of energy, slicing through the air as if it were a delicate thread, showcasing an exquisite mastery that eluded the less perceptive. With unwavering focus, Xia Chun dedicated himself to this practice, regardless of the burdens of daytime responsibilities. Upon returning to his courtyard, he would wield his sword 1,000 times each day. Such relentless dedication and diligence naturally yield extraordinary rewards. Within his field of vision, small text continued to ascend on his system panel. Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10. Swordsmanship experience points, 9,830 10,000. As time passed, the young man persisted in his routine, undeterred. Before long, a chime echoed in the air. "Your swordsmanship has reached completion. You are on the verge of comprehending a forbidden sword intent. Would you like to claim it? Claim. You have comprehended the pure young sword intent. Sword intent level, 1 forbidden. Experience points required for 2 forbidden sword intent, 30,000. 1 forbidden sword intent, 0 30,000. Xia Chun paid no heed to the small text on the system panel. He felt as though he had been drawn into a wondrous realm. He transformed into a 5-year-old child, training under his master. The sun rose and set, seasons changed, yet regardless of the sweltering heat or biting cold, Xia Chun stood resolutely upon the great stone of the cliff, enduring the elements. By the age of 8, he had achieved initial proficiency in swordsmanship. By 11, he reached great mastery, and by 18, he attained perfection. Upon mastering the sword, Xia Chun bid farewell to his master and descended the mountain to hone his skills in the mortal realm. He journeyed eastward, encountering various swordsmanship masters along the way. He faced bandits and marauding armies, battling fiercely. At 20, he enlisted in the military, beginning as a lowly soldier, refining his sword intent amidst a sea of corpses and blood. At the tender age of 22, Xia Chun felt a profound calling, prompting him to withdraw from the military and continue his journey eastward, ultimately arriving at the vast sea. Gazing upon the ocean, he recalled the ancient verse, "Eastward to the cliffs of stone, to behold the boundless sea." Perched atop the rocky shoreline, he practiced the fundamental movements of his swordsmanship, reminiscent of his childhood days spent training on the cliffs. In that year, Xiaqin sustained himself through fishing, observing the ebb and flow of the tides in the majestic rise of the sun in the east and its descent in the west. He gradually tempered the sharpness of his demeanor, the fierce aura forged amidst the blood-soaked battlefields of the military, as if it had been washed away by the sea, leading him to blend into the simplicity of a common fisherman. Eventually, he laid down his sword, relinquishing his obsession with sword practice, opting instead to embrace the natural rhythm of life without forceful pursuit. He transformed into a true fisherman. However, this fisherman harbored a singular passion. He delighted in sitting upon the rocks, gazing at the sun, often immersed in contemplation for an entire day. One ordinary afternoon, as the sun descended towards the horizon, it was consumed by the sea. After a day of monotony on the rocks, a smile unexpectedly graced Xiaqin's face, and a radiant light sparkled in his eyes, akin to the sun rising anew, dispelling the darkness of dawn. He picked up the harpoon resting beside him and, with a casual gesture, skimmed it across the surface of the water. This stroke was named Dawn's Break. Xiaqin's voice emerged softly, almost as if in quiet reflection. Yet it resonated with unwavering strength and purity, echoing like a divine proclamation to the world. In an instant, the once dim sea burst forth with brilliance. Fishermen aboard returning boats widened their eyes in astonishment. What did they behold? Another sun rising slowly, its radiance illuminating the realm, as the tranquil surface of the sea was cleaved open, revealing the depths beneath. This extraordinary display lasted for 5 or 6 breaths, before the vast ocean finally resumed its flow, yet the surface remained imbued with the essence of pure yang energy. Such was the power of a single stroke, fearsome indeed. Chapter 51. The Unique System and the 6th-Rank Martial Artist. Xiaqin opened his eyes, and within his gaze, a great sun gradually retracted, transforming back into a singular orb, his dual pupils merging into one, indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. Tides, the great sun, the essence of the blade, Xiaqin murmured to himself, raising his head to gaze at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. It felt as though only an instant had passed. Yet he experienced the profound weight of over 20 years of life as vicissitudes. Everything that transpired in that world felt undeniably real, particularly his insights into swordsmanship. Yet, the details began to blur, leaving only the pure essence of his comprehension. Xiaqin furrowed his brow. The memories of that world in his mind started to fade. He recalled numerous events, but the specifics eluded him, save for the vivid recollection of his sword training. It seemed that my system has undergone a transformation, significantly diverging from the player systems of my past life. In my previous life, the player system could accumulate experience points and then impart insights into sword, fist, and blade techniques, but this was done through directed fusion. This time, however, it felt as if I truly lived a lifetime, beginning my sword practice at the tender age of 5 and ultimately achieving enlightenment at 23 in the East Sea. This was an experience unprecedented in my former life. Though the memories of that world had grown hazy, the sensations remained astoundingly vivid, as if nothing were fabricated. You have successfully comprehended the pure yang blade intent in the small world, gazed upon the vast sea, grasped the true essence of the tides, and created your own sword technique. Dawn. Exceptional performance warrants a reward of 1 minor returning pill. Host, Xiaqin. Age, 17. Realm, Pinnacle of 7th Rank. Cultivation Techniques. Red Sun Body Refinement Art. Shouyang Demon Breaking Blade. Dawn. Blade Technique. 1 Forbidden Pure Yang Blade Intent. Essence, Law True Essence of Tides. System Space. 10 cubic meters minor returning pill. Saves 3 months of arduous training. System Shop. Unlocked. Cultivation Speed. Tenfold Boost. Fortune Golden Dragon's Purification. Root Bone Talent. Superior Root Bone, formerly a waste body. Innate Dual Pupils. Awakening. 1. The system panel displayed a multitude of text, and Xiaqin scrutinized the information closely. This time, the harvest from his enlightenment was substantial. The last time he entered the 9-Dragon Seal, the transformation bestowed upon him by the Fortune Golden Dragon was immense. The most apparent change was in his cultivation speed. Previously, whether in practicing sword techniques, skill proficiency, or experience point accumulation, he received increments of 1. However, since that encounter, he now received direct boosts of 10. This marked a tenfold increase in efficiency. Moreover, his root bone, once a martial arts waste body, had transformed into a superior root bone following the purification by the Fortune Golden Dragon. Even without the system's aid, His self-cultivation would undeniably classify him as a genius. To his delight, he had also acquired a pill. Xia Chun felt a surge of joy within. In his previous life, he had exchanged insights with others on player forums and learned that while every player possessed a system, they were quite rudimentary, and he had never heard of a system yielding equipment or reward items. This system appears to be truly extraordinary. Could it be that my rebirth into this realm was not solely due to the Nine Dragon Seal, but rather because of this system? Xia Chen's gaze flickered incessantly, as he found himself momentarily perplexed. He had always believed that it was the Jade Nine Dragon Seal in his palm that was the cause. Yet the recent anomalies in the system cast doubt upon that notion. Shaking his head, Xia Chen decided to cease his musings. Trusting that the mysteries of the future would eventually reveal themselves, he withdrew a small Dan pill from the system's space, emanating a subtle fragrance. Although this pill was of inferior quality, it promised to save him 3 months of arduous training. In this world, while pills did exist, they were not abundant. Most were merely healing elixirs, with very few capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation speed. This thought ignited a spark in Xia Chun's eyes. If he could obtain the formula for this small Dan pill, it would significantly bolster his efforts to establish his own influence in the future. And this was merely an inferior grade. If he could acquire medium or superior grade pills, or even higher, his mind raced with possibilities. Without further hesitation, he consumed the small Dan pill. Instantly, a surge of fiery energy erupted in his throat, coursing through his limbs and body. Xia Chen's blood began to boil, his heart thundering like a mighty drum, echoing throughout the courtyard. It was almost inconceivable that such a sound originated from a human heartbeat. At this moment, it was still mid-March, with the chill of winter just receding and warmth yet to arrive. The peach blossom tree in the courtyard had only just begun to sprout tender buds, yet to bloom. As Xia Chun sat in meditation, his rhythmic breathing began to elevate the temperature in the courtyard. Bai Zhu, who had been tidying Xia Chen's room, sensed the strange occurrence outside and hurriedly opened the window. What she beheld was an unforgettable spectacle. Xia Chen sat beneath the peach blossom tree, and behind him, an extraordinary vision materialized, a vast and boundless ocean, stretching endlessly, waves crashing with a majestic force that struck awe into the heart. This was Bai Zhu's first encounter with the sea. She had often heard tales of its vastness, but today she witnessed it firsthand. At that moment, a radiant sun slowly ascended from the horizon, akin to the dawn, illuminating the world and enveloping Bai Zhu in a profound warmth. The sun continued its ascent until it hovered directly overhead, transforming into a blazing orb. Instantly, the courtyard was aglow, the flowers bloomed. In an instant, the peach blossom tree burst into full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful, captivating Bai Zhu in rapture. Was this a miracle? How remarkable the young master is. As Xia Chen opened his eyes, a flash of lightning coursed through his gaze. His eyes were becoming increasingly extraordinary. He had officially entered the realm of a 6th-grade martial artist. At this moment, Xia Chen felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him. The enhancements he experienced tonight surpassed his previous abilities by more than tenfold. Although at this stage, unless one reaches the 3rd rank, one's realm does not signify everything. A 6th rank in the capital can indeed be deemed as formidable. In the martial world, achieving the 5th rank allows one to establish a sect. Thus one can imagine the value of the 6th rank. Young master, you are truly remarkable. Bai Zhu, regaining her composure, hurriedly exited the room. Let us keep tonight's events a secret from the outside world. This is a treasure that belongs solely to the two of us. Xia Chen bestowed upon Bai Zhu a radiant smile. As she gazed upon his exquisite visage, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Rest assured, young master, I understand and shall not speak of it to anyone. Even if the future princess were to marry into our family, I would still keep this secret. Bai Zhu said, her cheeks flushed, and she added softly at the end. P.S. Today marks the 3rd chapter. Dear friends, I humbly request your generous support. There will be another update at midnight. I am giving it my all, V. Additionally, I express my gratitude for the inspiration capsule from The Rule of Imagination. Chapter 52. No, brother, how is it that you are so handsome? Nightfall. Bai Zhu poured hot water for Xia Chen and then stood by the wooden tub. Young master, allow me to assist you with your bath. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Bai Zhu's lively eyes, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Chen nodded in agreement. Bai Zhu, now his devoted maid, was someone he could trust in this unfamiliar world. There was no need to impose the rigid moral standards of the modern era. Unless one possesses the power to reshape the world, it is unwise to challenge it or to strive for individuality. with a blush adorning her cheeks. Baizhu approached Xia Chun, untying his belt and assisting him in shedding his garments. In an instant, a physique resembling a work of art was unveiled before her eyes. Standing at only the height of Xia Chun's chest, the proximity between them was palpable. She felt the intense warmth emanating from his body, her gaze becoming hazy. Lost in the moment, until the sound of splashing water jolted her back to reality, revealing that Xia Chun had already stepped into the tub. Regaining her senses, she hurried to the edge of the tub, extending her delicate hands into the water to begin washing him. Yet as she scrubbed, her mind wandered. Young master, you are truly well endowed. In the depths of the night, Xia Chun extinguished the lamp, and as he settled onto his bed, he noticed a small figure stealthily approaching from the adjoining room. Even in the darkness, his vision was as clear as day, allowing him to discern Baizhu's scant attire, with only a purple, delicate waist wrap covering her. Baizhu, Xia Chun whispered, causing her to jump in surprise. What is it? Is there something else? The night was steeped in silence until, after a moment, Baizhu's soft voice emerged. The mistress instructed me to attend to the young master's needs, including warming your bed at night. Her words were barely audible, akin to a whisper, and in the shadows, her face was flushed crimson. Xia Chun remained silent, aware that this was a customary practice among noble families. He had refrained from such matters previously because he had yet to break through to the 8th realm. I do not require my bed warmed. You should sleep in the side room tonight. Xia Chun sighed. Not being a paragon of virtue nor a hypocrite, yet he was not one to rush into things. Baizhu would eventually belong to him, and given her youth, there was no urgency. Is the young master displeased with me? The silence lingered, and after a long pause, Baizhu's voice quivered, tinged with sorrow. That is not my intention. Xia Chun gazed at the tearful Baizhu in the darkness, feeling a headache brewing. Very well. Come up, but I assure you, it is merely for warming the bed. Xia Chun lifted the quilt, and instantly, a soft figure resembling a small kitten nestled into his embrace. In this feudal era, Xia Chun realized that since change was unattainable, he would yield to the circumstances. A person may possess formidable physical strength, capable of obliterating another's body, yet they cannot forcibly alter one's thoughts. On that brisk morning, Xia Chun awoke and resumed his martial training. He had already sent Xia Qian to request time off from the lamplighter. He planned to attend his fiancée's poetry gathering the following day, and afterward, confront those who had wronged him, demonstrating to them what true retribution entailed, a lesson in cause and effect. His previous verbal sparring with the scholars had merely whetted his appetite. Baizhu also rose from the bed, her face radiating happiness, her gaze dreamy. Although the young master had not acted upon any desires the previous night, their relationship had undergone a significant transformation. The distance between them had diminished, evolving from strangers to familiar confidants. On the 3rd day, Xia Chun's internal clock roused him at the appointed hour, awakening Baizhu, who lay curled in his arms like a small kitten. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and climbed out of bed, her delicate, fair skin exposed to the air, clad in a light garment. Is the young master going to meet the princess today? She inquired. Not exactly. I am merely attending a literary meeting, Xia Chun replied, shaking his head with a smile as he affectionately ruffled Baizhu's hair. You may rest a while longer. I can manage on my own. No, I must assist you in dressing. The meeting is at the princess's residence, and today you will surely have the opportunity to meet her. You must look exceptionally handsome, lest the princess think little of you. As she spoke, Baizhu hurriedly climbed out of bed, eager to help Xia Chun don his attire. At a quaint little shop along Central Avenue, renowned for its lamb soup, Xia Qian voiced his concern. Young master, are we truly not in a hurry? The princess's residence is just a few hundred meters ahead. Shouldn't we finish breakfast first? Why the urgency? Haven't you heard that esteemed guests typically make their entrances last? Without lifting his head from the bowl of lamb soup, Xia Chun responded calmly to the fidgety Xia Qian. This lamb soup is quite delightful, authentic, and to my liking. Sighing, Xia Qian observed the composed demeanor of Xia Chun and began to sip his soup as well. For some reason, he sensed a certain coolness in his master's attitude towards the illustrious second princess, an unexpected lack of anticipation. Yet, Xia Chun treated everyone with courtesy, even the beggars in town, exuding warmth and grace, leaving no room for fault. Let us go, Xia Chun finally announced after leisurely finishing his soup and beckoning Xia Qian to follow. How much do I owe you? He called to the shopkeeper. Young master, there is no charge, the proprietor replied, cautiously approaching with bowed head and a beaming smile. Although he did not recognize Xia Chun, The young man's remarkable appearance and demeanor suggested he hailed from a prestigious family. With his modest enterprise lacking any backing, how could he dare to accept payment? Here you go, my young master always pays for his meals. Without uttering a word, Xia Qian, following closely behind Xia Chun, produced a piece of broken silver from his pocket and placed it on the table, before leaving the shopkeeper with a tall and imposing silhouette. Which noble family does this young master belong to? I have never seen someone so refined, the old man murmured to himself, his gaze lost in thought. At that moment, he had no inkling that this person was none other than the much-discussed and trending prince consort, Xia Chen. The Princess Yaoguang's residence bustled with an array of carriages and palanquins, with vehicles streaming in and out before the grand entrance. Scholars clad in scholarly robes and elegantly dressed young nobles presented their invitations at the door, beaming with smiles as they entered the princess's abode. Look, that woman is exceedingly beautiful. It is my first time encountering such a stunning beauty. Which esteemed family does she belong to? Her bearing is truly exceptional. The lady in purple was no ordinary maid. She served as Princess Yaoguang's personal attendant. Is she merely a maid? She surpasses the young ladies of other households in both beauty and grace. It is no wonder she stands by the princess's side. As the crowd gathered before the princess's residence, they spotted the strikingly elegant figure of the maid in purple on the other side of the gate. Igniting a flurry of whispers, some audacious young men attempted to approach her, but were met with her icy indifference. Was this young lady waiting for someone of significance? Who could command such attention from her? Could it be Princess Pingyong, or perhaps the third prince? Only such prominent individuals would warrant Princess Yaoguang dispatching her personal maid to wait at the entrance. The crowd continued their hushed discussions, when suddenly, the previously serene maid's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Following her gaze, they beheld a young man approaching. His brows were as finely drawn as ink, his long, narrow eyes deep and enchanting, shimmering with a celestial light that seemed to conceal boundless emotion and wisdom. His complexion was as pale as snow, and his visage resembled that of a jade crown. Clad in a flowing azure robe, he stood tall and upright like a pine tree, exuding an aura of warmth and elegance, as if he were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, captivating all who beheld him. Upon seeing the impeccably attired Xia Chun, the maid's eyes brightened, momentarily rendering her unable to look away. The crowd regarded him with a tinge of envy. Brother, you look so strikingly handsome. How are we to compete? They exchanged glances, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. The literary gathering had not yet commenced, yet they felt already outmatched. Though they too had dressed with care, how could the disparity between them be so vast? They felt a pang of sorrow, only to be further disheartened as the maid, whom they had all admired, approached the young man with purpose. I have met the prince consort. Dear friends, let us continue to update throughout the day. Chapter 53, The Celestial Phoenix Pavilion. At the entrance of the princess's residence, all onlookers were utterly astonished. The goddess they revered, Lady Ziyue, was displaying such demeanor before this man. Come on, my friend, is it merely due to your handsome appearance? We are all men of stature. If it is height you possess, then well, while your looks may be somewhat lacking, you are still a person. We all gathered here for the literary gathering. What grants you such preferential treatment? A sense of indignation surged within the crowd, their discontent palpable. What brings you here at the entrance? Xia Chen inquired, somewhat taken aback as he observed Ziyue. Naturally, I am here to welcome His Highness the Prince Consort. This is the princess's residence, and he must not be treated as an ordinary guest. Ziyue replied, standing respectfully beside Xia Chen. Today, he indeed appeared far more dashing than the day he donned the lantern-bearer uniform in the carriage. On that day, he exuded a mischievous charm, revealing a sharp edge. However, today, adorned in splendid attire, Xia Chen radiated an air of nobility, exuding both grandeur and remarkable restraint. Upon hearing Ziyue's explanation, Xia Chen cast her a glance, and then surveyed the gathering of scholars and young gentlemen at the entrance, all eyes fixed upon him. He preferred not to linger at the threshold, suspecting that had this not been beneath the emperor's gaze at the entrance of the princess's residence, the envious onlookers would have likely charged at him with fiery zeal. In such a scenario, should he summon the imperial guards or the lantern-bearers to fend them off? Alas, the depths of human jealousy are truly formidable. With this thought, Xia Chen nodded lightly to Ziyue. Let us proceed inside. Ziyue led Xia Chen and Xia Qian through the throng blocking the entrance. Only after Xia Chen's figure vanished did the crowd erupt into fervent discussion. Who on earth is that person? Lady Ziyue personally welcomed him. What a privilege. But why must he be so handsome? With his arrival, what remains for us? What is there to fear? The literary gathering judges talent, not appearances. This fellow appears to be nothing but a decorative pillow, a pretty face without substance. One gentleman clad in a brocade robe scoffed disdainfully. He held a particular contempt for those who relied solely on their looks, unlike himself, who depended on family wealth. To attend a literary gathering looking that dashing, surely his intentions lie elsewhere. Perhaps he is after Princess Yao Guang, aiming to live off her fortune. He huffed. Though I may not possess his looks, I take pride in supporting myself without relying on others. As Yang Wei pondered this, he straightened his posture, his confidence swelling. Yet, soon his back slumped again. It seems I need to rest well. Maintaining such rigidity can be quite exhausting. A smile graced Yang Wei's face as he unfurled his fan, ready to showcase his own charming elegance. Just then, a voice reached his ears. Shoo, keep your voices down. Do you know who that person was? Who else could it be? He is clearly a pretty boy, seeking a wealthy patron. Ugh. I hold such individuals in the utmost contempt. Before the man could finish speaking, Yang Wei interjected. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, the speaker's expression shifted, and he anxiously scanned his surroundings before hastily covering Yang Wei's mouth. Brother Wei, you mustn't speak so carelessly. He is of considerable significance. Be cautious lest his associates overhear. Who is it that warrants such alarm? Surely he cannot be a prince. A companion, intrigued yet somewhat displeased by the man's cryptic demeanor, inquired. The man was none other than Xiachen, the eldest son of the Duke of Annong and the prince consort to Princess Yao Guang. Just yesterday, news of his affairs had stirred quite the commotion. It was rumored that he had moved out from the Duke of Zhendong's residence. What? He is Xiachen? No wonder Miss Ziyue came out to greet him personally. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically as they came to a sudden realization. This was indeed the princess's residence. Although the two had yet to wed, their union had been sanctioned by the emperor and publicly announced, making their marriage a foregone conclusion. Thus, Xiachen naturally held a stake in the princess's household. Lower your voices. Do you realize that Xiachen is currently in charge of the Eagle Eye Division, one of the 9 divisions of the Lantern Bearers? Each division possesses distinct powers and jurisdictions, with the Eagle Eye Division primarily overseeing the capital. Today, during the literary gathering, a vast number of scholars and young nobles from the city are present. It is certain that the Eagle Eye Division has infiltrated the event. And perhaps every word we utter is being recorded. Wu Bai glanced around, his voice barely above a whisper, fearful that their conversation might be overheard. The expressions of the crowd shifted, particularly Yang Wei's, for the lantern bearers were notoriously omnipresent. Over the years, they had executed numerous raids and purges in the capital, instilling fear among the offspring of noble families. Brother Wei, are you unwell? Why do you seem so feeble? You must pull yourself together. As the atmosphere grew tense, Yang Wei felt lightheaded, his vision blurred, his body weakened, and he toppled to the ground. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I feel dizzy and disoriented. I fear I may not be able to attend this literary gathering. I must return to rest. Yang Wei was utterly terrified. He had just spoken ill of Xiachen at an alarmingly loud volume. Would Xiachen send the lantern bearers after him? Quickly, help Brother Wei back. Brother Wei, I heard that goji berries can alleviate dizziness. I have a prescription that centers on goji berries. I took it last time and found it remarkably effective. After the gathering concludes, I shall personally deliver it to you. One of the brothers, with a broad smile, assured Yang Wei. The entrance was in disarray. While at that moment, Xiachen had already stepped into the inner sanctum of the princess's residence. This isn't the venue for the literary gathering, is it? Xiachen inquired. Following Ziyue along the winding, picturesque path, marveling at the scenery. We are heading to the inner courtyard. Is it truly appropriate for me to enter the inner courtyard? Xiachen did not lift his gaze, casually remarking on the splendid fountain in the distant, beautiful garden. The prince consort was not a stranger. Even if he entered the inner courtyard, outsiders would not speak ill of it. With some time left before the literary meeting commenced, the prince consort, being family, naturally deserved a moment's respite. Ziyue paused, turned around, and attentively responded to Xiachen, observing his handsome visage. Xiachen nodded, refraining from further comment. Ziyue led him through numerous courtyards, ultimately arriving at a gracefully scenic courtyard exuding a sense of historical charm. Tianfeng Pavilion. The plaque above the courtyard bore only 3 simple characters, devoid of any signature. Yet these characters exuded an extraordinary presence. Ziyue glanced back at Xiachen. Pausing at the entrance of the courtyard, her gaze fixated on the 3 characters, and then she smiled radiantly. These characters were penned by the princess herself, and even the Grand Tutor had praised her calligraphy. Xiachen nodded. Indeed, the script was exquisite. However, his lingering gaze was not on the characters themselves, but rather on the words Tianfeng. After ascending the throne, Yao Wang adopted the era named Tianfeng. Now, from these three characters of Tianfeng Pavilion, Xiachen could discern that Yao Wang had long harbored ambitions for the realm, aspiring for greatness. Did the prince consort find anything amiss with these three characters? Ziyue, astute as she was, perceived an unusual emotion in Xiachen's expression. The characters themselves were remarkable, yet Tianfeng seemed somewhat overreaching. The phoenix was indeed a creature capable of soaring to the heavens, yet to seek even greater heights could appear overly ostentatious. Xiachen's expression remained remarkably calm as he offered a subtle critique. However, it was this composed tone that caused Ziyue's gaze to shift. You jest, prince consort. This is merely a common name for a courtyard. Ziyue smiled sweetly, quickly masking the peculiarity in her eyes. Haha, I merely spoke offhandedly. Yet, if I were to name it, I believe two simple characters would suffice. Oh, does the prince consort have a better name? Ziyue scrutinized Xiachen, whose unusual demeanor at the entrance of the courtyard left even her, with her keen intellect, somewhat perplexed as to whether he had spoken casually or with intent. The morning sunlight gently cascaded upon Xiachen, illuminating half of his exquisite face, making him appear as if he were bathed in divine radiance, shining brilliantly. Let us call it Yaozi. Xiachen beamed, his smile radiating warmth, his demeanor as gentle as jade, enveloping all in a tender spring breeze. Having uttered this phrase, he stepped forward into the courtyard, no longer glancing at the three characters of Tianfeng Pavilion. Yaozi? Ziyue repeated these two characters at the entrance, momentarily perplexed. Yet she felt they carried a grand and sacred resonance, as if imbued with profound significance. The more she repeated them, the more she sensed an enchanting essence. Yet she could not quite grasp its subtlety. In this world, devoid of the mythical tales of the Yaoqi and the Queen Mother, she is fated to remain oblivious to the significance encapsulated in those two characters. As Ziyue regained her composure, she beheld Xiachen, who had already taken the initiative to push open the door and step into the grand hall. Prince consort, wait for me, Ziyue called, gracefully lifting her skirts as she made her way, her movements retaining an exquisite elegance. Upon entering, she discovered Xiachen seated comfortably in the hall. The prince consort is here. The princess is currently bathing and will require a moment. The imperial kitchen has already prepared breakfast for both the princess and the prince consort. It will be ready shortly. Ziyue guided Xiachen into a dining area within the palace, smiling as she spoke. Xiachen raised an eyebrow. Was he about to meet the future empress so soon? Was she so eager? Would they share breakfast together? Had their relationship grown so intimate? One might easily mistake them for a long-married couple. Chapter 54, Princess Yao Wang. Xiachen sat quietly on a wooden chair, bathed in the warm glow that flickered between the intricately gilded beams. In the center of the hall, a long sandalwood table was adorned with a delicately embroidered brocade tablecloth. Surrounding him, emerald screens cast a subtle glow, isolating him from the clamor of the outside world. Alone in his serene demeanor, he resembled a fathomless abyss, inscrutable and profound. Attendants stood silently nearby, refreshing his tea, yet Xiachen remained reticent, exuding an unusual tranquility. In the depths of the courtyard, within a modestly appointed boudoir, Princess Yao Wang sat before her vanity mirror, her thoughts lingering on Ziyue's detailed report as she murmured the two words repeatedly. The bronze-hued mirror reflected a face of unparalleled beauty, flawless and enchanting. Ziyue stood behind her, delicately combing her flowing locks that cascaded like a waterfall. I cannot shake the feeling that the prince consort harbors intentions. His peculiar attitude towards the words Tianfeng is unsettling. It seems there are no secrets from him. It is as if he sees through me entirely. Ziyue furrowed her brows, her expression perplexed. It appears our prince consort is more astute than we imagined. For the past 17 years, he has remained in the shadows, cultivating his skills and concealing his talents. Yao Wang, clad in a refreshing undergarment after her recent bath, radiated a tempting glow, her skin flushed with vitality. Yet, why would the prince consort hide his brilliance? What sets him apart from us? Could it be that his circumstances within the Ho residence have not been favorable, that someone sought to stifle him in his infancy, prompting him to disguise himself as an ordinary talent? Ziyue's brow remained knitted, her voice sweet, yet laced with tenderness, revealing her confusion. 14 years ago, when the Duke of Anong went to the eastern wasteland and fathered his second son, it was said that Xia Haoyan possessed extraordinary talents. much to the delight of both the Duke and his wife, while Xia Qin was met with indifference. However, as the legitimate eldest son, Xia Qin's identity guarantees that the dukedom will ultimately be bestowed upon him. Yao Guang's voice resonated with an air of maturity and wisdom, akin to that of a commanding presence. Her visage resembled peach blossoms blooming in the spring, with rosy cheeks and skin as smooth as sheep's fat jade. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, shimmering with a captivating allure that drew one in. She was breathtaking, resembling a celestial being emerged from a painting, rendering the world around her devoid of color. Ziyue, standing behind Yao Guang, gazed at the familiar reflection in the mirror, momentarily entranced, unable to divert her gaze. Eventually, regaining her composure, she spoke, "Your Highness implies that the Duke of Anong wishes to pass the title to his younger son, Xia Haotian, and that Xia Qin's existence poses an obstacle, leading the Duke to harbor ill intentions towards the prince consort. But surely, even a tiger does not consume its own offspring. After 14 years apart, it is unfathomable that he could act so ruthlessly." The more Ziyue pondered and analyzed, the colder a shiver ran down her spine. The image of Xia Qin's countenance surfaced in her mind, recalling his calm and confident smile, and her heart ached. How had the prince consort managed to grow up safely within the walls of the Ho residence all these years? Surely, she must have endured numerous dangers and hardships. It is no wonder that she has fallen out with the Marquis's household and decided to separate and relocate. The precise reasons elude me, and I may have misjudged the situation. Yao Guang shook her head. A hint of confusion etched across her brow. She sensed that matters were far more intricate than they appeared, as though she had slipped into a cognitive misstep. What is he doing now? Suddenly, Yao Guang glanced at Ziyue in the bronze mirror, shifting the topic. He sat there quietly, not casting many glances or posing questions, merely savoring his tea. He possesses remarkable patience. From the tidings relayed by Li Wanzhong, I have learned that Xia Qin has a penchant for military texts, exuding a calm demeanor and the bearing of a general. Today, it is indeed as I have heard. A smile graced Yao Guang's lips. Ziyue, what is your opinion of Xia Qin? General Li holds the prince in high esteem. The rumors circulating in the capital can be misleading. Yet General Li's unwavering loyalty to the princess clearly signifies he would not deceive her. I have encountered the prince twice. While I cannot ascertain whether he possesses exceptional talent, he is undoubtedly distinct from the ordinary and far from a mere mediocrity. Ziyue fell into a moment of silence, thoughtfully styling Yao Guang's hair. Upon hearing Ziyue's remarks, Yao Guang did not respond immediately, enveloped in the tranquility of the room. After a while, she nodded. Perhaps he can be persuaded. He may indeed become my future husband, and certain matters are inextricably linked to him. A contemplative glimmer shone in Yao Guang's lively eyes. By the way, we should refrain from contacting General Li Wanzhong from now on. He has been promoted to the Grand General of the Dragon Guard, and his status is no longer what it once was. My father harbors deep-seated suspicions and is certain to assign someone to monitor General Li, scrutinizing any interactions he has with others. We must exercise caution. Indeed, Princess, I shall limit our communications unless significant events arise that necessitate involving General Li. Otherwise, I shall refrain from activating this hidden strategy. Ziyue's expression grew serious, clearly aware of the stakes involved. Bring me that phoenix jade hairpin. I shall wear it today. Suddenly, Yao Guang gazed at her unparalleled visage in the bronze mirror and spoke. Did not the princess say that the hairpin was too ostentatious and should be more understated? Ziyue expressed surprise. This hairpin was a gift from the current emperor, renowned throughout the Great Wu dynasty. It was crafted from a rare gem, crimson as though stained with phoenix blood, which brought great joy to Emperor Wuzong when it was discovered. He commissioned the most skilled jade artisans and the contemporary celestial master to intricately carve and polish it. This phoenix jade hairpin was originally bestowed upon the Empress of Emperor Wuzong. Presently, it has been passed down within the royal family for 6 centuries. When Princess Yao Guang turned 16, Emperor Wen gifted her this hairpin, yet she has worn it only once until now. Today, she shall adorn herself with it once more. I possess no other decorative headpieces, and this hairpin is the only one worthy of display, making it perfect for embellishment. Ziyue revealed a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further as she rose to retrieve the exquisite hairpin. In her heart, she was as clear as a mirror. The princess, naturally endowed with beauty, refrained from donning any adornments since the age of 15, so as to provide a measure of grace to the other young ladies and noble women in her circle. Nevertheless, the princess's residence was not devoid of accessories, and today she had deliberately brought forth this phoenix jade hairpin, clearly holding it in high regard. with delicate movements. Ziyue extracted a hairpin from an ornate jade box. The pin was a vibrant crimson, exquisitely carved, with the feathers of the phoenix rendered in intricate detail, as if it were poised to transform into a resplendent phoenix reborn from flames, radiating vitality. Upon adorning the hairpin, the princess's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Ziyue gazed in awe, her admiration evident. This literary gathering would attract numerous talented individuals, warranting a degree of seriousness. Yao Guang assessed her reflection in the mirror, speaking to herself, yet seemingly offering an explanation to Ziyue. I believe it is worn specifically for the purpose of meeting the esteemed prince consort. Upon hearing this, Ziyue playfully exposed Yao Guang's intent, their camaraderie allowing for such banter without hesitation. Yao Guang's ears flushed slightly at the comment, though she quickly masked her embarrassment, her gaze regaining its composure. Nonsense. Hurry and check on Xiachen. He has waited long enough. I mustn't be seen as neglectful. I shall join you shortly. With a gentle push, Yao Guang urged Ziyue onward, who, with a smile in her eyes, gradually exited the room. Chapter 55. The first meeting with the Empress Xiachen felt a serene calmness within as he patiently awaited her arrival. At last, he beheld the sight of Ziyue, gracefully adorned in a flowing purple gown. The prince has waited long. The princess shall be with you shortly. Ziyue offered a polite bow. Her step slid as she approached Xiachen. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke. There is no matter to concern you. Xiachen shook his head, maintaining an air of composure. Ziyue, unable to discern whether Xiachen was genuinely unfazed or merely concealing his displeasure, acknowledged that he had been kept waiting for the better part of 3 cups of tea. Having just completed her grooming, she had taken extra time to prepare for her meeting with the prince, and thus sought his understanding. Lady Ziyue, you are overthinking it. I am in no hurry. A little extra time is of no consequence to me, Xiachen replied with a faint smile, dismissing the trivialities. Whether she was attempting to assert her authority or simply indulging in her preparations, he remained unperturbed. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, a shadow loomed within him. Ever since entering the princess's residence, he had maintained a vigilant caution, treading carefully. From the chronicles of his past life, the depth of the second princess's concealment struck him as unsettling. The fierce conflict between the crown prince and the third prince had culminated in bloody turmoil, with the latter resorting to rebellion in a desperate bid for survival. In stark contrast, the second princess had remained in the shadows, only revealing herself at the climactic moment of the upheaval to restore order with swift, precise, and merciless action. What further unsettled Xiachen was the knowledge that, despite the near extermination of the royal bloodline during the upheaval, the royal family still had the 8th prince, whose lineage was not far removed and retained claims to the throne. Conventionally, one would expect a member of the royal family to be chosen to succeed. Yet, both the civil officials and the military families had conspicuously rallied behind the second princess's ascension. This was indeed a cause for concern. It was evident that she had already garnered their allegiance, weaving a web of influence that ensnared the entire realm. Now, faced with such a formidable individual as his fiancée, Xiachen could not afford to be anything less than entirely vigilant. Although he possessed an advantage as a half-player with certain enhancements, he never underestimated the inhabitants of this world. Countless players had previously demonstrated, through their own demise, how they had been outmaneuvered and subjugated by these natives. Yet, a deeper anxiety gnawed at Xiachen's heart. How had he met his end during the upheaval in his past life? Was it truly an accident? Or had the second princess, in the course of suppressing the rebellion, inadvertently brought about his demise? Such doubts haunted him profoundly. Your Highness, the princess has arrived. In a daze, Xiachen heard Ziyue's voice calling to him. Xiachen heard soft footsteps and turned his gaze towards the side hall. A woman emerged from behind, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Xiachen was momentarily entranced. Indeed, she was the most stunning person he had ever encountered. Following her was a charming girl, brimming with spirit, Li Wei. Having seen the princess, Xiachen, though momentarily dazed, promptly rose and bowed respectfully. Regardless of his speculations, whether they were right or wrong, it was imperative to adhere to the formalities. Yao Guang scrutinized the young man before her, her beautiful eyes glimmering with intrigue. He was undeniably the most remarkable individual she had ever seen, his appearance beyond reproach. No need for excessive courtesy. Please rise, she commanded, her voice calm and composed, though an unnoticeable smile graced her lips. Li Wei, standing behind Yao Guang, curiously observed Xiachen. Noticing her gaze, Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement before looking away. Please, have a seat. Yao Guang gestured for him to sit across from her. Soon, maidservants entered in succession, presenting an array of exquisitely crafted delicacies. Each portion, though modest in size, was a feast for the senses, visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious. Are you hungry? Yao Guang inquired, her eyes fixed on the handsome youth before her. I'm fine, Xia Chen replied, nodding calmly. An awkward silence enveloped the room as Yao Guang lowered her gaze to the table laden with dishes. She wished to break the tension with conversation, but found herself at a loss for words. Normally eloquent and sharp-witted, she felt unusually tongue-tied today. As this young man, her fiancé, differed somewhat from her expectations. According to the intelligence she had gathered, Xia Chen was gentle and refined, humble and courteous, exuding an air of nobility and kindness towards all, often wearing a smile. However, upon meeting him today, while he was indeed polite, there was an unsettling coolness about him. This left Yao Guang slightly furrowed in thought. Why was this so? Had the information been erroneous? Women's instincts are remarkably accurate, and Xia Chen believed he had conducted himself well, respectful and courteous. Yet, Yao Guang sensed a subtle difference. The two sat at the dining table in silence, an awkward pause lingering between them. Ziyue frowned. The prince consort was not known for being reticent, and his current demeanor did not suggest nervousness. Why was he so distant? Rumors spoke of the prince consort's literary prowess, even receiving praise from the emperor. Was he prepared for today's literary gathering? As Yao Guang's confidant, Ziyue felt compelled to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. This was the first meeting between the princess and the prince consort, while they might not fall in love at first sight. It was vital that their interaction did not become overly strange, leaving both parties uncomfortable and restless. Indeed, as soon as Ziyue spoke, the tense atmosphere dissipated. I am merely a warrior, here today to witness the talents of the youth of our great Wu. Xia Chen wore a smile on his face, responding cheerfully. In that fleeting moment, he recognized his own dilemma. He had allowed preconceived notions to cloud his judgment, harboring suspicions that he might one day meet his demise at the hands of the second princess, which led him to regard her with undue caution. However, as of now, nothing of the sort had transpired, and his engagement to her was still in its infancy. As for his younger brother, the future pillar of the Great Wu Kingdom, Prince Xia Hao, he was merely 13 years of age this year. In his previous life, rumors circulated that the empress had taken a particular interest in Xia Hao. Yet this was clearly mere gossip, for the empress had reigned for decades, exerting her formidable influence over the realm, leaving no power capable of opposing her. If she truly favored Xia Hao, they would have undoubtedly been united long ago. From what Xia Chen understood, the empress had always been solitary, seemingly fixated solely on the Dao. Even her choice for the imperial heir was a young child selected from the royal clan. Furthermore, during the early days of the resurgence of spiritual energy, the empress mysteriously vanished. Whispers suggested that Prince Xia Hao was implicated in her disappearance. This was not without merit, as the subsequent disintegration of the Great Wu dynasty left Xia Hao as the principal beneficiary. While it is tempting to deduce the process from the outcome, such reasoning often leads one into the trap of preconceived notions. Xia Chen had an epiphany, regardless of the true nature of this historical enigma. He found himself amidst the tumultuous currents of fate, and it was imperative to engage earnestly with his experiences. As for the eventual outcome and whether it could be altered, he resolved to strive with all his might, undeterred by the trials and tribulations ahead. With this thought in mind, Xia Chen bestowed a radiant smile upon Yao Guang. Chapter 56, Phoenix Claws. In the room, the atmosphere softened considerably. Both Yao Guang and Ziyue were puzzled, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Xia Chen's demeanor. It was their first encounter with the princess's regal presence, which naturally rendered them somewhat anxious. Sensing their thoughts, Xia Chen smiled and offered a brief explanation, assuring them that he was no longer tense. Yao Guang's crimson lips parted, and she was slightly taken aback by her own words, surprised at her own girlish demeanor. Upon first meeting Her Highness, she felt as though the princess were a phoenix descending from the heavens, radiant and imposing, which inevitably stirred feelings of trepidation within her. However, now seated and having caught a glimpse of the princess's unparalleled beauty, her apprehension had eased considerably. Xia Chen, with his dignified appearance, sat directly across from Yao Guang. Their proximity intimate, his gaze gentle yet not fervent. He maintained an exquisite balance in their interaction. Initially, Yao Guang met his gaze, but at that moment, she averted her eyes slightly, feeling a sense of awkwardness, an unfamiliar sensation she had never experienced before. Our princess's beauty is undoubtedly unparalleled in the realm. Li Wei suddenly interjected, her eyes fixed earnestly upon Xia Chun. Though our princess may indeed be the most beautiful, her imposing presence is somewhat exaggerated. Ziyue chimed in with a smile, sensing that the prince's remark about her overwhelming aura was not merely flattery. It seemed reminiscent of his earlier concern regarding the significance of the word phoenix. Harboring lofty ambitions, one cannot help but aspire to soar to great heights. Xia Chun picked up his chopsticks and delicately selected a piece of phoenix claw, consuming it with apparent ease. His tone casual as if engaged in mere banter. Yet, seated across from him, Yao Guang's gaze sharpened suddenly, fixating intently on Xia Chun, who was now absorbed in his breakfast. A brief silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the elegant sounds of Xia Chun's eating. As a woman, regardless of her grand aspirations, what does it matter? Suddenly, Yao Guang smiled, illuminating the room like a garden in full bloom, radiating warmth and beauty that could render one spellbound. She found herself genuinely intrigued by the man before her. If she continued to perceive him as merely casual, she would indeed be foolish. Was Yao Guang foolish? Certainly not. In fact, she was exceedingly astute. Xia Chun believed that few in the entire De Wu dynasty could rival her intelligence. Thus, she was resolutely convinced that this prince understood her profoundly, even grasping certain intricacies of her character. Yet, a strong sense of insecurity gripped her heart. It felt as though this man had seen right through her, leaving her exposed and vulnerable before him. Moreover, the more critical concern was her own lack of familiarity with her fiancé. Much of the information she had gathered did not align. He seemed shrouded in mystery, eluding her comprehension. Do you enjoy eating phoenix claws? In a moment, myriad thoughts flitted through Yao Guang's mind, but she quickly regained her composure, returning to her natural self. She refrained from probing further into this question, opting instead to shift the conversation. The phoenix claws are delightfully succulent, particularly those from the princess's residence, which possess a unique flavor. Before arriving this morning, Xia Chun had already consumed a bowl of mutton soup, leaving him feeling quite satiated. However, he genuinely found the phoenix claws to be exquisite. On this delicate plate, there were but 3 claws, and he indulged in 2 of them. Yao Guang observed him in silence, sensing an underlying ambiguity in Xia Chun's words. It was rumored that today, the son of Minister Lin would attend the literary gathering, and recently, whispers in the capital suggested that the prince consort was exceptionally talented, perhaps even surpassing Minister Lin himself. It was likely that Minister Lin's son would attempt to challenge the prince consort today. Ziyue felt compelled to steer the conversation, sighing internally as she found herself becoming the lubricant between the two. The gossip circulating in the market was merely that, gossip. Today's gathering would provide an opportunity to witness whether Minister Lin's son truly possessed his father's charisma. Xia Chun, indifferent, focused on the delectable dishes before him. As he savored his meal, he suddenly looked up and inquired, "Who will be attending the literary gathering today?" "Your Highness, some sons of high-ranking officials, as well as young talents from the National Academy and distinguished scholars from the White Deer Academy, will be in attendance. Master Tianhai from the Tianlong Temple, and possibly some from the Celestial Master's residence, may also come." As Ziyue recited the names, Xia Chun couldn't help but cast a glance at her. His initial disinterest was suddenly piqued. It was not surprising that the sons of officials and students from the National Academy and White Deer Academy would attend, but the presence of distinguished scholars from White Deer Academy elevated the significance of the event. More importantly, the attendance of both Tianlong Temple and the Celestial Master's residence was rather extraordinary. The Abbot Longshu of Tianlong Temple and the old Celestial Master from the Celestial Master's residence were among the world's top-tier experts, revered as terrestrial immortals due to their formidable powers. Each possessed abilities that defied comprehension. Though both institutions resided within the capital, they remained aloof from worldly affairs, holding a position of remarkable transcendence. Xia Chun cast a deep glance at Yao Guang. It was indeed impressive that such a literary gathering could attract both establishments. "Why have you stopped eating?" Li Wei, who was about to call for the maid to bring more phoenix claws, noticed that Xia Chun had set down his chopsticks and curiously asked, "This dish is so delectable that I fear an addiction if I cannot indulge daily. It would be quite distressing." Xia Chun chuckled, making a jest. "Is that so?" Li Wei replied innocently. "If you enjoy it, you may come often." Suddenly, Yao Guang fixed her beautiful gaze upon Xia Chun and uttered such a statement. Xia Chun, taken aback, looked at Yao Guang. come often? Should I not just move into the princess's residence? He mused internally, though he refrained from voicing it. Since we are not yet wed, frequent visits to the princess's residence might invite unwelcome gossip. Xia Chen hesitated before speaking. Are you concerned about what others might say? Yao Guang met Xia Chen's gaze unwaveringly, her eyes resolute. Chapter 57, Heroes of the Realm. In the room, both Ziyue and Li Wei gazed at Yao Guang with surprise, taken aback by the princess's unguarded candor. In truth, as soon as Yao Guang uttered those words, a pang of regret washed over her. She realized the ambiguity that her statement carried. They were not yet wed, and her words seemed akin to an invitation for Xia Chen to visit her abode, a notion that could easily be misconstrued, whether intended or not. Reflecting on this, Yao Guang discreetly glanced at Xia Chen, only to find him wearing a serene expression, a gentle smile gracing his features, as if he had not misconstrued her meaning at all. If the princess harbors no fear, then I too shall remain untroubled. Xia Chen beamed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Subsequently, the two shared a tacit understanding. Refraining from pursuing the topic further, Yao Guang delicately savored her breakfast, her small bites executed with such grace that they brought a sense of aesthetic pleasure to Xia Chen. Yet, the intensity of his gaze rendered her somewhat self-conscious. It was her first experience of dining under such scrutiny, and the sensation was peculiar, unfamiliar. She found herself hastening her eating pace, though her movements remained elegant. Thus, the breakfast drew to a close without much tumult. Xia Chen maintained his composure, continually assuring himself to refrain from overthinking, regarding the meal as an unconventional courtship. Perhaps the princess should prepare herself. I shall venture to the literary gathering first, he suggested as he observed Yao Guang finishing her meal, dabbing her vibrant lips with a silk handkerchief. His interest in Tianlong Temple in the Tianshi manor was piqued. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yao Guang regarded Xia Chen, her voice cool and composed. The time is indeed ripe. Let us proceed together. With that, she rose, and Xia Chen watched her retreating figure, momentarily puzzled by her intentions. In the past 5 years, the capital had not witnessed such a grand literary assembly, and the considerable time and effort the princess invested in organizing this event suggested it was far from mere amusement. She aimed to attract the elite and gather capable aides through this gathering. Xia Chen was acutely aware of this. Moreover, accompanying Yao Guang would inevitably affect her recruitment of subordinates, undermining her efforts to project an image of a self-sufficient and independent woman to the outside world. Thus, he had tactfully mentioned his intention to arrive early. To his surprise, however, Yao Guang showed no reluctance about their relationship. Their joint appearance would undoubtedly convey a message to the public, implying a harmonious relationship, mutual satisfaction regarding the impending union, and perhaps even the prospect of their immediate marriage. These thoughts flitted through Xia Chen's mind as he quickened his pace to catch up with Yao Guang, walking alongside her toward the outer courtyard. What does it matter? He mused. If Yu Guang was unreserved, why should he hold back? He had no clandestine affairs to conceal. What sort of individuals will be attending Balu Academy? And what of the Tianshi manor? He inquired, walking side by side with Yao Guang, yet taking advantage of the spaciousness of the princess's residence to pose questions to Ziyue, who trailed behind. At the Bailu Academy, the esteemed scholar Lu Tong has descended the mountain accompanied by his numerous disciples. Recently, they have arrived in the capital, while at the Tianlong Temple, Master Tianhai is present. If all goes as expected, the Taoist priest Xianzhenzi from the Tianshi mansion should also be in attendance. Ziyue answered one by one, and Xia Chen nodded, understanding the situation in his heart. Since arriving in this world, he has done his homework, familiarizing himself with notable figures of the Great Wu and the realm at large. Bailu Academy is a renowned Confucian and Taoist institution within the Great Wu, boasting a rich history of over a millennium. Lu Tong is a figure shrouded in legend. After enduring 15 years of diligent study, he achieved success in the imperial examinations at the age of 20 and entered public service. He became known as a prodigious talent. However, at the age of 32, he submitted a memorial to Emperor Wen, urging the sovereign to allow the populace to recuperate and to refrain from unnecessary warfare. Following the Huaiyang and Nanfan Wars, the Great Wu had descended into chaos, with heavy taxation burdening the common folk. Unfortunately, his plea incited the emperor's wrath, leading Lu Tong to resign in indignation and return to Bailu Academy, where he devoted himself to the study of the classics of the sages. By the age of 45, he had emerged as a foremost scholar. Now, 2 decades have passed since Lu Tong's resignation from the capital, and the political landscape has undergone significant transformation. Was it during this literary gathering that he allied himself with Yao Guang? Or has he returned to the capital at this juncture due to Yao Guang's machinations? Xia Chun is familiar with Lu Tong, or more accurately, with his past incarnation. For during the reign of the Empress, Lu Tong ascended the ranks, ultimately becoming a cabinet elder. He subsequently focused on improving the lives of the people, enacting numerous policies that revitalized the economy of the Great Wu, laying a robust foundation for the Iron Cavalry to conquer the world and annex the kingdom of Qing and the Great Feng. Meanwhile, Master Tianhai of Tianlong Temple is also a figure of considerable renown in this era, eloquent and well-versed in Buddhist teachings. Though he hails from Tianlong Temple, he does not shy away from external philosophies, having delved into Confucianism and Taoism alike, mastering the synthesis of these traditions. He is also one of the 6 direct disciples of the abbot Long Shu, frequently visiting the palace to engage in discussions on Buddhist principles with Emperor Wen. As for the Taoist priest Xianzhenzi from the Tianshi Mansion, he is among the most celebrated disciples of the 2nd generation of the Tianshi Mansion, surpassing many in fame apart from the elder master's immediate disciples. Although his renown may not rival that of the former two, Xiachen does not dare to underestimate him. Xianzhenzi is a wise yet unassuming individual, possessing profound knowledge and insights. He lived into the early days of the revival of spiritual energy, carving out his own path from the teachings of the Tianshi Mansion, thereby establishing a new lineage within Taoism and becoming a formidable figure. This seemingly modest literary gathering conceals extraordinary talents, as many future luminaries destined to leave an indelible mark on history will emerge from this event. Xia Chun feels a sense of urgency. He had previously underestimated the significance of this gathering, almost allowing it to slip by. Fortunately, he has not missed this opportunity. He wonders if the two from Bailu Academy and the Guozijian have arrived. Calculating their ages, they should be just over 20 years old. In Xia Chen's mind, fragments of future knowledge surfaced. During the era of the Great Unification, Confucianism flourished, even overshadowing both Buddhism and Taoism at one point. Confucianism became the orthodoxy of thought. Among its luminaries were 2 scholars, Su Xingchen and Fang Zhiru. Su, who hailed from the Imperial Academy, achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the youngest prime minister of the Dou dynasty at the age of 29. Meanwhile, Fang Zhiru, originating from the Bailu Academy, broke into the 2nd rank of Confucianism and Taoism at the age of 31, setting a record for the fastest ascension to that rank in the dynasty's history. One was endowed with unparalleled intelligence, while the other possessed astonishing talent in Confucian and Taoist teachings. Due to their prestigious backgrounds, they were often compared and discussed together by the populace. Both had received the benevolence of the Empress and remained loyal to her. It was uncertain if they had been summoned by Yao Guang to this literary gathering. As they traversed a narrow pathway, Xia Chen's thoughts drifted far beyond, traversing the river of time, deducing the present from the future in search of the most suitable path for himself. He pondered how to maximize his own benefits. Soon, the group passed through numerous courtyards and arrived at the main hall, which buzzed with activity. Many attendees had already arrived, some having taken their seats. Upon hearing the footsteps, all eyes turned in unison to this direction, revealing the unparalleled beauty of Yao Guang standing alongside. Xia Chun. P.S. My heartfelt gratitude to Huili Yi Miao for the generous reward of explosive updates and flowers. I sincerely appreciate it. I initially intended to add a special chapter for this brother, but due to recent busyness, I have not completed it yet. This chapter will be owed, and I shall certainly repay it. Tomorrow, I will return home from school, and starting the day after tomorrow, I will initiate a burst of updates. I hope I won't be proven wrong. Lastly, thank you to all my brothers for your support. Additionally, I humbly seek a wave of free rewards. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 58. He, my fiancé. The once bustling hall fell into a sudden hush. All eyes were fixed upon Yao Guang, who at that moment radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Yet, even her splendor could not entirely eclipse the radiance of the man beside her. He stood tall and erect, akin to a majestic pine amidst verdant cypress, adorned in impeccably tailored attire that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, presenting an exquisite silhouette. His countenance seemed to be a masterpiece meticulously carved by the heavens, with sword-like brows that arched gracefully into his temples and deep, captivating eyes that appeared to harbor a multitude of stars. Beneath his prominent nose, his lips bore an elegant curve, exuding an innate nobility. Standing there with a subtle smile gracing his lips, He resembled the gentle warmth of spring sunshine breaking through ice, inviting and enchanting. His ethereal demeanor suggested he was a deity who had wandered from the realms of poetry and art, exuding an understated yet magnetic presence that naturally drew the gaze of all present. "Your Highness." The crowd collectively bowed, yet their peripheral vision remained fixated on Xia Chun, curiosity igniting within them. Who was this striking individual standing beside the princess? Was he a prince? The current emperor had but a few offspring, 4 princes and 3 princesses. Many had yet to encounter a prince, prompting a flurry of speculation. This gentleman appeared remarkably well suited to the princess, their pairing reminiscent of celestial beings, equally matched in grace and allure. Unbeknownst to many, a thought emerged in some minds. How could such an exceptionally handsome man exist in the capital, and why had I been unaware of his presence until now? As these thoughts swirled, Yao Guang's cool voice pierced the air. "Please rise. Today's literary gathering requires no formalities." With a delicate lift of her hand, she commanded the attention of the assembly. Xia Chun surveyed the expansive hall, which could comfortably accommodate hundreds without feeling congested. Across the room, a middle-aged eunuch orchestrated the event, flanked by beautiful maidens and other eunuchs who deftly served platters of fruit and beverages, efficiently arranging the setting. "That is Eunuch Sun, our esteemed steward, who manages affairs with great skill," whispered Ziyue, noticing Xia Chun's scrutiny. Xia Chun nodded in acknowledgement, although the princess's household was still in its formative stage. With many talents yet to be recruited by Yao Guang, she had nonetheless gathered a few capable individuals. As Xia Chun searched the crowd for familiar faces, a distinguished middle-aged man in his 40s, accompanied by 3 scholarly gentlemen in traditional robes, approached. "Master Lu, no need for excessive formalities." Yao Guang promptly urged the middle-aged man to rise and take a seat. At this moment, both Yao Guang and Xia Chun found themselves in a private chamber, allowing them to observe the entire gathering while maintaining a degree of seclusion. Xia Chun appraised the somewhat modestly attired middle-aged man and immediately recognized his identity: Lu Tong, the esteemed scholar from the White Deer Academy. It appears that Yao Guang has long been associated with this Lu Tong. His arrival in the capital must surely have been orchestrated by her. Xia Chun mused internally, and indeed, shortly thereafter, he heard Lu Tong's voice resonate. "The princess has summoned me to the capital, and I trust it is not merely to partake in a literary gathering." Naturally, given the current shifts in the court's dynamics, Master Lu possesses extraordinary talent. To confine him to mere pedagogy would be to squander his gifts. Furthermore, Master Lu's scholarly achievements have reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank of the Mingxin realm, yet to transcend into the 3rd rank of Lion's Heng. He might still need to engage with the world. Presently, the position of left vice minister in the Ministry of Rites is vacant, and I have recommended Master Lu to my father, the emperor. Yao Guang spoke slowly, her demeanor embodying the essence of an emerging empress as she occupied the central seat. "Years ago, when I resigned in anger, His Majesty was most displeased. I fear." Lu Tong pondered, articulating his concerns. After resigning, he retreated to the Baizhu Academy, vowing never to return to officialdom. However, as he ascended to the 4th rank of the Mingxin realm, he came to understand his true aspirations, shedding distractions and returning to his essence, thus no longer shunning the court. Yet, even so, he remained patient, awaiting the right moment, and now, that opportunity has arrived. Master Lu is indeed exceptionally talented. Although my father was angry back then, he is a magnanimous person and would not harbor resentment over this matter. Yao Guang spoke with conviction, for she understood her father well. As long as one does not infringe upon or harm his interests, he resembles a wise ruler. 20 years have passed. The events of the past have long since faded. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong nodded, refraining from further comments. After 20 years of resignation, returning to officialdom as a 3rd-rank vice minister signifies his entry into the core of power within the Great Wu dynasty. Lu Tong recognized that had it not been for Princess Yao Guang's recommendation, this position would have been elusive, even for someone of his esteemed reputation. Contemplating this, Lu Tong could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. 20 years prior, he had been merely a 5th-rank official, and now, through the passage of time, he had ascended to 3rd-rank vice minister. Among his contemporaries, those who had navigated the vicissitudes of court life had, to this day, achieved no more than the position of left vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The 3 young scholars behind Lu Tong exchanged glances of delight. Their esteemed teacher's rise to prominence within the court would undoubtedly benefit them greatly in their future civil service endeavors. Lu Tong and Yao Guang conversed further, neither shying away from Xia Chen's presence, demonstrating a relationship that remained refreshingly untainted. While Lu Tong had received favors, he had not wholly aligned himself with Yao Guang. "May I inquire about this young gentleman?" After their conversation, Lu Tong could no longer contain his curiosity and turned his gaze towards Xia Chen. Since his entrance, he had noticed this individual, whose exceptional demeanor and appearance were striking, making it difficult to overlook him, even in silence. "This is Xia Chen, my fiancé." Yao Guang's words were succinct and her tone candid, revealing no hint of pretense as she introduced Xia Chen. "So he is the prince consort." Lu Tong was taken aback. Having been detached from court affairs for many years, he was not well versed in the happenings of the capital. Upon his recent arrival, his primary objective had been to familiarize himself with the political landscape of the city. Over the past few days, the name he had encountered most frequently was that of Xia Chen, a rising star in the officialdom, the legitimate son of the Duke of East Town. Only 17 years of age, he had recently made headlines nationwide by uncovering the shocking military defense map case. As a result of this achievement, Xia Chen's career had soared, propelling him to the helm of the Lantern Bearers, where he commanded the Eagle Eye Division. Rumor has it that His Majesty intends for Xia Chen to take the reins of the Lantern Bearers in the future, as he is a member of the imperial family, and the Emperor harbors reservations about outsiders. If this rumor holds any truth, Xia Chen could potentially become the most powerful imperial relative in 600 years of the Great Wu dynasty. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors, Xia Chen's youth heralds an undeniably boundless future. After all, he is still a direct descendant of the Xia family. The three disciples behind Lu Tong regarded Xia Chen with eyes filled with envy, tinged with admiration, wholly devoid of any jealousy or resentment. Indeed, people are born to different fates. Though they were already in their 20s, they remained mere candidates for official positions, while Xia Chen, at just 17, had already achieved the rank of a fourth-grade official. More critically, he presided over one of the 9 divisions of the fearsome Lantern Bearers, wielding authority far surpassing that of an ordinary fourth-grade official. Chapter 59. The Words of Confucianism and Taoism. Not only that, but in recent days, Lu Tong has overheard numerous whispers regarding Xia Chen while in the capital. Although Lu Tong is not one to indulge in gossip, the fervent discussions circulating within the city proved impossible to ignore. Even if he held little interest, snippets of information managed to reach him. For instance, this esteemed son-in-law received accolades from His Majesty, who expressed his admiration by declaring that his son-in-law's intellect surpasses that of the Prime Minister Lin Hanpu, and his literary talent rivals that of the great Confucians of the realm. Additionally, it was said that this son-in-law had a falling out with the Xia family, becoming the first direct descendant in nearly a century to move out and live separately from them. Such tales piqued Lu Tong's curiosity. Yet he was surprised to discover that the individual before him was none other than the illustrious son-in-law. Lu Tong rose to pay his respects, and his 3 disciples promptly followed suit, understanding that despite the young man's tender years, he had already attained a stature comparable to that of their esteemed teacher. More intriguingly, for reasons unknown, upon encountering Xia Chen, they felt an intangible aura emanating from him, subtly influencing them in such a way that they harbored no jealousy. Instead, an innate desire to draw near and follow him blossomed within their hearts, a phenomenon they themselves remained oblivious to. "Master Lu, you are too courteous," Xia Chen replied with a gentle smile, rising in kind, his demeanor neither haughty nor dismissive, but rather imbued with a gracious humility that endeared him to others. Upon hearing the son-in-law articulate the Confucian principle of the relationships between rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, Lu Tong noted that Xia Chen had indeed studied Confucianism, and these words seemed to resonate with the essence of Confucian thought. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Tong, driven by curiosity, posed a question to Xia Chen that reflected his keen interest in this particular aspect. "Your humility is commendable, while seemingly simple." This statement profoundly encapsulates the relationship between Confucian ideals and the state, showcasing the hallmark of Confucian greatness. Lu Tong's praise elicited admiration from his 3 disciples, who were taken aback. Their teacher, one of the 5 great Confucians of Dewu, held Xia Chen in such high regard, which was unexpected. "It is but a fleeting inspiration," Xia Chen replied, maintaining his modesty in the face of such commendation. "To possess such integrity at a young age is no wonder His Majesty regards you highly. At your age, I was still buried in my studies," Lu Tong mused, gazing at the youthful figure before him, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia as he reflected on the passage of time and his own advancing years. If you can diligently cultivate your understanding and refine the ideals within your words, you may indeed leave an indelible mark on history. Lu Tong understood the significance of this statement for consolidating imperial power, and he believed that if such wisdom truly stemmed from this youth, he was a seed of scholarly potential. Although he was no longer in his youth, if he devoted himself wholeheartedly to Confucianism, perhaps a new sage would emerge from his lineage. Xiaqin smiled gently and shook his head. I seek not personal fame but aspire solely to benefit the populace, ensuring their happiness. Thus, I yearn to take up arms to defend my homeland. Yao Guang, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, refrained from interjecting, yet found herself glancing at Xiaqin with renewed interest upon hearing his words. Alas, what a pity! Lu Tong shook his head, genuinely lamenting the missed opportunity. Had Xiaqin been under his tutelage from a young age, he might have achieved remarkable success in the future. However, Lu Tong understood that given Xiaqin's current status, he no longer possessed the qualifications to be the young man's mentor. He wondered if among the students brought to the capital by Mr. Lu, there was one named Fang Jiru. Xiaqin was not inclined to delve deeper into this topic. Her objective was clear. She merely wished to ascertain whether Fang Jiru had arrived. To her disappointment, Lu Tong shook his head, indicating that Fang Jiru had not accompanied the elder to the capital. Surprisingly, the prince was aware of him. Upon hearing this, Xiaqin smiled, feigning nonchalance. Who exactly was this Fang Jiru? Yao Guang, ever perceptive, noted that despite Xiaqin's seemingly casual inquiry, her curiosity was piqued. She was eager to gather talented individuals, and the elaborate literary gathering had been orchestrated with that very intention. Fang Jiru is a scholar from our Bailu Academy. He entered the academy a decade ago and was taken under the wing of our esteemed headmaster. Lu Tong replied upon the princess's inquiry. Oh, to be accepted as a disciple by Master Qi is no small feat. He must certainly be a person of great talent, Yao Guang remarked, her interest suddenly ignited. The headmaster of Bailu Academy was a revered figure in Confucianism and Taoism, standing on the cusp of the second tier of Confucian virtue. Images of the headmaster, Qi Jingfeng, materialized in Xiaqin's mind. Known as Mr. Bujio, he gained renown when he proclaimed, "A gentleman does not save." Upon breaking through to the third tier of enlightenment, thus securing his place in the annals of scholarly fame. However, this illustrious master had seldom made public appearances in recent years. Upon hearing Yu Guang's comments, Lu Tong could not help but smile wryly. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that after 10 years under the headmaster's guidance, Fang Jiru has exhibited rather unremarkable progress, remaining at the 8th tier of cultivation. I had intended to bring him to the capital to experience its splendor and engage with the talented youth during this literary event, in hopes that it might inspire him to achieve the 7th tier. Yet, he declined, claiming he had not yet finished studying the Academy's extensive collection and was unwilling to leave the mountain. Lu Tong shook his head, reflecting on how, in terms of seniority, Fang Jiru could still be considered his junior disciple. His well-meaning intentions had been met with refusal. He genuinely felt that the headmaster had misjudged Fang Jiru. While his character was commendable, he lacked the innate talent for the cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism. Now in his early 20s, Fang Jiru would benefit more from pursuing a career in the capital rather than laboriously studying at Bailu Academy. Perhaps he might achieve some success and not squander his youth. He wishes to peruse the entirety of Bailu Academy's collection? Even Yao Guang was taken aback by Lu Tong's words. The Academy boasted 1,000 years of history, its vast collection accumulated over generations, surpassing even the Royal Library in breadth. However, the notion that Fang Jiru could possibly read through it all is utterly absurd. Yao Guang's interest in Fang Jiru diminished significantly, yet she sensed that the matter might not be so straightforward. Who was Mr. Qi after all, since he once deemed Fang Jiru worthy of being his sole disciple? There must indeed be something remarkable about this individual. Xiaqin smiled gently, choosing to remain silent. He certainly did not believe that Fang Jiru was a mere mediocrity. The outcomes speak for the processes, and he could not have misjudged. In his previous life, Xiaqin had heard tales of Fang Jiru's early years at the Bailu Academy, where he was indeed not particularly distinguished and even seemed somewhat unremarkable. This individual was quite peculiar, indifferent to the realms of Confucianism and Taoism, disinterested in worldly pursuits or officialdom, embracing a life of simplicity and detachment from fame and fortune, unlike a typical Confucian, instead resembling a Taoist. He spent his days immersed in books at the Bailu Academy, yet it was on a stormy night that Fang Jiru astonishingly ascended to the 3rd rank. making profound declarations that shook the world. Xia Chun felt compelled to seize an opportunity to visit the Bailu Academy soon, not to seek recruitment, but at the very least to familiarize himself with this promising talent. With the current skepticism surrounding him, it was the perfect moment for Xia Chun to invest wisely. With this thought, a smile graced Xia Chun's face. During the reign of the great martial emperor, the prevailing moral philosophy emphasized the importance of harboring benevolent intentions and assisting others. However, Qi Jingfeng expressed a dissenting opinion, stirring considerable controversy. In the 32nd year of the Dacian era, in September, Qi Jingfeng delivered a lecture at the Bailu Academy, attracting scholars from across the realm, all eager to expel this disgraceful figure from their midst. Standing before the gathered scholars at the Stone of Enlightenment, Qi proclaimed, "A gentleman does not save." He elaborated, "A gentleman refrains from saving in order to uphold order and rules. He understands that the world operates like a complex machine, governed by its own principles and causal relationships. A gentleman prioritizes the collective good. He is aware of the limited nature of resources and must allocate them wisely on a macro scale. To intervene in actions contrary to moral values or to save a multitude could jeopardize the ethical fabric of society. A gentleman refrains from saving, as it is also a form of self-protection and self-restraint. He assesses his own capabilities and refrains from recklessly rushing into danger to save another, lest he finds himself in peril. If faced with a drowning person, should he lack swimming skills, a gentleman does not impulsively leap into the water, but rather calls upon a specialist to assist. Furthermore, a gentleman considers the mindset and future implications of those he might save. To rescue someone excessively may foster dependency. A gentleman refrains from saving, wishing for them to gain enlightenment, to independently resolve their dilemmas and grow. If a friend encounters minor setbacks, a gentleman does not offer direct assistance, but encourages self-reflection and strategizing. This is the essence of a gentleman's refusal to save. The scholars of the realm were astounded, and as a result, Qi Jingfeng's name reverberated throughout the land, establishing him as a leading figure in the Confucian and Taoist traditions of the Great Martial Era. Chapter 60. The Scholar, the Monk, and the Taoist. In the side hall, Xia Chun, Lu Tong, and Yao Guang engaged in conversation, with Ziyue occasionally interjecting, her remarks always striking the right chord, much to Lu Tong's astonishment. He had not anticipated that a mere maid by the princess's side possessed such erudition. As for Li Wei, he showed little interest in the discourse, quietly seated to the side, indulging in the delicacies laid before them. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, news of Xia Chun's identity had begun to circulate. The moment he accompanied Yao Guang into the room, he captivated the assembly. Whispers filled the air. What? That individual is Xia Chun, the betrothed of Her Highness? The crowd was taken aback, having heard myriad rumors about Xia Chun over the past few days. A 17-year-old official of the fourth rank was an uncommon sight in the annals of the Great Wu dynasty. With such a commendable background, achieving such lofty status at a young age, and being promised to Princess Yao Guang, not to mention his striking appearance, how could they possibly compete? The young talents present could not help but feel a weight upon their hearts, sensing a formidable rival on the horizon. Word had it that the renowned gentleman, Jing Xian, one of the four great handsome men, would also grace the event. Hailing from the illustrious Shao family of Jiangnan, he was particularly fond of such literary gatherings. The Shao family is a lineage of scholars, someone remarked with gleaming eyes. It is said that they possessed the bloodline of the former imperial family. This was no mere rumor. The Shao family had historically intermarried with the royal line, producing many empresses over generations, and their matriarchs were often princesses. Following the rise of the Great Wu, the Shao family suffered devastating losses in the War of National Extinction and retreated to Jiangnan. However, the Great Wu royal family did not annihilate them entirely, and now, 8 centuries later, the royal house remains secure, displaying no aversion towards the Shao lineage. Imagine the sight of the 4 great handsome men standing together with Princess Yao Guang, one of the 4 great beauties. It would be a feast for the eyes. Someone exclaimed, unable to contain their excitement at the thought. Careful, my friend, another cautioned, alarmed. This is the princess's residence, and young Master Xia is present as well. We mustn't speak so carelessly. A look of concern crossed his face as he distanced himself from the speaker, acknowledging their unfamiliarity. Nearby, another had overheard the comment and, with an odd expression, could no longer restrain himself. I have had the fortune of meeting young Master Jing Xian. He is indeed striking, ethereal in appearance. However, in terms of both looks and demeanor, he pales in comparison to Xia Chun. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, incredulity etched on their faces. Jing Xian was universally acknowledged as one of the four great handsome men of the Great Wu. How could anyone assert that he was inferior to Xia Chun? Just as they were about to retort, the image of Xia Chen's visage surfaced in their minds, plunging them into silence. That unparalleled countenance and presence seemed too formidable to dismiss. Anticipation grew among them for young Master Jing Xian's arrival. They yearned to discern who truly reigned supreme in beauty. Once both appeared, the truth would be evident. The little cabinet elder has arrived. With that exclamation, all eyes turned towards the entrance. It was none other than Lin Zihan, the scion of the Lin family. Lin Zihan is quite a prominent figure in the capital at the age of 25, already holding the rank of a fifth-grade official. Currently, he serves in the cabinet, albeit not as a minister, but rather in the capacity akin to that of a clerk, assisting in the transmission of documents and the drafting of official papers. Though his duties may seem menial, he has effectively entered the core of significant power. Many esteemed ministers have once occupied this position in their youth, leading some to refer to it as a preparatory role for future ministers, suggesting that after 2 or 3 decades of service, one may have a substantial chance of ascending to the cabinet. Moreover, due to Lin Zihan's father being the prime minister, he is affectionately referred to as Little Minister. Lin Zihan possesses an extraordinary demeanor and has chosen not to don an official robe today, as he has taken a special leave to attend a literary gathering. Upon entering, his gaze swept across the crowd, seemingly in search of someone. Young master, the guests have arrived and are in the side courtyard with Princess Yao Wang and the esteemed scholar Lu Tong. Someone whispered in his ear. Lu Tong has also come. Lin Zihan's expression sharpened momentarily, but soon relaxed. He had been present at home yesterday when the Minister of Rites visited his father for a discussion, and through their conversation, he learned that Lu Tong was being reinstated and would soon assume the role of Deputy Minister of Rites, a position recommended by Princess Yao Wang. Thus, his attendance at the literary gathering hosted by her today was indeed expected. Shall we enter now? Patience is a virtue. If we go in now, outsiders will surely think I am here solely for him, branding the Lin family as petty and narrow-minded. My own reputation may be of little consequence, but my father's honor must not be tarnished. The banquet will commence shortly. This literary gathering is meant for camaraderie through culture. There will be ample opportunities to gauge him later. Lin Zihan shook his head, exhibiting remarkable composure. Although his target today was indeed Xia Chun, he remained unhurried. He stepped aside to quietly sip his drink, and soon, several young gentlemen and scholars approached him for conversation, showering him with compliments. Lin Zihan responded with an air of calmness, welcoming all, and before long, a circle of admirers had formed around him. As the crowd's attention was captivated by Lin Zihan, a striking monk entered the princess's residence. Appearing to be around 30 years of age, he wore a smile, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Despite his monk's robe, he exuded an air of elegance. Though he moved quietly, he nonetheless drew the attention of many. It was Master Tian Hai, and his presence elicited gasps of surprise. Tian Hai had gained fame at a young age, once known as the young monk Tian Hai at the tender age of 12 or 13. And now he was widely recognized as Master Tian Hai. He frequently visited the homes of the affluent to impart Buddhist teachings, enjoying considerable renown. At 15, the then prominent Tian Hai left the capital to wander the world, transforming into a wandering ascetic, practicing his faith through alms and spiritual cultivation. The details of his travels remained a mystery. No one knew where he had ventured, the sights he had seen, or how many miles he had traversed barefoot, until he returned to Tianlong Temple at the age of 25. After a decade of dedication, Tian Hai has cultivated a heart akin to that of the Buddha, shining brightly in its splendor while remaining untouched by the dust of the mortal world. On that day, the entire Tianlong Temple was enveloped in a resplendent aura as the chants of scriptures resonated throughout the capital. Behold the Master Tian Hai. Even among the many scholars present, the reverence for such a Buddhist luminary was palpable. Esteemed patrons, you honor me. A gentle smile graced Tian Hai's lips, his eyes gleaming with a clarity that seemed to penetrate the depths of the human soul. The Taoist Xianjunzi also made his appearance. Tian Hai turned his gaze to see a middle-aged man clad in a simple Taoist robe, casually holding a wine jug and bearing a longsword across his back. Upon noticing Tian Hai, Xianjunzi nodded in acknowledgement and, disregarding the attention of the crowd, seated himself at a table in a corner of the hall. In a side chamber, Xia Qinyang and several others observed this scene intently. Ziyue, the time has come. Please announce the commencement of the literary gathering. Yao Guang suggested to Ziyue as the attendees began to fill the space. When Xianjunzi first encountered the Grand Ancestor at a literary assembly, he had little interest in such events, choosing instead to quietly drink alone in a corner, dressed in ordinary attire. While the others engaged in lively conversation, none paid him heed, except for the Grand Ancestor, who approached him and initiated a dialogue, thus forging a friendship. History of Xia, Volume 52, Biography of Xianjunzi. Section 71, Chapter 61, The Gathering of Scholars. As the event commenced, Yao Guang emerged from the side hall, with Xia Chun and Lu Tong following closely behind her. Upon stepping out, Xia Chun discreetly detached himself from Yao Guang's entourage, leading Xia Qian to a secluded corner of the grand hall, where he paused beside a solitary Taoist. Drinking alone is rather dull, and I harbor little interest in this gathering of scholars. Why not share a drink with me? Xia Chen readily seated himself beside Xianjunzi, raising his cup in a toast across the air. Hearing the voice, Xianjunzi turned, his gaze hazy from drunkenness. At that moment, he was struck as if by lightning. His pupils constricted, and the intoxication faded instantly. The cup in his hand slipped, crashing onto the table and spilling its contents across the floor. What had he just witnessed? An endless, nine-clawed true dragon coiled above Xia Chen's forehead, while ethereal purple mist enveloped him, radiating a majestic golden hue. Xianjunzi was taken aback. Upon a second glance, he beheld a young gentleman, resplendent as jade, smiling warmly while raising a cup in salute. The boundless nine-clawed dragon vanished, and the primordial purple aura dissipated into nothingness, as if the preceding spectacle had merely been a figment of his imagination. Had he drunk too much? Xianjunzi's thoughts were tumultuous, his heart racing. Xia Chen, slightly taken aback, observed the astonished expression on Xianjunzi's face, glancing at the spilled wine. Taoist, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Who are you? Xianjunzi steadied himself, gazing at Xia Chen with a mixture of reverence and seriousness. I am Xia Chen, he replied with a smile. Xianjunzi scrutinized Xia Chen for a considerable time, examining his facial features, growing increasingly alarmed. So it is you. Although I reside within the Celestial Master's estate, I have heard of your name in recent days. Your countenance is most extraordinary. You are no ordinary person, Xianjunzi remarked earnestly, though a hint of trepidation lingered within him. Despite his expertise in physiognomy, he could discern nothing about Xia Chen. Even the most venerable celestial masters would find it challenging to rival him in this field. Over the years, traversing the homes of dignitaries, he had never been mistaken, except for Princess Yao Guang, whose features he found perplexing. However, with Xia Chen, he could glean nothing. He was unable to perceive his past, foresee his future, or even comprehend his present, as if he transcended the annals of history, detached from the river of time. Could you elaborate further? Xia Chen inquired with keen interest, pouring another drink into a fresh cup for Xianjunzi. That cannot be spoken. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Xianjunzi shook his head, accepting the cup and downing its contents in one gulp to mask his unease. He had perceived nothing. His earlier assertions were mere fabrications. Yet beneath this veneer of confidence, a profound gravity weighed upon him. Previously, he had vaguely glimpsed the purple aura swirling around Xia Chen and the infinite, seemingly fateful nine-clawed golden dragon coiling above him. Now, however, he was utterly unable to discern the young man's features, which was utterly astonishing. If what transpired earlier was not merely an illusion, does this vision not suggest that the individual before me, Xia Chen, possesses the countenance of an emperor? Yet how could that be possible? In the realm of the Wu Kingdom, I have only witnessed such regal features in the emperor, the crown prince, and Princess Yao Guang. Upon first observing Princess Yao Guang's visage, I was struck with astonishment, doubting the accuracy of my perception. However, after meticulous scrutiny and consulting the venerable celestial master, I became convinced that, although her features were somewhat indistinct, they indeed bore the mark of imperial lineage. I was not mistaken. This revelation stirred profound reflections within me. Could it be that the Wu Kingdom is destined to usher in an era ruled by a female sovereign? It was this extraordinary discovery that compelled me to honor Princess Yao Guang with my presence at this rather tedious literary gathering. And now, a potential fourth candidate has emerged. The Wu Kingdom, currently flourishing in strength, is ruled by His Majesty. Yet, even with such power, the forces of fortune could only manifest a somewhat ethereal five-clawed golden dragon, barely over a meter in length. In contrast, it appears that Xia Chen harbors an immeasurable nine-clawed golden dragon, spanning territories unknown. Xian Jinzi now finds himself beset by uncertainty, his confidence in his expertise wavering. He even questions whether he had truly been intoxicated earlier, conjuring phantasms in his dreams. Xia Chun, perplexed, wonders why Xian Jinzi seems distracted. Could it be that he overindulged in paper last night, rendering him somewhat disoriented and inattentive? After much contemplation, Xian Jinzi resolves to seek counsel from the Celestial Master. While he considers himself unrivaled in the art of physiognomy, the Celestial Master possesses a profound understanding of the heavenly mysteries, far beyond his current capabilities. As Xia Chun and Xian Jinzi indulge in wine and conversation, they traverse a myriad of topics, from the affairs of nobility and politics to the culinary delights of street vendors. Eventually, Xian Jinzi, buoyed by the effects of wine, leans companionably against Xia Chun, sharing exclusive insights. "Let me tell you," he exclaims, at the Rouge House on Suyu Street, "while Miss Lianyu may not be the most beautiful, she is undoubtedly the most skilled in the art of servitude. Spend a night in her chamber, and I assure you, you will not wish to leave the next day." Xian Jinzi chuckles, shedding any semblance of the ethereal sage he once appeared to be. Xia Chun marvels inwardly. Truly, he is destined to carve a new path in the world, unconfined by worldly norms, and his understanding of the Tao is remarkably profound. I must seize the opportunity to accompany him to Suyu Street for further exploration. This promising venture is one I shall fully invest in. While Xia Chun engages in discussions of the Tao with Xian Jinzi, the literary gathering in the main hall is in full swing, filled with various cultural games, drinking challenges, flower passing, throwing pots, and flowing wine along the curving waters, creating an atmosphere brimming with excitement. In the center of the hall, a troupe of performers entertains the guests. A glance reveals to Xia Chun the truth. Each era possesses its own unique taverns. Essentially, this bears little distinction from a tavern. The stakes involve drinking or showcasing one's talents through poetry or performance. How delightful it would be to have a game of dice. Summerchin mused chaotically, utterly disinterested in participating in the revelries. Was it not preferable to engage in profound discussions about life with Xian Jinzi? Although Summerchin occupied a secluded corner, many gazes were drawn to him. His strikingly handsome features rendered him conspicuous, even in the shadows. Particularly noteworthy was the Taoist priest with whom he shared drinks. None other than Xian Jinzi himself. While not widely renowned, some recognized him as a disciple of the heavenly master Esabode, a man of genuine prowess. Suddenly, the entire literary gathering fell into a brief hush, soon followed by exclamations of surprise. Young Master Jing Xian has arrived. At the entrance, a remarkably distinguished young man sauntered in, accompanied by a young attendant. A smile graced Jing Xian's lips as he paused at the threshold, unfolding his fan. Exuding an air of grandeur, he made no further advance, anticipating the accolades of the crowd. He was accustomed to being the focal point wherever he went, and thus, he was well versed in this art. This posture best showcased his charm, particularly illuminating his right profile, the epitome of perfection. Relishing the attention, he was poised to bask in the forthcoming admiration. "Come forth, let me be the center of attention. Let the praises rain down upon me like a tempest. And may they come with even greater fervor." Note: Xian Jinzi, adept in physiognomy, upon first meeting the emperor, was struck with a sudden change of countenance, astonished and alarmed. He then knelt and proclaimed, "Last night, in a dream, I beheld a celestial purple aura enveloping 9,000 miles, with a divine dragon coiling within, its head and tail elusive. Now, upon encountering you, I realize you are this true dragon. I wish to follow you and serve at your side." Tao History, Volume 3, Biography of Xian Jinzi P.S. On this peaceful night, I wish all my brothers a future filled with safety and happiness. Further updates will follow this evening. Chapter 62, Strategic Guidelines. Jing Xian, embodying the demeanor of a true gentleman, cast his gaze upward at a 45-degree angle, yet after a prolonged moment of anticipation, he was taken aback by the absence of admiration from the crowd. Gradually, he lowered his head and turned his attention to the hall, only to find that all eyes were fixated on a young man in the corner. As soon as Jing Xian's gaze fell upon this young man, his pupils constricted sharply. Positioned at a distance near the entrance, he could only catch a glimpse of Xia Chen's profile, yet that mere half-profile left him utterly shaken. This side view exuded an undeniable handsomeness. Jing Xian felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The mere sight of a profile so strikingly handsome prompted him to ponder the magnificence of the young man's full visage. Although somewhat self-absorbed, Jing Xian was astute enough to discern the shift in atmosphere. He could surmise that it had something to do with the young man revealing a glimpse of his exquisite features, as the crowd was undoubtedly comparing him to that individual. While he had yet to behold the young man's full face, the reaction of those around him suggested an unsettling conclusion. It appeared that he had lost. Jing Xian murmured to himself. Though no words were exchanged, the gazes of the onlookers conveyed everything he needed to know. Silently, he tucked away his folding fan, feigning nonchalance, donning a natural smile, and walked gracefully into the hall. "Greetings to all," he announced, bowing to the assembly with an elegance that left no room for critique. The crowd gradually regained their composure, now firmly convinced that Jing Xian had indeed been eclipsed by the incomparable charm of Xia Chen. For reasons unknown, a wave of relief washed over them. If even the illustrious Jing Xian, reputed as one of the four most handsome young men, could not rival Xia Chen, then perhaps it was not so difficult to accept that they, too, fell short in comparison. Who was this person? When did such a figure emerge in the capital? Jing Xian sought out Lin Zihan amidst the throng, and the crowd parted to grant him passage. He approached Lin Zihan and inquired in hushed tones, with an expressionless demeanor. Lin Zihan replied slowly, "That young man is named Xia Chen, the prince consort." "Is he indeed Xia Chen?" Jing Xian's countenance shifted subtly. He had come for two reasons. One, to participate in the literary gathering, and two, to catch a glimpse of Princess Yao Guang. He was aware that Princess Yao Guang had been promised to another, yet 3 years prior, he had been fortunate enough to encounter her at a banquet. A vision of ethereal beauty that had lingered in his thoughts ever since. Despite Xia Chen's meteoric rise to fame in the capital, Jing Xian could not fathom that the princess would be enamored with a scion of a military family. Did Xia Chen possess an understanding of court politics? Did he comprehend Confucian texts? Was he versed in Buddhist scriptures or Taoist teachings? He was merely a crude warrior. Princess Yao Guang was a person of exceptional intellect and grace. How could she possibly be drawn to Xia Chen? Equipped with talent and handsome features, Jing Xian had approached today with unwavering confidence. Yet, at this moment, he felt a profound weight of pressure. His most assured asset, his appearance, had been utterly overshadowed by Xia Chen. Have you experienced the brilliance of his literary talent? Or is he merely the empty vessel as rumored? Jing Xian is a person of great caution, having already faltered in appearance. He cannot afford to falter in inner talent and abilities. He has been drinking with Taoist Xianzhenzi, deliberately distancing himself from the trivialities of these games. Lin Zihan remains composed and unhurried. A glance from Jing Xian reveals his awareness that Lin Zihan's purpose for attending today's literary gathering is to vie for the attention of Xia Chen. 6 years ago, Lin Zihan had already passed the imperial examination, and now he holds the rank of a 5th-grade official, possessing both talent and background. Thus, he has no need to seek fame through this literary event. He has been quietly consuming wine, seemingly aware of his own lack of genuine skill, and the phrase ruler and subject, father and son he might have uttered is likely borrowed, merely serving to please the emperor. This thought only bolsters Jing Xian's confidence. There's no rush. The literary gathering has only just begun. Lin Zihan, steady as a seasoned veteran, is none other than the young minister. Though the title carries an air of flattery, none can deny that Lin Zihan possesses true capability. Many say he resembles his father, Lin Hanpu, and may one day share the cabinet with him, creating a remarkable legacy of a dual ministerial lineage. Thus, he would not recklessly offend someone favored by the emperor, particularly in the princess's residence, where Xia Chen is to be the future consort. Regardless of Princess Yao Guang's feelings for Xia Chen, striking him would be akin to striking the princess herself. Lin Zihan, endowed with extraordinary talent and having entered the court under the careful tutelage of his father for 6 years, possesses a perspective and intellect far beyond his years. The jealousy and rivalry exhibited by Jing Xian and his companions appear to him as mere childish play. Observing Lin Zihan's calmness, Jing Xian himself begins to feel more at ease, settling down to savor his drink. However, the allure of the games draws him in, and he soon finds himself participating, rekindling the lively atmosphere. As time passes, today's literary gathering boasts a grand scale, with nearly all the renowned scholars of the capital in attendance, particularly those from the National Academy, who occupy a significant portion of the venue. Some are yet to achieve official titles, but most have already gained the status of Shengyuan. With the triennial imperial examination approaching, this is a crucial time to enhance one's reputation. Hence, the overall quality of the gathering is remarkably high. Many are eager to take the stage, displaying their meticulously crafted couplets and poetry, the excellence of which elicits quiet nods of approval. Some even compose poems on the spot, garnering admiration from the crowd. The entire poetry gathering reaches a crescendo of excitement. The event begins with free activities, allowing attendees to form groups for games, drinking, and reciting poetry. As it progresses, the stage opens for free expression, enabling participants to present their own well-crafted poems, recent essays, and various forms of literary art before the audience. This is indeed a splendid opportunity to gain renown, prompting a queue of individuals eager to take the stage. Some recite poetry, others perform musical compositions, while a few play the flute. Throughout this entire affair, Xiachen remains engaged in drinking, genuinely disinterested in seeking fame through such means. Frankly, he feels that he has already garnered enough attention in the capital, which contradicts his discreet nature and his strategic approach of building walls, accumulating resources, and biding his time for ascendance. Xiachen has always maintained a clear perspective, never believing that his premature presence entitles him to arrogance. The depths of this world are profound, a lesson many players from his previous life learned at the cost of their existence. As the era of spiritual awakening has yet to arrive, even the mightiest individual combatants cannot contend with the formidable machinery of the state. Thus, Xiachen intends to first establish himself as a power within the great Wu dynasty before patiently awaiting the opportune moment. His philosophy is to act flamboyantly in endeavors while remaining modest in person. Engaging in literary gatherings, which may lead to fame without tangible benefits, is something he chooses to avoid. Moreover, he possesses access to a vast library of literary works. A mere few stunning verses or the essential 4 lines of the player's creed would effortlessly overshadow his contemporaries, akin to child's play. Xiachen perceives that employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut is unnecessary. Should he choose to become a literary plagiarist, it must be done with finesse, not in a manner beneath his capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the bustling literary gathering, currents of intrigue are already swirling, with many eyes once again drawn to Xiachen. It appears he plans merely to observe the spectacle and depart once the gathering concludes. However, others are intent on preventing his exit, urging one another to gauge his worth. The great ancestor possessed striking features and an ethereal aura, unmatched by any in the world. One day, upon attending a literary gathering, as he entered the venue, all present were astonished, captivated by his appearance, feeling inferior in comparison. At that time, the capital was home to the 4 most recognized handsome men, one of whom was young Master Jing Xian, also in attendance. Upon seeing the great ancestor, he stood transfixed, exclaiming, "Today, my eyes are truly opened. Such an exquisite individual exists in this world, far surpassing me." Thus, young Master Jing Xian, unable to contain his shame, vowed never to refer to himself as a handsome man again. Xiaoshu the Great Ancestor's Biography Volume 3, P.S. Dear friends, there is approximately 1 week remaining until the conclusion of 2024. This book is a new endeavor, and I aim to leverage this time to ascend the rankings. As such, starting tomorrow, Christmas Day, I will initiate a campaign. The more generous the rewards, the more frequent the updates, with no upper limit, and I pledge to keep my word. Furthermore, I urge you all to avoid neglecting this book. Previously, I had another work with over 500,000 readers that was unfortunately taken down, a painful subject to revisit. Many readers missed subsequent chapters due to neglect, and to this day, inquiries about accessing that book persist. Those who have consistently followed my writings will understand this truth. I have never deceived you. Therefore, I encourage you to read as much as you can, even if it feels challenging. For the risk of unforeseen circumstances would render missing out on future content even more distressing. Chapter 63, The Buddha of This World. The poetry gathering continues. We have now arrived at the 3rd segment, where Yao Guang personally takes the stage, presenting several topics for on-site poetry, prose, and lyrics, allowing for diverse literary creations. The appearance of Yao Guang ignites a fervor among the assembled scholars. After all, she is a princess, and such opportunities for interaction are rare outside this literary event. Amitabha. In a corner, a Buddhist chant reached Xiachen's ears. He was slightly intoxicated, having spent the entire morning drinking with Zuanzenzi, Master Tianhai. Despite his inebriation, Xiachen's mind remained relatively clear as he observed the towering monk before him and nodded in acknowledgement. "Young Master Xia, will you not participate in the literary gathering?" Tianhai's eyes sparkled with wisdom, revealing a profound depth. With a gentle smile, he exuded an air of elegance. The gathering is merely a facade. The teachings of Buddhism emphasize emptiness. Could it be that the master harbors an interest in such trivialities? Young Master Xia seems to possess knowledge of our Buddhist philosophy. Truly remarkable. Tianhai's eyes brightened, and he slowly brought his hands together in reverence, bowing to Xia Chun. I have listened to your words regarding the relationships between sovereigns and subjects, fathers and sons, and I sense profound truths therein, yet it appears incomplete. Thus, I seek your guidance. Tianhai's demeanor was humble, and his presence was indeed striking. Although his appearance did not rival that of Jing Xian, he commanded attention amidst the crowd. Master Tianhai was a revered monk, yet why did he linger among the worldly? It was said that he possessed a pure heart, untouched by the dust of the world. Yet now it seemed he had become entangled in worldly desires. Xia Chun offered no reply but instead took a seat, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing Xia Chun's words, Tianhai's previously serene and scholarly expression shifted slightly. What do you mean by that, young master? He clasped his hands together, reciting a Buddhist chant. Confucianism advocates engagement with the world, Buddhism seeks transcendence, while Taoism promotes withdrawal from it. Yet, Master, you have persisted in navigating the corridors of power. A decade of introspection has not cleansed you of worldly attachments, but has instead birthed a demonic heart. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with clarity as he gazed directly at Tianhai, as if he could pierce through the monk's physical form to uncover the hidden turmoil within. Upon hearing Xia Chen's bold assertion, not only did Tianhai's expression shift, but even Zhuan Zhenzi, with his hazy gaze, turned to observe. Who can clearly delineate between the Buddhist heart and the demonic heart? I have my own path. Tianhai regained his composure, wearing a smile as he once again brought his hands together, exuding confidence and elegance. Tianhai regarded the young man before him with a penetrating gaze, astonished that he could so succinctly articulate his inner state. Indeed, after 10 years of self-cultivation, he had encountered a significant issue. Upon his return, the heavenly light of Tianlong Temple had not been a result of his attainment of a pure Buddha heart, but rather due to his master, Long Shu, personally reciting scriptures to suppress his demonic inclinations. This was a secret known to very few within Tianlong Temple, yet he knew. The Buddha may save the next life, but cannot redeem the beings of this world. I possess a Buddha heart and wish to become a Buddha in this realm. Tianhai's countenance radiated a brilliant smile, yet an aura of profound compassion enveloped him, as if he were destined to transform into a Buddha, poised to rescue the souls of this world. In his youth, he devoted a decade to the cultivation of his heart, traversing the eastern wilderness, journeying through the southern barbarians, reaching the kingdom of Qing, and witnessing the majestic landscapes of the Great Foam. Ultimately, he journeyed westward, embarking on a pilgrimage to the western regions. Throughout his travels, he bore witness to the immense suffering of countless beings, grappling with the agonies of existence in a world rife with turmoil, where wars raged incessantly, and lives were as trivial as blades of grass. From that moment, he resolved never to return to the mundane realm. He sought to do something for the beings of this world. If the Buddha could not save sentient beings, then he would embody the Buddha himself. He aspired to seize power and bring an end to this chaotic era. With a heart akin to that of a Buddha, he yearned for the world to transform into a pure land of divine serenity. Xia Chun gazed deeply at Tianhai, recognizing that Tianhai's compassionate heart had diverged from the contemporary tenets of Buddhism. From Xia Chun's perspective, this deviation was not erroneous. Rather, he found it commendable. Yet, in this age, such views were deemed heretical within the Buddhist tradition. One should give rise to a heart that is unattached, Xia Chun articulated slowly. Tianhai stood transfixed, murmuring to himself, unattached? To give rise to a heart that is unattached, he repeated, echoing a famous line from the Diamond Sutra, which advises against clinging to any form of attachment, be it worldly fame and fortune, material indulgence, or even personal beliefs and emotions. Such attachments breed turmoil and obstacles, ensnaring the heart. Though Tianhai's heart brimmed with great compassion, he had succumbed to fixation and attachment. This was why Xia Chun asserted that he harbored a demonic heart. Pray tell, what heart should one cultivate? Tianhai lingered in place, lost in thought, continuously murmuring Xia Chun's words. Finally, he earnestly inquired, to cultivate a pure heart, a compassionate heart, a Bodhi heart, free from the distractions and bonds of external phenomena, to give rise to wisdom and a heart of enlightenment. Xia Chun responded calmly. Tianhai regarded Xia Chun with utmost seriousness, pondering the depth of Xia Chun's understanding of their Buddhist studies. In the hall, many gazes were directed towards Tianhai and Xia Chun, as well as Zhuan Zhenzi. Who would dare overlook these two figures? Hailing from the Celestial Master's abode and the Heavenly Dragon Temple, both of whom were esteemed masters of unparalleled skill. Master Tianhai, what troubles you? Why do you continually offer your hands in reverence to Xia Chun? Murmurs of curiosity circulated among the crowd. What could they possibly be discussing? Why does it seem that Master Tianhai regards Xia Chun with such peculiar reverence? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Is the practitioner suggesting that my path is unviable? That I should relinquish my attachments? The master, filled with compassion, mused that he might be reassigned to the capital, and if Tianhai wished, he could visit him, perhaps discovering the true path in due time. Xia Chun also brought his hands together in a gesture of reverence, resembling a Buddhist master. His face adorned with a serene smile. True steel must be utilized where it is most effective. Let us not squander our efforts in mere mimicry, but rather apply them to tangible matters. Tianhai ventured into the trap to seek him, and thus he graciously invited him into the vessel. As he spoke, he captivated the audience, effectively subduing Tianhai. He then invoked profound truths from the Diamond Sutra, delivering a powerful impact that resonated deeply with Tianhai's spirit. While he refrained from revealing the full depth of his Buddhist insight, he nonetheless stirred it within him. He chose his words carefully, for angling requires patience. Tianhai, being a sagacious individual, would easily slip away if he sensed an overt agenda from the outset. Currently, Xia Chun could not illuminate a clear path for Tianhai. But should he be summoned to serve in the capital, he would have ample means to retain Tianhai within his domain. The initial task was to lure the fish closer, and whether he could subsequently satiate it would be a matter for the future. Indeed, Xia Chun's approach piqued Tianhai's curiosity. This Xia Chun was remarkably well-versed in Buddhist philosophy. Master Xia, you possess a unique connection with our teachings. Should time permit, I would be honored to visit the Tianlong Temple with you to explore the Dharma together. Tianhai expressed with a bow. I have heard of your remarkable talents and scholarly demeanor, which even the emperor admires, thus I hold you in great esteem. As the literary conference approaches its conclusion, might there be an opportunity to witness your erudition? While Xia Chun and Tianhai engaged in their amiable discourse, someone finally could no longer contain themselves, rising to voice their discontent. Their impatience stemmed not from a lack of tolerance, but rather from Xia Chun's apparent reluctance to engage. Throughout the majority of the event, he had remained ensconced in a corner, indulging in wine and conversation, as if separated from their world. They had been waiting for an opportunity, but with the conference nearing its end and no chance presented, they felt compelled to prompt Xia Chun into action. Master Tianhai embodies the compassion of a benevolent heart. In his youth, he lived as an ascetic, traversing the world and witnessing the suffering of all beings, which inspired him to vow to descend into the 18 layers of hell to procure peace for the world. During a literary conference, Master Tianhai encountered the Celestial Emperor, marking their inaugural meeting. During this gathering, the emperor discerned the master's attachment and proclaimed, "One should cultivate the mind without dwelling anywhere." Upon hearing these words, the master experienced a profound awakening. Shortly thereafter, he became a disciple of the world-honored one, and thus the present Buddha was established within our teachings. History of Buddhism. The transmission of the contemporary Buddha, Volume 2, Chapter 64, A True Gentleman Should Care for the World. The banquet fell into an immediate silence, with all eyes converging towards a single point. Some individuals silently rejoiced, realizing that the highlight of this literary gathering had finally arrived. Ever since the recent rise of Xia Chun's fame in the capital, many had anticipated this event, with some coming specifically to witness him. Humanity is inherently envious. Xia Chun, already strikingly handsome, had attained the status of a prince consort at such a tender age, rising to the position of a fourth-rank official, and possessed such erudition. How could one not feel a twinge of jealousy? While they found little to criticize in other respects, the realm of culture was their forte, and the question of Xia Chun's true scholarly prowess lingered in doubt. Nonetheless, the crowd nearly unanimously concluded that the knowledge he possessed was but a fade, ostentatious yet hollow. They were determined to utilize this literary gathering, especially in the presence of Princess Yaoguang, to pierce through Xia Chun's pretentious mask. How dare he put on such airs before the learned? This was intolerable. Indeed, young Master Xia, your assertion of ruler and minister, father and son exudes the aura of a great Confucian. I dare say that in a few years, you shall become the 6th great scholar of our illustrious Wu dynasty. What a notion! Young Master Xia's talents are not inferior to those of Prime Minister Lin. He already possesses the strength of a great scholar. Gradually, voices began to rise, deliberately amplified. Lin Zihan, sitting quietly at the side, cast a neutral glance at the speaker, mentally marking his face. How audacious of him to belittle his father. Prime Minister Lin, Although Lin Zihan recognized the intent behind the words, to elevate Xia Chun by bringing him low, it still trampled on his father's dignity, especially before his very eyes. It was akin to courting disaster in a cesspool. Yao Guang and Lu Tong, too, caught wind of these insidious praises. Lu Tong glanced at the expressionless Yao Guang before turning his gaze to Xia Chun, eager to observe his response. Xia Chun's demeanor remained calm as he gradually rose to his feet. His gaze swept over the speakers, causing an involuntary shiver that compelled them to take a few steps back. It was then they realized that this young man was not only extraordinarily handsome, but also radiated an overwhelming presence. I am but a mere martial man, not particularly versed in poetry or literature. Today's gathering is merely an opportunity for me to witness the talents of our city's youth. I shall refrain from participating, Xia Chun declared. He raised his cup, filling it generously with wine, and offered a toast to the assembly before downing it in one gulp. The crowd was taken aback by Xia Chun's public admission of his lack of poetic skill. Had he unwittingly confirmed their intentions? No, this was insufficient. Such a bland statement, if circulated after the event, might lead others to speculate that Xia Chun was merely being modest, dismissive of their challenge. Thus, it was essential for him to compose a poem, allowing them to mock him thoroughly and ensure his disgrace in the capital. Young Master Xia, you are far too humble. Who in the capital does not know of your literary talents? If you refrain from showcasing them today, do you perhaps look down upon us scholars? Director Xia has already attained the esteemed rank of a fourth-grade official, while we, mere candidates, have yet to secure any official title, remaining nothing more than insignificant scholars. Naturally, he would not condescend to engage with us. Two voices emerged in succession, prompting the crowd to turn and discover that two students from the Imperial Academy had spoken up, one named Li Chun and the other Wang Ming. Both were somewhat renowned within the academy and considered prominent contenders in the current imperial examination. Although their words ostensibly flattered Xia Chun, they were laced with provocation. Their remarks were sharp, establishing a moral high ground that swiftly delineated a boundary between Xia Chun and the other scholars, as if they could represent everyone present, implying that Xia Chun's refusal to engage was a sign of disdain for all assembled. Surely, young Master Xia does not regard our poetry and prose as mere childish play, unworthy of the grand stage, hence his reluctance to participate? Li Chun interjected. I have stated my lack of interest in poetry and literature, nor do I hold any disdain for you esteemed scholars. Each of you is a future pillar of our nation, with a bright path ahead. Today, I merely wish to meet you and witness the grace of the scholars of the Great Wu dynasty, Xia Chun replied, exhibiting a notably meek demeanor, devoid of anger or provocation to descend into the competition. This only served to reinforce the crowd's conviction that Xia Chun lacked genuine prowess. With this thought, they grew bolder, descending to the arena, eager to take their shots at him, believing that should news of this event circulate post-gathering, it might elevate their own reputations in the capital. Regardless of the crowd's taunts, Xia Chun continued to shake his head. Eventually, even Jing Xian could no longer restrain himself from stepping forward. Recently, rumors had circulated in the capital, suggesting that young Master Xia's talents surpassed those of Prime Minister Lin, creating quite a stir. It was noted that Xia Chun currently presided over one of the 9 departments of the Lantern Bearers. Could it be that he orchestrated these rumors to overshadow Prime Minister Lin and elevate his own standing? Jing Xian, with a piercing insight, swiftly placed this heavy accusation upon Xia Chun, aware that Lin Zihan's primary purpose for attending today was to vindicate his father's name. The Prime Minister was a figure of great significance, and while he might refrain from direct action, it did not imply indifference. Xia Chun cast a deep glance at Jing Xian, then at the impassive Lin Zihan beside him. He recognized that those scholars were akin to rabid dogs, eager to assail him and to curry favor with this young cabinet minister, especially with the upcoming examination on the horizon. If they could garner the young minister's attention, their futures would undoubtedly be bright. Despite his privileged status as a prince consort and head of the Lantern Bearers, Xia Chun's authority did not extend to matters of the imperial examination or the promotion of future civil officials. Thus, they were willing to offend him in their attempts to ingratiate themselves with the young minister. Lin Gongzi, the rumors circulating in the capital are not of my making. His Majesty has indeed expressed admiration for me in passing, but he has not claimed that my talents surpass those of Prime Minister Lin. I wish to clarify this matter to avoid tarnishing the Prime Minister's reputation. Whether you believe me or not, this is my sole explanation. Let this cup of wine serve as my toast to Prime Minister Lin. Xia Chun rose once more, poured a glass of wine, smiled at Lin Zihan, and then drank it in one swift motion. Such a magnificent demeanor compelled many to nod in silent agreement. Subsequently, Xia Chen did not retreat to his seat as before. Instead, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the faces of everyone present. Then, with a subtle smile, he drew in a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Xia, am indeed not proficient in poetry, for I perceive poetry as a mere diversion, an elegant pastime of peaceful times. However, in this tumultuous era, where the world is divided and the Northwest is rife with unrest, the common people suffer greatly. A true man should harbor the plight of the masses in his heart, contemplating how to strengthen the nation and enrich its citizens. Thus, I disdain such trivial pursuits." Xia Chen's words resonated with conviction, his voice echoing throughout the venue, rendering the audience silent. Was he reproaching them? Was he chastising them for not aspiring to strengthen the country and uplift the people, but rather indulging in superficial elegance? As they were momentarily taken aback, Xia Chen's voice rang out again. "In these chaotic times, our valiant warriors are engaged in fierce battles at the front lines of the eastern wilderness, while the northern and western borders remain under constant vigilance. I truly lack the inclination to compose poetry here, which is the very reason for my prior refusals. Though I harbor no fondness for poetry, witnessing your obsession with these trivial pursuits, in light of the turmoil in the Northwest, stirs something within me, prompting me to offer you a poem." Xia Chen's voice was deafening, causing the faces of all present to flush with embarrassment. Some even shrank back in shame. Indeed, while the soldiers were fighting valiantly on the front lines, they were preoccupied with poetry, seeking shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chen had effectively scolded them all. The great ancestor was learned at a young age, possessing extraordinary talents, capable of governing the world. However, his aspirations were lofty, his heart occupied with the welfare of the people, fully aware of the hardships faced by the soldiers at the front lines, wishing to strengthen the nation and enrich its citizens. Thus, he had little interest in showcasing himself through poetry. At that time, the scholars in the capital were all immersed in poetry, hoping to gain renown through it. During a literary gathering, the scholars urged the great ancestor to compose poetry, but he repeatedly declined. Eventually, pressed by the crowd, he became enraged and admonished them, saying, "Scholars should harbor ambitious aspirations. How can you indulge in this trivial pursuit all day?" Upon uttering these words, the venue fell silent, and all the scholars present felt ashamed and embarrassed. History of Xia, Volume 3, Annals of the Great Ancestor Emperor, Chapter 65, The Song of Conquest Must Be Sung. Upon the high platform, both Yao Guang and Lu Tong fell into a contemplative silence, particularly Yao Guang, although Xia Chen had directed his ire towards the scholars. This literary gathering was orchestrated by her. "Your Highness," Ziyue called softly from behind Yao Guang. "It is nothing. Do I lack such fortitude?" Yao Guang replied with a gentle shake of her head and a smile. "Moreover, he speaks the truth. Poetry and prose have always been but a minor path. Throughout history, no prime minister has governed solely through the art of verse. The princess harbors grand ambitions. Were it not for her gender, she would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats." Lu Tong remarked, his admiration evident. "Alas, Yao Guang's talents surpass those of the crown prince and the third prince, yet she is a woman. Otherwise, the future of the Dou dynasty would surely be graced by a wise and virtuous ruler. And what of being a woman? Who says a woman cannot accomplish great deeds?" Yao Guang responded calmly with a smile. Lu Tong was momentarily taken aback by her words, yet Yao Guang chose not to elaborate further. Her gaze shifted toward the corner of the hall where Xia Chen stood. For some reason, she felt a surge of anticipation for the poetry he would compose. In the hall, Xia Chen, under the scrutiny of the crowd, addressed them with a solemn tone. "Where are the writing tools?" "Your Highness, the writing tools are here. Please recite, and I shall hold the brush for you." A servant hastened forward, presenting superior ink, paper, and brush. "I will do it myself," Xia Chen replied, shaking his head as he took the tools in hand. "Then allow me to prepare the ink for you, young Master Xia." Master Tian Hai, smiling, approached Xia Chen and, without waiting for a response, began to grind the ink. The spectators were momentarily stunned by this scene. Was Master Tian Hai, a direct disciple under Long Shu, truly acting as a mere scribe for Xia Chen? Had the world gone mad? Even in the presence of royal princes, he would not normally bow in such a manner. Seeing that Tian Hai had commenced grinding the ink, Xia Chen relinquished his reluctance, and soon the ink was ready. Xia Chen possessed skill in calligraphy, having practiced diligently since his youth in the Marquis's residence. In his previous life, He also studied Wang Shiji's running script. While not an expert, he had achieved a respectable level of proficiency. Thus, when he began to write, his strokes flowed effortlessly, each character exuding a bold and gallant spirit, vibrant and dynamic. As Tianhai beheld the first line, his eyes sparkled, and he proclaimed it aloud, ensuring the entire assembly grasped its essence. The Song of Conquest must be sung to the tune of Wu Go. Though this was merely the opening line, it already conveyed a grandiose spirit upon the paper. Soon, Tianhai recited the second line, vowing to extinguish the nations of Qing and Defeng. Upon hearing this, the murmurs in the hall ceased, captivated by the profound meaning within the verse. The vow to eliminate the states of Qing and Defeng and unify the realm resonated deeply. Wuguan, an essential stronghold in the northwest of Dewu, served as a vital frontier against Qing and Defeng. To embark on the expedition to the west and the campaign to the north, one must first pass through this formidable checkpoint. The profound essence of this verse resonates powerfully. It ignites a fervor among the learned individuals present, their hearts racing and faces flushed. Yet, as they hear Master Tianhai's shift in tone, an overwhelming sense of melancholy and heroic resolve washes over them. To only understand the battlefield as a place to die for one's country, why must one be wrapped in horsehide upon death? Upon the conclusion of Master Tianhai's words, many in attendance felt a chill run down their spines. Some muttered to themselves, why must one be wrapped in horsehide upon death? Good. A sudden exclamation emerged from the gathering. Someone at the banquet could not contain their admiration and struck the table in approval. Utterly magnificent, utterly magnificent. Others joined in the praise. Upon the recitation of this poem by young Master Xia, the verses we had previously composed seemed utterly insignificant. A young man stood, raised his cup, and solemnly offered a toast to Xia Chun. The onlookers were surprised to discover that this individual was Yuan Yongkue, the son of the Minister of War. Earlier, Yuan had remained quite low-key among the crowd, yet now he boldly expressed his admiration before everyone. Lin Zihan quietly savored the poem, finding its grandeur increasingly profound, portraying soldiers who embrace death without fear. This poem is the first of its kind in 3 centuries for our great Wu. Lu Tong stated with a serious demeanor from the high platform. Ziyue repeated those 4 lines, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Yao Guang gazed at the radiant Xia Chun amidst the crowd, her expressive eyes reflecting her thoughts. After completing the poem, Xia Chun bowed to Master Tianhai, who had assisted him in grinding the ink. Thank you, Master Tianhai, for your help with the ink. My assistance in grinding is nothing compared to the priceless verse you bestowed upon me. Master Tianhai clasped his hands together, resembling a devoted believer. I shall certainly visit Tianlong Temple to discuss Buddhist teachings with you. Xia Chun reciprocated the gesture with folded hands and then turned his gaze towards Daoist Xuanjun, who had been quietly observing. Daoist Xuanjun, should you have time, feel free to visit me. I have fine wine to share, and we shall enjoy it together. Daoist Xuanjun, with hazy eyes, nodded in laughter. Xia Qian, let us depart, Xia Chen said, turning to the awestruck Xia Qian behind him. He then led Xia Qian through the crowd and out of the hall. As they approached the exit, Xia Chen turned back to glance at Yao Guang on the high platform, finding her gaze upon him as well. Their eyes met in the air, and Xia Chen finally nodded before turning away, disappearing completely beyond the door. Once Xia Chen left, the crowd could no longer restrain themselves and began to discuss loudly. Wow, that poem was extraordinary. Such spirit. No wonder he is a direct descendant of the Xia family, proclaiming intentions to annihilate both the Deqing and Defeng nations. Young Master Xia, at such a tender age, harbors such ambitions. Could he not emulate the legendary general of the East and penetrate the very heart of Defeng, conquering its capital? Most scholars lack integrity, and now they begin to extol Xia Chun, completely forgetting how they previously slandered him. Lin Zihan gazed at the wine cup in his hand, sitting in silence before finally rising. Let us take our leave, he declared, stepping out the door. Young Master Jing Xian remained behind, mumbling repetitively the 4 lines of poetry by Xia Chun, his heart growing heavier with each repetition. Alas, I cannot compete with his appearance, nor can I match his literary talent. Do I truly have no hope? Young Master Jing Xian observed the enchanting Princess Yao Guang on the high platform, a wave of helplessness surging within him. Young Master, shall we depart like this? The literary gathering has not yet concluded. What if the princess? On the street, Xia Qian expressed his concerns to Xia Chun. When they first requested me to compose poetry, my apparent reluctance was not meant to flatter them. I merely wished to gauge Yao Guang's response. Without turning his head, Xia Chen spoke calmly. His primary objective was to test Yao Guang. Those scholars were merely tools for his purpose. It was laughable that they had reveled in their self-satisfaction, believing they had cornered Xia Chen, forcing him to retaliate with poetry out of desperation. He had been waiting to see whether Yao Guang would speak up for him or intervene against those who pressured him, yet he found her silence instead. Perhaps she merely sought to ascertain her own abilities, but by choosing not to stand by his side, she positioned herself against him. There was nothing more to be said. Xia Chen's heart turned cold once more. "Do you remember the faces of those who led the charge and their jeers?" he said expressionlessly. Xia Chen sensed the discontent of his master from his calm, yet chilling words. "I remember." After a few days, once he gained control of the Eagle Eye division, he would have others arrange a lavish banquet for those who had mocked him. Xia Chen believed in settling scores, those who sought to ascend by stepping on him, hoping to ingratiate themselves with Lin Zihan, were utterly foolish. While he could not pave the way for them to rise, he could certainly ensure they descended into the depths of despair. Without a lesson, the people of the capital might truly think him an easy target. Furthermore, assist me in investigating a scholar from the Imperial Academy named Su Xingchen. Find an opportunity to discreetly bring him to me. Xia Chen gazed at the street vendors, his eyes distant, lost in thought. The founding emperor possessed a broad mind, with a heart of benevolence. At that time, there were those in the capital who envied the emperor's exceptional talent and openly challenged him, yet he merely smiled and brushed it off, never holding a grudge or seeking revenge. Because of this virtue, he was praised by scholars throughout the realm. Aspiring individuals gradually gravitated towards the emperor, inspired by his noble conduct, and thus wished to follow him. Summer History, Volume 6, Chronicles of Emperor Taizu. This book is still in its nascent stage. Let us nurture it together, allowing it to flourish. To be candid, considerable effort has been invested in its creation, particularly in the classical Chinese prose accompanying each chapter, which has proven to be quite a mental challenge. This is, after all, my inaugural attempt at composing historical literature, and I hope to do justice to this work. Alas, I have much to express, yet as I attempt to articulate my thoughts, I find myself at a loss for words. Perhaps in the future, I shall have the opportunity to share more with my brethren. I am committed to crafting this book diligently, ensuring it provides an enjoyable reading experience for all. Chapter 66, The Pinnacle of Talent. On the streets, Xia Qian was taken aback, puzzled as to why the young master would show interest in a student from the Imperial Academy. Could it be that this student had offended the young master? However, he refrained from inquiring further and discreetly committed the name Su Xingchen to memory. Xia Qian's primary purpose for attending the literary gathering was indeed to engage with Fang Zhiru and Su Xingchen. Yet, to his surprise, neither of them had appeared. Although Xia Chen had been drinking earlier, he had been attentively observing the happenings of the gathering, hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Xingchen. From what he understood, Su was fervently interested in court politics, and with the Yao Guang hosting such a splendid event, it was expected that he would attend. Yet, his absence was conspicuous. Indeed, while these top-tier talents had yet to rise to prominence, they were imbued with a certain destiny, making them difficult to recruit. Xia Chen recognized that they were still in a phase of dormancy, biding their time and gathering strength for the opportune moment. Nevertheless, the gathering had not been without its rewards. He had met Xian Junzi and Tian Hai, particularly the latter, who had taken the bait Xia Chen had thrown out. Future prospects seemed promising. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Chen entered a tavern. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, and only drinks and snacks were served at the Yao Guang residence. His recent advancements in martial arts had significantly increased his appetite. "Young master." Not long after he had entered the private room, a knock sounded at the door. A young gentleman, clad in scholarly garb, stood at the entrance, smiling warmly at Xia Chen. With lips as red as cherries and teeth as white as jade, his eyes sparkled like stars, though he exuded a certain restraint. An air of confidence radiated from him. The main hall outside was already filled to capacity, and having observed only 2 individuals enter the private room, the young gentleman boldly approached to inquire if he might share the table. Although he was quite courteous, his request to join their table was unexpected. Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Qian frowned and rose to his feet. While they were not overbearing nor did they take advantage of the weak, they did not adhere to the unsavory customs of the privileged youth in the capital. Sharing a table was not something to be accepted lightly. Moreover, the privacy of their reserved room was precisely why they had chosen it. After all, the young master was no ordinary individual. "We cannot." "Naturally, we can." Xia Qian was about to decline when Xia Chen interjected with a radiant smile and stood up. His smile was remarkably bright. As the ancient saying goes, Jiang Taigong fishes. Those who wish to bite will come. And now, this fish had willingly entered the net. This gentleman was indeed Su Xingchen, the very person Xia Qian had been instructed to seek out. He was a prodigious talent, destined to be recognized alongside Fang Jiru of the Bailu Academy as the dual stars of Confucianism and Taoism, possessing unparalleled intellect and strategic acumen. He was a true luminary capable of shaping the world. Su Xingchen stood at the door, a smile playing at his lips while his gaze scrutinized Xia Chun with utmost seriousness. As both were dining alone, it felt rather dull, and given the spaciousness of the room, it seemed a waste for just the two of them to occupy it. "Brother, please." Xia Chun, adorned in Confucian attire, exhibited an impeccable demeanor, his scholarly air rendering it impossible to discern his origins from a military lineage. "I thank you, esteemed brother." Su Xingchen clasped his hands in appreciation, his gaze towards Xia Chun imbued with a newfound admiration. The young prince, hailing from a noble family and already a fourth-ranking official at such a tender age, bore no trace of arrogance. Even his attendants were devoid of any haughty demeanor. Although he had initially attempted to decline Su's company, he refrained from uttering harsh words. His presence here was clearly no coincidence, nor was it merely a matter of lacking a table. He did not seek to join merely for the sake of companionship. Intrigued by the prince, whose reputation had recently ascended in the capital, Su had spent 7 years in the city, forming opinions on various figures. Yet, he found himself mistaken in his judgment of the son of the Marquis of Annong, particularly after learning of his involvement in today's literary gathering. Su felt compelled to witness this individual firsthand. Xia Chun harbored doubts about Su Xingchen's claim of merely seeking a table. He had just exited the gathering when Su had followed closely behind. What a remarkable coincidence. Though Su's rise was still on the horizon, Xia Chun could not believe that one as astute as Su would remain oblivious to court matters. Thus, Su undoubtedly recognized him. What was his intention in approaching me? Was he merely observing, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Xia Chun found himself lost in contemplation. The two young men wore radiant smiles, yet their minds operated with the coolness of ice, thoughts racing at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Xia Qian, scratching his head in confusion, struggled to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. "I am Su Xingchen, courtesy named Changya, a student of the National Academy. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" After taking his seat, Su introduced himself without reservation. For there was no need for concealment. His presence in the capital was discreet, and few were aware of him. Unbeknownst to Su, Xia Qian, standing slightly behind him, felt his pupils constrict upon hearing Su's name, his expression shifting to one of intense scrutiny. It suddenly dawned on him why his young master had acted so peculiarly, allowing this stranger to join their table. Was this not the very person his master had instructed him to investigate? The opportunity had presented itself. Xia Qian regarded Su Xingchen with an increasingly peculiar gaze. "I am Zhang Xing," Xia Qian replied, playing along with the charade, adopting a pseudonym. Su Xingchen smiled and nodded, but internally began to assess. He found Xia Chun to be generous and approachable, yet also guarded, preferring to keep his identity hidden when in public. Su had never suspected that Xia Chun was aware of him. His remarkable talent had taught him the necessity of discretion in the capital, rendering ostentatious displays of reputation and fame unnecessary. In pursuit of modesty, he had even abstained from attending this literary gathering, opting instead to send a classmate to gather information on his behalf. In the capital, aside from his classmates, few knew of his name, which is why he chose to use his true identity. He practiced the way of kings, with the aim of seeking the true dragon, until he encountered a worthy sovereign. He refrained from drawing too much attention to himself, quietly biding his time. Once he identified a true leader, he would ascend to great heights in an instant, his name echoing throughout the realm. In his quest for a worthy ruler, he secretly met with the crown prince, as well as the third and fourth princes, ultimately dismissing both. This disappointment left him profoundly disheartened, for among the current generation of the royal family of the Great Wu dynasty, he found no extraordinary leaders. However, through his analysis of the prevailing situation in the world, he discerned that the Great Wu had begun to unify the realm, signaling the emergence of a new order. This realization plunged him into self-doubt, making him question whether his assessments of the grand affairs of the world were flawed. When this thought arose, he contemplated departing the kingdom of Wu to seek the destined true dragon in the kingdom of Dafeng. Yet, a recent serendipitous encounter led him to hear the name of Princess Yaoguang. This piqued his interest, and the more he observed, the more excitement bubbled within Su Xingchen, for she embodied the qualities of a true ruler he sought, capable of realizing his vision of kingship. However, He was perplexed as to why it was a woman, for there had never been a female emperor in the world. Su Xingqian found himself ensnared in confusion once more, leading him to resolve to observe Princess Yao Guang for a while longer. This forthcoming literary gathering was a grand event hosted by her, and he intended to scrutinize her closely. Yet, at that moment, Xia Chen caught his attention. Thus he arrived, determined to observe her up close. Two young individuals, each with their own intentions, sat at the dining table, calculating and scrutinizing one another. Su Xingqian, whose courtesy name was Changya, was exceptionally talented, with wisdom bordering on the extraordinary. One day, he went to a tavern for a meal, but found every table occupied, leaving no seats available. Coincidentally, the great ancestor was also present. Known for his boldness and love of socializing, noticing that Xingqian had no place to sit, he graciously invited him to share a private room for a meal, treating him with respect despite his humble status. Xingqian was deeply impressed by the great ancestor's generosity and discernment, recognizing that he was far from an ordinary individual, possessing the qualities of a true leader, destined to achieve greatness in the future. Thus, a profound friendship blossomed between Xingqian and the great ancestor. History of Xia, Volume 13, Biography of Su Xingqian, 17th entry. Chapter 67, The Great Rock Soars with the Wind. In the private room, Summer Chen inquired with a smile. Why did you not attend the literary gathering hosted by Princess Yao Guang today, Brother Su, being a student of the Imperial Academy? Su Xingqian responded with a serene smile. My learning is rather superficial. I would not wish to embarrass myself there. He shook his head with an air of naturalness. Summer Chen, with sparkling eyes, replied, I must respectfully disagree with your sentiment. Su Xingqian was taken aback. He had merely spoken in modesty, expecting Summer Chen to chuckle or nod in agreement, perhaps changing the subject thereafter. To his surprise, Summer Chen's direct contradiction piqued his curiosity, prompting him to pause and listen intently to what was to follow. If you were to attend the gathering, Brother Su, it is likely that other scholars would find no opportunity to shine. You are, in fact, granting them chances, avoiding the limelight yourself. Summer Chen sipped from his cup, his gaze steady upon Su Xingqian. Su Xingqian, though astute, was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a remark from Summer Chen. Was this an honest appraisal of himself? How could this be so? Despite spending many years in the capital, he had never showcased his talents, and even his classmates were unaware of the depths within him. How could Summer Chen possibly know? Your words are truly delightful. My good sir, you bestow upon me a value of emotional insight. At the age of 22, I have attempted the imperial examinations thrice. Yet I have only achieved the title of Shotsi. If I were truly gifted, would I not have attained the rank of Jiren by now? Here I am, at 22, still meandering through life. Su Xingqian feigned a bitter shake of his head, his performance remarkably adept. I have heard tales of a magnificent fish named Kuan, dwelling in the icy depths of the northern sea, its size unparalleled. This extraordinary creature can transform into a bird called Prong, surveying the tides of the world, awaiting the opportune moment. Ultimately, it leaps from the water, becoming the great bird, soaring vast distances, and its power is revealed to all. It travels from the north to the south, announcing its prowess, and finally ascends to the heavens, riding the winds to heights of 90,000 miles. Summer Chen recounted this parable, and at that moment, Su Xingqian's expression shifted. Though he had never encountered such a fantastical creature, he grasped the essence of the words. I have also heard of a bird that does not spread its wings or sing for 3 years, leading many to perceive it as weak or foolish. Yet, one with discerning eyes may laugh and declare, for 3 years it does not fly, but it shall soon grow mighty wings. It does not sing, but it observes the world. Though it does not fly, when it does, it will soar to the heavens. Though it does not sing, when it does, it will astonish the masses. As Summer Chen concluded this tale, Su Xingqian's countenance transformed entirely, his gaze sharp as he regarded Summer Chen. This was no mere coincidence, nor idle flattery. I believe, Brother Su, you are like that bird. If you do not take flight, once you do, it will be a breathtaking ascent. If you do not sing, when you do, it will be a resounding proclamation. Summer Chen laughed heartily, his demeanor exuding charisma and an unparalleled grace that left others feeling humbled. His words did not cease. He delivered one final, resounding blow to Su Xingqian, concluding the discourse with impact. When the great Peng migrates to the southern abyss, it strikes the water, spanning 3,000 miles, and soars with the swirling winds to a height of 90,000 miles. All things are born of yin and yang. Brother Su resembles this mythical Kunping. Though he currently remains submerged in the frigid depths of the water, he harbors aspirations that reach the heavens, waiting for the opportune moment to harness the winds of fortune. To strike the waters with vigor, and thereafter ascend to the southern seas, achieving a transformative journey from darkness to light. Su Xingqian, upon hearing these words, fell into a long silence, feeling an icy chill envelop him. He had never regarded the heroes of the world with any measure of esteem. He had always believed himself to be skillfully concealed, transformed into a mere spectator, observing the illustrious performers take the stage in the grand theater of the capital. Relishing the exquisite drama unfolding before him, he reveled in this clandestine existence, witnessing the great events of the world while awaiting the right moment. Yet today, someone had unyieldingly, directly, and dominantly shattered his faade, rendering his so-called concealment a mere jest. Ha ha ha. I had always considered myself unparalleled in wisdom, thus brimming with pride. Looking down upon the world, only upon meeting the young master today did I realize I was but a frog at the bottom of a well. Gazing up at the sky, Su Xingqian chuckled at his own folly, then rose to his feet, respectfully bowing to Xia Chun. Xia Chun, undeterred, calmly accepted this gesture of respect while sipping his drink, presenting an aura of profound mystery that was both unfathomable and inscrutable. You, who do not cultivate, see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. If you were to cultivate, you would see me as a mere mayfly beneath the vast sky. Mr. Su possesses the talents to govern the heavens and the earth, yet he has long remained hidden, in search of a worthy master. Xia Chun once again inquired with serene composure, causing Su Xingqian's heart to leap in surprise. How could he possibly know this? What kind of enigma is Xia Chun? Could he truly see through the human heart? I have never confided such matters to anyone. I merely feel that my knowledge is still insufficient. And now that the Great Wu dynasty enjoys peace and prosperity, my presence, whether in abundance or scarcity, makes little difference. Thus, I remain unhurried. Su Xingqian remained silent for a protracted period before finally speaking, his tone becoming significantly more cautious, yet he still dared not fully open his heart to Xia Chun. He perceived his current situation as perilously precarious. This Xia Chun seemed to possess intimate knowledge of him, while he knew nothing of Xia Chun beyond the rumors of the marketplace. For instance, what is his character like? Does he possess a broad mind? Is he capable of embracing others? Moreover, can he be trusted? After all, he is the lantern bearer, the leader of the espionage organization. Entrusting his future, his life, and his very existence into his hands felt exceedingly dangerous. Is the world truly at peace? Yet, how is it that I see suffering and despair everywhere? The common people are unable to pay their taxes, and in certain regions, there are even reports of selling daughters, a sign of a dynasty in its twilight. Xia Chun's demeanor was nonchalant. At that moment, he resembled a noble scion. His words, despite their grave implications, flowed forth casually. Su Xingqian's pupils constricted as he lifted his gaze, finally meeting Xia Chun's eyes directly, no longer flinching or retreating. His entire demeanor transformed, shedding the guise of restraint, revealing a brilliance that was akin to a metamorphosis. What does young Master Zhang mean by this? Call me young Master Xia. We are both astute individuals, and it is quite clear that you have come specifically to engage with me. It seems rather pointless for us to feign ignorance when we both understand the situation so well. A smirk danced upon Xia Chun's lips as he abandoned the pretense of role-playing. He intended to deliver a profound shock to this young man, who considered himself exceptionally clever. Indeed, Su Xingqian's expression shifted once more, revealing his deep trepidation towards Xia Chun. Who exactly is he? How does he possess such knowledge? Is it possible that the lantern bearers have infiltrated every corner? Yet, many matters he has never disclosed to anyone else. Chapter 68. On the world in the private room, Su Xingqian felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. At that moment, he was desperate to leave, wishing to linger not a second longer. He abhorred this uncertainty and the fear of the unknown, which left him feeling profoundly insecure. The man before him, Xia Chun, was undeniably perilous. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. He cast a glance toward the door, only to find that at some point, Xia Chun had silently taken position by the entrance, seemingly guarding against both of them, yet appearing to specifically obstruct his escape. Su Xingqian sighed inwardly. He had prided himself on his cleverness, yet today he felt as if he had walked into the jaws of a tiger. And it was he who had willingly presented himself. Now, he found himself unable to depart. Xia Chun wore a faint smile, quietly observing the increasingly restless Su Xingqian. What troubles you, Brother Su? Are you perhaps a bit hungry? The dishes should be arriving shortly. Let us indulge in some wine. Xia Chun poured a glass for Su Xingqian, who, After a moment's hesitation, gritted his teeth, accepted the cup, and downed it in one go. Director, I acknowledge my rashness today. I shall punish myself with another cup. Su Xingchen was aware that he had acted without due consideration. Knowing little of Xia Chen, and yet daring to approach for a closer inspection, he had underestimated the formidable talents of the world's heroes. Self-punishment is unnecessary. Simply answer my question, Brother Su. Do you truly believe that our realm is currently at peace and prosperity? Xia Chen continued to smile. Yet there was an underlying seriousness to his demeanor. Su Xingchen clenched his teeth, realizing that he could no longer evade the inquiry. Failure to respond adequately today would likely prevent him from exiting through that door. Should Xia Chen accuse him of a crime, such as being a spy for the Inspection Institute or the Imperial City, colluding with enemy nations, he could find himself imprisoned in the Lantern Man's dungeon, and that would spell disaster. Over the years, he had remained excessively low profile, failing to cultivate relationships with influential figures in the capital. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known better, he would have showcased some of his talents and acquainted himself with a few powerful individuals, thus avoiding the current predicament of having no connections in times of trouble. Though the Great Wu boasts a formidable military, its finances are already strained beyond endurance, relying solely on incessantly increasing taxes to function. There have been instances of citizens perishing from starvation due to insufficient provisions. In recent years, establishments such as the capital's pawnshops and the brothels of Suyu Street have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, with the cost of a visit consistently declining over the past 3 years. This indicates that competition among these establishments has become increasingly fierce, with an influx of young women, more numerous and more beautiful, entering the trade. The harsh reality is that ordinary families can no longer survive, forcing them to sell their sons and daughters. While the life in a brothel is far from dignified, it is preferable to the grim fate of starvation. Su Xingchen's voice was heavy with sorrow and indignation, and Xia Chen regarded him with newfound seriousness, realizing that this young man was indeed quite remarkable. The brothel industry surprisingly reflects the current state of society. By observing such establishments, one can discern the essence and identify the roots of social issues. Su Xingchen continued, stating that the Da dynasty is still under the control of 8 local lords, who, akin to local emperors, exploit the common people, leading many to suffer and live in despair. More critically, over half of these lords harbor ambitious aspirations. Externally, there are threats from the state of Qing and the Dafeng, with the situation in the northwest being tumultuous, poised to erupt into war at any moment. Indeed, there are problems in the world today. Although the Dowan dynasty appears prosperous, it is akin to oil on fire. Any misstep could lead to a great upheaval. Su Xingchen remarked solemnly. Thus, Su has been lying low, hoping to find a wise leader to support in times of chaos, to elevate the true dragon to power, thereby achieving great merit. Xia Chen, with a cheerful demeanor, casually responded, which caused Su Xingchen, seated opposite him, to break into a cold sweat. He realized that Xia was aware of his intentions. Even a composed individual like Su felt a surge of unease and trepidation. He had not forgotten Xia Chen's current status as a lantern bearer, an agent of the court, and the son-in-law of the reigning emperor, the legitimate heir of the Xia family, which has been unwaveringly loyal to the royal family for 6 centuries, thus earning the emperor's trust in commanding troops. Su's heart sank with regret. He felt that a single misstep could lead to his ruin. He aspired to be a prime minister, not just any prime minister, but the one to unify the realm and become the first of his kind in history. Yet now, before he could even embark on his campaign, he faced impending doom. What do you think of the other 2 nations? Xia Chen asked with a smile, posing another question. Though these nations have internal decay, they still possess loyal ministers and virtuous officials. Their national strength may be waning, yet their fortune endures. Su Xingchen sighed, having foreseen the worst outcome. Thus, he decided to speak freely, no longer concealing his thoughts. The tripartite power dynamic makes our nation the most perilous despite its apparent strength. Indeed, the emperor has a penchant for war. With the internal disintegration we face, if the emperor would consider a period of recuperation and appoint me as the chief assistant, I could reverse this situation within 5 years. Su stated with the sharpness of a drawn sword, his brilliance now fully revealed. Recognizing the imminent peril, he abandoned his previously low-profile strategy, seeking to capture Xia Chen's attention with his audacious words. Hoping to breathe life into this deadlock and draw the attention of the court's influential figures, even the emperor himself. If someone were willing to grant him an opportunity, he could undoubtedly demonstrate his worth. Although this course of action was fraught with risk, he felt he had no choice but to stake everything on this gamble. Su Xingchen, born into a humble family, was exceptionally intelligent from a young age, unparalleled in his village. At the age of 7, a ragged Taoist priest visited his village. Despite his tattered clothes, the priest possessed an extraordinary demeanor. He sought lodging at the Su household and, upon recognizing Xingchen's brilliance, decided to test him with knowledge. At that time, Xingchen had thoroughly immersed himself in the Confucian classics and had gained a profound understanding of the myriad principles of the world. The Taoist, finding him quite exceptional, chose to remain with the Su family. Xingchen became the Taoist disciple, receiving instruction directly from him for 5 years. During this period, no one knew the extent of the knowledge imparted by the Taoist. They only observed that Xingchen grew increasingly composed, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Upon reaching the age of 13, the Taoist took his leave from the Su household. Before departing, he bequeathed to Xingchen a tome entitled The Way of Kings. Chapter 69. A Momentous Change in 5 Years. Xia Chun gazed quietly at the brilliant Su Xingchen, took a sip of his drink, and casually remarked, "Are you suggesting that the current tripartite division of power will persist indefinitely? Without my intervention, for the next 50 years, the world will remain in a state of equilibrium among 3 factions. Each nation harbors ambitions to conquer the others, yet none possesses the absolute strength to annihilate the other 2. Su Xingchen asserted with utmost conviction. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that in roughly 5 years, our mighty Wu shall encounter a cataclysmic transformation. At most, within 10 years, the current state of affairs will undergo a significant shift." Xia Chen smiled as he expressed his judgment. Su Xingchen, with a profound gaze, instinctively felt compelled to counter Xia Chen's assertions and elaborate on his reasoning. However, he quickly restrained himself, his countenance as placid as a tranquil lake, unperturbed. "I understand your skepticism and your steadfast belief in your own assessment. How about this? Let us engage in a friendly wager. 10 years from now, we shall revisit these 2 time frames I mentioned. If my predictions prove accurate, you shall owe me something, the specifics of which I shall disclose later. Regardless of what I request, you must comply." Xia Chen looked at Su Xingchen, seemingly challenging him. "Do you dare to gamble?" Su Xingchen regarded the graceful youth before him, his gaze contemplative. Xia Chen had cornered him, and initially, he had anticipated that his fate would be incarceration. However, he was taken aback that Xia Chen had chosen to speak further, and it appeared that he did not intend to subdue him. Seizing this opportunity, Su Xingchen felt a glimmer of hope. "Very well, I accept your wager." Su Xingchen's thoughts were clear. He found it difficult to decipher Xia Chen's true intentions. Initially, he had prepared for the worst, but he was astonished that Xia Chen was offering him a chance for survival. As for winning or losing, that would be a concern for a decade hence. He would leave any worries for his future self to contend with. Moreover, he firmly believed in his judgment that the world order could remain stable for at least another 30 years, and he felt quite confident. Upon hearing Su Xingchen's words, Xia Chen couldn't help but smile, his expression radiant. He had lured him into this engagement, and now, the man had willingly stepped into the trap. "I see you are restless and lack the appetite for this meal, and you hardly strike me as hungry. Therefore, you may take your leave." Xia Chen waved his hand, signaling Su Xingchen to depart. Hearing this, Su Xingchen felt a surge of joy within, yet he maintained an expression of calm and composure, bowing respectfully to Xia Chen. "Thank you, young master. I shall take my leave." With that, Su Xingchen finally relaxed, his mind no longer tense. Though this Xia Chen was astute as a prodigy, he was ultimately still youthful and lacked experience. I had presumed he would imprison me in the Lantern Man's dungeon, yet to my astonishment, he simply released me. It must have been my analysis of the world's affairs that left him speechless, thus sparing me for the sake of that 10-year wager. Su Xingchen chuckled inwardly. Recognizing that to Xia Chen, he was merely a pawn. The words he had uttered had ignited Xia Chen's competitive spirit, prompting him to seek a wager with me. Su Xingchen swiftly reached a conclusion in his mind. Although his thoughts raced at lightning speed, his exterior remained composed, adorned with a serene smile. After bowing, he prepared to turn and depart from this contentious place when suddenly, Xia Chen's voice resonated in his ear once more. "Come to the Lantern Man's office tomorrow morning to report. I am in need of a clerk." Su Xingchen was taken aback. What? He instinctively wished to decline. What nonsense was this? To follow Xia Chen to the Lantern Man's office as a clerk? He had aspirations to become a prime minister. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, Xia Chen's voice sounded again, this time devoid of warmth, imbued with an icy calm. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing tonight or escaping the capital. No matter how swift you are, you cannot outpace the Lantern Man. I can find you anywhere. From the ends of the earth to the farthest corners of the sea. I have recorded every word you uttered today. They are nothing short of absurd. Our great Wu kingdom is flourishing. Its citizens live in peace and prosperity, and the emperor governs with wisdom. Yet here you are, spouting treasonous nonsense. Are you a spy from an enemy nation, lurking within our capital to spread such rumors? Furthermore, you stealthily followed me today. Are you plotting to assassinate me? Xia Chen glanced at Su Xingchen, whose complexion had grown pallid, and continued, Moreover, you previously claimed to have been lying in wait, seeking the opportune moment, in search of a wise ruler to earn the merit of aiding a dragon. Do you intend to rebel? The final word struck Su Xingchen like an invisible blade piercing his heart, a swift and lethal blow. Cold sweat broke out across his body, his face ashen, and a chill enveloped him, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Such words were tantamount to a death sentence. Su Xingchen had not anticipated that the once gentle and smiling Xia Chen would so abruptly change his demeanor, turning hostile. Do you realize that such accusations could lead to the annihilation of your entire clan? Xia Chen's words were chilling, steeped in a frigid ruthlessness. A palpable aura of malevolence enveloping Su Xingchen. This was the killing intent he had honed during his time in that peculiar little world within the system, where he received the legacy of the blade. Su Xingchen felt as if he were descending into the depths of hell, and Xia Chen was the demon emerging from its shadows. As he gazed into Xia Chen's sinking eyes, he perceived a strange luminescence emanating from them. In a daze, he envisioned a landscape of mountains made of corpses and seas of blood, a battlefield, horrifically brutal, littered with shattered bodies, though Su Xingchen fancied himself the most talented under heaven. He was unprepared for such a scene. He was taken aback. After a lengthy pause, he finally regained his composure, steadying his mind and urging his thoughts to flow once more, seeking to restore his tranquility. He spoke in a low voice. My lord, you previously mentioned. Did I? Today, I have just emerged from the literary assembly. Upon entering the tavern, I discovered a figure stealthily trailing behind me, who followed me into the private room and attempted to approach me with the sinister intent of assassination. I discerned this plot immediately. Throughout this encounter, I have merely been interrogating you, and my loyalty to His Majesty is unwavering, declared Xia Chen, his demeanor resolute as he stood in the private room, bowing respectfully toward the palace. Su Xingchen gazed in astonishment. I can attest that my young master was solely engaged in questioning you, while you not only possess a dubious identity, but have also uttered seditious remarks. Xia Qian, who had been standing at the door, interjected, causing Su Xingchen's heart to plummet. Today, he had truly witnessed the nature of power, the art of deception, and how the black can be construed as white. Today, Su Xingchen acknowledged his defeat. You are an astute individual. I trust you will make the right judgment. I hope to see your presence in the magistrate's office tomorrow morning, rather than sending my orders to pursue you, Xia Chen stated, taking a sip of his drink, his expression calm and unyielding, radiating an imposing authority that instilled fear. When Su Xingchen first encountered the Emperor Taizu, he was immediately struck by the ruler's benevolence and profound wisdom. He knelt before Taizu and expressed his desire to assist in his endeavors, even as a mere scribe, with no grievances, only wishing to serve by his side to learn. Taizu, recognizing his sincerity and determination, nodded in agreement. History of Xia, Volume 3, Biography of Su Xingchen, Chapter 70. A dazzling era of prodigies like the stars. Su Xingchen departed, his spirit shattered. He wandered the streets, yet it seemed as though he had lost his very soul. The man, once known for his wisdom and rationality, found his thoughts entangled in a chaotic web. His mind echoed with the emotionless voice of Xia Chen, proclaiming the annihilation of 9 clans, such a grave sentence. Su Xingchen never anticipated that a single misstep could lead to such disaster. Xia Chen, who was reputed to be gentle and approachable, devoid of any airs of nobility, had been perceived by Su Xingchen in the same light, prompting him to boldly approach the man for closer observation. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered the depths of Xia Chen's treachery. The man turned hostile without a moment's hesitation. The thought of being ensnared by this cunning individual filled Su Xingchen with despair. His aspirations of becoming a prime minister seemed to fade away, leaving him destined to become nothing more than a mere pawn of the court, a lowly clerk holding a lantern of cultural knowledge. In the Great Wu dynasty, clerks were looked down upon by officials. To become one was to acquire a tarnished legacy. Contemplating this fate, Su Xingqian found himself yearning for a tree and a rope to escape this torment. However, as this dark thought surfaced, he quickly shook his head. Su Xingqian, oh Su Xingqian, how foolish it is to consider oneself extraordinary while harboring such fragility within. When faced with adversity, how can one resort to thoughts of death as a means of evasion? This calamity befell you precisely because you underestimated the might of the world's heroes and allowed arrogance to cloud your judgment, leading to such a profound loss. Moreover, that Xia demon is undoubtedly a ruthless character. He would not spare your family, and should you perish, they would be left vulnerable to baseless accusations. A true man cannot bear such a lack of responsibility. Even if life becomes a mere struggle for survival, one must endure with the tenacity of wild grass. For nothing should be able to bring you down. Rally yourself, Su Xingqian. With a mind brimming with tumultuous thoughts, Su Xingqian clenched his fists, motivating himself. Though his stance appeared rather comical. Ha ha ha, father, look at how amusing this uncle is. In our school, if someone fails to recite a lesson, and the teacher punishes them, the teacher encourages us just like this. It seems this uncle, too, must have been punished for not reciting. A child by the street, holding a candied hawthorn, innocently pointed and laughed at the spirited Su Xingqian. Xiaoji, how could you be so rude? Quickly apologized to this uncle. The child's father reprimanded him, then turned to Su Xingqian to express his apologies. The child, merely 7 years old and named Song Ji, hailed from an ordinary family in the capital. Children speak without restraint. It's nothing. Su Xingqian waved his hand, glancing at the innocent Song Ji with a smile before turning to leave. In the private room of a tavern, young master, what is it about Su Xingqian that makes you go to such lengths and expend so much effort to bring him close? Xia Qian inquired as he took a seat at the table, now devoid of outsiders. He could not contain his curiosity, having witnessed the earlier scene unfold. While Su Xingqian believed that Xia Qian was attempting to embarrass him, Xia Qian understood that Xia Qian held this Su Xingqian in high regard. Even if he did not actively bring him forth, Su Xingqian would inevitably find himself ensnared, for Xia Qian had already set his sights on him. This individual possesses exceptional talent and the demeanor of a prime minister, Xia Qian replied calmly. Ah, that seems implausible. He appears rather ordinary to me. And at just over 20 years old, he is merely a scholar with a degree. Surely there are countless students at the Imperial Academy who surpass him. Xia Qian expressed his disbelief, observing his master, who merely smiled and offered no further response. This left Xia Qian in deep contemplation. His master had never before lavished such praise upon anyone. What talents could Su Xingqian possibly possess? How does he compare to Prime Minister Lin? Xia Qian hesitantly asked, but immediately regretted his question, realizing it was rather foolish. Who was Prime Minister Lin? He had wielded power for over 20 years, remaining steadfast despite the emperor's suspicions, which had never led to his downfall. Furthermore, when did Prime Minister Lin become a standard by which the talents of the realm were measured? At that moment, Xia Qian's voice broke the silence. Prime Minister Lin's abilities are indeed remarkable. He ranks among the top 10 in the illustrious 800 years of our great Wu dynasty. Although the realm suffers from numerous flaws, these are not the fault of Prime Minister Lin, but rather the emperor's. Had he not been at the helm for the past 2 decades, amidst years of warfare, our dynasty might have crumbled from within, presenting a far grimmer picture than the current prosperity. However, Lin is still not on par with Su Xingqian. Xia Qian's voice remained steady, and the room fell into silence, while the bustling diners in the main hall continued their lively feasting, oblivious to the critique of Prime Minister Lin taking place within the confines of the small private room. They would never fathom that the bastion of their nation, in Xia Qian's eyes, paled in comparison to an inconspicuous scholar from the Imperial Academy. Xia Qian swallowed hard, awestruck by Xia Qian's assertion. Though he still found it difficult to believe in Su Xingqian's exceptional abilities, he had faith in his master. If his master believed in him, then that was enough. Xia Qian then raised his gaze towards the sky beyond the paper window. While Lin Hanpu indeed possessed great talent, ranking among the top 10 in the annals of our 800-year history, Su Xingqian could very well place within the top 3, even contend for the foremost position. He is a prodigious talent, whose intellect could have etched a magnificent chapter in the annals of history. However, a tumultuous era is on the horizon. A time of unprecedented unity is approaching, and following this grand unification, an age of golden prosperity will sweep forth. Countless heroes will emerge, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, each taking the stage in history. Exceptional individuals, even those of unparalleled brilliance, will appear, Yet they may pale in comparison to the extraordinary luminaries of the future in an era that has never been witnessed before. Send someone to keep a close watch on him. We cannot allow him to escape under the cover of night, Xia Chen remarked, pulling his thoughts back to the present. Addressing Xia Qian, understood. I shall personally see to this matter tonight. However, young master, he should be a clever man, aware that we hold his fate in our hands. Even if he attempts to flee, with our lantern bearers, where could he possibly go? It is precisely because he is a clever individual that we must guard against him playing by unconventional rules. Scholars often harbor the most intricate thoughts. Thus, we must exercise caution. Xia Chen was prudent, not allowing himself to become overly confident or arrogant. Su Xingchen was the first extraordinary individual he had encountered, and he regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. Though this person may not presently submit to him or willingly offer his services, what of it? First, he must be brought into their fold, even if his heart cannot be one. Securing his presence is paramount. Chapter 71, The Celestial Master's Residence. During the midday meal, Xia Chen savored his food with great delight and satisfaction. Meanwhile, the literary gathering hosted by Yao Guang had come to an end. As the attendees departed, Yao Guang remained in the grand hall, holding a piece of paper inscribed with a poem, its words graceful and its essence profound, authored by Xia Chen earlier. Yao Guang gazed at the poem, lost in thought for an extended period. Xian Junzi held a gourd filled with wine, all of which he had procured from the princess's residence. It must be said that the beverages there were of the finest quality, much to his liking. Though he appeared to be somewhat inebriated, he navigated the busy streets without colliding with anyone. In fact, his steps were light and swift, leaving those around him largely unaware of his presence. He seemed to meld into the very fabric of the atmosphere, yet he was undeniably there, not vanished, but rather overlooked by passers-by. At that moment, he appeared to be one with the Tao, in a state that was quite extraordinary. He strolled along the main thoroughfare heading east, ultimately arriving before an imposing palace. The edifice sprawled extensively, and more notably, a magnificent tower loomed within its confines. It soared 9 stories high, presenting a striking visual sensation as though it were reaching for the heavens. This was none other than the revered sanctuary of Taoism, the Celestial Master's residence. Within its walls resided the foremost 5 masters of the highest realm. The unparalleled Old Celestial Master. Uncle Master, you have returned. Xian Junzi entered the Celestial Master's residence, greeted by numerous disciples along his path. He held a significant standing within the residence, being one of the leading figures among the second-generation disciples, though he was not directly taught by the Old Celestial Master. The residence was divided into 3 main lineages. Where is the Old Celestial Master? As Xian Junzi traversed the Grand Hall, he finally reached the base of the 9-story tower. Uncle Master, the Grand Master is upstairs basking in the sun. A plump, rotund youth, who had been preoccupied with his work, perked up upon hearing Xian Junzi's voice. Good. Xian Junzi nodded, preparing to ascend the stairs when he noticed the boy's handiwork and inquired, "What are you working on?" "Ah, Uncle Master. Recently, my alchemical studies have nearly reached fruition. I intend to create a remarkable artifact through alchemy. All things that grow naturally possess a spirit. Yet creations born of human hands are devoid of that essence. Thus, I have fashioned a wooden figure, intending to imbue it with spiritual essence through alchemy, transforming it into a true being." The chubby boy, Mo Ban, eagerly explained to Xian Junzi upon hearing the inquiry. To imbue the wooden figure with spirit? To bring it to life? Xian Junzi was momentarily taken aback. Although he was aware of the young man's profound obsession with the art of divine craftsmanship and his unparalleled talent in this domain, so much so that even the venerable Celestial Master held him in high regard, transforming a wooden figure into a true human seemed rather far-fetched. Endowing all things with spirit was a skill reserved for the Creator, the very Tao they often spoke of. What could be the outcome? Despite his skepticism, Xian Junzi chose not to discourage the boy. Instead, he inquired with great interest. As anticipated, Mo Ban's expression grew despondent. "I have failed. I have conducted several experiments. Yet I could only temporarily imbue the wooden figure with a semblance of spirit. That hardly constitutes true endowment. It merely means I manipulated the wooden figure with my techniques. Once I cease to infuse it with my energy, it instantly reverts to being an ordinary piece of wood." Mo Ban hung his head in disappointment, realizing how challenging this art of spirit endowment truly was. "Thus, I am now attempting to reduce the size of the wooden figure. I am also exploring various other materials, such as jade, stone, and exotic metals, while further minimizing their dimensions. Perhaps this approach will lead to success. Mo Ban's spirits were quickly revitalized. His gaze intensely fixed upon the small jade figure in his hands. I shall strive onward. I am off to seek the celestial master. Xianjunzi offered a word of encouragement to the boy before hastily turning away. In part, he genuinely had matters to discuss with the celestial master. In another, he wished to avoid Mo Ban's incessant explanations of the fantastical ideas swirling in his mind, which often left Xianjunzi feeling overwhelmed. Mo Ban paid no heed to Xianjunzi, his entire focus devoted to the small figure he held. As Xianjunzi ascended to the third floor, he encountered a woman clad in garments as white as snow. Her cascading hair resembled a waterfall, her countenance exuded an ethereal beauty, her eyes glimmered like cold stars, and her brows arched like distant mountains, betraying a sense of indifference. Her slender form moved with a grace that seemed detached from the mundane world, as if she were a celestial being amidst frost and flowers, captivating yet dauntingly distant. Murong Yuyan was her name, a prodigy with an innate constitution for the Tao. Naturally inclined towards it but emotionally deficient, her 7 sentiments yet to awaken. Junior sister, Xianjunzi called out as he halted in his tracks upon seeing her. Senior brother. She nodded slightly in response, her face remaining expressionless, akin to a glacier. Xianjunzi had grown accustomed to this demeanor, knowing that her aloofness was simply her nature. Murong Yuyan was the cherished disciple of the celestial master. Without further ado, Xianjunzi prepared to ascend the staircase, his mind swirling with numerous questions that required the wisdom of the celestial master. Yet, just as he was about to depart, he paused again, turning to gaze at Murong Yuyan. Junior sister, have you broken through to the 4th rank? I just achieved it this morning, she replied with a cool detachment, her words succinct and devoid of earthly warmth. It was precisely because her breakthrough had occurred so recently that Xianjunzi noticed it. Even someone as composed as he felt a slight ripple in his heart at this revelation. The talent possessed by this junior sister is truly astonishing. Having just turned 18 this year, she has already broken through to the 4th rank. Such a terrifying gift explains why the Grand Master took her as a disciple. One can only imagine that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Heavenly Master's residence will soon welcome a 3rd-rank sage in her 20s. Zhuan Zinzi departed, continuing his ascent. He felt a slight pang of disappointment, but it lasted only a moment. He quickly regained his composure, his heart steady. He has his own path to follow. Grand Master Xuanzhen has come to pay his respects. Arriving at the 9th level, he found himself in an open-air tower, where the cerulean sky was visible. At night, the Grand Master would observe the stars from this very place, contemplating the principles of the universe and seeking opportunities to transcend the 1st rank. Zhuan Zinzi's voice was not loud, yet he knew the Grand Master could certainly hear him. With the Grand Master's extraordinary abilities, the moment he entered the star-gathering tower, he had already stepped into the Grand Master's domain. This was why the guards were not particularly strict along his way. The Grand Master fears no assassination attempts. Those who are unaware of their own limitations and dare to plot against the Grand Master will have the fortune of learning why the 1st rank is deemed a myth among mortals. Chapter 72. Cultivating Destiny for the Dynasty, Cultivating Virtue for the Sacred Land. Come in. The ethereal voice of the old celestial master resonated in the ears of Xianjunzi. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly figure with flowing black hair, a ruddy complexion, and skin that gleamed with the vitality of youth, resembling that of an infant. This venerable man appeared to be merely in his 50s or 60s, yet Xianjunzi was well aware that the old celestial master had surpassed 100 years of age. Old celestial master, I find myself perplexed, and thus I have come to seek your wisdom. Xianjunzi bowed respectfully. Even you harbor doubts? It seems you have truly encountered a formidable conundrum. Speak, and let me hear your thoughts. The old celestial master reclined in a rocking chair, dressed simply, squinting in the sunlight, with tea at his side, exuding an air of leisure akin to an ordinary elder. Today, at a literary gathering, I encountered a young man. In a moment of hazy reverie, I perceived a surge of violet energy emanating from behind him, where a colossal 9-clawed divine dragon resided, its head unseen, stretching across unfathomable distances. Yet, upon closer inspection, all vanished as if it were merely a figment of my inebriation, though I seldom succumb to intoxication. Xianjunzi recounted, still shaken by the memory, carefully articulating his thoughts. More critically, I could not discern the young man's visage. Every individual possesses a destiny, a fate, and their countenance reflects these elements. My inability to perceive this suggests he may lack a destiny or fate altogether. The old celestial master, who had been squinting seemingly at ease like an elder basking in the sun, abruptly opened his eyes upon hearing Xian Jinzi's words. What a pair of eyes they were! Seemingly containing the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, profoundly intricate, as if the grand Tao were in motion. What is the name of this young man? Replying to the old celestial master, his name is Xiaqin. Xian Jinzi responded earnestly. Is he not the one from the East Town Marquis Mansion, who has become a prince consort and recently assumed command of the Eagle Eye Division? Indeed, old celestial master. Xian Jinzi nodded. The old celestial master, possessing celestial prowess that intertwined with the fate of the great Wu dynasty, was not detached from worldly affairs. Rather, he was well informed about the political landscape of the capital, though he generally refrained from intervening, allowing events to unfold naturally. I have calculated his destiny. He possesses an average disposition. However, his engagement to Yao Guang poses a significant challenge, as her fortune is overwhelmingly potent. This is not favorable for him, as he lacks the destiny to bear such fortune, thus foreboding an early demise. The old celestial master spoke slowly, having calculated the fate of Yao Guang's intended after the emperor bestowed the marriage. Then why can I not discern even a trace of his countenance? Xian Jinzi queried, perplexed, believing himself not inferior to the old celestial master in the realm of physiognomy. The old celestial master fell silent, fully aware of Xian Jinzi's proficiency in this art. I shall cast another divination. He rose from the rocking chair, resembling a gentle elder, devoid of any overwhelming presence. After a moment, the old celestial master furrowed his brow slightly, then grasped the tortoise shell once more to divine. Astonishingly, not a single hexagram could reveal his destiny. Every one failed to manifest. The venerable celestial master murmured to himself, while Xian Jinzi, standing behind him, beheld the scene with a heart unsettled. Even the celestial master could not discern the outcome. The master attempted another divination. This marked the third attempt. Yet, the moment he cast the tortoise shell into the air, it had scarcely touched the ground when it erupted in a burst of intricate script, shattering in the void. Unable to divine, unable to perceive, though grounded in the present, it remained unfathomable across the annals of time. This was a variable, heralding a shift in celestial secrets. The celestial master's complexion turned pale, his inner tranquility wavering. What troubles you, master? Xian Jinzi asked, his pupils constricting sharply, for the celestial master's tortoise shell had exploded. An unprecedented occurrence. This individual bears significant karmic ties. He is a variable, and the future has already undergone a transformation. I am unable to glimpse the celestial secrets. Once the celestial master regained his composure, he spoke with grave earnestness. Xian Jinzi, I am astounded. Even one of such stature as I, the terrestrial immortal, cannot fathom Xiaqin. In this world, there are only two individuals whose roots elude my understanding, their futures obscured. One is Yao Guang, and now another is Xiaqin. Curiously, these two even share a bond of destiny. What is more perplexing is that, even with Yao Guang, I can vaguely perceive a fragment through the mists, recognizing her as one favored by fortune, destined for greatness. Though she remains a princess, she carries a portion of the grand destiny of the great martial kingdom. She may one day become the first woman in history to unify the realm, bringing an end to the chaos of the past and present. Yet, as for her husband, Xiaqin, I can discern nothing. The celestial master's tone was exceedingly solemn. Xian Jinzi felt a mix of astonishment and relief. Astonished that even the celestial master could not see through Xiaqin, but relieved to realize that it was not due to his own inadequacies, but rather the peculiarity of Xiaqin's destiny. A person's fate is determined the moment they are born. To defy destiny is an arduous endeavor. There are numerous elements that shape one's fate: life, fortune, environment, merit, education, career, spouse, noble associations, and health. Among these, environmental factors and merit can slightly alter one's destiny, yet such feats are exceedingly rare, contingent upon whether one's inherent fate can bear the change. Beyond this, to alter a person's fate requires. The celestial master's words faltered momentarily, and Xian Jinzi, engrossed in the moment, hastily interjected, Master, what other methods exist to change one's destiny? Fortune. The celestial master gazed into the distance, his eyes deep as the sky itself. Fortune, often referred to as the fate of a nation, is chronicled in ancient texts. In primordial times, this world indeed boasted terrestrial deities, beings of myriad forms, including humans, demons, Buddhas, immortals, and sorcerers, alongside an array of extraordinary entities, immensely powerful and abundantly flourishing. Yet, one fateful day, our realm became desolate. We faced defeat, with some succumbing to old age while others ventured into distant lands. Xian Jinzi listened, his heart filled with yearning, unable to quell the tumult within. He understood that this knowledge must stem from the core teachings of the Celestial Master's abode. Were it not for Xia Chun, he would remain oblivious to these clandestine revelations. In those times, formidable dynasties thrived alongside renowned sanctuaries for cultivation, where sects accrued merit while dynasties harnessed the power of fate. The force of fortune is profoundly enigmatic. It could appoint divine officials and enjoy the reverence of the realm. The entire court, both civil and military officials, could bind their fates to the dynasty's fortune through their positions. With the augmentation of this power, even those with the most humble roots could outpace their peers in cultivation by tenfold or even 100-fold. To fundamentally alter one's destiny, only the vast force of fortune could suffice, and it must be of considerable magnitude. The old celestial master turned to gaze at Xian Jinzi, a smile gracing his lips. A vast force of fortune? Xian Jinzi pondered. Are you implying that Xia Chun has acquired such immense fortune, thus defying fate? Yet, as far as I am aware, in this world, the forces of fortune are finite, divided among the Great Wu and the Great Fengqing nations. From where could he have obtained it? Xian Jinzi inquired, his confusion palpable. Chapter 73, The Pinnacle of the Age. The power of luck in the world is finite and closely related to the strength of a nation. When the populace is healthy, the economy thrives, the military is formidable, and exceptional individuals emerge, the resulting aura of fortune becomes increasingly potent. In essence, this is directly proportional to the comprehensive strength of a nation. Entities such as the Celestial Master's mansion and the Tianlong Temple to the west of the capital, though they refrain from meddling in worldly affairs, are willing to assist the Great Wu dynasty in safeguarding the realm, as they can partake in a fraction of this aura of fortune. Given the significance of this power, even the most eminent individuals must engage in the secular realm to contend for it. Xian Jinzi was filled with profound curiosity regarding the source of Xia Chun's fortune. Even if one alters their fate, certain truths should still be discernible. The venerable celestial master spoke slowly. Xia Chun harbors great secrets. He may possess an item that obscures the heavenly mechanism, yet I sense he embodies an unpredictable variable, a missing piece. A brilliant light erupted in the eyes of the celestial master as he stood atop the star-picking tower, gazing into the heart of the capital as if attempting to pierce through the void to locate Xia Chun. A missing piece? The Tao of Heaven encompasses 50. The Great Evolution encompasses 49. Humanity is but one among many, and all things in the world have a predetermined fate. Yet, it is precisely because there exists a missing piece that destiny holds the potential for change. The venerable celestial master's voice resonated like the sound of the great Tao, and Xian Jinzi listened intently to his teachings. You previously mentioned that in a fleeting moment, you beheld a 9-clawed golden dragon of fortune stretching across the boundless sky. Accompanied by ascending purple chi, the celestial master turned to gaze at Xian Jinzi, who knelt before him. Indeed, when I focused my gaze, it seemed as though I had merely been seeing things. You are an expert in physiognomy, having reached the pinnacle in this domain. At that moment, imbibing wine, your spirit was remarkably unencumbered, merging with the great Tao, which likely allowed you to glimpse that obscured fragment. Xian Jinzi was taken aback by the celestial master's words. Yet such a vision signifies the countenance of an emperor. I have seen his majesty and could only discern half a zhang of purple qi and 3 zhang of fortune emanating from him. Unable to restrain himself, Xian Jinzi spoke, recalling Taoist texts that described the true dragon of fortune as a manifestation of the amalgamation of fortune and national power. Only an emperor, with 10 zhang of accumulated fortune behind him, could potentially transform into a golden dragon of fortune. Upon hearing Xian Jinzi's words, the celestial master fell into silence, for he, too, could not provide an explanation. Xian Jinzi continued, You have stated that Yao Wang's fate is exceptionally unique. At her birth, she was naturally accompanied by 10 zhang of purple qi, and our Great Wu's national fortune has autonomously converged within her. She may one day surpass all emperors of past and present, achieving an unparalleled enterprise and unifying the realm, thereby consolidating the world's fortune into our Great Wu, ultimately manifesting the true dragon of fortune. At that time, with this grand unified fortune, you might even break through the constraints of the Tao of Heaven and step into the legendary realm of the extraordinary. Xian Jinzi's tone grew increasingly grave. However, with the emergence of this unpredictable variable, Will it affect your grand design, esteemed celestial master? Should we seize this moment while he remains vulnerable and rectify this variable? As Xian Jinzi spoke, his tone was laden with a chilling gravity. When Yao Guang was born, a mystical purple aura enveloped the entire capital, and the resplendent purple clouds floating across the sky compelled the populace to kneel in reverence. At that time, the entire court of civil and military officials believed it to be an omen of victory in the Southern Frontier Campaign, a celestial phenomenon heralding that the current sovereign's achievements were worthy of comparison to the ancient sage kings. The emperor, overjoyed, decreed a grand amnesty. Yet, Xian Jinzi understood that this celestial sign was a consequence of Yao Guang's birth. He was profoundly astonished. For such a magnificent spectacle, a purple mist enveloping the capital was unprecedented even for those sovereigns of great destiny and imperial fate throughout history. Xian Jinzi's awareness stemmed from the discovery made by the old celestial master, who, recognizing his expertise in physiognomy, had secretly brought him into the palace to conceal the newly born Yao Guang's features, preventing others from discerning her presence. If uncertainties were so readily amendable, they would not be uncertainties at all. If you were to intervene personally, as a first-rate powerhouse, who could possibly stand in your way? Aside from the 4 other first-rate beings in existence? Xian Jinzi spoke earnestly, harboring immense confidence in the old celestial master's prowess. Who can claim absolute certainty in the face of uncertainties? Moreover, who can ascertain that no other first-rate beings have taken note of this Yaqin? The old celestial master laughed heartily, his aura serene, reminiscent of a kind elder. Yet, Xian Jinzi knew that the old master was not one to show leniency. In his youth, the old celestial master had ventured alone with the Xuanwu sword into the eastern wasteland, vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits. The old celestial master mentioned. Long Shu presiding. Xian Jinzi's expression shifted. Long Shu was the contemporary leader of Buddhism, the foremost figure in the Central Plains. He could not help but recall the literary gathering, where Master Tianhai had approached Xia Chen for conversation. Were they merely engaged in casual discourse? I cannot say. The affairs of the world are endlessly intricate, and as an ordinary person, how can I claim to comprehend it all? The old celestial master chuckled candidly. Casting a glance at the distant horizon, where the azure sky met white clouds, and a gentle breeze stirred, he continued with a smile. There is no need to harbor thoughts of violence. Since uncertainties exist, there must be a reason for their presence. The future is inherently unpredictable, and no one can accurately foresee what lies ahead. Even I cannot truly penetrate the depths of understanding. The emergence of uncertainties does not necessarily herald misfortune. Perhaps, precisely because of these uncertainties, we may encounter unforeseen gains, such as the way. In the grand scheme of destiny, we are but mere mortals, unable to contend with the heavens. Let all things flow naturally. The old celestial master stood at the forefront, unencumbered by barriers, poised to take a step that could lead to his fall. Yet, it was evident that Xian Jinzi bore no concern for the old master's safety. He gazed at him, sensing an ethereal aura surrounding him, a harmony with the cosmos, enveloped in a profound and mystical resonance of the Tao. With a sigh, Zhuan Zinzi reflected on the chasm that lay between him and the Grand Master, not merely in terms of realms, but also in mindset and understanding of the Tao. Since this encounter was ordained, it may signify a fateful connection between you and him. Endeavor to engage without ulterior motives. Allow everything to unfold naturally. Much like one would with Yao Guang. Today, a seed is sown, which may one day take root and flourish. I shall seek an opportunity to personally meet this young man and discern the mysteries he possesses. The Grand Master stood with his back to Zhuan Zinzi. Akin to turning away from the multitude, his entire being poised to merge with the Tao, his aura elusive. Indeed, Zhuan Zinzi bowed his head in respect. And when he raised it again, he found himself standing before the star-picking tower on the first floor. The magical art of the Master's residence. The stars shift and rotate. Chapter 74. The Idol of Scholars and the Troubles Brought by Exceptional Talent. During a conversation between Xian Jinzi and the venerable Taoist master, the occurrences at the literary gathering gradually spread throughout the capital. Did Prince Consort Xia Chen attend? Has he composed poetry, and how did he perform? Just a few days ago, there were whispers suggesting he was the prodigy among scholars. This was indeed a grand banquet, and many students were eager to scrutinize whether Xia Chen possessed genuine talent and knowledge. In the afternoon, the tea house was bustling with patrons enjoying their tea, and a curious crowd surrounded a student returning from the literary assembly at the Imperial Academy. However, this student appeared somewhat unsettled, hesitating to respond. What is the matter? Shaoli, we are your uncles, having watched you grow since childhood. We even subsidized your studies when you entered the Imperial Academy. Now that you've achieved the title of a Jinshi and participated in the Princess's literary gathering, do you look down upon us and refuse to converse? An elder, noticing the prolonged silence, expressed his frustration. Uncle Chen, do not press Li Zheng. At that moment, another student clad in scholarly robes entered the tea house. What has transpired? He inquired with a smile. The crowd, sensing the tension, questioned him. Haha, Li Zheng confronted Prince Consort Xia Chen today alongside several fellow students from the Imperial Academy, publicly compelling him to compose poetry. I cannot fathom what possessed him. Regardless of whether he possesses true talent, he is a prince, a scion of nobility, currently holding a high-ranking position as the director of Lantern Bearers. How could we, mere commoners, dare to offend him? Yet, Li Zheng foolishly charged forward, attempting to challenge him. And I could not dissuade him. Zhang Zhongyong remarked, shaking his head. Had it not been for our shared childhood in the same alley, I would not have spoken so much. Yet, Li Zheng, rather than showing gratitude, accused me of hindering his chance to gain fame in the capital and even threatened to sever ties with me. In these times, being a good person seems to yield no reward. With a sigh, Zhang Zhongyong addressed the attentive neighbors around him, his tone tinged with helplessness. If only he had managed to embarrass Xia Chen publicly, it would have sufficed. However, Xia Chen, clearly not to be trifled with, reprimanded them for their obsession with poetry while neglecting national affairs, failing to pursue their studies earnestly, and always seeking shortcuts. In the end, he composed a poem in front of everyone to express his ambitions, leaving the audience utterly astounded. Zhang Zhongyong laughed heartily, while Li Zheng wore an expression of deep shame. That poem was exceptional. Henceforth, I doubt anyone would dare to claim Xia Chen lacked knowledge or literary flair. This was true renown in the capital. Zhang Zhongyong exclaimed with exuberance, his demeanor brimming with confidence, deeply admiring the essence of Xia Chen's poetry. Once again, Xia Chen ascended to the headlines of the capital, becoming a topic of lively discussion among the people during their leisure. Among the various discussions, the most fervent focus has undoubtedly been on the poem he composed, particularly the last two lines. Only to die on the battlefield for the nation, why must one be wrapped in horsehide to return? This sentiment has stirred many hearts and ignited aspirations. Director Xia's words ring true. Poetry and literature are but minor paths throughout history. Which chancellor has governed a nation through verse? It is the practical that uplifts a country. In these turbulent times, when the world is far from stable and the northwestern borders threaten to erupt into war at any moment, what we require are capable ministers, not so-called literary giants. Why has the northern Great Fontian seen a decline in national strength over the years? It is precisely because the entire nation has exalted literary pursuits. There, scholars indulge in revelry and leisurely pastimes, blissfully indifferent to the nation's affairs. With such prevailing attitudes, how can a formidable military be forged? Therefore, I can assert that if the northern Great Fontian continues on this trajectory, it will inevitably be consumed by our Great Wu within 50 years. Our Great Wu must not follow in the footsteps of the northern Great Fontian, and we must remain vigilant against the corrosive influence of poetry on the minds of the people. A student stood at the entrance of the Imperial Academy, passionately proclaiming his views, surrounded by many fellow scholars who nodded in agreement. One must study the classics of the sages, but also the strategies of statecraft. However, one must not squander energy on poetry. No chancellor has ever attained their position through verse. It has always been through action. In that moment, Xia Chen's name resonated throughout the circles of scholars at the Imperial Academy, with many adopting his lines, only to die on the battlefield for the nation. Why must one be wrapped in horsehide to return? As their motto, believing that a true man should be loyal to his country, even to the point of sacrificing himself in battle. Some even contemplated enlisting in the military. These developments were unforeseen by Xia Chen, who had returned to his courtyard, where a young boy sat before him. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, yet his face was exceedingly youthful. What brings you here? Third brother. I have come to pledge my service to you, Xiaowen exclaimed, sitting on a stool, his expression animated, glancing about restlessly. You wish to serve me? Xiachen replied, unable to suppress a smile, just as Bihuan personally brought in tea for both Xiachen and Xiaowen. Indeed, if Sister Bihuan can do it with you, why can't I? Xiaowen said, taking the tea with a smile, while Bihuan felt a tinge of shyness at his words. This won't do. You are too young. Besides, does third uncle know about this? Xiaochen shook his head, recalling that this year, Xiaowen had not yet turned 12. But I have already broken through to the 8th grade refinement realm. According to the family rules, I can enter society. Xiaowen immediately stood up from the stool. Speaking earnestly, you have advanced to the refinement realm so quickly? Xiaochen was taken aback, reflecting on the prodigious talent of this boy. In comparison, he himself had not broken through to the 8th grade refinement realm until the age of 17, a rather mediocre achievement among the noble families. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Brother San. Had it not been for his refinement of the fundamental sword techniques, my breakthrough would not have come so swiftly and effortlessly. Xiaowen scratched his head, a simple smile adorning his face as he recounted the events to Xiaochen. Originally, following the conventional pace of cultivation, it would have taken me at least 2 to 5 months to achieve a breakthrough. However, my uncle, Xiaoqian, personally taught me a sword technique known as the Shouyang Pa Mo Dao, a method capable of harnessing the energies of heaven and earth to temper the body. Consequently, I accomplished this feat in merely 1 month. Initially, I aspired to join the Imperial Guard, but they deemed me too young. I then considered enlisting in the border army. Yet both my uncle and father vehemently opposed this notion. Thus, I resolved to seek refuge with you, Brother San. Xiaowen's excitement was palpable. Xia Qian and his father, Xia Han, had intended for him to remain at home to hone his martial skills, ideally achieving a breakthrough to the 7th or even 6th rank before venturing out. By then, Xiaowen would be older, allowing them to feel more at ease. Yet, Xiaowen was determined, having finally reached the 8th rank. He yearned to explore the outside world. Even if it meant merely staying in the capital, he was disinclined to endure the monotony of the Marquis's residence any longer. Xiaochen regarded the youthful boy before him and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the burden that accompanies such extraordinary talent? If Xiaowen had broken through the 8th rank at around 14, his parents would not have been so concerned about his departure from home. But at 11, who wouldn't worry? After all, he is still just a child. Chapter 75, Xiaohan. In the hall, Xiaowen surveyed the surroundings and noticed that Bai Zhu had already exited. He then spoke in a hushed tone. I am certain that the rumors about third brother falling out with the family are unfounded. Although third brother tends to be somewhat inconspicuous at home, both uncle and aunt treat you exceptionally well. All those external speculations are mere fabrications. Xiaowen lowered his voice, his youthful face reflecting earnestness. Uncle has indeed threatened to expunge my name from the family registry. How could that be false? Xiaochun cast a sidelong glance at Xiaowen. Although he verbally dismissed the notion, he silently admired the boy. Despite his youth and seemingly reckless demeanor, he did not appear to be foolish. While I am unaware of the underlying circumstances, it seems that both third brother and uncle have their reasons for acting as they do, he remarked. Scratching his head, Xiaowen chuckled. Moreover, I informed my father of my intention to join you. Though he vocally opposed it, he nonetheless dispatched 3 family guards to accompany me. Isn't that a clear indication of his tacit approval? Xiaochun was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Had Xiaowen's decision to seek refuge with him been sanctioned by his uncle, Xia Han? What events had transpired in the family recently? After a brief contemplation, Xiaochen inquired, has anything significant occurred? Not particularly, Xiaowen replied, but a couple of days ago, while in my father's courtyard, I overheard him conversing with my mother while inebriated. I faintly caught wind of my father mentioning a vacancy for a deputy minister in the Ministry of Rights, a position that was originally his. The Ministry of Personnel had already submitted the documents to the cabinet, yet they were ultimately rejected on the grounds that my father was deemed too young and required further tempering. In the end, that position was awarded to a distinguished scholar from Bailu Academy. Xiaowen lowered his head, his mood visibly dampened. He had witnessed his father inebriated for the first time, an image that left a lasting impression on him. Hearing this, Xiaochen fell into a contemplative silence. The image of his uncle, Xia Han, surfacing in his mind. Dapper and refined, with an air of a true gentleman, he always greeted the younger generation with a smile, never differentiating between them based on talent or lineage. The Xia family wielded considerable military power, and his uncle's scholarly pursuits in governance had already treaded on sensitive ground, especially given his political acumen. With the upcoming imperial examination, the Ministry of Rights played a pivotal role, making the deputy minister's position all the more significant. If his uncle were to assume that role, even if he were not the chief examiner for this session, he would effectively be regarded as a mentor to the candidates. Xiaochen sighed, glancing at Xiaowen, and spoke solemnly. I understand now. It is the emperor who harbors apprehensions toward our Xia family. He fears my father's potential to cultivate a faction and worries that we might extend our influence into the civil service. In that case, with our military power consolidated and scholars in our service, he fears that his grand martial empire would be rendered unstable. Xiaowen set down his teacup and rose to his feet, his youthful visage etched with an air of coldness. Xia Chen was taken aback by his younger brother's audacity. It appeared reckless at first glance, yet beneath that exterior lay a remarkable intellect, a person of considerable wisdom. Perhaps his father's choice of the name Xia Wen was not in vain, for this younger sibling undoubtedly inherited his father's political acumen. He was truly a paragon among the future generations of the Xia family, second only to his elder brother Xia Hao. Though only 11 years of age, he had already showcased extraordinary qualities. More importantly, he harbored no fondness for the grand martial authority, particularly towards the monarch. Indeed, he was a talent worthy of cultivation. All blessings and decrees come from the emperor, Xia Chen remarked calmly as he regarded Xiaowen. I understand, third brother. I shall not voice such sentiments outside. Our Xia family is, of course, unwaveringly loyal to His Majesty, Xiaowen said with a grin, raising his gaze to meet Xia Chen's eyes. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Stay with me, make my abode your own. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the lantern bearers and arrange for you to have a role by my side as an attendant, Xia Chen proposed. Certainly. I have heard that third brother has ascended to the rank of a fourth-grade official and now oversees the lantern bearers' Eagle Eye division. Your reputation has grown immensely. My father has been in the bureaucratic realm for over a decade and has only just reached the fourth grade, Xiaowen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Despite his precocious wisdom, he was still just a child of 11. Bai Zhu entered promptly, guiding Xiaowen to the side courtyard to make arrangements for him. Meanwhile, Xia Chen remained seated, lost in contemplation. His uncle, Xia Han, had achieved the highest honors in the imperial examination at the tender age of 22, and at 36. He had risen to the rank of a fourth-grade official. With both background and capability, it was impressive that he had attained this position in just 14 years. Yet, in comparison to his uncle, such progress seemed merely average, even sluggish. This situation was decidedly amiss. His uncle had studied at the prestigious Bailu Academy in his youth, earning accolades from the current headmaster, Mr. Qi, which attested to his scholarly talents. The memorial submitted was rejected by the cabinet on the grounds of youth, offering no mention of inadequacy in qualifications or abilities. Although the Vice Minister of Rights held considerable influence, he was merely in a third-grade position, not the top post of minister. What merit was there in being deemed too young? Xia Chen sighed, realizing why his uncle had resorted to heavy drinking. Enveloped in a sense of disillusionment, if this trajectory continued, his uncle's career would peak at best at the level of a vice minister, with the possibility of becoming a minister or entering the cabinet utterly beyond reach. It seemed that both his elder uncle and third uncle had sensed the emperor's deep-seated unease regarding their family, caught between a desire to win favor and a profound apprehension. Their decision to send Xiaowen here was, in essence, a calculated gamble. In the third generation of the Xia family, it can be said that remarkable talents have emerged one after another, although they remain largely unknown to the outside world, hidden away in their secluded chambers. Xia Qian and Xia Han are certainly aware of the true potential of their descendants. Despite their youth, it is evident that they possess astonishing capabilities. The first and second generations of the Xia family have already incited suspicion from the emperor, if the third generation continues to showcase such remarkable talents. How can the emperor find peace in his slumber? It appears that my uncle and third uncle have already sensed the peril surrounding the Xia family and have begun to take action. Thus, according to the original historical trajectory, it seems that the Xia family resolutely placed their bets on Yao Guang, allowing them to evade the impending catastrophe of extermination, thereby enabling the third generation of the Xia family to shine brilliantly during the era of great unification. Xia Chen murmured to himself, his pupils igniting with a dazzling brilliance. As his unique eyes slowly rotated, a chaotic aura enveloping him, as if he could open the heavens. Chapter 76, Has My Poem Become a Model? The Lantern Bearer's Office. After a 3-day absence, the esteemed director of the Eagle Eye Division finally graced the office with his presence today. Since assuming his position, he had instilled a sense of trepidation among his subordinates, who anticipated a tempestuous reign. However, to their astonishment, Xia Chen deviated from expectations and did not report to work for 3 consecutive days. It was only yesterday that they learned their director had attended a literary gathering. where he emerged victorious, and his poem was now the talk of the capital. This poem of our director must be disseminated without delay. The capital and its surrounding areas fall under our jurisdiction, and within a day, it is imperative that everyone is made aware of this literary masterpiece. As Xia Chun entered with Xia Wan, he overheard the voice of Master Zheng Ping, who was instructing his subordinates, accompanied by Cui Hu and Lu Chun, who remained silent. The other two masters, Chen Song and Li Yu, were conspicuously absent. What were they up to so early in the morning? With a cheerful demeanor, Xia Chun walked into the hall and inquired about the activities of those present. The director has arrived. Zheng Ping's weathered face broke into a radiant smile, his previously stern expression transforming entirely. Director. The 10 or so lantern bearers in attendance, regardless of their sentiments, bowed and greeted Xia Chun. During his absence, they had come to terms with many realizations. Xia Chun's leadership of the Eagle Eye Division was now an established fact, independent of their opinions, as it was a decree from the emperor that could not be altered. Even in Xia Chun's absence, another would take his place. The emperor's lack of trust in their internal affairs necessitated the introduction of external personnel. Why are you spreading my poem? Xia Chun queried, his gaze tinged with curiosity. Though he was now the director, leveraging his position for personal gain seemed rather inappropriate. Rest assured, director, this endeavor will not attract any external scrutiny. The dissemination of your poem is a directive from above. Zheng Ping gestured skyward. While they sought to mend their rapport with Xia Chun, they were not so devoid of integrity. Realization dawned upon Xia Chun. His poem, which extolled loyalty to the nation and the fearlessness of death, coincided with the looming threat of conflict in the Northwest. Its release could serve to inspire and ignite a spirit of martial fervor across the nation, akin to a call to arms. Thus, his poem had transformed into a tool of propaganda? Was the lantern-bearer's promotion of his work now a political obligation? This was an unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated that Emperor Wen could exploit this situation to such an extent. Our Eagle Eye Division oversees the capital and its vicinity, while other regions are under the purview of our fellow divisions. I assure you that your poem will be known throughout our Great Wu Kingdom within 3 days, and your name shall resonate among the populace, Zheng Ping added, smiling beside Xia Chun. He then straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor before bending slightly and proclaiming in a resonant voice. Congratulations, esteemed sir. Your name shall soon resonate throughout the realm. Upon uttering these words, Zheng Ping observed the other lantern-bearers, particularly the previously silent Cui Hu and Lu Chen, whose lips twitched slightly. They quickly regained their composure and, with a respectful gesture, addressed the assembly. My esteemed brothers, you have all toiled diligently. I invite you to join me for drinks at Dishing Tower this noon. Xia Chun chuckled and patted Zheng Ping on the shoulder, acknowledging his adeptness in navigating social affairs. Allow me to introduce my younger brother, Xia Wan. Kindly make the necessary arrangements for him, adhering to the established process. Let him be inducted as a lantern-bearer without any specific title, merely serving as my attendant. The gathering at Dishing Tower this noon will serve as his induction banquet. Is that agreeable? Xia Chun inquired with a smile. Zheng Ping glanced at the youthful Xia Wan, who returned a simple, earnest smile reminiscent of a naive lad. He then looked at Xia Chun and promptly replied, with the esteemed director's personal endorsement, there is certainly no issue. I shall have the documentation prepared this afternoon. No? Before the induction banquet at noon, Zheng Ping declared, thumping his chest with a sense of pride. Such is the advantage of power. What ordinary individuals might struggle to achieve, the status of a lantern-bearer, was merely a matter of a single sentence from Xia Chun. Xia Wan gazed at his elder brother with admiration. Truly, Xia Chun exuded an impressive aura. These lantern-bearers, known for their defiance, were completely subdued by his brother's commanding presence. I too desire such prestige. I wish to remain by my brother's side and learn diligently. In time, those who dare to defy will be brought to heel. With this thought, Xia Wan beamed with an innocent grin. However, the other lantern-bearers regarded Xia Wan with peculiar expressions. Though his physique suggested he was merely 15 or 16, his face bore an undeniable youthful innocence, indicating he was indeed younger than he appeared. This is the son of Lord Xia Han, the Vice Minister of Rights. Cui Hu, who had remained silent, finally spoke in a low tone. Indeed, he is the child of my third uncle. Alas, we are colleagues, so I shall speak candidly. This lad had a falling out with my third uncle. He sought to venture forth and serve the country, yet his father vehemently opposed it. Following a heated argument, he stealthily departed. Xia Chun chuckled, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. for such matters were hardly shrouded in secrecy, although certain details remained unsaid. The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, hardly paying heed to the latter part of Xia Chen's statement. He has broken through to the 8th rank? Chui, who could no longer contain his curiosity, and inquired. If my memory serves correctly, the records indicate that the eldest son of the vice minister, young Master Xiaowen, is merely 11 years old, is he not? Another voice chimed in, astonishment etched upon their face. An 11-year-old at the 8th rank? How is that even possible? Yet the regulations of the Eastern Duke's household state that only those who have surpassed the 8th rank may enter society. This is exceedingly unusual. What kind of prodigy is this? In the eyes of the common folk, the mere mention of the lantern bearers instills a palpable fear, and at this moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. A collective look of incredulity washed over them. Even Chui, who, and the typically reticent Lu Chen, found themselves fixated on Xiaowen. They were well aware that the lantern bearers maintained meticulous records on the scions of the capital's elite, a fact that was no secret. I am not a child anymore. I shall soon turn 12. Xiaowen stepped forth from behind Xia Chen, grinning innocently and ruffling his hair, exuding an aura of harmlessness. However, his words struck the crowd with a deeper sense of dismay. The world had become utterly bewildering. Was this truly the direct descendant of the Duke of Zhendong? Each one of them possessed such extraordinary prowess. It was worth noting that within their ranks, some individuals were in their 30s, yet barely achieved the 8th grade realm. The disparity was indeed stark. Today at Dishing Tower, all must attend. Xia Chen called out, bowing slightly, devoid of any official airs. Yet the crowd clearly dared not dismiss him. Xia Chen had left an indelible impression on them, appearing gentle yet harboring an intensely ruthless heart, coupled with considerable cunning far from the innocuous facade he projected. Naturally, we shall be present at young Master Xiaowen's induction banquet. The numerous lantern bearers responded in unison. Bowing respectfully, their gazes towards the youthful Xiaowen markedly more reverent. Report, my lord, there is an individual named Su Xingchen seeking an audience, claiming you summoned him. One of the lantern bearers entered to relay. Xia Chen smiled, feeling elated. With both civil and martial matters now well in hand, the day's weather was delightful, and his spirits soared. P.S. Heartfelt gratitude to the top 10 supporters on the gift leaderboard. Boring little white. Hui Li Miao. Is it here yet? Chocolate-colored choices. Disoriented Gu Jixiang. Yu Haojin from Sarzid Island. Sunshine 3315. The moon remains still. Bright moon illuminates the southern shore. Yi Wuqiu. Thank you to all who have shown their support through rewards, comments, discussions, and 5-star reviews for this book. Thank you all. Chapter 77. Completely on the pirate ship. Su Xingchen followed a lantern bearer, whose face bore the marks of fatigue and whose bloodshot eyes shimmered with a hint of fervor. He had spent the entire night awake, wrestling with his thoughts. Despite having resigned himself to his fate, sleep eluded him. He pondered countless possibilities, and in the end, he felt as if he had grasped something elusive in the depths of his mind. Why was Xia Chen making his life difficult? Was it merely for the sake of tormenting him? As the legitimate son of the Marquis and now a high-ranking official, he was worlds apart from Su Xingchen, a mere student of the Imperial Academy. To Xia Chen, extinguishing his life would be as trivial as squashing an ant. Could it be that such a person was only indulging his own wicked whims? Su Xingchen found this notion improbable. What, then, was the true motive? Surely, there must be another reason lurking in the shadows, one that he had yet to uncover. As dawn approached, a sudden clarity surged through Su Xingchen, propelling him upright in bed as his body trembled violently. Xia Chen was aware of his rebellious aspirations, of his quest for a wise ruler, yet instead of capturing him, he had tasked him with drafting documents. Was this a rebellion he sought, or was it the Xia family that harbored such intentions? Enlightenment dawned upon him, dispelling the fog of confusion that had clouded his mind. He was a man of exceptional intellect, and he should have arrived at this conclusion much earlier. However, he had been misled by Xia Chen, ensnared in a maze of faulty reasoning until the brink of slumber had nudged him toward this realization. A brilliant light ignited in his eyes, a mixture of excitement, exhilaration, and bewilderment. Xia Chen was a prince consort, and the emperor currently held him in high esteem. So why did he harbor ambitions of rebellion? Was it truly the Xia family? Though they wielded considerable influence, all signs indicated their loyalty to the throne. Su Xingchen found himself perplexed, his keen intellect struggling to decipher the enigma. Nevertheless, he refrained from considering exposing this conspiracy. To do so would invite certain death, as both Xia Chen and the Xia family, along with the imperial family, would seek his demise. The royal court would never sever ties with the Xia family at this juncture. Having unraveled these thoughts, excitement danced in Su Xingqian's eyes. Only through destruction could renewal arise. This notion of dismantling to establish something anew was precisely what he had long desired. Su Xingqian stepped into the lantern-bearer's office, surveying his surroundings. Rumors had long circulated about the office, painting it as a place reminiscent of hell itself. Yet upon his entrance, he discovered a bustling scene, devoid of the ominous atmosphere he had imagined. "Please, go ahead." The lantern-bearer gestured, leading Su Xingqian into a small courtyard, signaling for him to enter. "Sir." Su Xingqian knocked gently on the door, waiting for a response before pushing it open. Inside, he beheld an extraordinarily handsome youth seated at a desk, seemingly engrossed in work, while another youthful figure curiously regarded him. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Seated at his desk, Xia Chen did not lift his head. Yet he seemed to perceive Su Xingqian's condition with remarkable clarity. This left Su Xingqian feeling that Xia Chen was even more inscrutable. "I was a bit too excited last night and didn't sleep well," Su Xingqian confessed earnestly. "Is it because you suspect me of treason that you were so agitated?" Xia Chen continued to examine the documents on his table, annotating them, his voice remarkably calm. However, Su Xingqian felt as if the sound was a chilling echo from the abyss, plunging him into despair. How could he know that? Did he possess the ability to read minds? Fortunately, I had no intention of reporting him to the authorities. Otherwise, he might have already arranged for my demise. If I entertained such thoughts, I would likely be met with my end before I had even stepped far from my doorstep. A cold sweat broke out on Su Xingqian's brow. He had once again danced perilously close to the gates of death. "From now on, you shall remain by my side as a clerk, assisting me with various documents and files. Moreover, your parents are aging, and you have been away from home for many years. In our great state, filial piety is paramount. It is our duty as children to care for our parents. Let us bring your parents from Ping'an County to the capital. I have purchased a small courtyard adjacent to my residence. They shall reside there henceforth." Xia Chen still did not lift his head, while the previously silent Xiaowen quietly approached. "Here are the keys," Xiaowen said, handing Su Xingqian a set of keys. Su Xingqian swallowed hard. He understood that accepting this set of keys meant he was irrevocably on a treacherous path. Regardless of Xia Chen's true intentions, he was now committed to this course. However, he realized he could not refuse, otherwise he would not merely become a lantern-bearer, but rather a prisoner in the lantern-bearer's jail, with his family unable to escape. If fortune favored him, perhaps they could even experience a reunion within the confines of the lantern-bearer's prison, living as a blissful family. "Thank you, my lord." Su Xingqian accepted the keys from Xiaowen, glanced at the amiable smile on Xiaowen's face, and then respectfully bowed to Xia Chen. Noon. Dixing Building. The entire second-floor hall had been reserved by Xia Chen. Dixing Building was quite renowned in the capital, offering exquisite cuisine, and its name was well chosen. Whether among the powerful or the wealthy, it was a favored venue for celebrations. Who is it that has booked the entire second floor? Such audacity. Indeed. I usually dine in the elegant rooms of the second floor. Today, I must sit in the bustling first-floor hall? My cousin is an assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. I must see who dares to act so imperiously in the capital. In the first-floor hall, some patrons were blocking the entrance, expressing their dissatisfaction to the owner, Zhang Linda. Zhang Linda, a middle-aged man in his 40s, hurriedly bowed to the crowd. "Esteemed guests, I am well aware of your loyalty as regulars of Dixing Building. However, the second floor is indeed unavailable today. It has been reserved by a lantern-bearer. If you were to confront such an esteemed individual, it might invite calamity, and I am merely considering your best interests." "A lantern-bearer?" Indeed. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the crowd changed subtly. It was true, and moreover, it was personally arranged by the esteemed lantern-bearer, Lord Xia Chen. Everyone might as well dine in the first-floor hall today, or they could opt for the nearby Dishunlu. Both choices were permissible. Yet one must never ascend the stairs and disturb the distinguished guests. Zhang Linda, drenched in sweat, ultimately took the initiative to suggest that everyone dine at the competing Dishunlu. The crowd glanced at the second floor, their previous anger dissipating. Even the young gentleman who had boasted about his relative being a minister of the Ministry of Revenue fell silent. At the second floor of Dishunlu. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the day my brother Xiaowen and my friend Su Xingqian commenced their journey with us. I am grateful for your presence. Allow me to take this first drink." Xia Chen poured a glass of wine, then stood up to deliver a brief yet impactful speech, expressing his gratitude in a manner that was both approachable and sincere. Su Xingqian observed the exceptionally amiable Xia Chen and then surveyed the hall. Noting the remarkably docile lantern-bearer, he couldn't help but marvel at how Xia Chen appeared as gentle as jade, devoid of any arrogance, seamlessly blending with everyone while ensuring they adhered to his presence without daring to offend. Could this truly be the essence of leadership? Chapter 78. I declare that those who form cliques for personal gain shall indeed form cliques for personal gain. The atmosphere at the entire welcoming banquet was exceedingly harmonious, with Xia Chen naturally positioned as the focal point of the evening. Those present were primarily middle-ranking officials of at least the 100 household level. As the evening progressed, they mustered the courage to approach him for toasts, to which Xia Chen responded with a smile, engaging each one without the slightest hint of arrogance, fully immersing himself in the grassroots milieu. This demeanor gradually eased the concerns of the attendees. Their apprehension stemmed from the fact that their esteemed leader was remarkably youthful. They feared that this young official, in his eagerness to achieve results, might resort to crude and reckless methods, leading to a sweeping purge of the lower-ranking officials. Around Xiaowan and Su Xingchen, many individuals congregated, all aware that these two were undoubtedly Xia Chen's confidants, albeit merely attendants wielding clerical titles. However, the steward of the Prime Minister's residence was comparable to a 7th-rank official. Particularly notable was Xiao Wan, the legitimate son of the Duke of East Town. Although his line did not possess a title, his father held the esteemed position of Shaoqing, a dignified 4th-rank official. Furthermore, everyone recognized Xia Wan as a prodigy, having attained the 8th rank at merely 11 years of age, suggesting he would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Consequently, no one dared to overlook him due to his tender years. "I can no longer drink. You all go toast with Brother Su," Xiaowan exclaimed, his eyes glazed but still possessing a modicum of clarity, quickly gesturing towards Su Xingchen. Previously, he had no opportunity to indulge in alcohol at the Duke's residence, but today, buoyed by the crowd's support, he engaged in drinking, only to find himself tipsy before long. Upon hearing Xiaowan's call and seeing him point, Su Xingchen hastily feigned inebriation, resting his head on the table. The banquet unfolded with unrestrained joy as everyone reveled in the festivities. Meanwhile, seated beside Xia Chen were Zhang Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chen. "Today, my lord has truly indulged," Zhang Ping remarked, his cheeks flushed from the drink, yet he still raised his glass in a toast to Xia Chen. "We are all brothers. What is this talk of indulgence?" Xia Chen replied, lifting his own glass and clinking it with Zhang Ping's. "Yet, I had reserved the entire 2nd floor for today, and to my surprise, it remains less than fully occupied." Xia Chen sighed, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chen subtly shifted, each revealing a different reaction. "His Majesty has assigned me to the lantern bearers, entrusting me with a particular task," Xia Chen continued, his tone candid, as if treating them all as confidants. The countenance of the 3 men changed abruptly. Even the usually composed Lu Chen cast a curious glance. "What is this task?" Cui Hu could not restrain himself from asking. After being lectured by Xia Chen that day, he had adopted an unusually obedient demeanor. The emperor mentioned that in recent years, the lantern bearers have been forming cliques for personal gain, each faction coalescing, and their subordinates are on the verge of becoming their personal guards. Xia Chen paused, not divulging further, casting a glance at the 3 men whose faces had turned pallid, particularly Lu Chen. "Thus, on that day, scattering the people under your command was ultimately for your own salvation. I hold high hopes for the 3 of you, all of whom are astute individuals, and I trust you will comprehend the benevolent intentions behind my actions." Xia Chen gently patted Zhang Ping on the shoulder, then did the same to Cui Hu beside him. He cast a glance at Lu Chen, whose countenance was the most troubled, and spoke. "His Majesty possesses a heart of compassion and an expansive spirit. Although you are the adopted son of Lu Li, you remain merely that, an adopted son. As long as you refrain from making grievous errors during this sensitive period, these matters should not pose significant issues." Lu Chen swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking out within him, as he finally grasped why His Majesty had appointed a young outsider into their ranks. Inexperienced and impetuous, eager to achieve merit, such youth would naturally act with fervor. This is the virtue of the young. Young individuals are best suited to wield the sword. And now, this sword is aimed at the faction of his adoptive father, Lu Li. As Lu Li's adopted son, he too should rightfully be on the list of those to be purged. However, given the current delicate circumstances, you are no longer suitable to serve as the master of Lihua Hall. Are you willing to relinquish your position and temporarily endure serving as my attendant?" Xia Chen inquired calmly. Lu Chen remained silent. Xia Chen did not resort to ruthless measures, nor did he accuse him of any crimes. He had committed no wrongs. Yet, With his tranquil words, he sought to reclaim all the power Lu Qin held, a far more severe blow than the previous scattering of his subordinates. Nonetheless, Lu Qin understood he had no alternative and ought to be grateful to Xia Chen for sparing him. Logically, he should have been the first to face the axe. The mere reclamation of his authority was already a tremendous boon. In response to the esteemed sir, I am willing. I shall henceforth serve as your attendant, following you and repaying your life-saving grace. Lu Qin raised his cup, speaking solemnly. Regardless of his sincerity, he recognized his need to express gratitude to Xia Chen, for Xia Chen now held dominion over his fate. They had come to understand during Xia Chen's absence from the office these past 3 days that he had arrived bearing the emperor's decree, which explained their previous tense standoff with him and their present compliance. Thus, Xia Chen successfully negotiated the transfer of military power with a mere cup of wine. Old Zhang. Xia Chen then turned to Zheng Ping, who jumped in surprise and hastily declared, Esteemed sir, I am not one of Lu Li's faction. I urge you to discern this. I am also willing to relinquish the position of hall master and serve as your attendant. Zheng Ping quickly distanced himself from any association, expressing his loyalty, fearful that Xia Chen might unjustly accuse him of being a part of Lu Li's faction. His Majesty is undoubtedly intent on bloodshed. All those associated with Lu Li shall be purged. Haha, old Zhang, I am not a bloodthirsty tyrant. There is no need for such alarm. I merely wish to inquire if I have heard correctly that Qin Song and Li Yu are seemingly aligned with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Xia Chen shifted the conversation, picking up a piece of beef from the table, eating as he spoke. Zheng Ping relaxed, yet his gaze remained unfalteringly calm throughout. As for these matters, I truly have no knowledge, and I dare not speak ill of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. However, for the Crown Prince and the Prince to extend their hands towards the Lantern Bearers is indeed a grave offense, as we Lantern Bearers are wholly loyal to His Majesty. Zheng Ping stated with earnest seriousness. Haha, old Zhang, you are quite amusing. As a veteran of our Eagle Eye Division, I am still unfamiliar with many of the rules upon my arrival, so I shall take this opportunity to seek your counsel. Tell me. Today, I host a banquet for my colleagues in the Eagle Eye Division, and while the 3 of you honor me with your presence, those 2 have chosen not to attend, accompanied by a throng of subordinates. What does this signify? Xia Chen casually shifted the topic, as if merely posing a trivial question. Cui Hu and Lu Chun exchanged grave glances, both aware that the true crux of the matter had arrived. To show contempt for superiors and to engage in factionalism is a serious crime. Zheng Ping's expression turned stern as he articulated. What would be an appropriate punishment then? Factionalism warrants a death penalty, confiscation of property, the exile of male members of the family, while the females are sent to the court of prostitution. Zheng Ping replied without a trace of hesitation, his voice cold. Upon hearing this, even Cui Hu and Lu Qin cast a profound glance at Zheng Ping. Was this truly the same old Zheng, who usually wore a cheerful smile and exuded amiability? P.S. Today marks the 3rd chapter, and I express my gratitude to War Correspondence Club for the generous reward of healthcare. Chapter 79. All is accomplished. Xia Chen chuckled upon hearing this, as he picked up another piece of beef and inquired once more. But what if they truly are the people of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince? What then? Cui Hu and Lu Qin understood that this question was not posed lightly, while Lu Qin observed Zheng Ping, deep in thought. The Lantern Bearers are directly under the Emperor. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince meddling with them would be a grave transgression. I believe it is improbable that they would place their personnel among the Lantern Bearers. Zheng Ping smiled lightly and continued, but Chen Song and Li Yu are exceedingly arrogant. They appear to be the minions of Lu Li. We cannot allow such factionalism to persist among the Lantern Bearers. Zheng Ping spoke with resolute authority, his tone imbued with a sense of impending danger. Ha. Lord Zheng is absolutely correct. How could the Crown Prince and the Third Prince possibly extend their influence within our Lantern Bearers? One is a Crown Prince, the other a Third Prince. They would not conspire against us, so what purpose would they have in infiltrating our ranks? Such rumors are, indeed, mere whispers, utterly unreliable. Xia Chen laughed heartily, while both Cui Hu and Lu Qin's expression shifted, fully aware that Xia Chen's words contained deeper implications. With Lord Zheng's guidance, I feel reassured. Cui Hu, Lu Qin, Xia Chen remarked, turning his gaze toward them. You both heard my conversation with Lord Zheng. Assist him in this afternoon. Take a contingent to apprehend Li Yu and Chen Song. Furthermore, seize all those households from their 2 major factions who did not attend the banquet and confine them in the Lantern Bearers' prison. Can you manage this? Xia Chen inquired calmly, causing Zheng Ping to interject hastily. Oh, my lord, Let these two young men handle it. I am but an old relic at this point, and I haven't led a team in over a decade. It would be troublesome if anything went awry. Lord Zheng, precisely because they are young, I fear they may not command the situation effectively. You are a venerable figure in the Eagle Eye Division, a prominent individual among the Lantern Bearers. It is imperative that you take charge of this matter. Besides, with both of us involved, what could possibly go wrong? Xia Chen smiled, not allowing Zheng Ping an opportunity to decline. At that moment, Cui Hu discerned the nuances. His superior seemed to hold a particular regard for Zheng Ping. He suddenly recalled Zheng Ping's steadfast presence in the Eagle Eye Division for over 20 years and gained some clarity. Thus, he remained silent, bowing his head to continue eating, fully supportive of Xia Chen's plan, as it was essential for Zheng Ping to lead the charge in apprehending Li Yu and Chen Song. Xia Chen departed, accompanied by Xiao Wan, Xia Qian, Su Xingchen, Xia Xiao, and a certain Li Shi, leaving Dushing Tower behind. The wind has risen. Cui Hu pushed open the paper window. Standing by the second-floor window, gazing at the bustling city of Duanjing, he extended his hand, feeling the breeze glide over his fingers, and slowly remarked, "Have we all had our fill?" Lu Chen remained seated at the table, his expression tranquil, yet he suddenly bellowed, "We are full." Instantly, several individuals rose to their feet, responding loudly in affirmation. Lu Chen turned to Zheng Ping, who was seated across from him, and spoke earnestly, "My Lord Zhang, it has been conveyed that we are to assist you. Please issue your commands regarding how we should proceed. You need only instruct us, and we shall dutifully carry out your orders. As a seasoned elder, your wealth of experience surpasses the salt we have consumed in our lives. We will heed your guidance." Cui Hu, standing by the window, nodded in agreement with a cupped fist. Zheng Ping's lips twitched. These two young rascals were now showing him such deference, when previously they had regarded him with disdain, believing him merely to be riding on the coattails of his seniority. Day in and day out, they had been unruly and dismissive of others. Now, with the prince and the third prince in their sights, they recognized the gravity of the situation and had turned into timid turtles. "You two, swiftly return to the office and gather all personnel. I will also arrange for support. This operation must be executed swiftly and without creating any disturbances. Once we capture them, disarm them and confine them in the Lantern Prison, ensuring no outsiders approach." Zheng Ping spoke solemnly. "Understood." Lu Chen and Cui Hu replied in unison. The Lantern Bearers exchanged glances. Though unaware of the forthcoming actions, they sensed a storm brewing. However, it seemed this storm was of little concern to them. Instead, they appeared to be transforming into the tempest itself. Such is the fruit of following a capable leader. In the afternoon, the Lantern Bearers were abuzz with commotion. In the Eagle Eye Division, from the ranks of Baihu upwards to the Hall Masters, all were seized. Some attempted to resist, only to be nearly executed on the spot. A few Baihu were captured before the eyes of the crowd, stripped of their armor, and taken away. This instilled a sense of unease within the Lantern Bearers, yet the situation remained contained within the Eagle Eye Division, which brought some comfort to their hearts. Goodness, the newly appointed director of the Eagle Eye Division is rather ruthless. 2 halls, 2 hall masters, over 50 Baihu, and more than a dozen Qianhu were directly apprehended. This was indeed terrifying. That Lord Xia was so direct in his actions, capturing so many individuals in succession. Was he truly unafraid of causing a major upheaval? Oh, the youth is audacious, unrefined by the harshness of society, and thus fearless. Li Yu and Chen Song are likely to face dire consequences this time. The remaining halls in the capital could not help but gasp in astonishment, shaken by Xia Chen's decisive operation. However, what charges were being leveled? Seizing so many Lantern Bearers without cause seemed dubious, even for a division director. Some pondered what incriminating evidence Xia Chen had against these individuals, allowing him to act with such impunity. I must emphasize, I have heard this through the grapevine, that Chen Song and Li Yu are allegedly affiliated with the prince and the third prince. Is that true? What do the prince and the third prince intend? We are Lantern Bearers. This is a grave taboo. It seems rather perplexing. If these two individuals are indeed affiliated with the crown prince and the third prince, such information should be classified as top secret. Yet, it appears to have become common knowledge. Some listeners were taken aback by the revelation, while others with a political acumen expressed their skepticism, questioning the source of such news. Regardless, it has been labeled as hearsay, and it would be prudent for us to merely observe the unfolding spectacle. As the influential figures engage in their power struggles, it would be wise for us to refrain from getting entangled in their affairs. If Qinsong and Li Yu truly are associated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, it would not be surprising for Lord Xia to act with such audacity. This could very well be in accordance with the Emperor's will. One individual gestured towards the heavens, causing the crowd to instinctively withdraw, reluctant to continue the discussion. Chapter 80. The one who manipulates the Crown Prince. The Lantern Bearer's third-level prison. Release me. Damn it. Who gave you the audacity to capture me? Where is the arrest warrant? I am a hall master. As Xiaqin stepped inside, he was greeted by a barrage of furious curses. What is all this commotion? Xiawen approached, delivering a kick to cell number 48. Inside was none other than Li Yu. Xiaqin, on what grounds do you detain us? What crime have we committed? Li Yu glared at Xiaqin, his eyes aflame with indignation. You abuse your power for personal gain, wielding your authority to take revenge. I shall report you to the commanding officer. Even if you are the prince consort, the emperor will not spare you. Li Yu observed Xiaqin in silence, believing he had intimidated him, and grew increasingly confident. Are you certain the emperor will not spare me? Xiaqin finally spoke, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Li Yu, whose expression shifted subtly. Xiaqin departed, leaving Li Yu silent in his cell. As Xiaqin passed by cell number 23, he noticed Qinsong, who had been sitting despondently inside, suddenly brightening up. Lord Xia, Lord Xia. Qinsong quickly rose, grasping the bars and calling out to Xiaqin. My lord, I was in the wrong. The reason I could not attend the banquet today was due to a family emergency. My elderly mother is ill, and I must care for her. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke, his performance eliciting sympathy. Who is this old fool trying to deceive? Is every person in your household afflicted with illness? Surely, you do not all share the same mother. Xiaowen, following closely behind Xiaqin, could not help but chuckle. Qinsong's face stiffened, yet he persisted, gritting his teeth and speaking in a low voice. My lord, may I have a word in private? Xiaqin cast him a sidelong glance, taking a few steps forward to see what he wished to convey. My lord, I am aligned with the Crown Prince. Previously, I was blind to my own folly and offended you. I now recognize my mistakes, and from this moment forth, I shall heed your every command in the Eagle Eye Division. You are the husband of Princess Yao Wang, and my prince has always enjoyed a close relationship with her. Once the prince ascends the throne, you will undoubtedly reap the benefits. Perhaps the position of Lantern Bearer Commander shall belong to you. Xiaqin regarded Qinsong with a peculiar expression, while Qinsong believed he had successfully impressed Xiaqin, a confident smile emerging on his face. Surprised, aren't you? I am indeed aligned with the Crown Prince. You have your connections, and I have mine. Qinsong internally reveled in laughter, convinced that divulging this secret would turn his fortunes around, and perhaps even draw the prince consort Xiaqin into the Crown Prince's faction. Maintaining a facade of humility, he continued, My lord, can you guess why I sought to have you detained? It was not out of disobedience or to deliberately make things difficult for you, nor was it due to my absence from the banquet. Qinsong instinctively responded. Xiaqin chuckled and shook his head at the response, finding Qinsong adorably naive. He was already imprisoned, yet still oblivious to the reasons behind his incarceration. Lord Qin leaned in slightly, saying, Let me explain it to you properly. Xiaqin waved his hand dismissively, akin to summoning a dog, and with a smile remarked on Qinsong's spirited demeanor, who promptly pressed his head against the railing to listen intently. Xiaqin leaned forward, his tone gentle yet calm, and stated, I am the one orchestrating matters for the Crown Prince. Upon uttering these words, he patted Qinsong's cheek, causing Qinsong's pupils to constrict as turmoil surged within him. Was Lord Qin truly foolish or merely pretending? After all, he was the leader of the Lantern Bearers. Did he genuinely believe their plans were so flawless? Collaborating with the Lantern Bearers and conspiring with the Crown Prince while His Majesty still reigned. What was this? Did the Crown Prince eagerly wish to ascend the throne, seeking to control the Lantern Bearers and stage a coup? Xiaqin's tone remained gentle, yet Qinsong was already drenched in cold sweat. He felt a chill throughout his body. If he had not come to his senses by now, it would be the mark of true foolishness. Furthermore, now that you are captured, do you believe the Crown Prince would expend great efforts to rescue you? Or would he simply send someone to silence you for convenience? Xiaqin smiled, and at those words, Qinsong felt utterly powerless, collapsing within the confines of his cell. Xiaqin laughed heartily, resembling a villain. As he continued deeper into the prison, it was evident that his visit was not for Qinsong or Li Yu. Those two were unworthy of his time. He had come today for 3 distinguished individuals. My lord, we have arrived. This is where Yu Shaoqian is held. A cell was opened, and blinding light flooded the dim chamber, awakening a man dressed in prison garb, his face obscured by a beard, his skin pale and sickly from years of sunlight deprivation. Yu Shaoqian, come forth. My lord wishes to see you. Yu Shaoqian's mind was slightly muddled. He had been imprisoned for nearly 2 years. And aside from enduring a few lashes upon his initial arrival, he had been neglected ever since. Why was someone seeking him today? I have met the Lord. 2 years of prison fare had tempered the once bold and unyielding youth, instilling in him a sense of reverence he had previously lacked. He regarded the strikingly handsome figure before him and bowed respectfully. 2 years prior, Yu Shaoqian had knelt with a group of scholars from the Imperial Academy, beseeching the emperor to pay heed to state affairs, advocating for a hands-off governance approach, wealth hidden among the populace, and a period of recuperation. They had even spread alarming rhetoric, proclaiming that the Great Wu dynasty must cease hostilities, lest they face imminent peril. Consequently, he had been apprehended by the lantern bearers. And now, 2 years and 3 months had passed. Xiaoqian recited the charges, gazing at the kneeling youth. Yu Shaoqian's expression shifted, ultimately settling into a mask of tranquility. For 2 years, I have been disregarded. I thought I would be forgotten. Am I to face execution today? Yu Shaoqian stood tall, adjusting his tattered prison garb. Despite his disheveled appearance, he emanated an extraordinary dignity, akin to a resilient bamboo firmly rooted against the mountains, unwavering and steadfast. Do you regret your past statements? Xiaoqian inquired, gazing calmly at Yu Shaoqian before speaking again. If given another chance, I would still choose to write my memorial, Yu replied. I do harbor regrets. However, regrets for my impetuousness and ignorance, believing that as a scholar of the Guozijian, I could freely express my thoughts and discuss matters of state. If I could have another opportunity, I would bide my time, diligently pursue my studies to gain a place in the Hanlin Academy, and then confront the elders and His Majesty, questioning why they neglect the common people. The realm does not belong solely to the emperor, it belongs to the myriad citizens. The common folk can no longer endure. If we do not cease this relentless warfare and restore peace, our great will inevitably face ruin. Yu Shaoqian's words were delivered with an unyielding calmness, yet his voice rang with conviction. 2 years of imprisonment had imparted upon him a profound understanding of his own insignificance. Yet he still did not believe he had erred. The realm is on the brink of collapse, and Great Wu is doomed, but it is the common people who suffer. Xiaoqian observed the youth before him, infused with a righteous spirit, for a considerable time before he finally smiled. The suffering of the common people is a tragedy, and their demise is a tragedy, he said slowly. Upon hearing Xiaoqian's words, Yu Shaoqian's eyes lit up, repeatedly murmuring the phrase, and his gaze towards Xiaoqian began to shift. Yu Shaoqian, you are released. Henceforth, you shall accompany me as a scribe. Initially resigned to a fate of despair, Yu Shaoqian froze in place upon hearing this proclamation, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaoqian's retreating figure. I have been released. Yu Shaoqian, styled Shoujing, was diligent and studious from a young age. At 17, he entered the Guozijian for study. By 23, he, along with his fellow students, submitted a memorial detailing the failings of state governance, articulating sharp criticisms, including the audacious statement that the realm does not belong to the emperor alone but to all its citizens. Consequently, he was apprehended and imprisoned. At that time, the founding emperor was the chief of the lantern bearers and, recognizing Yu Shaoqian's genuine concern for the nation and its people, as well as his considerable talent, he ordered his release and invited him to study by his side. History of Xia, Volume 13, Biography of Yu Shaoqian, Chapter 81, The Scholar, the Merchant, and the Rogue. In the dungeon of the lantern bearer, a filthy young man, shackled at both hands and feet, leaned against the wall, lost in slumber. Zhang Wenliao awakened. The booming voice jolted him from his sleep, causing him to stir abruptly. Is it evening? Have I missed dinner? He rubbed his stomach, which responded with a growl, a testament to his gnawing hunger. Nearly 2 years had passed since he was imprisoned in the lantern bearer's dungeon, and any hope of escape had long since evaporated. As a mere common rogue, how could he possibly envision freedom from such a grim fate? He harbored no grand ambitions. Surviving the dungeon was a fortune in itself. Even if merely existing, each day lived was a victory. Come out. A lantern bearer, adorned with a white insignia, swung open the cell door, addressing Zhang Wenliu with an impassive expression. My lord, I have truly conveyed all I know. I was misled at the time. I never intended to obstruct the lantern bearers in their duties, nor did I mean to act against them. It was all a misunderstanding. Zhang Wenliao glanced at the open door, a chill of dread enveloping him. He had witnessed the lantern bearer's ruthless methods upon his arrival, and after being treated like a lifeless dog, he had barely managed to scrape by for the past few months. Come out. A lord wishes to see you. The lantern-bearer at the door raised his whip, poised to strike Zhang Wenliao, but stopped, recalling the esteemed figure behind him. It was curious how this lowly rogue had garnered the attention of Lord Xia himself. The lantern-bearer urged Zhang Wenliao to exit hastily. "My lord, please don't kill me." Trembling, Zhang Wenliao stepped out of the cell and beheld 3 figures awaiting him. His gaze was particularly drawn to the young leader among them. Words failed him in describing such striking features. He swore that in his 20-plus years, he had never encountered a man of such extraordinary appearance. Was he a celestial being? Overwhelmed, Zhang Wenliao knelt, too fearful to rise. Xia Chun furrowed his brow. Zhang Wenliao's lack of poise was disheartening. Was this truly the future star of the battlefield? "Lift your head," Xia Chun commanded sternly. Zhang Wenliao complied, his heart racing with uncertainty about the fate that awaited him. "Zhang Wenliao, henceforth you shall accompany me as my guard." Xia Chun's voice was devoid of emotion, while Xiao Wen, following closely behind, wore a puzzled expression. Why would his elder brother choose a mere rogue from the dungeons as a guard? The previous candidate, Yu Shaoqian, was acceptable, being a scholar from the National Academy. But this Zhang Wenliao seemed woefully inadequate for the role. Xiao Wen felt he could easily overpower him with a single hand. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoqian, still clad in prisoner-esque garb, silently assessed the kneeling Zhang Wenliao. Was he truly one of the fortunate chosen by the Lord? Zhang Wenliao stood frozen in place, gazing at the departing figures of Xia Chun and his companions, feeling somewhat bewildered. What are you still dawdling for? Haven't you heard the adult has already spoken? Do you wish to remain here and languish in prison? Surely you do not believe that we, the lantern-bearers, have turned this jail into a retirement home? The lantern-bearer, who had been quietly observing, spoke with a hint of irritation, rousing Zhang Wenliao from his reverie. Am I truly free to leave? Zhang Wenliao hesitantly inquired, astonishment gripping him. This was the legendary lantern-bearer's prison. Could it be so simple to escape? Although he was a ruffian, lacking exposure to the world, he possessed a keen mind. Could this be a trap? Perhaps they intended to let him go only to accuse him of escaping, ultimately leading to his execution? As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head. No, it was impossible. The lantern-bearers had countless methods to eliminate him. He was no significant figure, after all, and they need not go to such lengths. Shen Shuiyan has met the adult, a man in his 30s, dressed in prison garb yet remarkably tidy, with a beard, knelt before Xia Chun, having his vast fortune stripped away and spending 3 years in the lantern-bearer's prison. He still maintained such a demeanor and grace. You are commendable. Xia Chun observed Shen Shuiyan, whose spirit remained remarkably high despite his downfall, a fact that the prison uniform could not conceal. Zhang Wenliao, silently trailing at the back, swallowed hard. In comparison, he felt rather inadequate. Observing Shen Shuiyan made him reflect on his own previous behavior, and for the first time in his life, he felt a profound sense of shame. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. Life inevitably leads to death. What is there to fear? Since I survived the past 3 years, it signifies my fortune is not yet exhausted. After 3 years of waiting, I have finally encountered a true master. As Shen Shuiyan spoke, he once again performed a deep bow, his forehead pressing firmly against the ground. You know me, and you anticipated my arrival to rescue you today? Xia Chun responded, somewhat surprised. Was there anyone who could predict better than he? Shuiyan did not know the adult's true identity, nor did he foresee today's rescue. However, he mused that 3 years ago, when his fortune was confiscated, he had indeed suffered during his imprisonment, nearly beaten to death. Afterward, he was forsaken, likely regarded as nothing more than an insect in the eyes of that prominent figure. An innocent man suffers for possessing something precious. That powerful individual had merely coveted his wealth, showing little concern for his life or death. It was precisely because of this that he managed to survive. During his imprisonment, despair had engulfed him. After years of toil, everything had crumbled in an instant, and he contemplated ending it all. Yet, he later came to a realization. He wished to take a gamble, to hope that a significant figure might recognize his potential and his business acumen. Thus, he resolved not to perish. He would endure, even if it meant merely existing in prison, waiting 5, 10, or 20 years. As long as no one sought his life, he would remain resilient. The day arrived sooner than he had imagined. Merely 3 years had passed, and he had awaited the arrival of the esteemed adult. Over the past 3 years, I have come to understand a profound truth. In this world, possessing treasures without the strength to safeguard them is the original sin. Shen Shuiyan knelt upon the ground, his head bowed in utmost reverence. His tone was imbued with sincerity and a touch of melancholy. Yet he resembled the resilient grass in spring, unwavering in its tenacity. Though unaware of the noble's identity, he surmised that since this individual had rescued him from the clutches of the lantern holder's prison, they must not fear the formidable figure who had once seized his family's fortune. Thus, he implored, "I beseech you, noble sir, accept me." Shen Shuiyan's voice resonated with conviction. He recognized this as perhaps his sole opportunity, one he must seize. "Please, noble sir, take me under your wing. Accept me as your servant. From this day forth, you shall be my master. Shuiyan desires nothing more than your protection, a place to belong, and a chance to showcase my talents." His words were powerful, causing Zhang Wenliao to swallow hard. In comparison, his earlier demeanor appeared increasingly inadequate. The other party openly expressed a willingness to serve this formidable individual, while he himself had been too intimidated to even utter words of gratitude. Zhang Wenliao felt a twinge of unease. He realized he had fallen short. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoqian regarded Shen Shuiyan with earnest attention. He acknowledged that Xia Chun's rescue was a great favor, but to suggest that Xia Chun accept him as a mere servant was beyond the dignity of a scholar. He resolved instead to serve this noble man diligently and repay his kindness. In silence, Yu Shaoqian's resolve strengthened. Sometimes, without comparison, one does not feel the sting of inadequacy. Through the contrast with Shen Shuiyan, both Yu Shaoqian and Zhang Wenliao recognized their previous actions had not sufficed. Shen Shuiyan hailed from a humble family and became an apprentice in a tavern at the age of 12. His intelligence and quick wit earned him the favor of the owner, who often kept him by his side. Shuiyan was eager to learn, and within a year, he managed the tavern's affairs with remarkable efficiency. By the age of 14, he was promoted to manager, and within 2 years, the business flourished, growing 5-fold. At 16, Shuiyan decided to establish his own livelihood, taking his savings to another city to open a small restaurant that attracted a multitude of patrons, leading to his first fortune. By 18, he opened his first tavern, and as his business expanded, he ventured into various enterprises, excelling in all. By 30, he became the wealthiest man in Yunzhou, hailed as a commercial genius. At 32, he aspired to extend his business reach to the capital, drawing the attention of the city's elite. However, at 33, he suffered the calamity of having his assets confiscated, resulting in 3 years of imprisonment. Fortunately, the founding emperor, with his discerning eye for talent, rescued Shuiyan from captivity, ensuring his abilities did not fade into obscurity. History of Xia, Volume 37, Biography of Shen Shuiyan. Chapter 82, The Powerful Lord Xia. Xia Chun gazed at the kneeling Shen Shuiyan and nodded. "Rise, for I shall be your pillar of support from this day forth." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuiyan knelt once more in gratitude. Ding dong. Congratulations, player. You have assembled 5 remarkable figures, fulfilling the requirements for the Dynasty Strife version. Would you like to proceed with the update? Xia Chun heard a crisp chime as the system panel materialized before him. He cast a discreet glance away before turning his attention back to Shen Shuiyan, Zhang Wenliao, Xiao Wen, and Yu Shaoqian, along with Su Xingchen, who was in the room organizing documents. It was indeed 5 individuals. His system version was already at the Spirit Awakening stage, and now it was set for an upgrade. This would undoubtedly place him far ahead. "Let us go," Xia Chun said with a smile, his spirits exceptionally high. His initial purpose for entering the dungeon was to meet these 3, but he had unexpectedly achieved further gains, successfully triggering the system upgrade conditions. Considering his system should have already been at version 3.0, the impending upgrade would elevate it to version 4.0. Shen Shuiyan observed the beaming Xia Chun, clearly in high spirits, and quietly followed behind. This lord, whose origins were unknown, appeared to be merely in his teens. Yet, the lantern bearers surrounding him exhibited profound respect towards him. This was the lantern bearers dungeon, notoriously known as the 18 levels of hell, where ordinary individuals, if confined for over a month, typically either perished within or aged into oblivion. Yet, this young lord could secure his release with but a single utterance. His influence was truly formidable. "Lord Xia, what an honor for you to grace us with your presence." As they walked through the corridors, Yu Shaoqian and the others noted multiple lantern bearers greeting Xia Chun, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Their astonishment grew. They had been away for 2 to 3 years. And when had such a youthful figure emerged in the capital, the world outside had indeed transformed. "Masterly, I shall take these 3 with me. I will personally attend to any necessary formalities." Xia Chun addressed a middle-aged man in his 30s in the lobby of the dungeon's first sublevel. The dungeon fell under the jurisdiction of the Lantern Bearer's 6th Division, the Confinement Division, with levels 1 to 3 managed by Masterly. These 3 were not significant offenders, and Lord Xia could simply take them away. I will ensure the formalities are properly handled. By evening, the release documents should be delivered to your courtyard. Master Li, who had been leisurely sipping tea, immediately sprang from his seat, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Xia. I appreciate your assistance. Please ensure all procedures are duly followed. I look forward to sharing a drink with you soon. Xia Chen nodded, offering a smile to Master Li, and without further pleasantries, turned to leave. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoqian and the others absorbed every word exchanged, recognizing that despite their differing statuses and perspectives, they were all remarkably astute individuals. They were filled with dread as they realized the true identity of Xia Chen, this seemingly youthful individual who appeared to be merely in his teens, yet held the esteemed position of Minister of the Lanterns, though the specific department he governed remained a mystery. Having been imprisoned for over 2 years, I was unaware of the changes in the outside world. To be so young and already commanding one of the 9 major departments, such favor foretold a promising future within the court. In the depths of his mind, Yu Shaoqian murmured to himself. The experiences of 2 years in prison had profoundly altered his perspective. Once a noble idealist, he now understood that to save the nation, reliance on others was futile. One must cultivate personal strength, seize power, and take tangible actions. This was the true path to national salvation. At this moment, Yu Shaoqian transformed from a mere scholar of the sages into a pragmatic individual who embraced the complexities of life. Having ascended to the ministerial rank at such a young age, this benefactor who had rescued me surely possessed an extraordinary background. I pondered which esteemed family he belonged to, for he had earned the trust of His Majesty. With this figure's patronage, my business would undoubtedly flourish, free from prying eyes. Shen Shuiyan thought silently, his spirits lifting with each passing moment. His 3-year wait had not been in vain. He had finally encountered a noble who recognized his talents. The time spent in prison was not wasted. A grand commercial blueprint had already formed in his mind, prepared to showcase his worth upon his release. His understanding of commerce had advanced significantly compared to 3 years prior. Unexpectedly, a single stint in the Minister of Lanterns prison had turned into a fortuitous blessing, granting him the chance to ally with someone truly influential, perhaps even allowing him to become the significant figure he once admired. Zhang Wenliao reveled in his thoughts. Though his aspirations remained modest, following their original fate, they would have had to wait an additional 2 to 3 years before being selected by Yao Guang, when their destinies would undergo a profound transformation. Particularly for Zhang Wenliao, even under the previous trajectory, his moment of glory was still over a decade away. Yet now, their paths had shifted once more. Boss, why so tense and formal? He is merely the Minister of the Eagle Eye Department, while we belong to the Department of Sequestration. Even if his rank surpasses ours and he is considered our superior, there is no need for such apprehension, remarked a lantern bearer beside Master Li, observing his leader's respectful demeanor. What do you know? Did you not see how many were sent to the dungeon this afternoon? Among them were 2 who held the same rank as me, both masters, and they were also captured. Master Li glanced at his subordinate and surveyed the surroundings before whispering. Do not be deceived by Minister Xia's youth and amiable demeanor. This is merely a facade. He is a formidable character. 2 masters, including myself, along with numerous subordinates, have all been apprehended. Today alone, over 50 lantern bearers like you have been taken. Master Li cast a glance at his subordinate, Wang Baihu, who instinctively recoiled, a chill coursing down his spine. Did such conduct not incite potential insurrection among the ranks? Would it not leave everyone in a state of trepidation? Unable to restrain himself, Wang Baihu spoke up. Indeed, dissent was brewing. This afternoon, many other captains from various divisions expressed their unease and sought out the commanding officer, urging him to take action. And what was the outcome, you ask? Lord Ma Song dismissed them all with haste, even going so far as to punish several captains who spoke out of turn. Upon hearing this, Wang Baihu's expression shifted once more. Master Li continued, this Lord Xia is unlike the others. The commanding officer's unwavering support for him speaks volumes. We are the Emperor's personal guard, while he is the Emperor's son-in-law. It is entirely plausible that in the future, all lantern bearers may bear the surname Xia. Thus, even if he currently wields no authority over us, we must tread carefully and not offend him. Master Li patted Wang Baihu on the chest, reflecting that were it not for the fact that this lad was his confidant, he would not impart such insights so freely. As Xia Chen entered his office courtyard, he beheld Su Xingchen engrossed in his work, quill in hand, perusing through case files. His adaptability and intellect were remarkable, with merely a cursory glance at certain documents. He could identify their flaws. His speed in reviewing was astonishing, leaving Cui Hu momentarily speechless. Where had Xiachen found such a prodigy? To effortlessly unravel cases with a mere glance at the records. Was he a detective of sorts? Cui Hu was once again left in awe. P.S. Brothers. Today marks the first day of 2025. Wishing all of you a happy new year. May everything go smoothly and joyfully in the year ahead. Originally, an update was due at midnight, but since last night, I have been feeling unwell, suffering from diarrhea and nausea. My parents have also been unwell since the day before, exhibiting similar symptoms, leading me to suspect we may have contracted something. I have felt utterly drained throughout the day, and I am uncertain what tomorrow holds. Based on my parents' symptoms, it seems likely that their condition will worsen. Therefore, I am unsure how I will manage the update tomorrow. If my discomfort persists, I may need to take a day off. I wanted to inform everyone in advance, but I will certainly strive to complete today's writing. I plan to post another chapter shortly. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 83. A true man should learn to stand against thousands. My lord, Cui Hu exclaimed as he promptly bowed upon seeing Xiachen enter. Su Xingchen, hearing the commotion, set down his brush and rose to pay his respects. Xiachen nodded in acknowledgement, just as Lu Chen entered. Upon noticing Xiachen, he hastily reported, My lord, the two hall masters suspected of collusion have all been apprehended. How shall we proceed? Let us begin with interrogations, followed by the collection of evidence against them. Those with serious offenses shall face execution, while those with lesser charges will have their status as lantern bearers revoked. As for Chen Song and Li Yu, they should be considered as members of Lu Li's faction. Having served as hall masters for so long, their subordinates are unlikely to be entirely innocent. Investigate them, and then forward the evidence to the commanding officer. Xiachen calmly stated as he took his seat. This pronouncement sent a shiver through all present, particularly Su Xingchen and his companions, who gained a deeper understanding of Xiachen's authority. In just a few words, the fates of 2 hall masters and over 50 captains were sealed. Many of them might have minor infractions, but none deserved the death penalty. Yet, this was the tragic outcome of misaligned allegiances and political struggles. Understood. Lu Chun felt a chilling dread. Had it not been for Xia Chun's protection, he could easily envision his fate mirroring that of the lantern bearers, imprisoned. After all, Li Yu and Qin Song were not part of Lu Li's faction, yet he was undeniably Lu Li's adopted son, a target for elimination. The mere utterance of a few words by this young man had allowed him to escape calamity. With this thought, Lu Chun felt a sense of relief. Go about your tasks. Xia Chun waved his hand, and Lu Chun and Cui, who exited his courtyard. How do you find it? Xia Chun inquired, directing his gaze towards Su Xingchen. Quite manageable. These documents do not pertain to significant cases and are not particularly complex. Su Xingchen humbly replied, with his keen intellect. These documents posed no challenge for him. He could easily unravel them and identify the logical flaws within. Indeed, well said. Allow me to introduce this individual. This is Yu Shaoqian, who also hails from the Imperial Academy. Henceforth, the two of you shall assist me in handling these papers. Xiachen nodded. While Su Xingchen had already noticed the individuals behind Xiachen, still clad in prison garb. Greetings, Brother Shoujin. 2 years ago, your bold words left a lasting impression on me. Today, it appears that you have been fortuitously rescued by our Lord. Su Xingchen greeted with a smile. You know me? Yu Shaoqian expressed surprise. He had not expected to encounter an acquaintance after 2 years of imprisonment. I too am from the Imperial Academy. When you submitted your memorial 2 years ago, I was studying there as well. Su Xingchen replied with a smile. Who would have thought that upon my release, I would encounter a fellow classmate? Such is fate. However, I wonder. I seldom ventured outside during my time at the academy and did not engage much with my peers. So it is entirely understandable that Brother Shoujin has not heard my name. Yu Shaoqian seemed on the verge of expressing something further, to which Su Xingchen responded with a knowing smile. Yu Shaoqian cast a glance at Su Xingchen, a name he had never encountered before. Yet the latter seemed well acquainted with him. It was evident that Su was not entirely oblivious to the affairs of the world. He was either lacking in talent or harbored grand ambitions. Yu Shaoqian was inclined to believe it was the latter, for amidst the multitude of scholars at the Imperial Academy, how could this young official from the summer court have summoned him for clerical duties otherwise? As they engaged in conversation, Yu Shaoqian became increasingly convinced that Su Xingchen was no ordinary individual. Regardless of the topic, Su seamlessly contributed his insights. In turn, Su discerned Yu Shaoqian's genuine capabilities. Their dialogue traversed from Confucian classics to national policies, ultimately encompassing matters of global significance. Both understood that they would soon be colleagues, likely collaborating for an extended period. They were both inherently proud individuals, unwilling to be encumbered by a dullard in their midst. Through their exchanges, both silently elevated their opinions of one another. Yu Shaoqian, renowned in the Imperial Academy 2 years prior, had not allowed his imprisonment to tarnish his erudition. Instead, it seemed to have bestowed upon him a profound enlightenment, marking a significant transformation in his character. Clearly, there still existed individuals of great talent in the world, and it would be foolish to underestimate the exceptional. Su Xingqian marveled inwardly and cast a furtive glance at Xia Chun, recognizing his discerning eye for talent. However, as a prince consort, could it be that Xia Chun, in amassing such gifted individuals, had indeed discerned a potential disloyalty in himself? Meanwhile, Xia Chun observed Zhang Wenliao before him. "Can you read?" he inquired. Zhang shook his head. At 21, having been immersed in gang life, he had never had the opportunity to learn. Xia Chun glanced at the two scholars engaged in lively discussion and ultimately resolved to assign the task to Yu Shaoqian. "Shaoqian," he called. Yu Shaoqian hurried over. "In addition to your clerical duties, dedicate 2 hours each day to teach Zhang Wenliao to read, aiming to ensure he recognizes all common characters within a month." Yu Shaoqian regarded the brash Zhang Wenliao with surprise. Instructing him seemed a disproportionate response, yet Xia Chun appeared to hold this ruffian in high regard. "Understood." Yu Shaoqian nodded, despite his inner reservations. "My lord, did you not say I would serve as your guard? I am a rough man, teaching reading and writing." Zhang Wenliao hesitated, finding the task daunting. "You, a mere 9th-tier martial artist, are to guard me? Will you protect me, or shall I protect you?" Xia Chun raised an eyebrow, amused by the exchange. Instantly, Zhang Wenliao's face flushed crimson. "Ha ha ha, my third brother speaks truthfully. I wonder what my brother sees in you. With your skills, you couldn't even best me." Beside them, Xiaowen could not help but chuckle upon hearing this, then playfully slapped Zhang Wenliao on the shoulder. Instantly, Zhang Wenliao felt a loss of sensation in half of his shoulder, his heart sinking in shock. He had initially perceived this seemingly juvenile figure as merely a privileged child. However, that single slap felt as though a mountain had descended upon him. Was this innate strength? It was rather terrifying. "Xiaowen, you also have a task." Xia Chun turned to Xiaowen. "Starting tomorrow, you shall instruct Zhang Wenliao and the others in the Nine Sons military strategy. Teach them as the elders of our clan have taught you." Xia Chun then pointed towards Yu Shaoqian and Su Xingqian, who both stood in stunned silence. Could this 11-year-old truly be their teacher? Third brother. "While discussing military strategy is manageable, I find such topics rather dull. I prefer to practice my fists, asserting my dominance through martial prowess," Xiaowen declared, brandishing his fists. The youth, though intelligent, remained somewhat impetuous, favoring physical resolution over verbal discourse. A true man should aspire to be an unrivaled warrior. No matter how formidable your fists may be, can you truly contend with thousands of soldiers? Xia Chun stated gravely, his expression serious as he regarded Xiaowen and Zhang Wenliao. Within the next 30 years, while martial prowess is indeed significant, military strategy is of paramount importance. Should you master the art of strategy to a divine level, leading an army, even the venerable Grand Master of the Celestial Temple and the abbot of the Dragon Tree Monastery would have to yield to your brilliance. That is the essence of being an unparalleled warrior. Upon hearing Xia Chun's words, Xiaowen and Zhang Wenliao felt a surge of aspiration, while Yu Shaoqian and Su Xingqian, who had initially dismissed the conversation, wore expressions of grave contemplation. They were uncertain of the veracity of Xia Chun's claims. Yet they were all too aware of the prowess wielded by the Grand Master and the abbot of the Dragon Tree Monastery. Furthermore, Su Xingqian astutely noted a particular point. Xia Chun had mentioned that within 30 years, martial prowess would be inferior to military strategy. What could this imply? Why specify a time frame? Did it suggest that the situation would reverse after 30 years? Zhang Wenliao was no ordinary rogue. After falling into misfortune, he was fortunate to encounter the Grand Ancestor, who aided him in his escape and bestowed upon him the knowledge of reading and writing, generously imparting the Summer family's military strategy. The Grand Ancestor remarked, "A true man should master the art of being a warrior against multitudes. Be cautious not to rely merely on brute strength." Grateful for the Grand Ancestor's kindness, Wenliao diligently pursued knowledge, studying tirelessly, ultimately achieving success. History of the Summer Family, Volume 19. Biographies of Zhang Wenliao. P.S. I have finally completed this chapter. I can no longer endure. I shall retire for the night. Tomorrow, I will assess my condition. And if it worsens, I shall take a day off. I appreciate my brother's understanding. Chapter 84. The Treasure Basin. In the room, upon hearing Xia Chen's words, everyone fell silent. Their astonishment palpable. Was military strategy truly this formidable? Even Xia Wan, though young and possessing little interest in military affairs, was taken aback. As a direct descendant of the Marquis' residence, he was required to study military strategy from a young age. Thus he had already surpassed many in the realm of military theory. This was only natural, for military strategy is vast and profound, a grand path that eclipses martial arts, Confucianism, sorcery, and other disciplines when it comes to direct confrontation. A powerful military strategist, leading an army, connects the spirits of all soldiers into a singular entity. Some eminent generals can even coalesce a military soul. When this soul manifests, evil retreats, and even formidable third-tier experts may find themselves vanquished in an instant if caught unawares. Xia Chen spoke earnestly, revealing this secret to a select few. Are you suggesting we rely on military formations? Xia Wen's eyes sparkled, though uncertainty lingered within them. Their household possessed numerous military formations, and he had learned to master several of them. Indeed, these formations could enhance the army's combat prowess. However, he had never heard of this so-called military soul. You shall soon understand. Dedicate yourself to mastering military strategy and solidifying your foundation. When the time is right, you will grasp the meaning of my words, Xia Chen remarked, his gaze distant, smiling as he refrained from elaborating further. Yet, Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian silently etched Xia Chen's words into their memories. Xia Chen then turned his attention to the quietly standing Shen Shuiyan. Do you comprehend the task I am assigning you? The esteemed lord rescued me from prison, clearly valuing my expertise in commerce. I am willing to serve you loyally. Shen Shuiyan replied earnestly, his head bowed. He was the eldest and most prominent among them. In this era, merchants were often looked down upon, especially in this gathering dominated by scholars from the Imperial Academy and the scions of the capital's elite. His status was thus perceived as particularly lowly, prompting him to seize every opportunity to showcase his intelligence and value. Excellent. I possess another 1,000 taels of silver. Tomorrow, I shall send a lantern bearer to collect some merit money from the gangs of the capital, allowing you to amass 5,000 taels. Do you have the confidence to create a treasure basin for me? Xia Chen inquired with a smile. With the Lord's protection, alleviating the pressure from the capital's aristocracy and allowing me to act freely, I assure you that within 6 months, no, within 3 months, you shall witness results. Shen Shuiyan proclaimed, bowing firmly. Pursue your endeavors. Leave the commercial matters to you, while I handle the rest. Xia Chen replied with cheer, feeling quite elated. Presently, including Lu Chen, he had 6 remarkable individuals under his command. Though they had yet to fully commit, they were already within his grasp. How could they possibly evade his control? With these thoughts, Xia Chen rose and ventured alone into the inner courtyard. Let the system commence its upgrade. Xia Chen had not forgotten the previous mention of a potential system upgrade. After meticulously examining the panel, he resolved to proceed without hesitation. The system announced an upgrade for the Dynasty Domination version, with an estimated duration of 1 day. As soon as Xia Chen finished speaking, a line of small text appeared on the system panel. He remained unperturbed, for a mere day was nothing. He could wait. As evening approached, the efficiency of Masterly from the dungeon proved remarkable. He personally arrived at Xia Chen's courtyard, bearing 3 release documents. I appreciate your hard work, Masterly. It is an honor to serve you, my lord. Liu Gang smiled radiantly, embodying the spirit of a diligent worker. He did not linger long. Bowing respectfully before taking his leave, here are your documents. From this moment forth, you are free individuals. Xia Chen handed the 3 documents to the trio. Thank you, my lord, they exclaimed in unison, glancing at the papers, their excitement palpable as they grasped the weight of their newfound freedom. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. You 3 have just been released, and I happened to acquire the adjacent courtyard yesterday, initially intended for Su Xingchen and his family. You may stay there tonight. They expressed their gratitude once more. And you, Su Xingchen, will you return to the National Monitoring Office tonight or? Xia Chen turned his gaze towards Su Xingchen. Naturally, I shall accompany my colleagues. Su Xingchen replied promptly, aware that no special treatment could be afforded. As twilight approached, the beauty of the evening was undeniable. When Xia Chen exited the government office, the sun had fully set, and twilight began to envelop the earth. Riding horseback, he and his companions traversed the central avenue before entering Weiyang Street, and then Changle Street, which was merely a stone's throw from his home. What is this? As they prepared to turn into an alley from Changle Street, a figure clad in black stood blocking their path. Xia Qian swiftly rode ahead to shield Xia Chen, his right hand instinctively reaching for the sword at his waist. Meanwhile, Xia Wen, brimming with excitement, raised his fists and urged his horse forward a couple of steps. Zhang Wenliao, who had been observing from behind, belatedly recognized his role as a bodyguard. He hastily stepped forward, albeit with a tinge of anxiety, contemplating whether this formidable presence blocking their path might spell trouble for them. Do not be alarmed, my lord. There is no ill intent. My master wishes to converse with you. Might you dismount for a discussion? Sitting atop his chestnut steed, Xia Chen cast a contemplative glance at the figure in black before gracefully dismounting. Master, it is unwise. Their origins are unclear, and they appear to be a skilled adversary. Xia Chen cautioned, a hint of tension in his voice. Xia Chen merely smiled, unfazed by the situation. It is of no concern. I do not perceive any murderous intent. If my opponent harbors such a sentiment yet manages to conceal it from me entirely, they must be at least a fourth-tier master. Even if I were to sit atop my steed, it would be of little avail. Xia Chen smiled, exuding calmness and composure, prompting the cloaked figure to gaze at him with intrigue. The reason for Xia Chen's audacity lay in his recent breakthrough to the 6th tier. Many in the outside world still regard him as merely an 8th-tier practitioner, oblivious to the fact that he has, in a brief span, ascended 2 tiers. At present, Xia Chen would not hesitate to engage even a 5th-tier adversary. As for those of the upper 3 tiers who might stealthily infiltrate the capital without prior notice, should they reveal their aura, they would soon face the formidable might of Long Shu and the Celestial Master. Xia Chen approached the cloaked man, who glanced around cautiously before speaking softly. My lord, I come with no ill intent, but rather as a representative of my master to extend greetings. The cloaked figure nodded with a smile. Does your master reside in that direction or the other? Xia Chen inquired playfully, gesturing towards the east and northeast. Indeed, Lord Xia. You are astute. My master resides in that direction. The cloaked figure indicated the eastern path, somewhat astonished that Xia Chen had surmised his master's identity without any prior introduction. May I ask what brings your master to seek my audience today? Is it perhaps to request leniency on my part? My master certainly would not wish to put you in a difficult position and understands that your actions today were not of your own volition. Rest assured. Today's events will not be attributed to you. Initially, my master merely set forth a casual piece on the board, yet it inadvertently entailed certain risks. Now that this piece has been uncovered, it is rendered ineffective. However, its ramifications are considerable and difficult to delve into further, otherwise, it would be detrimental for all involved. Thus, my master kindly requests your assistance in removing this superfluous piece. How do you find this proposition? The cloaked figure indicated his neck, mimicking the motion of a blade across it with his right hand. P.S. Despite feeling somewhat feverish today with a slight dizziness, I shall endeavor to write a little. Chapter 85. The Countenance of the Unruly Lord. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at the man in black, then turned his gaze toward the eastern direction, where the Eastern Palace resided. Although he had anticipated such an occurrence and had previously communicated this to Chen Song, he was taken aback by the Eastern Palace's eagerness to silence him, and that they had chosen him for the task. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. The Crown Prince was evidently a shrewd individual, aware that Xia Chen was merely a tool, an instrument through which the Emperor sought to sever the hands of those reaching into the Lantern-Bearer's affairs. This boldness in approaching him for assistance in silencing was thus comprehensible. My lord, my master holds a close relationship with you. We are akin to family. In due time, my master shall invite you for a drink. Let us forego the drinking. Though we are close, you must understand that my current position is rather precarious, fraught with complications. However, the matter you propose is not insurmountable. Yet, allowing them to perish in prison feels somewhat crude. After all, I apprehended them and am overseeing their case. Rest assured. Your master will remain uninvolved. Simply report back. Xia Chen replied with a smile, fully aware of Emperor Wen's intentions. The Emperor wished to eliminate the Crown Prince and the Third Prince's influence without inciting a significant uproar. Should the court learn of their entanglement with the Lantern-Bearers, it would inevitably lead to tumultuous repercussions. Emperor Wen sought to incite rivalry between the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, believing that their internal strife would remain a royal affair. If the court were to discover their alleged treachery, it would be a source of embarrassment for the Emperor and a scandal for the royal family. Confident in his ability to manage the entire situation, the Emperor remained unperturbed even as the Crown Prince and the Third Prince reached into such a sensitive organization. thinking that merely severing their ties would suffice. A slight reprimand would be adequate. Thus, Xia Chun decided to acquiesce, granting the crown prince a favor. At this moment, it was evident that the crown prince was oblivious to the emperor's true thoughts, fearing that others might exploit this situation to launch an attack on the Eastern Palace. Hearing Xia Chun's words, the man in black was elated, having anticipated that he would need to exert considerable effort or even coercion to accomplish this task. Yet Xia Chun had acquiesced so swiftly. Then this matter shall be entrusted to you, Lord Xia. Your efforts today will surely be repaid by my master in the future. The man in black clasped his hands in gratitude before turning to depart. The man in black was indeed from the Eastern Palace, seeking my assistance to silence Chen Song. While mounted, Xia Chun slowly spoke, not concealing the truth from those around him. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as they were astute enough to quickly deduce the rationale behind the Eastern Palace's ruthless approach toward its own. Though vicious, it demonstrated a certain audacity yet. It bore the hallmark of an unruly lord. Su Xingchen spoke in a grave tone, leaving the audience once again taken aback by his bold critique of the Eastern Palace, particularly given that it was the crown prince in question. Yu Shaoqian cast a profound glance at Su Xingchen, recognizing the audacity of his classmate. Xia Chun, upon hearing this, maintained his composure, choosing not to engage with Su Xingchen's remarks, fully aware of the importance of prudence in such matters. Su Xingchen glanced at Xia Chun, feeling somewhat disappointed. His earlier boldness was an attempt to test Xia Chun, for he harbored suspicions of disloyalty that he could not yet discern. Just wait. Perhaps there shall be a second visitor tonight. Xia Chun, riding his horse, spoke with a smile. Are you suggesting that the third prince will also send someone and wish to silence me? Yu Shaoqian chimed in. Earlier that afternoon, he had learned from Su Xingchen about his esteemed master's distinguished background, hailing from the illustrious Zhendong Marquis, and currently serving as the consort of Princess Yaoguang, a position of utmost nobility. He was also aware of the actions his master had undertaken that day. The crown prince, known for his benevolence, possessed such audacity. How could the third prince be any less formidable? Xia Chun laughed heartily, cracking his whip to quicken the horse's pace. That evening, indeed, another visitor arrived. Although their identity was not disclosed, they immediately inquired if Xia Chun could arrange for Li Yu to meet an untimely demise within the confines of the prison. Without anyone being the wiser, Xia Chun nodded with a grin, thus granting the third prince a favor. My lord truly possesses remarkable foresight. In the courtyard, as Xia Chun and his 6 companions sipped tea and engaged in conversation, Yu Shaoqian remarked with a smile, it is merely human nature. Xia Chun shook his head, not feeling complacent. He observed the group and noted, this courtyard is rather small. In due time, once our commercial endeavors expand, we should acquire the neighboring courtyards, renovate them, and allow each of you to reside in your own quarters. Haha, this will indeed require the efforts of Mr. Shun, but we shan't feel crowded here. This place is 1,000 times better than our previous prison. Yu Shaoqian chuckled and bowed to Shen Shuiyan, who promptly returned the gesture. Mr. Yu, I am but a humble merchant, unworthy of the title master. Ha ha ha, Mr. Shun need not be so modest. What of being a merchant? A nation requires merchants. Without commerce, a country cannot prosper. My lord places great importance on you. In the future, as you oversee our commercial affairs, you will essentially manage our logistics. All our needs will rely on Mr. Shun. You must not underestimate your worth. Su Xingchen said with a smile, raising a cup of tea in respect to Shen Shuiyan. Previously, despite his immense wealth, he had been looked down upon by scholars. Yet now these 2 scions of the Imperial Academy held him in such high regard, leaving Shen Shuiyan deeply moved. Witnessing this scene, Xia Chun smiled. This was precisely why he wanted to gather them all under one roof. Bonds are cultivated over time. Living together naturally fosters camaraderie. The following day, Xia Chun took several companions to the magistracy. The entire morning was consumed with activity, not due to paperwork, as the documents and files were now efficiently handled by the talented Su Xingchen and Yuan Qian, allowing Xia Chun to focus less on such matters. His primary task was to sift through the lists. He had apprehended nearly all the heads of the 2 major halls, and now it was time to reconstruct these establishments. Thus, he is inclined to promote talents and elevate his loyal confidants. Regardless of the organization, it is imperative to have one's own trusted allies. One must have individuals who are loyal and obedient beneath them, for only then can power cascade effectively from the top down. Otherwise, no matter how lofty a position one occupies, it remains mere nominal authority. There must be loyalty, there must be compliance, and one must be able to command effectively. This is the essence of power. Power indeed flows in such a hierarchical manner. The age-old dilemma of forming factions for personal gain remains an ultimate conundrum that has proven difficult to resolve throughout history, no matter the heights of civilization attained. As long as humanity exists, the formation of cliques will persist in various forms, and the organizational structures shall endure. Xia Chen mused, recalling how Lu Li, the commander of the Lantern Bearers, fell from grace due to such factionalism. Now, he finds himself in a similar predicament. Though he is far from being guilty of forming cliques for personal gain, fundamentally, there is little distinction, as both involve placing one's own people in pivotal positions. However, there is no alternative. To accomplish his objectives and secure his position, he must ensure he has his own trusted individuals in place. Xia Chen meticulously filtered through the list, placing immense importance on this matter, refusing to delegate it to others, while Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian may assist him in reviewing documents and records. The authority over personnel appointments must remain firmly in his grasp. This is the foundation of leadership. He toiled until the afternoon, finally compiling a list of personnel. At that moment, a crisp chime echoed in his mind. The system's Dynasty competition version has been successfully upgraded, and new features have been added. Players are advised to check. P.S. Though my body still bears a hint of fever, I was reluctant to postpone and have endeavored to complete this. Once I fully recuperate in a few days, I shall begin to increase my output. Chapter 86. New features of the system update. Within the confines of the room, Xia Chen's spirit surged with excitement. New functionalities had been introduced. He exclaimed, "Initiate the new feature introduction." As he gazed at the system panel, the details unfolded. The new feature of the Dynasty Conquest version, Feature 1, Detection. Detection. The world is rife with exceptional talents, each varying in caliber. The system categorizes them into 4 distinct tiers: secondary talent, primary talent, top-tier talent, and peerless talent, to provide players with a more intuitive understanding of these talents. The system employs a data-driven approach, presenting their capabilities in numerical form. Secondary talent, 80 to 89, primary talent, 90 to 94, top-tier talent, 95 to 99, peerless talent, 100 and above. Players can utilize the detection feature to assess the various capabilities of these talents, facilitating the selection of capable individuals. The new feature of the Dynasty Conquest version. Feature 2, System Mall. System Mall. The era of Dynasty Conquest has dawned, with prodigies emerging and formidable leaders making their mark. To ensure players do not lag behind in this grand epic and can swiftly amass strength, the System Mall has been expressly opened. The mall features 5 items, with a refresh of goods requiring 100 conquest fragments. Players may exchange based on their needs and available conquest fragments. Note: capturing talents yields conquest fragments. The new feature of the Dynasty Conquest version, Feature 3, Lottery. Lottery. Utilize 50 conquest fragments for a chance at a random draw, potentially acquiring items not available in the System Mall. However, there exists the risk of waste, as one might squander 50 conquest fragments. The outcome relies entirely on fortune. The new feature of the Dynasty Conquest version, Feature 4, System Space. System Space. The capacity has been expanded to 1,000 cubic meters, allowing players to store all items, including living beings. Note: spending conquest fragments can further unlock the system space. Additionally, when capturing living beings, they must be unconscious, otherwise, the attempt will fail. Xia Chen perused all the introductions in one breath, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that this system version update would introduce 4 highly practical new features. Open the System Mall. His curiosity piqued. He was particularly interested in the items available within. System Mall, Item 1. Low-grade small returning pill, 10 pieces, effect. Each pill can sustain 3 months of true energy cultivation. Effective across all major systems. Purchase price, 30 conquest fragments. Item 2. Body refinement pill, 10 pieces. Effect. Increases the effectiveness of a martial artist's muscle and bone refinement by 70. Purchase price, 20 conquest fragments. Item 3. Marrow cleansing pill, 1 piece. Effect. Purifies the marrow, enhancing innate talent. Purchase price, 100 conquest fragments. Item 4. Young purple gold dragon horse. Item description: possesses true dragon bloodline. An exclusive mount for emperors, can only be subdued by those of great fortune, strength. 4th tier. Purchase price, 300 conquest fragments. Item 5. Jade brew, 10 gene. Item introduction: spiritual wine, nurtures the body, accelerates cultivation, and temporarily enhances one's comprehension. Its rich aroma makes it one of the finest wines in the world. Purchase price, 50 conquest fragments. Xiaochun meticulously read through all 5 items without missing a word. System, how many conquest fragments do I currently possess? Xiaochun was already aware of these items and felt a surge of joy, yet his sole concern was the exact amount of conquest fragments he held. Player, Xiaochun, conquest fragments, 1050. Note, conquest fragments can be obtained by subduing exceptional individuals and through the system's evaluation of a player's strength. Second-tier exceptional individuals yield 50 conquest fragments. First-tier exceptional individuals reward 100 conquest fragments. Top-tier exceptional individuals grant 150 conquest fragments, while peerless exceptional individuals provide 200 conquest fragments. Upon seeing that he had just over 1,000 conquest fragments, Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. Given the current system version, which had advanced significantly, he had worried about the potential difficulty in acquiring conquest fragments. After pondering for a moment, he recalled that he had already utilized the small elixir from the system's shop, which was indeed a remarkable item. The other 4 items, apart from the purple gold dragon horse, were all quite practical, capable of enhancing not only himself but also his subordinates. However, Xiaochun did not rush to exchange them. Instead, he rose and exited his room, making his way to the hall. Su Xingchen, Yu Shaoqian, Zhang Wenyuan, and Xiaowen were all present. Detect Su Xingchen. Without hesitation, Xiaochun initiated the detection. Su Xingchen, half-step peerless exceptional individual, leadership, 31, 86, intelligence, 99 100, politics, 92 96. Potential, 4.5 stars, realm, 7 ranks of Confucianism and Taoism. Gazing at the data displayed on the system panel and then at Su Xingchen, who was quickly perusing documents, Xiaochun nodded in admiration. Truly, he was the individual Xiaochun had chosen, even in the weakest aspect of leadership. He had the potential to reach the realm of second-tier exceptional individuals. How is a half-step peerless exceptional individual determined? Xiaochun contemplated Su Xingchen's intelligence rating. Did it signify that his intelligence fluctuated between 99 and 100? Or was it that he occasionally registered as 99 and at times as 100, thus earning the designation of half-step peerless exceptional individual? Half-step peerless exceptional individual possesses greater potential than top-tier exceptional individuals. When their potential erupts, they have the opportunity to reach the standard of a peerless exceptional individual. Should they encounter significant fortunes later, they may break free from the shackles of destiny and achieve a leap in their life essence. A line of small text gradually appeared on the system panel, prompting Xiaochun to reflect thoughtfully. Detect Yu Shaoqian. Xiaochun then shifted his gaze to Yu Shaoqian. Although he was already aware of their levels, the system's presentation of their abilities in data form was evidently more intuitive. Yu Shaoqian, first-tier exceptional individual, leadership, 36, 88, intelligence, 93. Politics, 90, 94. Potential, 3.5 stars. Fate trait, Jade Shatter. When facing significant crises or critical decisions, all 3 attributes increase by 5. Realm, 7 ranks of Confucianism and Taoism. Xiaochun's gaze lingered on the unique characteristics of Yu Shaoqian's fate. Although Yu Shaoqian was indeed a remarkable individual, he possessed an additional characteristic that set him apart from Su Xingchen. In moments of life and death, he could unleash his potential, enhancing all 3-dimensional attributes by 5. This would elevate his command to 93, intelligence to 98, and politics to 99, levels that could rival the most exceptional individuals of the highest caliber. Such a trait was rather formidable. Xiaochun was taken aback. Yu Shaoqian had presented him with a remarkable surprise. With such a skill, was he not particularly suited to support a crumbling foundation and steer the tide of adversity? Chapter 87. A Peerless Talent. Testing Zhang Wenliao. Xiaochun shifted his gaze from Yu Shaoqian to Zhang Wenliao, who sat nearby with a furrowed brow, yet his expression was earnest as he deciphered characters. Zhang Wenliao, half-step supreme talent, leadership, 52, 95, intelligence, 82, 90, politics, 63, 85, destiny trait, extermination of the unusual. When facing foreign tribes, all attributes increase by 3. Potential, 3.5 stars. Realm, 9th grade of martial arts. Glancing at Zhang Wenliao's attributes, Xiaochun couldn't help but nod in approval, especially regarding his leadership, which had the potential to reach 95 in the future, a mark of true supremacy. Furthermore, his destiny trait explained why he was rated as a half-step supreme talent. Zhang Wenliao's potential was indeed remarkable, particularly against foreign tribes. if he were to be deployed to the Eastern Wilderness battlefield or the Southern frontier, if memory serves. There are also foreign tribes to the north of the Great Feng. Xiaqin murmured to himself before turning his attention to Xiaowen, who was practicing his punches in the courtyard. Xiaowen, peerless talent, leadership, 82, 103, intelligence, 85, 95, politics, 42, 87, destiny trait, breaking the army, when leading a charge. All attributes increased by 3, potential, 5 stars. Martial arts realm, 8th grade of martial arts. Seeing Xiaowen's impressive attributes left Xiaqin astounded. No wonder he was deemed a peerless talent, with a peak leadership of 103, a figure that would shine unchallenged in any era prior. Despite his remarkable achievements, he was still overshadowed by his brother, Xia Hao, who was rightfully celebrated as one who surpasses their illustrious ancestors. In that moment, Xiaqin reflected deeply, marveling at the system's assessment of Xiaowen as extraordinarily gifted. Yet in the future, during that great era, he would still fall slightly short compared to his brother. One could only imagine the astonishing talent and potential of Xia Hao. The 6 centuries of fortune accumulated by the Xia family were destined to erupt in this age. Having given rise to such peerless talents as Xiaowen and Xia Hao, it was clear that even these two could not entirely eclipse the brilliance of their fellow kin. A galaxy of stars. As Xiaqin pondered this, a surge of ambition welled within him. My lord. Just then, as Xiaqin ruminated, 2 figures entered the courtyard, Lu Qin and Shen Shuiyan. How did the task fare? Xiaqin inquired, fixing his gaze upon them. Lu Qin clasped his fists and replied, I have eradicated the Wolf-Tooth Society in the capital. I conducted prior investigations, and this organization was involved in the trafficking of women and children, with numerous lives lost at their hands. This time, it can be deemed a righteous deed. The total value of the Wolf-Tooth Society's assets is estimated to be slightly over 10,000. I have taken 5,000 and have already handed it over to Mr. Shun. The remaining 6 or 7,000 has been reported to the authorities. My lord, rest assured, I have acted with utmost discretion and will not bring you any trouble. Lu Qin spoke earnestly, recognizing this as the first task entrusted to him by Xiaqin, and a matter of such confidentiality at that, which alleviated his inner tension considerably. Typically, such undertakings are reserved for trusted confidants, indicating that Xiaqin likely would not eliminate him. Well done, Xiaqin remarked, shifting his gaze towards Shen Shuiyan, who promptly reported, I have surveyed the capital today and selected a location. I have decided to establish a tavern on one hand. The profits from such an enterprise are substantial, and I possess considerable experience in this realm. I am confident that I will recoup my investment within 2 months at most. On the other hand, a tavern attracts many patrons, serving as a social hub. Given that our esteemed officials are engaged in governance, it is essential for them to remain attuned to voices and movements from the grassroots level, despite the numerous eyes and ears in the court. As Shen Shuiyan spoke, he cautiously glanced at Xiaqin. After much contemplation the previous night, he concluded that to demonstrate his worth, he must embody a multifaceted talent rather than merely showcase business acumen. Xiaqin's expression remained inscrutable, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Now that you have selected a location and formulated a plan, with funds also secured, pursue your endeavor with vigor. Yes, my lord, Shen Shuiyan responded, his demeanor invigorated as he clasped his fists. Meanwhile, Lu Qin felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It seemed that everyone around their lord was exceptionally gifted. Without mentioning Su Xingqian and Xiaqin's brother Xiaowen, even Shen Shuiyan, whom he had previously underestimated, exhibited remarkable insight. With a sense of urgency stirring within him, Lu Qin thought, I must demonstrate my own value. Otherwise, how can I expect to be entrusted with greater responsibilities? Although Xiaqin listened attentively to their reports, he was already evaluating their various attributes. Lu Qin, exceptional talent, leadership, 81, 89, intelligence, 90, 94, politics, 66, 87, espionage, 94, potential, 3 stars, realm, 7th rank martial arts. Shen Shuiyan, top-tier talent, leadership, 76, intelligence, 96, politics, 68, 82, business, 99, potential, 4 stars, realm, not ranked. Xiaqin noted that the 2 individuals were no longer assessed in 3 dimensions, but rather exhibited 4-dimensional attributes, each possessing an additional characteristic. Did this signify that they were indeed exceptional talents? Among them, Shen Shuiyan's attribute scores compelled Xiaqin to cast him a second glance. At just over 30 years of age, he had seemingly reached the pinnacle of his abilities, particularly in business, where he achieved a remarkable score of 99, an unparalleled feat even among the finest talents. Xia Chen also took a moment to assess Xia Qian and was astonished to discover that even he had attained a second-tier talent level, with leadership at 86 and politics at 82, further illustrating the Xia family's formidable fortune. In the week that followed, Xia Chen remained at the lantern-bearer's office, diligently adhering to a routine of punctuality in both arrival and departure. Though these 7 days were marked by a sense of order and tranquility for Xia Chen, beneath the surface of the lantern-bearer's organization, currents of intrigue swirled. Chen Song and Li Yu were sentenced to death for forming factions for personal gain, along with 5,000 households and over 2,000 households, instilling fear in many. It was the first time in over a decade within the lantern-bearers that such a number faced execution. This is the nature of power struggles. More perilous than the battlefield, though swords may not clash, one may find themselves severed from life in an instant. Concurrently, Xia Chen was actively promoting individuals within the Eagle Eye Division, wielding the orders of Commander Ma Song to transfer certain personnel from the other 8 divisions into his own. He reconstructed the 2 major factions previously held by Chen Song and Li Yu, while also reshuffling the factions of Zhang Ping and his companions, dismantling the old power structure and arranging a new one. Thus, he firmly established his control over the Eagle Eye Division. Time passed steadily, and soon it was the end of May. Xia Chen had been with the lantern-bearers for nearly a month. Both he and Su Xingchen had undergone significant transformations during this time. Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian had completely adapted to the operations of the lantern-bearers, with one managing case files and the other handling documentation, working in perfect harmony. Zhang Wenliao had also familiarized himself with all the foundational texts over the month. After acquiring literacy, his demeanor transformed remarkably. The aura of a ruffian faded, replaced by a newfound composure. In the span of a month, Shun Shuiyan's tavern was fully renovated and operating smoothly. Xia Chen decisively set the opening date for 3 days hence. The wind today was particularly boisterous. Sitting in the courtyard, Xia Chen observed the wildflowers swaying in the breeze and murmured to himself, "Sir, orders have been issued from above, requiring us to galvanize public sentiment and ensure the fervor of the capital and its surrounding areas." Lu Qin stood behind Xia Chen, clasping his fists and bowing, his expression gravely serious. The court may have decided to go to war. Chapter 88. War is an extension of politics. In the courtyard, Xia Chen listened to Lu Qin's expressionless words and slowly replied, "Let Li Su and Zhang Jin handle this matter. They have just been promoted and are in need of responsibilities." Without turning back, Xia Chen felt an increasing sense of authority over the past month. Even his casual remarks commanded respect. Li Su and Zhang Jin were his newly appointed hall masters. "Yes, my lord." Lu Qin nodded and turned to leave. "War is imminent. What are your thoughts?" Xia Chen remained in the courtyard, his voice carrying into the house. Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian looked up, their expressions growing serious upon hearing his words. "Are we really going to war?" Xia Wen suddenly burst out of the house, his face alight with excitement. His destiny marked him as one born for the battlefield. Though still young, his potential was already evident. Zhang Wenliao, who had been honing his physique in the courtyard, set down the boulder in his hands. "The court is mobilizing troops. The cabinet has unanimously approved this matter. The official order should be issued within the next few days." Xia Chen regarded the individuals who had emerged and explained the details of the situation. "What do you think are our chances of victory in the Northwest?" His gaze turned to Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian, who were both highly intelligent and possessed a natural aptitude for military affairs, particularly Yu Shaoqian, who was both cultured and martial, with a commanding presence exceeding 90. "Who will lead the army?" Su Xingchen inquired, looking at Xia Chen. Although the outcome of a war is influenced by multiple factors, it is undeniable that the commander's role is immensely significant. "It should be Grand Marshal Ouyang Jing," Xia Chen replied calmly. He had discreetly sent Xia Qian back the previous night and learned that the Wen Emperor had not summoned his uncle to the palace in recent days, leading him to deduce the outcome. Although the Grand Marshal had not taken action in many years, he was a knowledgeable strategist with vast experience. Based on his performance more than a decade ago, he commanded his troops with remarkable steadiness and caution, favoring traditional tactics over unconventional ones and preferring to erode the enemy gradually on the battlefield. With the Grand Marshal's involvement and Ardao Wu's military strength flourishing in recent years, there should be little to fear on the front lines. The only concern is, Su Xingqian sighed as he spoke. The primary worry is whether Dawu's national strength can sustain this war. If the Grand Marshal does not falter on the battlefield, but the logistics and supplies falter, the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers will be at stake. Yu Shaoqian continued, his expression grave. This battle cannot be prolonged. Otherwise, Dawu's economy may collapse and the national treasury will be exhausted. Su Xingqian asserted seriously. In truth, the Dawu dynasty currently harbored great confidence in its military capabilities, and they had the means to be so. Yet, even so, the decision to mobilize troops had been debated for nearly 2 months before reaching a conclusion. The reason was simple. The treasury was running low. For decades, it has seemed that a great war erupts every 10 years or so. While these conflicts have undoubtedly extracted the dignity and confidence of the Great Wu dynasty, they have also drained the national treasury to its limits. Had it not been for the steadfast support of Minister Lin and Elder Yang, the dynasty would have likely encountered insurmountable difficulties long ago. Thus, this battle must conclude swiftly. Akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, swift and ferocious, even to the extent of determining the fate of the realm in a single engagement. It must not unfold as the protracted struggle on the eastern wilderness battlefield did. Xiao Wen's eyes sparkled with fervor as he passionately raised his fist. His keen battlefield instincts allowed him to pinpoint the crux of the matter. However, the Grand Marshal favored a more measured approach to warfare, advancing cautiously, step by step, gradually wearing down the opponent until absolute certainty of victory was achieved before launching a full-scale assault. This method, however, risks entangling the battlefield in a stalemate, potentially prolonging the conflict indefinitely. It is perplexing. If we can comprehend these truths, how is it that His Majesty and the esteemed ministers cannot? If war is to be waged, would it not be more fitting to appoint Lord Wuhou Xiaqian, the uncle of the Grand Marshal? Lord Wuhou is adept at balancing stability with audacity, skillfully seizing fleeting opportunities on the battlefield. Upon hearing the analysis, Zhang Wenliu scratched his head in confusion and remarked, over the past few days, Yu Shaoqian has been teaching him to read and write, while Xiao Wen dedicates an hour each afternoon to elucidating military strategies, employing significant battles from the last 50 years as case studies. Consequently, his perspective, understanding, and insight have undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, it is evident that his political acumen still possesses considerable room for improvement. Upon hearing Zhang Wenliu's words, Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian exchanged cautious glances at Xiao Wen, and only then did they relax a little upon seeing the smile on his face. Little Liao, a commander must be capable of warfare, but should not be limited to mere combat. One must understand the art of war, comprehend human nature, grasp the overarching trends, and recognize the essence of politics. You still have much to strive for. Xiao Wen, with an air of maturity, patted Zhang Wenliu's shoulder. Given that he barely reached Zhang Wenliu's shoulder, the scene appeared rather comical. Yet, his words carried profound depth, making it difficult to believe they came from the lips of an 11-year-old boy. This prompted Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian to elevate their appraisal of Xiao Wen even further. This young brother of ours truly has limitless potential ahead. Indeed, Brother Wen, I will certainly continue to learn from you. Zhang Wenliu responded, somewhat perplexed but nonetheless thumping his chest in affirmation to this youth who stood a head shorter than him. After a month, he was thoroughly impressed by Xiao Wen. Despite being only 11, his prodigious talent was astonishing. His martial prowess surpassed Zhang's, and his knowledge was far more extensive. The military strategies that had once bewildered him were articulated by Xiao Wen with such clarity that he felt genuine admiration. Xiao Wen had effectively become half a teacher to him. Warfare is but a continuation of politics, a unique instrument of political maneuvering. Politics is the bloodless form of warfare, while warfare is the bloodied manifestation of politics. All wars serve the purpose of politics, Xiaqian remarked, observing the scene with a smile. Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian were both taken aback by Xiaqian's words. The way he articulated that all wars serve political purposes was remarkably astute. Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian exchanged serious glances, fully comprehending the profundity of this statement. However, Xiaqian's insight was so elegantly expressed that it rendered the concept immediately comprehensible. Please keep an eye on the situation at the Eastern Wilderness battlefield for me these days. War is imminent in the northwest, and that conflict should soon reach its conclusion. The treasury of the Great Wu dynasty is depleted, making it impossible to sustain a two-front war. Xiaqian addressed Su Xingqian. Does that mean Uncle and Auntie will be returning soon? Su Wen's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. But he quickly noticed the lack of any emotional response or joy from his third brother, causing his expression to falter. If all goes well, they should return in 2 to 3 months at the latest by the end of the year. Xia Qian's gaze remained calm as he looked toward the horizon. The blue sky and white clouds, coupled with the gentle breeze and bright sunshine, heralded the arrival of summer. P.S. Today has been quite productive, and thus I have decided to begin striving for the rankings. Last month, due to it being a new book, I only started to push for the rankings at the end of the month, which was quite taxing. Currently, this book stands at over 120th place, and I aspire to break into the top 100. Therefore, the more generous the support, the more chapters one will release. Even free gifts are welcome. If we manage to enter the top 100 by tomorrow, I promise to release at least 4 chapters. I will keep my word. Chapter 89, Abode in the Heavens. The capital has been unusually boisterous these past few days. From the highest-ranking officials in the court to the humble merchants and laborers, all are engrossed in discussions surrounding the military affairs of the Northwest. With the Grand Commandant taking charge, victory in this battle is assured. This conflict will surely compel the children of Dafeng to kneel and beg for mercy. Ha ha ha, we shall storm into the capital of Dafeng. It is rumored that the eldest princess of Dafeng possesses beauty unmatched, renowned as the fairest maiden of the realm. The hearts of the populace in the capital are aflame with excitement, and through the clandestine efforts of the lantern bearers, there is an overwhelming confidence in this impending battle. At this juncture, the people's sentiments can be harnessed. However, some among the higher echelons remain less optimistic, bearing expressions of concern. There are many wise individuals in the world, and the higher one ascends in rank, the more information one possesses. They are acutely aware that this battle carries significant risks. A misstep could precipitate a collapse in the Northwest situation. Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, Shun Shuyan's tavern, which he has labored to prepare for a month, is finally ready to open. Xia Qian places great importance on this establishment, for a robust economic foundation is essential for any societal structure, regardless of any endeavor. Financial support is imperative. Thus, he must accumulate wealth, which explains his efforts to bring Shen Shuyan into the fold. Invitations have been extended to all noble officials of the court, from the rank of minister and above, as well as to the crown prince, the third prince, Princess Pingyang, and Princess Yaoguang. Xia Qian stands respectfully behind Xia Chun, clasping his fists in announcement. Upon hearing this, Xia Qian sets down his teacup, the tea within shimmering and fragrant. Excellent. Please arrange for me to take a leave of absence the day after tomorrow. I intend to personally oversee the opening. Xia Qian is in high spirits today, placing immense significance on the inauguration, as he desires it to be a resounding success, elevating his tavern to prominence throughout Dawu. Establishing it as the foremost tavern in the capital, he harbors no intentions of operating in secrecy. The capital is rife with influential figures, and such matters cannot remain concealed. It is better to be transparent, allowing everyone to recognize it as his enterprise, thereby deterring those with ill intentions from targeting his establishment. Sir, do you think the opening of our tavern is drawing too much attention? We have not only invited the esteemed officials, but also the crown prince and third prince, along with Princess Pingyang. Will they truly attend? While it is unlikely that they will come in person, I expect they will send their kin in their stead, which suffices. As for whether the crown prince and third prince will show, that is their affair. I have extended the invitation, and that is enough. Xia Qian is unconcerned. Having invited them all, even the presence of 1 or 2 would constitute a gain. How has your training been progressing lately? Xia Qian inquires, and excitement blooms on Xia Qian's face. Young master, the elixir you provided is truly miraculous. Recently, I have been consuming that body-refining pill, combined with the young breaking demon blade technique you taught me, fortifying my sinews and blood. My progress has been astonishing. I have only recently broken through to the 8th rank and feel that perhaps within a month, I may ascend to the 7th rank. Xia Qian grows increasingly animated as he speaks. This past month has been enlightening for him, and the elixir bestowed by the young master is nothing short of extraordinary. Here, take this pill. Find the time to consume it. Xia Qian retrieved a jade box from within his garments, revealing a lustrous azure elixir. What sort of elixir is this? Young master? Xia Qian inquired, his curiosity piqued by the anticipation that this potion was extraordinary. A small restoration pill. It can save you 3 months of arduous training. Xia Qian replied calmly. 3 months of training? Xia Qian was taken aback by Xia Qian's words. Is there truly such a miraculous elixir in existence? With this pill, you should be able to ascend to the 7th tier within a couple of days. Go ahead. Xia Qian smiled, noting that a 16-year-old at the 7th tier would be regarded as a prodigy in the entire capital. Xia Qian was generous with Xia Qian, willing to invest in him. for they had grown up together and shared the same bloodline, albeit separated by some distance. Xia Qian was certainly not comparable to others. Xia Chen planned to exchange for a marrow-cleansing pill once he had sufficient conquest fragments, intending to fundamentally alter Xia Qian's destiny. In the past month, those under Xia Chen's tutelage had made remarkable progress, particularly Zhang Wenliao. Xia Chen had selected a sophisticated technique for him, and with the assistance of body-refining pills and hands-on instruction from Xia Wen, he had already broken through to the 8th tier a few days prior. On June 1st, an auspicious day, Shinshuiyin's tavern, located adjacent to the bustling Yongla Street on Central Avenue, became the center of attention. This street, a vibrant artery of the inner city and a hub of commerce, was renowned as the preferred shopping destination for the affluent of the capital. From dawn, the street buzzed with activity. What is happening today? Such a grand spectacle. The street had been thoroughly cleaned, almost as if a carpet had been laid down. Why does the air feel so fragrant? Is it merely my imagination? It is not your imagination. An 8th-tier sorcerer was invited earlier to purify the air along this street. Starting from the entrance of Chonglu Street, young attendants were diligently tidying up. The entire thoroughfare was meticulously organized, with street vendors not being displaced but instructed not to obstruct the pathway, while lantern bearers stood ready, patrolling the area. Some small business owners, upon arriving at their stalls, were astonished by the commotion. Are you aware of the tavern under renovation in the center of Chonglu Street? One vendor whispered to another. Of course. It's the strangely named Heavenly Abode. What a bold name. Indeed, this tavern was set to open today. The fruit vendor surveyed the surroundings before leaning closer to the tea house owner, whispering, such a grand affair for an opening? The tea house owner was taken aback. They began cleaning from the street corner. This is an extraordinary display. The Heavenly Abode has significant backing. I hear they will be inviting many distinguished guests today. The fruit vendor wore an expression of astonishment, as if to say, aren't I impressive? I possess such insider information while conversing with the tea house owner. His knowledge stemmed from the fortunate selection of his nephew, who had been chosen to serve as a waiter at the esteemed establishment known as Tianshangju. Allow me to share that although Tianshangju was established in merely a month, the undertaking was monumental. It could be said to have been entirely reconstructed within that brief span. Though referred to as a building, it resembled more of a small tower, boasting a total of 7 floors. I have heard that each of these 7 levels corresponds to different tiers of society. No matter how wealthy an ordinary person may be, they may only ascend to the 2nd floor. The upper 5 levels are reserved exclusively for the truly distinguished and affluent individuals. As the fruit vendor divulged this privileged information, his expression revealed a longing, pondering the mysteries that lay beyond the 2nd floor and the caliber of individuals permitted to access the 7th. Is it truly the case that a restaurant can be so ostentatious? Would the proprietors deny entry to those wishing to dine above the 2nd floor? The tea house owner listened, his face marked by incredulity. Old Zhang, your perspective is limited. Dining encompasses more than mere sustenance. It also involves prestige. We are all members of the elite. If I can access the 4th floor while you are confined to the 3rd, it naturally elevates my status and enhances my reputation. Do you understand? Sure, do not speak further. Look, a grand carriage approaches. There must be an important figure arriving. As the fruit vendor, boldly, spoke, his gaze swept the surroundings, and in the midst of his words, he spotted a noble carriage gliding down the street. Chapter 90, Princess Pingyang, Yongla Street. Everyone gazed at the luxurious carriage, which appeared to be none other than the carriage of Princess Pingyang. Someone recognized the emblem on the carriage, noting its conspicuous modifications, rendering it exceptionally spacious, a blend of opulence and nobility. Before the carriage, 4 majestic white horses trotted in unison, pulling the carriage, while a rider led the way, creating quite a spectacle. The arrival of Princess Pingyang prompted speculation. Could it be that she was attending the grand opening of Tianshangju? As the realization dawned on them, they were momentarily taken aback. If even Princess Pingyang had come, what extraordinary identity did the proprietor of Tianshangju possess? Inside the carriage, a maid dressed in white addressed the captivating and voluptuous Princess Pingyang, saying, Your Highness, it is merely the opening of a restaurant. Considering your esteemed status, it would suffice to send someone in your stead. There is no need for you to come personally. Princess Pingyang, with her enchanting gaze, replied with a light laugh. Appearing no older than 26 or 27, much like a succulent peach at the height of ripeness. As for Xia Chen, he is my nephew by marriage. He has recently assumed command of the lantern bearers. Who knows? My imperial brother may eventually entrust the lantern bearers to him. We must, of course, extend him this courtesy. Her eyes sparkled with myriad emotions as she reminisced about her encounter with him. I recall seeing him at Baiwa Tower during a performance, where he apprehended a member of the Inspection Institute. I witnessed the unraveling of the military defense strategy case. Yet I never anticipated his rapid advancement within such a short span of 1 or 2 months. Princess Pingyang's voice was gentle and melodious, exuding an undeniable mature charm. As she spoke, memories of that day at Baiwa Tower resurfaced in her mind. Although she typically shunned scenes of violence, the image of Xia Chen fiercely battling lingered in her thoughts. He was reputed to possess poetic talent, resembling a learned scholar. Yet, the impression he left was that of a rugged warrior, albeit a rather handsome one. As her mind wandered through these musings, the carriage gradually came to a halt. "Your Highness, we have arrived." The moment Princess Pingyang alighted, her gaze fell upon a strikingly handsome young man standing before an imposing building, which soared majestically into the sky. The sign adorning the first floor boldly displayed the characters for Tian Shangju, exuding a profound and resonant ambience. "Your Highness." Xia Chen stood at the forefront, flanked by Xin Shuiyin and others. Upon noticing the princess disembarking, he stepped forward with a warm smile. "I am truly honored that your highness has graced us with your presence. It brings great distinction to my humble establishment." From the moment Princess Pingyang set foot on Yongla Street, he had been informed of her arrival. Otherwise, he would not have needed to personally welcome other esteemed guests. "We are all of one family. As you open your restaurant, it is only natural for me to come and offer my support," she replied, her gaze lingering briefly on Xia Chen's handsome visage before breaking into a radiant smile. "Furthermore, I have heard that you mentioned in your invitation that there are delightful offerings here. I simply must come to experience them. It is indeed an honor for me that your highness could attend. I assure you, I have obtained some exquisite items that I hope you will enjoy." Xia Chen smiled and personally led Princess Pingyang. "I urge you to drink another cup, and together let us dispel the ancient sorrows." As Princess Pingyang ascended the steps and approached the entrance of the heavenly abode, her gaze was captivated by the couplets adorning the sides of the grand doors. "Did you compose these lines?" The princess's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at Xia Chen. "Indeed, it was I," Xia Chen replied with a smile. "The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the final line is particularly bold and grand, expressing the act of drinking in such a refreshing and unique manner. It seems the most renowned aspect of your heavenly abode is indeed its fine wine." Draped in a resplendent red gown, the mature and enchanting princess stood beside Xia Chen, who exuded a calm demeanor. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. "You are indeed astute, for the heavenly abode specializes in exceptional wines. I have savored many fine vintages, often indulging in the